Bai Yu unexpectedly found herself traversing into her ideal persona, and within less than 3 hours, she experienced a second awakening, embarking on an adventure alongside billions across a fantastical realm that at the outset. She was granted a castle, igniting a fierce competition among myriad races, with each lord receiving a randomly assigned initial barracks. To her astonishment, Bai Yu was bestowed with the Undead Army, emerging as the revered queen of the entire undead race. Chapter 1. Transformed into a girl? Bai Yu felt a buzzing sensation in her head, as if it were on the brink of explosion. As she groggily opened her eyes, a pristine white ceiling greeted her. Hiss! When did I fall asleep? Slightly turning her body, she was instantly struck dumb by the sight surrounding her. An unfamiliar sensation washed over her. She found herself in a small room of less than 50 square meters, furnished with a desk, chair, laptop, air conditioning, and a bathroom. Several takeout boxes and remnants of instant noodles cluttered the desk, reminiscent of her dormitory from her previous life. This was not her home. Where on earth was she? She distinctly recalled a confrontation with a few school bullies, which culminated in her unfortunate tumble into an open manhole. Who could be so cruel as to steal a manhole cover? Drowning in the depths of the sewer. She had only one thought. The water was exceedingly deep. The filthy water soon enveloped her head, and she choked on several mouthfuls of a noxious liquid. The stench, overwhelming, it was more unbearable than anything she had ever experienced. Then, everything went dark. Her memories abruptly ceased, and the throbbing in her head returned. So have I died, or? Upon awakening, she discovered herself in this strange place, wrapped in a thick quilt amidst July's warmth, with the air conditioning set to a chilly 16 degrees. As she lifted her head to survey her surroundings, a strand of hair slipped from behind her ear, causing her pupils to constrict. White hair? How have I turned into an old man? No, wait, why is my hair so long? To her astonishment, when she spoke, a melodious female voice emerged. She bolted upright, the quilt sliding off her chest, and was immediately met with a draft in the room, revealing the 2 small rabbits on her chest. With a sudden rush, blood gushed from her nose. She had transformed into a girl. How could this be possible? Surely I am dreaming. Until the cool, soft sensation on her skin confirmed her reality, she still refused to believe it. Quickly lifting the quilt for another glance, her face flushed a deep crimson. Such a pristine white quilt. Hastily, she pulled it back over herself and lay down, her breath quickening as she endeavored to calm her racing heart. Why must I traverse through life as a girl? My illustrious name. Bai Yu sobbing quietly, she couldn't resist lifting the quilt once more, suddenly realizing that perhaps being a girl wasn't so bad after all. In her past life, Bai Yu had come from a humble background, characterized by introversion and frailty, with few friends and mediocre academic performance. Upon entering high school, she had unknowingly offended some, enduring relentless bullying from a few school bullies, forced to swallow her indignation and remain silent. Finally, unable to endure any longer, a confrontation ensued with the school bully and their entourage by the roadside. However, being frail and outnumbered, she soon found herself defenseless, protecting her head with her arms while enduring relentless blows. In an unfortunate turn of events, she fell into a sewer. Bai Yu initially believed she had been rescued by someone, only to discover that she had instead succumbed to the foul waters of the sewer. It was an utter humiliation. This body shared the same name as Bai Yu, also called Bai Yu. After regaining her composure, a torrent of memories flooded her mind, revealing essential information about her current existence. Name: Bai Yu. Age: 18 years. Height: 160 centimeters. Weight: 42 kilograms. Measurements: 825, 878.as. For the reason behind her white hair, Bai Yu is unaware the former Bai Yu is an orphan, possibly due to hereditary factors or perhaps a natural occurrence. Being an orphan, the original owner had relied on writing online novels to make ends meet. Though the earnings were modest, they were enough to sustain her. Her novels were serialized on Tomato, reputedly home to the most aesthetically pleasing readers who were also eloquent in conversation. What? You inquire why Bai Yu met her demise? She too was at a loss, as the last image in her memories was simply of lying down to sleep. And then she never awoke. Perhaps this was the result of an overnight writing marathon that ended in tragic exhaustion? How tragic! Having been an orphan since childhood, it is a pity to have perished just as she reached adulthood. But fear not. I shall live on in her stead. Bai Yu possessed a remarkable capacity for acceptance. Heaven had bestowed upon her a chance for a fresh start, and she was determined to cherish it. She reached for the phone beside her pillow, deftly unlocking it. The contacts on her social media were sparse, primarily consisting of classmates. Upon opening the messaging app, she discovered a fan group she had established. Although notifications were silenced, the group had amassed 99 members. Intrigued, she entered the chat, only to find her compatriots engaged in a fervent meme battle, sharing images of panda people and risku illustrations. Feeling no connection, she exited the conversation, The two worlds were almost indistinguishable. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a parallel universe. After shutting off her phone, she lay on the bed, her gaze vacant. Well, having transmogrified into a girl, it was only reasonable to familiarize herself with her new body, was it not? After some time on the soft blue single bed, Bai Yu reclined with one smooth, fair thigh draped over the blanket, her legs firmly holding onto the covers. At that moment, she pondered the philosophies of life and the principles of quantum mechanics. The singular thought occupying her mind was, how delightful it is to be a girl. Bai Yu mused as she glanced at her phone to check the time. It was now 11:30 in the morning, and outside, the oppressive heat reached a staggering 39 degrees Celsius. After a session of aerobic exercise, she began to feel a pang of hunger. Looking at the pile of clothes at the foot of her bed, she resolved to don something she certainly could not remain unclothed. Moreover, what normal girl would sleep in the nude? A blush crept over her as she awkwardly slipped into her undergarments, struggling for quite some time to fasten the buttons from behind. Subsequently, she donned her pleated skirt and picked up a white sailor-style blouse. Why does this outfit feel a bit snug? Once dressed, her stunning figure was unmistakably accentuated. Bai Yu slipped on a pair of white knee-high socks that fit just above her calves, yet they persistently slid down, forming unsightly bunches as if they had not been properly adjusted. After several futile attempts to rectify the situation, she resigned herself to the inevitable. With her legs draped over the edge of the bed, she gazed at her dainty feet clad in white socks. These feet are so tiny, they are even smaller than my hands. She then extended her hand, only to realize that her hands were equally diminutive. Oh, how careless of me, she thought, forgetting that she had traversed into another realm. She then spotted a pair of black leather shoes carelessly kicked aside beneath the bed, picked them up, and noted with a sigh that they were a mere size 36. After donning the shoes, Bai Yu descended from the bed and approached a full-length mirror. Indeed, every girl must possess one in her room. She scrutinized her reflection. Her long, white hair was somewhat disheveled, with several rebellious strands sticking up. Her delicate, fair face was undeniably more beautiful than even the most admired girl from her previous life. The white sailor suit paired with a white and blue pleated skirt exuded an overwhelming sense of youthful exuberance. In her past life, Bai Yu lacked the courage to even converse with girls of this caliber, yet here she was, witnessing her daydreams materialize. This was truly her ideal type. Bai Yu admired her reflection. Alas, what a pity this is me. Such a shame indeed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chapter 2. The Scythe, the Crystal, and the Castle. In a moment of self-indulgence, Bai Yu resolved to treat herself to a sumptuous takeaway. She retrieved her phone and began to scroll through the options, only to be greeted with the disheartening realization that her account balance was rather precarious. Oh. Now it dawned on her why the original owner had subsisted on instant noodles. She had presumed it was a matter of dieting, when in fact it was a constraint of finances. Thus, she was left with no choice but to resort to her tried-and-true strategy from her previous life, a delectable and filling dish of Huang Men chicken, especially since it came with complimentary beverages. Before long, a delivery man clad in blue arrived at her doorstep with her order. The food was wrapped in red packaging adorned with traditional Chinese motifs, accompanied by the customary black plastic spoon. The aroma wafting from the package was simply irresistible. As Bai Yu eagerly tore open the packaging and began to feast, she was taken aback to find herself unable to finish the meal halfway through. Burping softly, she took a hearty sip of her drink, pondering how her appetite could be so modest. Ah well, as long as she felt satisfied. With her immediate hunger addressed, Bai Yu turned her attention to understanding her current predicament. She opened her laptop, revealing an unfinished draft of a novel. Panic surged through her. How could she possibly write a novel? How would she manage to survive in this new world? Her brow furrowed in distress as she contemplated her predicament. With a physique reminiscent of an underdeveloped middle schooler, what could she possibly do if she sought employment? It was infuriating. While others in this realm were bestowed with golden opportunities, she found herself grappling with the most basic of needs. Just as Bai Yu was spiraling into despair, a voice, neither distinctly male nor female, echoed in her mind, a timeless and mechanical tone. World announcement. All individuals will enter the magical continent in 1 hour. Countdown, 0:59, 58. Here, everyone will have the most equitable opportunity for dominance. In the magical continent, myriad races coexist, presenting both opportunities and perils. Each person will start with a castle, a barracks, the ability to summon troops, plunder resources, and grow in strength, vying for supremacy against various races. Here, one can obtain everything desired: power, wealth, and even immortality. Lords, go forth and conquer. What? Bai Yu hastily tapped her temples, questioning her sanity. Had she truly heard that correctly? Though uncertainty lingered, a spark of joy ignited within her. Could it be that fate had intervened, sending her a system to assist her survival? Oh, what fortune awaited her! As she pondered this revelation, a flurry of notifications erupted from her phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. When she checked her device, she discovered that the internet was ablaze with activity. Various news outlets, including the official accounts of major platforms, had issued urgent announcements. Each one echoed the very message she had just heard. Wait, others had heard it too? Could it be that this was not merely a figment of her imagination? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether this heralded the end of the world. My friends, I have awakened the system, she proclaimed in exhilaration. To everyone who reads this message, I promise 50 for each of you. I shall ensure your future prosperity. Surely, this was a new reality game developed by a prominent company, she mused. Do not deceive me from above. Which game can emit sounds within your mind? I find the assertion of the individual on the first floor about the system to be far more credible. Have you never perused web literature? You are utterly mistaken. Consuming everything indiscriminately will only lead to your detriment. A city at the outset, with all equipment reliant on plunder? Is this not the hallmark of a certain celebrity's classic endorsement? Speaking of which, what will transpire when the 1-hour countdown concludes? Bai Yu observed the torrent of messages flooding the online forum, realizing she was not alone in hearing this announcement. Even the officials had made an appearance, indicating that it was likely a sound audible to all. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding gripped her. Everyone was confronting this unprecedented situation for the first time. Some were in a state of panic, while others exhibited a reckless indifference to danger. An hour may seem ample, yet it scarcely affords anyone the opportunity to react. Time slipped away in an instant, and the officials failed to provide a reasonable explanation during this interval. They could only witness what would transpire at the end of the countdown. As the final moments approached, that mechanical voice resonated once more in everyone's minds. Countdown 3, 2, 1, 0. With the countdown reaching its conclusion, Bai Yu felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness wash over her body instinctively leaning backward, her eyes closing involuntarily. Commencing detection of the Lord's status. A voice echoed in her mind. The anticipated fall did not occur, and Bai Yu found her feet firmly planted on the ground as she opened her eyes. Instinctively alert, she surveyed her surroundings, only to discover she was within a dilapidated castle, adorned in muted shades of gray and black, with peeling walls and a faint musty odor permeating the air. The dim ambience added an air of eeriness to the surroundings. Despite the castle's disrepair, it remained relatively clean. Where am I? Bai Yu felt disoriented and hurried outdoors to investigate. The sky was shrouded in a dull gray, and sparse, withered trees dotted the landscape in the distance. Occasional strange cries could be heard. Beyond that, her vision was filled only with desolation and oppression. Surely not again. I have only just traversed into this realm as a young lady for less than 3 hours. Clearly, she had been transported once more, and not to a modern setting. Bai Yu glanced down at her attire. Black shoes paired with white socks, long, fair legs, along with the sailor uniform and pleated skirt. Thank goodness, she sighed in relief. Thankfully, she had not transformed into some monstrous entity. What a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Congratulations, the Lord has acquired a companion weapon, the Scythe of Judgment. The Lord belongs to the most esteemed lineage of the undead, and the class will be designated as summoning the undead, possessing uniqueness. What? Before Bai Yu could fully comprehend this, a red bracelet materialized on her right arm, adorned with 2 small bells. Curiously, she reached out to touch it, and the bracelet instantly detached from her arm, transforming into a colossal scythe. The scythe measured approximately 1.8 meters in length, towering over her by an additional 20 centimeters. With a blade length nearing 80 centimeters, nearly half the length of the handle. It was predominantly red and black, the massive blade curving slightly inward, emanating a chilling glimmer. At the pinnacle and the base of the hilt, there are 2 skulls, one large and one small. The upper skull's eyes blaze with blue flames, while the hilt itself is enveloped in white cloth. The juncture between the blade and the hilt is adorned with 2 bells and 2 white ribbons. Am I now a harbinger of death? Though the weapon is undeniably striking, Bai Yu feels compelled to voice her critique. Clutching the scythe in her hands, her mind conjures the associated information of the weapon. Accompanying weapon, Judgment Scythe. Quality, Sovereign level weapon, capable of growth. Active skill, Necromantic summoning magic, first stage. Passive skill, attacks carry soul damage and withering effects, base values doubled. No wonder, after grasping the scythe, Bai Yu feels a significant surge in strength. Yet, at a mere weight of 42 kilograms, how formidable could a girl like her truly be? Even if her strength were doubled, it remains pitifully inadequate. With a thought, the weapon transforms into a bracelet, reappearing on her right arm. From this moment forth, your castle shall receive a 7-day novice protection period. During this period, the castle is in a state of absolute invincibility. Upon the conclusion of the 7-day protection, all lords will face the first wave of beast tides. Should the core crystal of the castle be destroyed, you shall perish alongside it. Subsequently, Bai Yu notices a colossal protective shield manifesting around the castle. Having undergone a previous transmutation, she adapts swiftly. With such supernatural weaponry emerging, the voice resonating in her mind could hardly be a fabrication. Bai Yu becomes increasingly anxious. Traversing the castle's interior, it boasts various chambers, yet lacks any furnishings or equipment. Essentially, the entire castle is but an empty shell, devoid of a kitchen or bedroom. Is this meant to compel me to sleep on the ground? Bai Yu steps into the small courtyard outside the castle, discovering an emerald-hued crystal before her. In front of the crystal, a virtual button appears. Curiosity piqued, she extends her finger and lightly touches it. Necromantic Crystal, Level 1, Unique Barracks. The barracks can randomly summon skeletons, zombies, wraiths, death knights, liches, bone dragons, ghost dragons, zombie titans, gargoyles, and all other forms of the undead. Level 1 barracks can summon skeletons, zombies, and wraiths, randomly 10. There is a chance to randomly obtain higher tier units. Required to upgrade the barracks, 100 magic crystals, 1 soul core. Am I destined to be surrounded by these mindless entities henceforth? Oh my heavens! Bai Yu feels tears welling up. The situation is already terrifying enough. And now a horde of undead is on the horizon. Before she can lament further, another prompt appears. Necromantic Crystal has completed charging. Would you like to recruit immediately? Summon units? At this moment, Bai Yu is beyond caring about the details. She decides to summon first and ponder later. Without hesitation, she clicks the option. Yes. Chapter 3, Summoning the Undead. The necromantic crystal emanates a green glow, coalescing into 10 humanoid skeletons. Their hollow frames groan as the 10 skeletal heads tilt, producing a creaking sound. Subsequently, before Bai Yu stood the skeletal figures, who promptly knelt in submission before her. Yet, she could not help but wonder at their apparent lack of intelligence. With such a high probability, could they not have summoned other types of soldiers? Bai Yu was taken aback to discover that such a beautiful visage was, in fact, cursed with the misfortune of a low-tier summoner. In the past, when enhancing equipment, she had always been an exceptionally fortunate player, capable of overcoming even the most daunting odds. Did this not speak volumes? Before her stood 10 skeleton warriors, each wielding a round, bony shield and a bone knife of considerable length. Can you speak? Bai Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. The 10 skeletons, upon hearing her question, lifted their empty skulls, their small heads filled with profound confusion. Well, I suppose I overestimated you, Bai Yu sighed, her expression revealing a sense of resignation. Oh, I can access their information. She then gestured lightly, causing the basic details of the 10 skeletons to materialize before her eyes. Unit name, Skeleton Soldier, Race, Undead, Loyalty, 100. Level, Common Level 1, can be upgraded through combat. Health points, none. Growth ceiling, Commander level, note. Levels are categorized as common. Commander, King, Emperor, Monarch, Deity. Each tier is further divided into 9 sublevels. Undead Crystal Charging, recharges daily at midnight. Oh, I understand now. This is reminiscent of those mediocre online games, Bai Yu mused. The term none presumably indicated infinity, as the undead lacked health and stamina bars. She began to grasp the basic information, for who among us has not dabbled in a few online games? The hierarchy of life levels represented the growth ceiling of the unit. The level classification was clearly delineated in the notes. A common skeleton could only ascend to the rank of commander. The average adult male's strength and agility typically range around 3 to 4 points, seldom exceeding 5. Thus, it seemed that a level 1 skeleton soldier was indeed viable, possessing at least the trait of immortality. Oh dear, how adept I am at self-encouragement. Bai Yu thought to herself. Setting aside the seemingly dim-witted skeletons, she decided to familiarize herself with other facilities and functionalities first. Bai Yu ventured into the castle's interior to investigate further. Castle Level 1, Territory Area, Radius of 500 meters. Description, you can observe everything within your territorial range, including one-click collection of spoils. Special buildings, none. Territory upgrade, 1 wood, 500 stone. To upgrade the castle, wood and stone were required. While the barracks demanded magic crystals and spirit cores, wood and stone seemed manageable. But what on earth were these magic crystals and spirit cores? Bai Yu pondered, suddenly struck by a more pressing concern. It appeared that the castle lacked any food supplies. With the undead present, surely the outside world was not entirely populated by slimes and mucus monsters? I refuse to consume such revolting fare. Hey you lot, stop loafing about and venture out to hunt. Bai Yu commanded the skeletons outside the castle. The 10 skeletons exchanged glances, bewildered by the meaning behind Bai Yu's orders. Were they to venture outside the castle to slay enemies? This time, the skeletons comprehended the command and swiftly made their way outside the castle with their remarkable agility. After a brief familiarization with the castle and the functions of the crystal, Bai Yu was prepared to explore additional features. Within the castle, there existed a centralized system that allowed immediate access to all functionalities, thus eliminating the need to venture outside for each summons of troops. The primary functions were categorized into several sections, including the Lord's Hall, the castle itself, barracks, world chat, and trading posts. The fair trading post for all races was self-explanatory, serving as a trading platform. Upon examination, Bai Yu discovered that since everyone had just been reborn into the magical realm, the platform was entirely devoid of activity. She then navigated to the My section, which comprised 2 submodules, Personal Information and Warehouse. Delving into her personal information, she found Lord Bai Yu, Level. Ordinary level 1 can be increased through personal and troop kills. Territory level. Level 1 initial castle. Troop type. Undead. Equipment. Judgment Scythe. Notice, as the Lord. You can only gain 10 experience points for each troop kill. Am I truly this weak? Bai Yu thought, incredulously surveying her own frail and delicate appearance. Indeed, she was rather feeble. As for the warehouse, she had little interest in perusing it, knowing it would be barren upon her arrival. Overall, it bore a resemblance to certain games. Upgrading the castle seemed remarkably straightforward, requiring only wood and stone. Given the tendencies of online games, Bai Yu surmised that future upgrades would inevitably involve materials like copper and silver ingots. She also noticed the default name of the Lord displayed in the upper left corner, which was Undead Lord. Curiously, she attempted to click on it, and was pleasantly surprised to find that she could change her name. Without hesitation, Bai Yu entered a resounding title for herself, Xiaohuang Castle. Next, she accessed the world chat, where the flurry of messages was overwhelming and indecipherable. The chat was divided into 1000 channels, and she found herself in channel 666. Considering the global population of billions, even with the division into 1000 channels, the sheer number was daunting. The messages flashed by at an alarming rate, but fortunately, a pause button was conveniently provided. Bai Yu pressed it, allowing her to finally discern the messages in the world chat. Silver Wolf is my wife. Brothers, what kind of troops do you all possess? Little knife scratches, but a chicken that performs tricks. Damn it, I want to restart. 80-year-old extraordinary young lady. I dare ask the chicken brother above, do you have suspenders? I love the executioner. The troop I recruited is an elf. If there's work, the elf does it, and if not, ha ha ha. Bai Yu observed the world chat, realizing the vast disparity among players. Wasn't it supposed to be a contest among all races, fair and just? Some began with dragons, while others started as farmers. Oh, so it all depended on luck, did it? There was a 7-day novice protection period, but who knew how many would be swept away by the beast tide after that? Starting with a castle and relying solely on scavenging for equipment, Bai Yu had now grasped all the essential information. It is evident that the so-called protection period grants everyone a safe interval for development. If one were to remain inactive, holed up within the castle, it is not merely the impending beast tide after 7 days that would pose a threat. One might also perish from hunger. However, starvation may not be the only concern. Thirst would certainly lead to demise. Chapter 4. I am truly a genius. Bai Yu arrived at the castle entrance, eager to ascertain the achievements of her skeletal soldiers and to glimpse the world outside. Strangely enough, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Undoubtedly, the interior of the castle was devoid of resources. All must be acquired from the outside. Bai Yu understood that she was currently at level 1. And while her skeletal soldiers could be resurrected upon death, she herself could not. Thus, even though she ventured beyond the castle, she remained within the safety of the protective barrier. Outside the castle lay a tangle of grass and rocks, with a few desiccated ancient trees scattered about, and no sources of water in sight. In the distance, shrouded in mist, loomed a majestic snow-capped mountain. Initially concerned about the availability of water, she soon discovered that the castle indeed possessed fresh water. Thus, the only remaining survival concern was food. This design was rather humane, for they had come to vie for supremacy in the world, not to endure a survival challenge. As for how Bai Yu was certain that the distant peak was a snow mountain, it was simply due to its white appearance. Estimated to be several kilometers from her castle, surely, the mountain harbored high-level wild creatures and rare resources. Bai Yu mused to herself. At that moment, she noticed her skeletal soldiers engaged in combat with a pack of wild boars. The boars charged towards the skeletal warriors, and she had anticipated a fierce confrontation. To her surprise, upon first contact, the skeletal soldiers were reduced to a cloud of shattered bones. What? Bai Yu was taken aback. Could they truly be so weak? Fortunately, before disintegration, the skeletons managed to plunge their sharp bone knives into the backs of the wild boars. The boars, instantly gushing blood, staggered and lost their balance, soon collapsing to the ground from excessive blood loss. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully slaying a level 1 wild boar, earning 5 experience points. A flurry of notifications appeared, leaving Bai Yu momentarily stunned. They were merely level 1, and the skeletal soldiers struggled in one-on-one combat. Had it not been for the boar's high aggression and the skeleton's ability to resurrect, the outcome might have been quite uncertain. How utterly disappointing. Bai Yu's pretty face bore a frown. Ultimately, she garnered 30 experience points, which transformed into energy absorbed within her being. A warm sensation coursed through her abdomen, swiftly radiating to her limbs and bones, followed by a delightful feeling. She had leveled up. Successfully ascending to level 2, Bai Yu felt her abilities enhance across the board. Moreover, the sensation of leveling up was truly exhilarating. Simultaneously, the skeletal soldiers who had slain the wild boars also ascended to level 2. It appeared that this was the experience gained from defeating enemies. The pleasure of leveling up while lying in wait was rather agreeable. Wild boar carcass detected. Would you like to decompose it immediately? Decompose. Wild boar carcass successfully decomposed, yielding 120 portions of wild boar meat. 12 wild boar tusks, 6 wild boar hides, and 2 magic crystals. Before her eyes, the wild boar carcass vanished, and a variety of decomposed resources materialized in her inventory. The 6 wild boar carcasses yielded only 2 magic crystals, while the remaining resources were fixed, indicating that only the magic crystals were randomly dropped. Bai Yu contemplated this and suddenly realized, wait, don't I possess a skill to summon the undead? She reached out to touch the bracelet on her right hand, which instantaneously transformed into a massive scythe. Undead Summoning Magic. Tier 1 consumes 3 points of magic power to summon a skeleton soldier from the target's corpse. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Bai Yu possessed 20 points of magic power, allowing her to summon 6 times. Thus within half an hour, she could conjure 6 skeleton soldiers. Soon, the notification of the skeleton soldier defeating a monster echoed again. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully killing. Gazing at the carcasses before her, Bai Yu wielded the scythe and immediately invoked the Undead Summoning Magic. Magic Power, 1720. Bai Yu, having used magic for the first time, understood the rate at which her magic power replenished. A gray magic circle emerged beneath the rabbit carcass, and a skeleton soldier sluggishly crawled out from the circle. Oh, surprisingly, it was a humanoid skeleton, and the corpse had not yet vanished. Bai Yu looked at the adorably dazed skeleton. Skeleton soldier. Level. Ordinary Tier 1. Cannot be upgraded. The panels for both entities were nearly identical, with the only distinction being the locked status of the level. What does this mean? She pondered curiously. The level was fixed. This indicated that the skeleton soldiers she summoned could not level up through combat. Based on Bai Yu's extensive experience in online gaming, she speculated that the level of the summoned skeleton soldiers correlated with that of the carcass. Since the rabbit corpse remained, could she not summon infinitely? After waiting another 5 minutes, she excitedly attempted to summon again from the rabbit carcass. Summoning failed. Magic Power, 1720. I knew it was too good to be true. What a waste of 3 points of magic power. Once the cooldown elapsed, Bai Yu promptly cast the undead magic on a nearby Tier 2 corpse. As expected, the summoned skeleton soldier this time was of level 2, also locked in status. Decompose, decompose. Bai Yu commanded as she initiated the decomposition of these spoils. Rabbit carcass decomposition successful, obtained 10 portions of rabbit meat, 1 portion of rabbit skin. Wild chicken carcass decomposition successful, obtained 5 portions of wild chicken meat, 1 magic crystal. It seems that the higher the level, the greater the chance of dropping magic crystals. Bai Yu ordered the skeletons before her. She crouched down, tilting her head while hugging her knees, extending her finger to begin calculations on the ground. With 20 points of magic power, requiring 20 minutes to recover. A skill cooldown of 5 minutes, and a skill consumption of 3 points. What was that again? Bai Yu doodled on the ground, feeling somewhat dim-witted since becoming a girl. In 30 minutes, she could summon 6 skeletons. In an hour, that would be 12, and over an 8-hour day, that amounts to 96 skeletons. Adding the 10 summoned daily from crystals, wouldn't she be conjuring over 100 skeleton soldiers in a single day? That totals to 700 in a week. Directly employ the strategy of overwhelming numbers. Bai Yu stood tall, raising her small hand, instantly filled with confidence. Slaying chickens is relatively simple, and rabbits can also be dispatched. But currently, the skeletal soldiers are of a low level, making hunting wild boars rather inefficient. She turned and entered the castle, making her way to the storeroom, where she beheld the neatly stacked provisions in the corner. The state of the food upon entering the storeroom remains unchanged when taken out, which is rather advantageous. At least the food will never spoil. Bai Yu envisioned having the skeletal soldiers hunt monsters to gain experience, thus upgrading both her troops and herself, and allowing for an increase in numbers. With a larger army, acquiring wood and stone would become a trivial matter. This lady, this esteemed individual, is truly a genius. Chapter 5, Business Opportunities. Bai Yu squatted in boredom, waiting for the skeletal soldiers to engage in hunting while observing other lords boast in the world chat, for indeed, this was the sole source of entertainment available. However, Bai Yu found it perplexing. This is a battle royale among myriad races, a survival game. Why then, are they engaged in idle chatter in the world chat? Her mind was filled with questions she yearned to voice, yet she feared being regarded as naive by this crowd. The inhabitants of this world possess a remarkable capacity for acceptance. At that moment, within the fair trading post of the myriad races, numerous lords had listed various resources for trade. Feeling rather bored, Bai Yu clicked in. 1 portion of food was being offered in exchange for 10 portions of wood or 5 portions of stone. At the end of this trade notice, she noticed a gray horizontal line. Several other messages followed. 1 portion of food was available for 20 portions of wood or 10 portions of stone. This particular trade notice had a red upward arrow following it. Bai Yu seemed to grasp the meaning. The gray line likely represented the system's determined market price, while the red upward arrow indicated a price above the market rate, signaling that such trades would be disadvantageous for the lords. Conversely, when a lord offered 20 portions of wood for 1 portion of food, the indication was a green downward arrow, signifying a small profit for that lord. Yet, Bai Yu observed that the orders for trading food for wood and stone were almost instantly fulfilled, whereas the reverse, trading wood and stone for food, took an eternity without any takers. What did this signify? It illustrated that these lords, having just begun their ventures, considered food a precious commodity, thus willing to pay several times the market price. In contrast, few were inclined to trade basic resources for food. After all, Bai Yu's troops were undead, who had no need for sustenance. However, the other lords were not so fortunate. They not only needed to eat themselves, but also had to feed their troops. Starving units would lose loyalty, a fact Bai Yu had just gleaned from the world chat. It was difficult to imagine how much food those lords who summoned dragons would require in the early stages. Most lords still possessed the means to acquire food, but it had to be just enough for themselves and their troops, leaving little surplus for trade. They also had to collect stone and wood, among other resources. In essence, as long as Bai Yu retained a portion of food for her own consumption, the remainder could be entirely traded away. Thus, one can swiftly procure both stone and wood resources. The skeleton soldiers not only allow the troops, and Bai Yu herself, to level up, but they can also generate additional soldiers while astonishingly yielding stone and wood. Truly, this is a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers. The phrase to kill 3 birds with 1 arrow resonates better. This feels much more satisfying. Recognizing a lucrative opportunity, Bai Yu decided to act promptly. Currently, she has 120 portions of wild boar meat, 10 portions of wild rabbit meat, and 10 portions of wild chicken in her storage. Upon inspection, each portion appears to weigh around 1 kilogram, sufficient to satiate a lord's hunger for a meal. However, for Bai Yu, a single portion would barely suffice for half a serving. What would be an appropriate price? With her chin resting on her hand, she pondered the information displayed in the marketplace. If one does not strive for oneself, divine retribution shall ensue. I have made my decision. Trading initiated by Shui Huang Fortress. 1 portion of food for 40 portions of wood or 20 portions of stone. Remaining quantity, 100 portions. Others can afford to mark up prices 2 or 3-fold. Surely, a 4-fold increase is not unreasonable. Moreover, I am offering 100 portions at once. With billions of people in the mix, I refuse to believe no one will exchange. Bai Yu continued to linger at the castle gates, her fingers incessantly refreshing the marketplace information. Within 10 seconds, a flurry of messages appeared before her. Successfully traded 1 portion of food for 20 portions of stone. Successfully traded 10 portions of food for 400 portions of wood. Successfully traded 20 portions of food for 400 portions of stone. In mere moments, the 100 portions of food she had listed were entirely traded. She garnered 2,000 portions of wood and 1,000 portions of stone. A delightful revelation awaited her. The marketplace charged no transaction fees. The items from successful trades were automatically transferred to her storage. Upgrading the castle required only 1,000 portions of wood and 500 portions of stone. The time had come to elevate her castle. Bai Yu accessed the castle interface and decisively chose to upgrade. The upgrade was completed instantaneously. She glanced at the castle's information. The enhancement was minuscule, suggesting that subsequent upgrades would be a protracted endeavor. The only noticeable change was a slight increase in health and a broader territory. Bai Yu had anticipated the unlocking of new functionalities, yet nothing of the sort occurred. Disappointment crept in, prompting her to resume her conversations in the world chat. Oh, have I become famous? Bai Yu noticed a multitude discussing her. Old 8, Shuahuang Fortress S big shot. I just took a moment for a snack and poof. 100 portions of food are gone. Little horned cow. To the one above, if you've already indulged, what more food do you need? Boss Pai, Shuahuang Fortress S big shot. I am your long-lost sister, Haijiba. Blackwood Ear. Which big shot still has food? I have plenty of wood to trade. Behemoth Lord, surely, you don't share the same unit type as me, do you? Are you a behemoth as well? Kaiji. To the one above, I suspect you have a pin hidden in your pocket. Boiling Lamb, seeking friend requests. Black Little Tiger, stop calling out. Another big shot is selling food. Upon reaching this point, Bai Yu accessed the trading platform and discovered that a lord named Flame Spirit had initiated a transaction, offering a total of 30 portions of food. Moments later, another lord, known as Otto's son-in-law, also commenced a trade, this time with 50 portions of food. Both transactions featured a 4-fold premium, leading Bai Yu to surmise that these two individuals likely possessed units that did not require sustenance, much like her own. The Flame Spirit was relatively understandable. It likely commanded elemental units, which naturally do not require food. However, what of Otto's son-in-law? Could it be that the units he summoned were akin to Ultraman? Yet, even Ultraman is not viable, as its duration is limited to merely 3 minutes. With billions of people worldwide, it is inevitable that some would recruit formidable units, such as behemoths, trolls, titans, and dragons. Additionally, there are those who may summon food-independent units, including vampires, demons, earth creatures, golems, elementals, and plant types, among others. Nevertheless, even if such units were recruited, the sheer scale of the global population renders them relatively scarce. Even if all these individuals were to sell food, the market would easily absorb it, posing no threat to Bai Yu. Moreover, given that this was merely the first day, most lords were still in dire need of provisions. Perhaps in the coming days, the importance of food would diminish, making it a critical focus for now. Alright, time to roll up my sleeves and get to work. Bai Yu was brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 6. Upgrades and Transactions. Oh. Bai Yu felt a warm surge coursing through her body, and moments later, she was invigorated. Congratulations, Lord, on reaching Ordinary Level 3. What a delightful feeling. Bai Yu mused, already looking forward to her next breakthrough. It was the experience gained from defeating skeletons in the wild that propelled her to this level. She had been engrossed in the world chat and overlooked the notifications of her victories. Bai Yu sensed that her strength had indeed increased. While she may not be able to fell a large water buffalo with a single blow, defeating a seasoned master with a flurry of punches was well within her capabilities. She eagerly opened her status panel, though the attributes available for enhancement left her somewhat perplexed. My level 3 seems comparable to that of a level 1 skeleton soldier? Bai Yu pondered whether her status as a boxing champion had granted her a significant advantage over most others from the outset. Alas, she was finally experiencing the drawbacks of her delicate constitution. She noted that several of the skeleton soldiers appeared different from before. Not only had they grown taller, but their presence also radiated a distinct power. Unit name, Skeletal Warrior. Level, Ordinary Level 3. Experience can be gained through combat. The name had changed. Did this signify a promotion to the 3rd tier? Bai Yu felt a surge of joy and quickly examined her other units. Indeed, it was so. She looked at the 3 skeletal warriors before her, each towering around 2 meters, their original bone shields and knives having transformed into massive skeletal long swords, glistening with newfound luster. Yes, they must have hardened. Besides the 3 skeletal warriors, the remaining 9 had also reached level 2. Subsequently, Bai Yu retrieved the Judgment Scythe, preparing to embark on her plan for mass recruitment. To her surprise, she discovered that the information regarding the Judgment Scythe had also undergone a transformation. Companion Weapon, Scythe of Judgment. Quality, Commander Level Weapon, Upgradable. Active Skill, Necromancy, 2nd tier. Passive Skill, Attack inflicts soul damage and withering effect. Slain adversaries are transformed into undead. The Necromancy, 2nd tier, allows for the summoning of double the number of skeletal soldiers. The additional passive skill implies that the wild creatures I vanquish with my scythe will directly convert into undead. With the active skill of Necromancy now upgraded to the 2nd tier, Bai Yu intends to experiment with the carcass of a nearby wild chicken. She invokes the Necromancy. Magic points, 2730. The magic cost remains at 3 points per invocation. However, Bai Yu discovers that the skeletal soldiers emerging from the wild chicken's carcass have doubled from 1 to 2. Moreover, these skeletal soldiers retain their original level, albeit still locked. It appears that my invaluable scythe is the source of this enhancement. She feels a surge of delight, as this means she can summon a greater number of skeletal soldiers. After spending an hour casting necromancy on all the corpses, she has summoned a bounty of 12 skeletons, 5 wild boar, 2 wild boar of level 2, and 30 wild chickens. In total, Bai Yu has conjured 90 level 1 skeletal soldiers and 24 level 2 skeletal soldiers. However, this 2nd tier necromancy is limited to summoning double the skeletal soldiers. To summon other types of undead in greater numbers, further upgrades will be necessary. Adding to the original summoned skeletons, Bai Yu now commands a total of 126 skeletons, including 3 skeletal warriors, 33 level 2 skeletal soldiers, and 90 level 1 skeletal soldiers. The mere half-day has left her in awe of the possibilities. She promptly disassembles all the corpses. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully disassembling the spoils. You have acquired 140 portions of wild boar meat, 80 portions of hare meat, and 200 portions of wild chicken meat. A bountiful harvest indeed. These provisions can be exchanged for a significant amount of stone and wood. Bai Yu does not forget to verify the passive skill of the Scythe of Judgment. Noticing a wild chicken pecking in the grass not far from the castle gate. Bring me that wild chicken alive, Bai Yu commands, pointing towards the thicket. The 3 skeletal warriors spring into action, effortlessly capturing the chicken with their 10 points of agility, far surpassing their previous agility of 5 points. One skeletal warrior holds the chicken by its neck, presenting it before Bai Yu. Cluck, cluck. The chicken struggles, attempting to perform for Bai Yu in hopes of being spared. Yet, what awaits it is the sharp edge of the scythe. In an instant, it is cleaved in 2 and falls to the ground. A magic circle appears over the carcass, and a skeletal soldier emerges, indistinguishable from those summoned through magic. The only difference is that the creatures slain with the scythe do not consume magic points during the summoning of undead. Each method has its own advantages and disadvantages. Subsequently, Bai Yu disassembles the carcass and commands all 126 skeletons to venture forth and hunt. With the limited space of the castle, as the number of skeletal soldiers increases, they can only expand their territory outward from the castle. Over 100 skeletal soldiers ventured into the wild, and as dusk approached, one could only speculate on the number of corpses that would accumulate. Bai Yu seemed to have discovered a path to prosperity. To attain wealth, one must first conquer the wilderness. She resolved to take advantage of her modest appetite, feeling no hunger at present, and decided to put all 400 portions of food on the market at once. Xiaohuang Fort initiates a transaction. Once again, the familiar transaction and recipe sparked lively discussions among the onlookers as Bai Yu's offering hit the trading platform. Bubble. Impressive, esteemed leader. Raging warrior. I am genuinely curious about what unit you command, managing to acquire 500 portions of food in just one morning. Real man in 5 seconds. I humbly request a strategy guide. My unit is farmers, and the surrounding area is desert. My troops are now too famished to work. Harder than diamond. Same here, surrounded by grasslands with no wood to chop and no stone to mine. Will someone spare me some food? Two-faced turtle. Are internet beggars emerging? I loathe online beggars. If you have no food, then perish, for I have plenty. Does that upset you? Peachy cool. A sycophant mocking an internet beggar. How delightful. Observing the heated exchanges among several irate individuals in the global chat, Bai Yu shook her head in disbelief. Truly, these keyboard warriors could find a reason to argue over anything. Chapter 7. The Young Lady's Wardrobe. In less than 5 minutes, the 400 portions of food Bai Yu had listed were snatched up entirely. She acquired a total of 6,000 units of wood and 3,000 units of stone. Bai Yu could upgrade her castle once more. Although she was unaware of the specific benefits of upgrading the castle, she believed it was the right course of action. Unit 3 had unique transformations. Perhaps the castle did too. In an instant, 2,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone vanished from her warehouse. Castle level 3. Territorial area, a radius of 1,500 meters. Upgrade requirements. For wood, 2 stone. Initially expecting little change upon reaching level 3. The castle suddenly prompted a notification. Congratulations, Lord, for upgrading the castle to level 3. You have received a random special building blueprint. How delightful to receive a special reward. She promptly claimed the random blueprint, which appeared to be an ordinary design, lacking any distinctive features. Special building blueprint. Young lady's wardrobe. Building level, none. Function 1. The wardrobe possesses self-cleaning capabilities. Function 2. It can repair all garments within the wardrobe. Function 3. Increases the favorability of other lords towards the lord, applicable only to those with neutral or higher favorability. Construction materials, 1 magic crystal. Huh, a wardrobe? Bai Yu was taken aback, her mouth agape. Could this item truly have any relevance to a lord's warfare? Fortunately, it required only 1 magic crystal for construction, and a level 2 pigeon could drop 1. Thus, she felt no qualms. Built. With 1 magic crystal diminished from her warehouse, Bai Yu proceeded to her bedroom. The furnishings within were quite rudimentary, consisting solely of a bed and 4 walls weathered by time, with no other structures in sight. In this moment, an enormous wardrobe materialized within the bedroom, spanning an entire wall. Its palette of soft blue and pink tones exuded a charming simplicity, yet it was far from monotonous. With a sense of curiosity, she pushed open the wardrobe doors and was once again taken aback. Inside, a dazzling array of garments was meticulously arranged, an entire cabinet filled with clothing, numbering at least in the thousands, evoking the illusion of a marketplace where all store offerings were gathered in one place. The wardrobe was divided into 4 distinct sections: tops and women's trousers, sets, petite garments and assorted socks, and finally, shoes. The section for petite garments was the smallest, followed closely by the shoe section. The clothing within encompassed nearly every type imaginable for women, from traditional attire to modern pieces. A whole row was dedicated to pleated skirts. Of course, there were also the everyday staples: shirts, dresses, bodycon skirts, low-cut gowns, shorts, long trousers, and form-fitting clothing. What truly captivated Bai Yu, causing her to nearly swoon, was the petite garments section, which contained an assortment of intimate apparel, everything from whimsical cartoon prints to delicate lace and sporty designs. There were white ankle socks, thigh-highs, knee-highs, and pantyhose, including her former favorite, a pair of semi-transparent black stockings adorned with some cryptic lettering. Naturally, no wardrobe would be complete without shoes. There were sneakers, casual shoes, flip-flops, little leather shoes, and even stilettos, all standard size 36. It was only then that Bai Yu realized that all the clothing was tailored to her measurements. Even the tank tops were perfectly suited to her bust size. Thoughtfully, the wardrobe featured an adjustable function, facilitating access for someone of her modest height of 1.6 meters. Moreover, it boasted a repair function for garments, suggesting the possibility of a whimsical, hands-on experience. Feeling a surge of excitement, Bai Yu longed to don the exquisite clothing and embark on a delightful adventure. After all, she was alone in this realm. Why not indulge? But wait, Bai Yu, what are you doing? Do not let desire cloud your judgment. This is a magical continent, a land of lords and warfare. Danger lurks at every corner. Suddenly, her mind cleared. She grasped her impulsive right hand with her left, suppressing the urge to act further. Matters of importance must take precedence. Cursed wardrobe, you disrupt my resolve. Nevertheless, having clothing is certainly advantageous. One cannot simply remain in the same attire here. Bai Yu exited the bedroom, already contemplating how to reward herself later that evening. The warehouse still held 4,000 units of wood and 2,000 units of stone, sufficient to elevate the castle to the next level. Currently, The wood and stone had no other purpose, prompting Bai Yu to opt for the continued upgrading of her castle. The enhancements merely increased health and territory, nothing particularly remarkable. At present, her warehouse was devoid of food, wood, and stone, leaving her to await the evening's harvest of wild creatures. As for the wild boar tusks, pig skins, and rabbit pelts in the warehouse, she speculated they were likely consumables for crafting equipment, though her current level had yet to unlock such features. However, Bai Yu's undead units not only possessed the ability to change class, but also came equipped with their own weapons, rendering the need for such materials unnecessary. It seemed she would have to wait to sell these materials at a later time. Although other lords could surmise that these materials might be utilized for crafting equipment, they remained oblivious to their specific functions and would certainly refrain from engaging in reckless trade. Suddenly, standing in the castle courtyard, Bai Yu caught sight of a colossal, unidentified creature soaring through the sky. Was it some kind of monstrous bird? As the enigmatic being descended, coming ever closer, Bai Yu finally discerned its true nature. Goodness, it was a dragon. A magnificent blue and white dragon, approximately 50 meters in length, its expansive wings casting a shadow over the land, emanating a chilling aura that caused countless ice crystals to cascade from its presence. The dragon ultimately landed with grace upon a snow-capped mountain not far from the castle. A western dragon, residing upon the snowy heights, adorned in hues of blue and white. Bai Yu speculated it must be an ice dragon, for this was indeed a fantastical realm. In the novels of her past life, dragons were portrayed as beings of unparalleled power, the epitome of life forms. She had not anticipated that such a creature would dwell upon that snow-covered peak. Initially, she assumed the mountain would harbor formidable wild beasts, but never could she have imagined encountering such a high-tier creature. The distance from the snow mountain to Bai Yu's castle was not excessively far, yet the mountain's towering height made it visible to her. An urgent sense of apprehension welled within her. Bai Yu did not wish to see her castle expand in size only to become a meal for the dragon once the 7-day novice protection period expired. She had just begun to experience the joys of life. Chapter 8. The Special Structure, Throne of Bones. Here it comes again. Bai Yu had been vigilantly monitoring the system time, and after a full 15 minutes, the breakthrough concluded. She shook herself awake, stretching her limbs, slightly stiff from the influx of blood. Observing her attributes nearing 10 points on her panel, she noted that her magical power had not increased, but her life force had risen by 50 points. This enhancement was something she could distinctly perceive. As evening approached, Bai Yu gazed at the skeleton soldiers returning triumphantly, a slight smile gracing her lips, revealing 2 adorable little tusks. Currently, she had not detected any signs of local factions nearby. The area was predominantly populated by low-level wild creatures, the strongest merely at level 3, consisting of wild boars, hares, wild chickens, and antelopes, all of which were easily vanquished by Bai Yu's army of the undead. Of course, the ice dragon upon the snowy peak was an exception. Bai Yu needed to seize the moment to cultivate her strength, aiming to capture that ice dragon as a mount. The thought of riding a dragon was exhilarating. As she tirelessly cast her necromantic summoning spells, she envisioned her dominion over the world. At this moment, her warehouse contained a total of 900 portions of food. Although she had amassed 500 portions in just one morning with a mere handful of skeletons, she understood that the wild creatures surrounding her castle were not infinite. After a morning of hunting, the number of wild beasts roaming nearby had evidently diminished. Collecting 900 portions of food in the span of an afternoon was already a considerable bounty. Her magic crystals had reached a count of 155. Yet she still possessed no spirit cores. Bai Yu speculated that spirit cores may only drop from higher-level wild beasts. The skeletal army has once again welcomed new members. And now Bai Yu's Legion of the Undead can only be described as terrifying. It comprises 2 level 4 skeletal warriors, 10 level 3 skeletal warriors, 67 level 2 skeleton soldiers, and 150 level 1 skeleton soldiers. Most of the level 1 skeleton soldiers were summoned by Bai Yu through necromantic magic, their levels unable to advance beyond the initial state. The power of the level 4 skeletal warriors has increased by 3 points compared to their level 3 counterparts, with agility rising by 2 points. Bai Yu has also made a curious observation. Despite the passage of an entire day, she does not feel hunger. This peculiar phenomenon might be linked to her awakened necromantic bloodline, endowing her with certain traits of the undead. Such is her conjecture. For it is uncommon for a normal person to go an entire day without hunger. Initially, she suspected it might be due to her limited food intake. Once again, she placed 900 units of food on the fair trade market for all races. The announcement, transaction initiated at the crumbling yellow fortress, drew the attention and astonishment of onlookers, who had never witnessed such a quantity of food before. As she delightedly observed the world chat, a system notification abruptly interrupted her joyful contemplation. Night falls, wild creatures receive double enhancements, with a risk of high-level monsters appearing. So the night brings a frenzied state. Would double attributes lead to double drops? Bai Yu did not dwell on the potential emergence of formidable monsters, considering the desolate surroundings. Surely, high-level creatures could not materialize out of thin air. Moreover, the undead are immortal. They should make the most of their infinite stamina. The 7-day novice protection period is a crucial time to gain an advantage over other lords. The world chat continued its fervent discussions, shifting its focus from Bai Yu herself to the onset of night. As she gazed at the incessantly flashing system notifications, she momentarily lost focus, and before she knew it, all 900 units of food had vanished in an instant. Bai Yu received a total of 18,000 units of wood and 9,000 units of stone. Upgrade conditions: 6 wood, 3 stone. She chose to upgrade once more. At this point, her castle had reached level 5, expanding its size significantly. Bai Yu noticed there were still 12 units of wood and 6 units of stone in her warehouse, sufficient for another upgrade. She anticipated that reaching level 6 might unlock a special building, hoping it would be something of merit. Castle level 6. Territory area: 4,000 meters in radius. Upgrade conditions: 10 wood, 5 stone. Congratulations, Lord. Your castle has reached level 6, granting you a random special building blueprint. Indeed, Bai Yu's hypothesis was validated. Every third level yielded a special blueprint. She claimed her reward and examined the blueprint details. Special building blueprint: Throne of Bones. Building level: King. Function 1. Increases the loyalty of troops to the Lord. Function 2. Within the territory, both the Lord and troops gain a level in strength, effective for below King level. In the realm of Function 3, within the castle, the experience gained by the Lord is amplified 15-fold, applicable to ranks below the King. The construction materials required include 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, 100 units of magic crystals, and 10 spirit cores. This time, the discovery was quite fortunate, as it turned out to be a blueprint for a royal-grade structure, which exuded an air of sophistication. A smile graced Bai Yu's lips. Relieved that it was not some trivial item, she gazed at the 3 functions of the Bone Throne. Clearly impressive, the ability to enhance the Lord's experience was particularly notable. All skeleton soldiers within her domain would unconditionally advance a level, allowing over 100 skeletons that could not be upgraded to temporarily ascend to level 2. After a week, she would relish the opportunity to witness who truly commanded the beast tide. Bai Yu tucked a strand of white hair behind her ear, exuding confidence as she spoke. However, the function that raised the loyalty of her troops left her somewhat perplexed. It seemed rather superfluous. Her skeleton soldiers were already endowed with a loyalty level of 100%. Moreover, the construction materials appeared excessively costly. 10 spirit cores were required, and she currently possessed not a single one, having never even encountered them. As darkness enveloped the land, the blood moon hung above the lords, radiating a faint crimson glow, casting an eerie light upon the magical continent where visibility was severely limited. Bai Yu's territory had now expanded to a radius of 4,000 meters, translating to a diameter of 8,000 meters. For the newly appointed lords in this magical realm, such an area was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, she sensed the presence of another creature encroaching upon her territory. In the distance, a white silhouette, approximately the size of a wild boar, came into view. However, due to the distance, Bai Yu could not discern its features. But she could access information about entities within her domain. Chapter 9. Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Bai Yu promptly summoned the information regarding this unidentified creature. Unit name: Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Race: Howling Moon Wolf Clan. Level: Ordinary level 5. Skills: None. At last, Bai Yu comprehended the identity of the white figure. It was a wolf, likely out hunting under the cover of night. Astonishingly, it was a level 5 wolf, possessing strength comparable to her level 4 skeletal warriors, yet its agility surpassed that of the skeletal warriors by a notable 8 points. With only 2 level 4 skeletal warriors at her disposal, she was uncertain if they could best this level 5 Howling Moon Silver Wolf. The other skeleton soldiers were of too low a level, their attributes rendering them incapable of contending with the wolf's heightened agility. Typically, wolves are social creatures, and while Bai Yu was unaware of the origins of this lone wolf, she commanded her 2 level 4 skeletal warriors and 10 level 3 skeletal warriors to launch an attack on the level 5 Howling Moon Silver Wolf. It was not a mere dog, showing no interest in the bony entities that approached. As the skeletal warriors drew near, the wolf's white ears perked up, clearly alert to their presence. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf nimbly evaded the skeletal warriors' ambush, turning to snarl and bare its teeth at them, as if it believed they sought to compete for its prey. Immediately seizing the opportunity, it lunged forward to bite, deprived of its bone blade. The skeletal warrior could only attack with its arm, which was swiftly torn off by the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. It attempted to crush the bone, but alas, the bone was too resilient, forcing it to spit it out. Clearly, it was not destined to serve as a mere hound. The level 4 skeletal warrior stood no chance against the level 5 Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Fortunately, the skeletal warriors were numerous, and soon the Howling Moon Silver Wolf sustained injuries. In contrast, even the decapitated skeletal warriors remained unscathed. Surrounded by the skeletal warriors, the bloodied Howling Moon Silver Wolf continued to glare fiercely at its adversaries. In the distance, crows perched upon a withered tree took flight, startled by the wolf's howls. At that moment, Bai Yu discerned the origin of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. It had descended from the nearby snow-capped mountains. Presently, several howling moon silver wolves, having heard the howl of their kin, raced down the mountainside. As Bai Yu's territory expanded, it drew ever closer to that snow-capped peak. It turned out that the mountains were home not only to frost giants, but also to howling moon silver wolves. Soon, the additional 7 or 8 level 5 wolves joined the fray, and with their nocturnal attributes doubled, a single strike from them could obliterate even the level 4 skeletal warriors, let alone the other skeletal soldiers. In a swift command, Bai Yu ordered all skeletal soldiers to surround the howling moon silver wolves, with their high attack and low defense. Even a skeletal soldier with a mere level 1 could inflict damage. As the battle wore on, it seemed the pack of howling moon silver wolves realized their adversaries could not be vanquished and, in a bid to protect their kin, began to retreat. Ultimately, only 2 howling moon silver wolves were slain. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully defeating a level 5 howling moon silver wolf, earning 50 experience points. The spoils can be decomposed. It was not that the skeletal warriors were weak. Rather, the shortcomings of the lowest tier of undead, the skeletal soldiers, were too glaringly evident. It was somewhat regrettable that they could not eradicate the entire pack in one fell swoop. Bai Yu sighed, hoping fervently that she wouldn't be faced with 10 skeletal soldiers the following day. The nearby wild creatures had fled in terror from the howling moon silver wolves, compelling the skeletal soldiers to venture further from the castle to hunt. However, as the undead, Bai Yu had no cause for concern regarding the safety of her skeletal soldiers. Though only 2 wolves had fallen, they were formidable level 5 skeletal warriors. Excitedly, Bai Yu employed necromantic summoning magic on the 2 howling moon silver wolves. A magic circle materialized beneath their corpses, from which 2 skeletal warriors emerged. This brought her experience points to a remarkable 20. Bai Yu seemed to have discerned a pattern. Aside from the significant enhancements during the transition from level 2 to level 3, the attribute increases for other levels were fixed. For instance, with each level gained, a skeletal warrior's strength increased by 3 points and agility by 2. Contemplating this further fueled her frustration. So many level 5 skeletal warriors had been lost, and she lamented, "Oh, how unfortunate." Decompose. Bai Yu exclaimed with irritation. Decomposition of the howling moon silver wolf's corpse successful, yielding 80 wolf meat from magic crystals and 4 spirit cores, double drop. To her delight, spirit cores had been acquired. Bai Yu's mood shifted dramatically, her joy as swift as the turning of a page. The double attributes signify a double drop rate. Opportunity accompanies risk. Had Bai Yu not been a necromancer unit, but rather any other type of soldier, countless lives would likely have perished that night. Yet, she soon pondered the loss of so many spirit cores, causing her petite face to fall once more. It seemed the barracks could be upgraded. She recalled that the requirements for upgrading the barracks included 100 magic crystals and 1 spirit core. Bai Yu had long since possessed the requisite 100 magic crystals, but had struggled to obtain a spirit core. Now, she had finally acquired not just 1, but 4. Currently, Bai Yu speculated that only beings of level 5 or above had a chance to drop spirit cores. The information was scarce, so she marked a question mark in her notebook for future reference. First, to upgrade the barracks. Necromancer Crystal, Level 2, Unique Barracks. Level 2 barracks can summon skeletons, zombies, wraiths, and death knights, randomly 10. There is a slight chance of summoning a higher level unit, and an extremely low probability of summoning a race overlord. Requirements for upgrading the barracks: 1,000 magic crystals, 10 spirit cores. The summoning remained at 10 units, but now included the Death Knight as a new unit type, with the probability of higher level units increased by 1. However, the materials required for the next upgrade had escalated tenfold. Bai Yu felt somewhat exasperated, having anticipated that upgrading the barracks would at least double the daily summons from 10 to 20, only to find that while the quantity remained unchanged, other aspects had altered. As for the exceedingly low probability of summoning a race overlord, she dismissed it as mere nonsense, seriously doubting the legitimacy of such odds. Perhaps 0, 0, 1, or even 0, 0, 0, 1. What might be summoned? The Skeleton King? Or perhaps the Lich King? Each summoning felt akin to a tenfold lottery draw since the random single summons were separate, preventing a lucky day from yielding a higher level unit amidst the remaining 9 being of lesser quality. Consequently, despite the equal probability for the 3 main unit types, Bai Yu found herself with 10 consecutive summons of only skeleton soldiers. Who could she turn to for justice in this matter? Stripping off her clothes, she made her way to the bathroom to take a cold shower. What? You inquire why a cold shower? Because there was no hot water. This vintage Western-style castle was abysmally lacking in amenities. Having merely water was already a blessing, allowing for a barely adequate bath. As for hot water, what a fanciful thought. Thankfully, the bed was quite clean, albeit bearing a hint of age. Bai Yu settled in, slipping under the covers in her natural state. Chapter 10, The Skeletal Dragon King. Lying in bed, drowsy, Bai Yu suddenly recalled something. Wait, could she summon units again at the stroke of midnight? Summoning them at that hour would allow her units to hunt throughout the night, thus providing a greater bounty of food. Bai Yu accessed the system interface and glanced at the time, realizing it was just 11 o'clock. There was still ample time. What should she do? Perhaps. Half an hour later, Bai Yu stumbled out of her room, casually donning a loose shirt that showcased her long, slender legs. Slipping on flip-flops, she made her way to the kitchen. Although she wasn't particularly hungry, she felt the urge to sample something. She wondered what the meat in this otherworldly realm might taste like. Shortly thereafter, Bai Yu emerged with a roasted pork chop that was larger than her own face. With both hands gripping the hefty chop, she opened her mouth wide and took a bite. The wild boar meat was remarkably chewy. No matter how fiercely she bit with her small canine teeth, she could not break through. Instead, she had to tug at the chop with both hands. Eventually, she succeeded in tearing off a piece to savor in her mouth. By this time, the area where she had bitten into the chop was already coated with her saliva. Despite the meat being grilled to a firm texture, it was surprisingly delicious. Bai Yu's eyes sparkled. She had anticipated it to be rather unpalatable. After finishing the pork chop, her petite mouth and hands were greasy and sticky. It took her quite some time to clean herself up, and by then, the clock was nearing midnight. She spent a few moments watching the world chat to pass the time. Finally, the system clock struck 12. Bai Yu had been waiting beside the barracks, and the familiar prompt reappeared. The undead crystal has finished charging. Would you like to recruit immediately? Taking a deep breath, she glanced at the options and decisively selected yes. Urgency enveloped her as she invoked the dragon warrior's blessing. The undead crystal once again radiated a green glow, from which gradually emerged 10 silhouettes. Among them, one figure was particularly colossal, measuring over 10 meters in length and 5 meters in height. The other figures were relatively similar in size, mostly resembling skeletal soldiers. Bai Yu was instantly captivated by the massive figure. Fortune has smiled upon her at last. She finally discerned the summoned units: a gigantic bone dragon, 3 zombies, 2 specters, and 4 undead knights. A splendid array of primary units. The bone dragon lowered its skeletal head to the ground, its eyes ablaze with blue flames, its wings sprawled out. Esteemed queen, your servant greets you. Both the bone dragon and the specters unexpectedly spoke in human tongues, startling Bai Yu. However, she quickly realized that high-tier undead possessed intelligence. Specters, being spiritual undead, were among the few lower-tier undead that exhibited wisdom. Before her appeared the information panels for the 4 unit types. The bone dragon was clearly the most advanced creature here, and she eagerly chose to examine its details first. Bone Dragon King, unnamed. Prompt: you have summoned the ruler of the Bone Dragon clan. Growth limit: divine level. Active skill: Ethereal Dragon Breath. Ethereal Dragon Breath exhales a soul fire of ethereal blue that corrodes the enemy's spirit and freezes their body. Passive skill: Elemental Magic Immunity. Bai Yu gasped in astonishment. To her surprise, it was not merely an ordinary bone dragon, but the Bone Dragon King from its lineage. How extraordinary! Its 3 core attributes surpassed even those of the Silver Wolf of the Howling Moon at level 5. Wait, the growth limit is divine level. Wow. This indicates that the Bone Dragon King has the potential to ascend to divinity. With such high initial attributes, its growth potential far exceeds that of other ordinary units. Bai Yu discovered that the skeletal dragon had additional skills displayed in a gray-locked state, which she surmised were not yet accessible due to her current level being too low. However, since it was a Western dragon, she felt compelled to bestow upon it a name befitting its lineage, ultimately deciding on Arthur. As she named the skeletal dragon, Bai Yu suddenly found that the frost giant dragon atop the snowy mountain seemed less terrifying. Given time to grow, Arthur would undoubtedly surpass the frost giant dragon. She no longer wished to ride the frost giant dragon, for she now possessed a more impressive companion in Arthur. After a moment of delight, she turned her attention to the other 3 ordinary units nearby. The undead knight donned tattered, floating armor, with blue cursed flames flickering within. Beneath it was a skeletal steed, also ablaze with blue flames, wielding a green scythe as its weapon. The big pot and the mud drip scythe are not as appealing as the scythe of the nest. The wraith floated in the air, its ethereal form radiating a chill, adept at soul attacks. In stark contrast, the zombie appeared in a corporeal form, moving sluggishly. It was not the lively, bouncing creature portrayed in Bai Yu's previous Life-S films, nor was it a typical zombie, but rather it bore similarities to one. With no weapon in hand, this zombie seemed even more lackluster than the skeletal soldier. Bai Yu first examined the zombie's attributes, as her disappointment was palpable. Unit name: Zombie. Growth limit: Commander level. To her surprise, such a lackluster zombie had a growth limit of Commander level. Yet its other attributes were identical to those of the skeletal soldier. It seemed that skeletons and zombies were indeed kindred spirits in their mediocrity. Next, she turned her gaze to the wraith's attributes. Unit name: Wraith. Ethereal form. Growth limit: Commander level. The wraith lacked physical strength, instead possessing mental attributes. And as an ethereal being, it was significantly swifter than the skeletal soldier and the zombie. Fortunately, it possessed wisdom, enabling it to communicate. Finally, Bai Yu began to examine the attributes of the Undead Knight, which required upgrading to a level 2 barracks to unlock. Undead Knight. Growth limit: King level. The attributes of strength and agility were considerably higher than those of the skeletal soldier, zombie, and wraith. with a growth limit that was elevated yet not overly extravagant. Overall, it was quite standard. Given that the most ordinary skeletal soldier could promote at level 3, Bai Yu was confident that these units could as well. And she began to feel a burgeoning anticipation. Arthur, take them out to hunt and gain experience. Yes, esteemed queen. Soon, Arthur led the 3 units out of the castle, embarking on a quest for wild game alongside the skeletal soldiers. Yawn. Chapter 11. Promotion in Succession, Great Harvest. Early in the morning, Bai Yu noticed a system announcement. She dressed in a fresh, clean outfit, tossing yesterday's clothing into the wardrobe. She casually donned a white shirt, letting her long white hair cascade down her back, paired with blue denim shorts, and slipped on flip-flops as she stepped outside. She intended to inspect the spoils from the previous night. As time progressed, each lord was amassing power, and in the coming days, food might no longer be a scarce resource. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. The early riser, Bai Yu, had food to sell. Upon arriving at the castle gate, Bai Yu was astonished by the mountain of animal carcasses piled at the entrance. How remarkable to have so many. With Arthur's assistance, even the agile antelopes could be effortlessly hunted. Bai Yu noted that after a night of hunting, Arthur had also reached level 3. Bone Dragon King Arthur. His strength and agility had each increased by 10 points, as had his magical power. Though no new skills had been unlocked, nonetheless, this was already quite formidable. Should they encounter the Howling Moon Silver Wolves at night, Arthur could easily massacre them. As for the 3 zombies, only 2 had leveled up to 2, while 1 remained at 1. Perhaps due to the zombies' lack of cunning in securing kills, a thought Bai Yu could only entertain. The 2 level 2 zombies, not even reaching 3, had yet to advance in class, prompting Bai Yu to forego checking their attributes. In stark contrast, the 2 specters had both ascended to level 3. As incorporeal entities immune to physical attacks, it was exceedingly simple for them to claim kills from the dim-witted skeletal soldiers. King Soul Spirit. The level 3 specters had transformed into King Souls, significantly enhancing their spirit and agility. As one of the 3 foundational soldier types, they still lacked skills, and their attacks remained predominantly soul-based. Although the specters had advanced in class, they did not exhibit significant differences from their previous forms, potentially due to an enhancement in their soul attacks. The most monstrous transformation was undoubtedly that of the Death Knights. The Death Knights had undergone a remarkable change. The original blue flames adorning their bodies had vanished, replaced by a temperatureless red flame, and their sides had morphed into blood-red implements, their physiques now more imposing than ever. Death Knight. The Death Knights had transitioned into Death Knights, a unit unlocked by the second-level barracks, boasting substantially higher growth attributes than the skeletal soldiers. After reviewing the information on her troops, Bai Yu began to examine her own spoils. Of course, she did not tally them herself. The system performed that task automatically. Bai Yu also noticed dozens of unread messages in the upper right corner of her panel. Upon opening them one by one, she discovered they were all notifications of experience gained from defeating wild creatures. Moreover, she realized she had leveled up again. Though she had been unaware of it during her slumber the previous night, she promptly accessed her panel to review her attribute changes. Lord Bai Yu, to her astonishment, within just a day and night, Bai Yu had successfully reached level 5, and she felt that this rate of advancement was quite rapid. In total, she had slain 20 wild boars, 15 antelopes, 35 hares, and 150 wild chickens. Phew, had she disturbed a chicken coop? With so many carcasses, Bai Yu spent the entire morning summoning them all. She felt utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Using magic was indeed incredibly draining. It must be attributed to the recruitment of other troops that this time, the necromantic summoning magic not only conjured skeletal soldiers, but also successfully summoned zombies and specters. Of course, there were also Death Knights, but their numbers paled in comparison to the skeletal soldiers, with zombies and specters being significantly fewer. Bai Yu has come to realize the deceptive nature of this system. She cannot summon a tier 3 zombie, as she has not unlocked that particular unit. Despite her attempts to summon from the corpses of tier 3 wild creatures, she only managed to conjure bone warriors, spectral kings, or Death Knights, yet not a single tier 3 zombie. Once again, the undead army has expanded. One can only wonder how the lord who possesses merely 20 troop types on the following day would react upon witnessing my hundreds of undead warriors. In the realm of online gaming, they are still eons behind me. Bai Yu smirks with pride. Decompose. Decompose. All of it, decompose. In total, I have gathered 800 units of food, 119 magic crystals, and 3 spirit cores. I am destined to become the wealthiest individual on the magical continent. No, the wealthiest woman. I shall claim that title. Chapter 12, A Small Profit. Indeed, with food being so scarce, why not trade food for magic crystals? How could I have been so foolish? A spark of inspiration ignited in Bai Yu's mind. After all, magic crystals are not particularly rare commodities and would be ideal for those lords facing food shortages. However, spirit cores are a different matter altogether. They are high-grade materials that can only be dropped by level 5 or above, tentatively. Bai Yu surmises that not many possess spirit cores, and those who do are likely to be formidable individuals who have summoned powerful troops, thus not lacking in food. Xia Huangbao initiates a trade. 1 unit of food can be exchanged for 40 units of wood, 20 units of stone, or 1 magic crystal. Remaining quantity, 1. 800 units. 1 unit of food for 1 magic crystal seems quite reasonable, does it not? Indeed, it is exceedingly reasonable. She unconsciously nodded. Once Bai Yu's trade was listed on the fair trading exchange for all races, it once again sparked a considerable uproar. Xiao Biao, big shot, I'm a girl. Please take care of me. Iquin, turn off the lights, and I can manage too. Swan pianist, is it that dark? You are the darkest of them all. Keyboard Beethoven, exactly. 1 magic crystal for 1 unit of food? You might as well just rob someone. Only a fool would buy? Thunder King, this is a ridiculous markup. Big shot. You can't be a swindler. I advise you to reconsider. Soon, Bai Yu received a system notification indicating that someone had commenced a trade. However, this time it took significantly longer than before, nearly 10 minutes to complete all transactions. Though she vocally declined, her actions revealed her honesty, even at a higher price. There were still many who would purchase from her, particularly those lords with urgent needs. Additionally, Bai Yu received a multitude of friend requests, so many that the number 999 was no longer adequate, transforming instead into 3 red dots. It was as if her comments in a previous life had suddenly gained immense popularity, arriving alone in this world with no acquaintances or family. She felt no burden and chose to reject all requests with a single click. Is there a misunderstanding? Who would want to recruit you lot? Over 1,800 portions of food. Imagine the sheer volume of materials required. Bai Yu inspected the trading post and ultimately secured a total of 30,000 units of timber, 15,000 units of stone, and 300 magic crystals. This marks an unprecedented bounty. Astonishing. She was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. A triumphant smile gracing her lips. Currently, the special structure, the Throne of Bones, remains beyond her reach due to insufficient soul cores, necessitating further nocturnal hunts for high-level creatures. However, upgrading the castle is well within her capabilities. The supplies in Bai Yu's warehouse have astonishingly reached 34 units of timber and 17 units of stone. Upgrading the castle requires merely 10 units of timber and 5 units of stone, ample supplies indeed. Based on past upgrade conditions, Bai Yu speculated that this time she could elevate the castle by 2 levels, but she must reserve materials for constructing the Throne of Bones. Thus, she can only proceed with a single upgrade for now. As always, it merely enhances her territory and health points. Indeed, the remaining materials are sufficient for another upgrade. Yet she remains untempted. Often, the easiest upgrades yield the most lackluster results. It is known that every 3rd level, 3, 6, 9, unlocks a special building. But when will the castle's upgrades cease? Bai Yu pondered whether it might continue up to level 100. Arthur, from this moment forth, you shall primarily focus on slaying high-level beasts to gain experience, while also scouting for any nearby indigenous forces. The hunting shall be entrusted to the other undead. Yes, esteemed queen. The remaining 444 undead were divided into 3 squads, 2 teams of 100 each tasked with quarrying stone and felling timber, led by several 3rd-level soul kings. The remaining 200 undead continued their hunting duties, but those dispatched for stone and timber were entirely summoned by Bai Yu. And all were of the 1st level. Bai Yu soon discerned that she was not the sole seller of food in the world chat channel. Several lords, including Spirit of Flame and Aught the Prodigal Son, were also engaged in food trade. Aside from a few lords matching Bai Yu's prices, others have begun to reduce their food trade prices, though for now, these are only minor transactions. Large orders like Bai Yu's remain unaffected. The food market's profitability is gradually declining, although Bai Yu's castle continues to upgrade and her territory expands. It must be noted that the surrounding beasts are nearing extinction at the hands of the skeletons. Alas, while labor is infinite, the creatures are finite. Ultimately, Bai Yu resolved to allocate some undead for timber felling and stone quarrying, as they represent an inexhaustible workforce. Even if the zombies are too dim-witted to secure kills for leveling up, surely they can manage to quarry stones and fell trees? Arthur soared above, hunting the beasts around the castle. As the creatures dwindled in number, he leveraged his aerial advantage to venture further afield from the castle. At this moment, Arthur had soared beyond the confines of the castle when he spotted a group of green humanoid creatures below. He surmised they must be native forces. Utilizing his aerial advantage, he dove downward, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath upon the assembly. The green beings, caught off guard, were swiftly encased in ice, their souls extinguished. Only one, resembling a sorcerer and wielding a staff, managed to evade the onslaught with a hasty spell. Raising his hand, he cast a fireball towards Arthur. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Arthur remained unscathed, thanks to his passive skill, elemental magic immunity. The green sorcerer, terrified, turned to flee, but Arthur landed directly in front of him, issuing a fearsome roar. The massive sound wave, imbued with draconic might, radiated outward, causing the green magic user to fall to his knees in terror. Please, spare me, the creature pleaded. Arthur, disregarding its pleas, recognized that this sentient being would possess knowledge of the surrounding factions, and seized it with his foreclaw, taking flight. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, still within the castle, received a system notification. Your troops have achieved a kill. Several messages flashed before her eyes. Confused, she wondered, goblins? Chapter 13. The local forces before long. Bai Yu beheld Arthur soaring towards the castle, clutching a green creature in his claws. Ah, Arthur knows how to capture live prey. Such an intelligent undead is indeed remarkable. The grotesque green being immediately prostrated itself, trembling all over. Respected human warrior, please do not slay me. I will divulge everything. Bai Yu regarded the creature with keen interest. Standing at approximately 1.5 meters, with green skin and 2 pointed ears, it was a goblin. Quite the opportunist, aren't you? It was evidently paralyzed with fear. Never had it encountered such a display, and even the castle's protective barrier instilled a profound sense of danger in it. Soon, the interrogation commenced. Bai Yu posed a question, and the goblin responded. This particular goblin was named Jinatame, and she decided to refer to it as Little Green Bean. Beyond the southern marshes of the castle lay a hidden cavern where Little Green Bean and her goblin tribe resided. Approximately 1,000 goblins had formed a small tribe, and due to their proximity to the snowy mountains and their inherently timid nature, they typically refrained from venturing out during the day. With goblins present, could there also be gremlins? Would finding gremlins lead to fortune? However, Little Green Bean's subsequent words extinguished Bai Yu's hopes. Unlike goblins, gremlins were organized and existed under the rule of the Gremlin King. The prospect of encountering them outside the Gremlin Kingdom was exceedingly slim. A kingdom? How vast must it be? According to Little Green Bean, the strongest member of their tribe was their chief, alongside several level 9 goblin warriors and goblin mages. So formidable? How powerful must the frost dragon on the snowy mountains be? It dawned on her that she was indeed the Little Calamity. On the snow-capped mountains, 2 factions exist. However, it is said that the frost dragon alone possesses the might to contend with the opposing force. This rival faction, of course, is the Howling Moon Wolf clan, which Bai Yu had previously vanquished, comprising over 3,000 members. Among them, it is rumored that there are 7 or 8 elite werewolves, with their leader's power remaining unfathomable. Yet, it is improbable that they have reached the royal level. Otherwise, the goblin tribe would have long perished. Only the Howling Moon Silver Wolves that attain level 7 can transform into werewolves, and the number of werewolves among the Silver Wolf clan is scarce, predominantly lacking intelligence. Moreover, on nights of the full moon, their strength amplifies, and under the moonlight's blessing, even ordinary silver wolves can metamorphose into werewolves. Bai Yu was taken aback. Incredulous at such absurdity, she fell silent, and upon noticing her quietness, the Little Green Bean wisely kept its mouth shut. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired of the Little Green Bean, "Have you discovered any other castles like mine?" The Little Green Bean's expression changed drastically, prompting Bai Yu to sense the anomaly. She pressed her foot firmly upon the Little Green Bean's head. "Speak. I will. Please spare me. There indeed was a castle resembling yours near our tribe. But it has vanished," the Little Green Bean hurriedly pleaded. "Vanished? Elaborate." Bai Yu exerted more pressure. Shortly after the castle appeared, unfamiliar tribesmen emerged and began hunting. Through our conversations, we learned that these tribesmen were enslaved by the castle's master. To rescue them, we devised a plan to lure the humans within the castle out and slay them, the Little Green Bean stammered, its heart racing as it perceived Bai Yu as an accomplice of the one it had slain. What? Bai Yu was bewildered. Is there truly someone so unfortunate? Summoned goblin troops right at their doorstep, only to be deceived and killed by their own kind? How melodramatic. Rest in peace, fellow countrymen. I shall avenge you. Nevertheless, she couldn't resist a quip. You really are quite foolish to venture out of the castle on the very first day. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Bai Yu silently mused that her motives were not driven by resources, but rather a simple desire to avenge her long-lost compatriot. Yes, it must be so. Fortunately, her undead troops were unique. She sighed with relief, realizing that such a fate would likely not befall her. However, the system stated that if a lord perished, the castle would vanish, or if the castle crystal exploded, the lord would meet the same demise. Thus, Bai Yu asked the Little Green Bean, after that human died, did the castle remain? The castle vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. However, we found 500 magic crystals and 5 spirit cores at the original site. The Little Green Bean replied, "Is this the reward for defeating a lord? That seems excessive. If other lords were to learn of this, it would surely lead to chaos. Once the novice protection period ends, the local factions of the magical continent will likely turn upon one another," Bai Yu quietly noted in her little notebook. So, this goblin tribe possesses at least 500 magic crystals and 5 spirit cores? She became even more resolute in her belief to avenge her human compatriot. Subsequently, Bai Yu also learned the reason why this group of goblins dared to roam in daylight. They had set their sights on her. However, little did they know that before this small team could reach her castle, they were discovered by Arthur in the skies above and were swiftly annihilated. "Thank you for telling me so much. Otherwise, I would have remained in ignorance. The outside world is truly terrifying," Bai Yu said with a cheerful smile. Yet, this smile felt somewhat unsettling to the goblins. "Esteemed human warrior, I have said all that I needed to say. I implore you to spare my life." The Little Green Bean pleaded humbly from the ground. "Very well." The Little Green Bean immediately raised its head, gazing at Bai Yu with gratitude. Arthur, send it to meet its ancestors. Although Arthur did not fully understand the meaning behind Bai Yu's words, he sensed a glimmer of murderous intent in his queen's eyes. Before the goblin could feel any joy, Arthur unleashed a breath of dragon fire, transforming the little green bean into an ice sculpture. You scoundrel! Perhaps that was the little green bean's final thought. Nevertheless, this was a level 5 skeletal warrior. How could Bai Yu bear to part with it? Thus, the little green bean would have to remain by Bai Yu's side. Now she possessed 3 level 5 skeletal warriors. How delightful. Your troops have successfully slain the goblin mage, gaining 30 experience points. Disassemble. Successfully disassembled the goblin mage's corpse, obtaining a piece of ordinary leather armor and an ordinary weapon. Note, weapon levels are categorized as ordinary, commander level, king grade, holy, imperial, and divine. Does this little green bean not have any meat? Oh, perhaps it's better that way. The thought is quite revolting. Goblins do not drop food. Instead, they yield equipment, which is utterly useless to Bai Yu. Yet, she seemed to have stumbled upon a new opportunity. Chapter 14, The Zombie Class Change. For now, her power was still too feeble. Arthur was only level 3. If Arthur were at a higher level, he could directly overpower the goblin tribe. As for grinding them down with an army of the undead, Bai Yu had considered that as well. She feared that before even reaching the goblins, her skeletons would be smashed to pieces by a single blow. The disparity was too great. This was not merely a matter of exhausting the enemy, but rather an endeavor that could potentially lead to her own demise. It could take 5 days and nights without any result, further delaying Bai Yu's development. Moreover, the goblins were sentient beings, not imbeciles. If they were unable to win, would they not flee? Even the mindless wild beasts knew to run away. For the moment, it was best not to disturb the grass and startle the snake. Stealth was paramount. Bai Yu recalled what the little green bean had mentioned about the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan on the snowy mountains, and a sense of urgency surged within her. She wondered if Arthur could reach commander level in 7 days. If only she could acquire 4 spirit cores. She would then possess 10, allowing her to construct the Throne of Bones and expedite her upgrades. As for upgrading the barracks, her warehouse was still far from sufficient, requiring 1,000 magic crystals. Currently, she did not even possess 500. Furthermore, compared to upgrading the barracks and unlocking troop types, constructing the Throne of Bones promised greater returns. Bai Yu patted her chest, resolutely placing her hopes on the barracks. Magic value, 3740. Behold, the gray magic circle glimmered upon the form of the little green bean, and a figure gradually materialized, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, clad in black armor. With eyes aglow in crimson, a long, slender blade was sheathed at the waist, an elegant hybrid between a katana and a tang dao. Longer than the former yet straighter than the latter. What a sight. This is not a skeletal warrior. What on earth is this? It is an entirely new species that Bai Yu has never encountered before, the Death Warrior. A Death Warrior. It must be a 3rd-tier evolution of the zombie class. How splendid. Currently, Bai Yu had yet to reach the 3rd tier with her zombies, but now, encountering a brand new undead entity, it must signify a zombie's evolution. Surely, an external zombie fortuitously ascended to the 3rd tier, allowing her the chance to summon it directly. The agility of the Death Warrior surpasses that of its skeletal counterpart of the same level, while its strength is somewhat diminished in comparison. One acts as a tank, the other as a fighter. It is quite comprehensible. Wang Hun is a mage. The Death Knight embodies a hybrid of magic and combat, and as for Arthur, he must belong to the Tyrant tier. Excellent. Bai Yu proceeded with further summoning. The Goddess of Fortune smiled upon her. This time, she did not summon skeletal warriors. Instead, from the corpses of 5 goblins, she conjured 2 level 5 Wang Huns and 3 level 5 Death Warriors. The Undead Knight, unlocked as a tier 2 unit, possesses attributes that are evidently more balanced than those of the skeletal and Death Warriors, lacking any glaring weaknesses. Moreover, can one compare a mounted unit to one that is not? Yet, even the level 5 Death Warriors still do not surpass Arthur's 3rd-tier attributes, a consequence of their differing growth ceilings. The disparity between the upper limits of King tier and Divine tier has been significant from the outset. Perhaps she need not wait for Arthur to reach level 9 to exact vengeance for her compatriots. How delightful. Bai Yu examined the attributes of the 2 level 5 Wang Huns nearby. The mental attributes of the Wang Huns have successfully surpassed 20 points, though it is unfortunate that these summoned skeletons cannot level up. Quite standard, indeed. Otherwise, she had hoped to see if these undead would undergo any transformations upon reaching level 6. After disassembling the goblin corpses, she acquired 5 sets of ordinary equipment, 5 magic crystals, and 1 spirit core, which she promptly stored away. Overall, a minor profit. With 7 spirit cores now, she needs just 3 more. Onward. After a morning of hunting, Arthur successfully leveled up to 4, enhancing his strength once again. Bai Yu now commands 8 level 5 undead and a staggering army of 444 undead below level 5, complemented by the 4th tier Arthur. It is hard to fathom that Bai Yu achieved such formidable power in merely a day and a half. Among the billions of lords in this enchanted realm, few could rival Bai Yu's prowess. Truly, she is a calamity of the undead. However, these undead forces struggle even against the nearby goblins. Sigh. The beauty lamented. Is it possible to summon while engaging in combat? Bai Yu immediately shook her little head. No, that would require her to venture forth, and presently. She is far too weak. After all, the goblins possess leaders. What if she were to meet an untimely end? Very well, you all may go hunting now. Bai Yu issued commands to the skeletal minions. Approaching noon, the skeletal army returned from their hunt once more. Could it be possible that they had truly invaded Kuan-ji's lair? Bai Yu pondered, observing that there were indeed hundreds of wild chickens. Although the meat from these fowl was somewhat inferior to that of wild boars or antelopes, their sheer quantity was advantageous. This allowed Bai Yu to summon yet another wave of undead legions. Your Majesty, we have discovered a chicken coop located 2,400 meters northeast of the castle, and we have eradicated all of them, reported the leading king soul with great respect. Bai Yu extended her small hand, giving a thumbs up to the king soul, exclaiming, well done. However, given her current magical energy and recovery rate, it would take until the afternoon to summon all these wild chickens. The undead army was once again bolstered, with 356 wild chickens representing 356 undead, comprising 45 from Tier 3, 120 from Tier 2, and 191 from Tier 1. Wild chickens, irrespective of their tier, posed no significant challenge. The undead dealt with them as though they were merely fowl. Oh, indeed, they were just chickens. Chapter 15. Invading the pigeon's nest. The summoned undead varied widely, including skeletons, phantoms, zombies, and undead knights. With the addition of these 356 undead, Bai Yu's army swelled to a formidable count of over 900. What? The goblin tribe boasts over 1,000 goblins? Watch me overwhelm them in an instant. Bai Yu clenched her small fist, her eyes ablaze with determination. Once Arthur's level increased further, she would lead the undead army to annihilate the goblin tribe, allowing Arthur to exploit aerial superiority and strike them down from the skies. As for physical attacks, if they were effective, what need would there be for the undead? With a benevolent heart, she decided to let them live a few more days. Alas, dear compatriots, your vengeance shall be delayed. First, let us dismantle my pigeons. Detected 356 wild chicken corpses. Shall we proceed with immediate disassembly? Disassemble. Successfully disassembled all wild chicken corpses, acquiring 1780 portions of food and 167 magic crystals. With an additional 80 portions of wolf meat remaining in storage, the total food count reached 1860. Bai Yu took a brief rest to regain some strength, then rose without hesitation to list all the food for sale. The Scavenger's Fortress has initiated a trade. The listing at Bai Yu's trading post sparked discussions among the idle denizens of the magical continent. As they observed the increasing quantity of food being offered, the lords grew increasingly astonished. The great benefactor of Los Santos, incredible. It's only been a short time, and witnessing this powerhouse's development has shattered my resolve. Siebu Ro, we are but impoverished players. Can we compare to this wealthy magnate? Little Bird Vodka, my lord, with all due respect. Other lords have begun lowering their prices. Why do you still sell at such a high rate? Dijia, if you don't buy, someone else will. Have you not noticed that the low-priced offerings are for minor lords? Titans like Scavenger's Fortress and Otto's son-in-law maintain their original prices. What does that signify? Little Bird Vodka. Dijia, you fool, that signifies I am your father, and you are but a simpleton. Spirit of Flames, I have just listed 500 portions of food. I warmly welcome everyone to engage in trade. Emperor Hero, the esteemed Spirit of Flames has also appeared. Indeed, one cannot compare to such greatness. It's akin to an elderly lady ascending a staircase. One has no choice but to concede. Siebu Ro, Great Spirit of Flames, I wish to bear your offspring. Little Bishan, it's you again. Why do you insist on wanting to procreate with everyone? Are you a forest ancient ape? Have you set your sights on me? I am indeed referring to you, Little Bishan. In less than 2 days, Bai Yu has successfully listed over 2,000 portions of food in the trading hub. She has also uncovered a secret about her own body, realizing that she seemingly possesses traits akin to the undead, even capable of subsisting without food or drink, perhaps due to her low level. She has not yet achieved the pinnacle of infinite stamina. Wait, why is it infinite stamina? Does it imply the necessity to forsake her corporeal form and transform into a skeleton? I would rather perish. Nonetheless, the ability to forego sustenance is rather appealing. I could directly enter a fasting state and embark on my journey of cultivation. How could a celestial being ever defecate, right? Even if she could, it would surely be pink and taste of strawberries. This newfound ability spares Bai Yu considerable inconvenience. Reflecting on her past, when she inhabited a male body, she could relieve herself effortlessly beside any tree. Now, however, she must squat and seek out a restroom to avoid prying eyes. Alas, this wretched sense of shame. She hasn't even had her fill of her own form, let alone allow others to gaze upon it. What? You say there's no one around the castle? That won't do. No living creature should witness. In the Fair Trade Association of all races. In stark contrast to the first day when only a handful of lords were selling food, a multitude of lords now engage in trade. These lords, having caught their breath after a day of development, have come to recognize the immense profits from food trading. They have begun to devise ways for their troops to acquire food, even resorting to selling at lower prices to compete with Bai Yu and others for market share. Bai Yu and several other lords, who also trade food at a fourfold markup, have faced considerable pressure. However, the advantage of Bai Yu's food lies in its abundance and stability, with her supplies being the most voluminous. It is only the second day. By the third and fourth days, it is likely that food sold at a fourfold markup will become unsellable, and by the fifth or sixth day, even at parity, no one may wish to exchange. The price is plummeting with alarming speed. She emits a soft sigh. By that time, even the most lackluster lords will not find themselves lacking this fundamental resource. However, with billions of lords, there will inevitably be a few foolish ones, like that unfortunate compatriot next to Bai Yu's castle. Those foolish lords, who might continually lack food, are unlikely to survive beyond the seventh day of the novice protection period. Should they miraculously endure, they will surely perish in the beast tide that follows. Thus, while Bai Yu's food trading is currently experiencing some impact, it is not overly concerning. With billions of lords, there will always be enough demand. She observes the information in the trading hub. It appears that until the orders for the low-priced food are fulfilled, her own orders will not be addressed. After a full hour, the 1,860 portions of food have finally been successfully traded. After Bai Yu's orders were completed, there were nearly no food orders left on the exchange, only sporadic small orders for food that would vanish in less than a second. However, one particular order caught Bai Yu's attention. A lord named Zhao Shiguer had placed an order for 300 portions of food, all paid for in stone, amounting to a staggering 6,000 units of stone, which was quite rare. Could it be that this lord resided near a vast mountain? Or perhaps the summoned troops were stone golems, allowing for immediate resource acquisition? From Bai Yu's prior experiences with trading orders, including this one, the maximum quantity traded at once rarely exceeded 100 portions of food. Most transactions involved dozens or even just a handful of orders. A lord capable of producing 6,000 units of stone surely would not be lacking in food. This left her both curious and perplexed. Upon reviewing the results of this transaction, Bai Yu acquired a total of 40,000 wood, 20,000 stone, and 360 magic crystals. Most transactions involving magic crystals for food typically involved only 1 or 2 crystals, as many players had few crystals on hand and were in dire need of food, thus exchanging their limited crystals for sustenance. Otherwise, both the lord and his troops would face starvation. What use would those few crystals serve? Through the accumulation of these 1 or 2 crystals, Bai Yu managed to collect 360 magic crystals, and with the additional 660 crystals in her warehouse, she had surpassed the 1,000 mark. Yet now she found herself in a quandary. Just a moment ago, she had refrained from upgrading the barracks due to insufficient magic crystals. But now that she had enough crystals, she lacked spirit cores. Only 3 spirit cores were needed to construct the special building, the Throne of Bones, or to upgrade the crystal. How frustrating it was. 13 more spirit cores would be splendid. Chapter 16, Constructing the Special Building, the Blackwater Altar. Bai Yu hoped that Arthur would procure 3 spirit cores today. She could only rely on him. However, even if he didn't earn any during the day, there was still a chance to encounter high-level troops at night. If the Howling Moon Silver Wolves appeared again tonight, as they had the previous night, she was confident she could capture them all. Putting these thoughts aside, she decided to upgrade her castle to level 1 first. She had previously reserved the necessary materials for constructing the Throne of Bones, and with the 4 wood and 2 stone acquired from the recent food transaction, her warehouse was nearing 100,000 wood and stone. The magical continent referred to her as the Little Tycoon Bai Yu. Upgrade requirements: 12 wood, 6 stone. She glanced once more at the castle's upgrade requirements. Upgrading a level 7 castle required 12,000 wood and 6,000 stone. Without hesitation, Bai Yu clicked to upgrade. As usual, there was no visible change, only an increase in health and area. The cost of upgrade materials had also increased. I'll upgrade again. Castle level 9. Upgrade requirements: 50 wood, 30 stone, 10 iron ingots. Notification: the castle has reached maximum level. Further upgrades will transform it into a town. Congratulations, Lord. You have received a blueprint for a special building. Bai Yu. How much? 50,000 wood and 30,000 stone? Why don't you go rob it? What on earth is this iron ingot? I have never encountered such a thing before. And you expect me to procure 10,000 of them in an instant? Do you think this is as easy as gathering cabbages? It appears that the Castle of 9 has reached its maximum level. Further upgrades will transform it into a town. Just by the name, one can infer that a town is significantly larger than a castle, and its functionalities are undoubtedly expanded. For Bai Yu, a seasoned player from a past life, the concept of iron ingots is rather straightforward. She wouldn't be foolish enough to believe that they can be obtained by slaying high-level monsters. Yet, with so many lords around, there may be some who are misguided in this regard. It is quite evident that one must mine for iron, locate an iron mine, and smelt it into ingots, just as Bai Yu had done in her previous life. But this is hardly a challenge. Outside the castle lies either a swamp or a snow-capped mountain. Where would one find an iron mine? Bai Yu speculated that she must be among the first to elevate her castle to its pinnacle level. As for the iron ingots, there is always a way when faced with a challenge. Solutions abound where obstacles exist. As the most resplendent figure on this magical continent, Bai Yu is confident that a solution will present itself. Let us first see how fortunate this queen is. Bai Yu claimed her reward, a special architectural blueprint. Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring the special architectural blueprint. Blackwater Altar. Building level, King level. Function 1. The altar center generates a continuously flowing lake of black water. Any living being offered to the altar will gradually erode in soul and body, while corpses, or those offered as corpses, will directly transform into undead. Available for the Lord's command, ineffective against beings of king level and above. Function 2. A barrier will form around the altar, permitting entry but forbidding exit, ineffective against undead beings and those of king level and above. Function 3. Undead that have bathed in the black water will receive enhancements and have a very low probability of experiencing a change in their life level, ineffective against beings of king level and above. Building materials: 10 wood, 5 stone, 100 magic crystals, 1 spirit core. The system does not deceive me. Yet another special building with auxiliary functionalities. Now, there is no need to individually cast necromancy spells on the corpses. What a relief. The Blackwater Altar, like the Throne of Bones, is a king-level special building. Yet it requires significantly fewer materials than the throne. Bai Yu intends to construct the Blackwater Altar immediately. Otherwise, as the number of special buildings increases, she may find herself overwhelmed by choices. The primary issue is that the resources required to upgrade to a town are excessively high, and Bai Yu finds herself rather impoverished. She weeps. As she commenced construction, a brilliant light enveloped the courtyard of the castle, and 4 colossal stone pillars rose majestically from the ground. Each pillar was inscribed with the symbols of all undead races, their overall hue a somber bluish-gray. Atop each pillar rested a gigantic skull, with hollow eye sockets ablaze with a pale blue flame. Surrounding the altar center, a square altar gradually materialized, adorned with strange symbols that Bai Yu could not decipher. Subsequently, a stream of black water seeped forth from above the altar, completely shrouding it. Though it appeared to be merely a surface layer, it seemed to stretch into unfathomable depths, ceasing its flow only when it reached the edges of the 4 stone pillars. 4 skulls, in harmonious interplay, coalesced to form a pale blue protective shield, encasing the entire altar within its embrace. The altar was not insignificant in size, measuring nearly half the expanse of a football field. Fortunately, Bai Yu's castle had undergone an upgrade. Otherwise, the central courtyard would scarcely accommodate the Blackwater Altar. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of warmth within her body, signaling yet another elevation in her level. Filled with joy and a hint of anticipation, Bai Yu swiftly prepared herself. 15 minutes later, she indulged in a refreshing shower and emerged clad in a clean, casual ensemble. Still barefoot, she sported the same pair of flip-flops, complemented by a white shirt and athletic trousers. Her long, flowing white hair was elegantly gathered into a high ponytail. Allowing it to cascade freely would have been quite bothersome. At this moment, Bai Yu was utterly lucid, enveloped in a state of absolute rationality. She accessed her personal panel and observed that her increased attributes no longer appeared so feeble. Indeed, they barely reached the level of a skeletal warrior, a meager 4 points. Notably, when Bai Yu brandished her weapon, her attributes would double, bringing her total to a striking 6, nearly rivaling Arthur's 3. There seemed to be little to boast about, as her doubled attributes merely matched Arthur's basic stats. It stung a little, but she brushed it aside. After all, she was the Lord. Shaking her head, her gaze shifted back to the Blackwater Altar. She was eager to test the efficacy of this structure. Accordingly, she commanded the skeletal soldiers outside the castle to procure a dead hare and a live one. Bai Yu instructed the skeletal soldiers to cast the dead hare into the Blackwater Altar. As the corpse made contact with the dark liquid, it erupted into a cloud of black smoke, within which a greenish magical array shimmered. Almost instantaneously, a skeletal soldier emerged from the remains. This newly summoned skeletal soldier, with its bones darkened, exhibited a stark contrast to the one stationed beside the altar. Bai Yu distinctly recalled that the hare had been a level 1 corpse when it was tossed into the altar. The skeletal soldier adjacent to the altar was also level 1. Why then did the Blackwater Altar conjure a soldier that appeared to be enhanced? Was this the reinforcement promised by the Blackwater Altar? Upon inspecting the attributes of this newly formed skeletal soldier, Bai Yu noted that there was no significant alteration from its ordinary counterparts, only a 1-point enhancement across the board. Thus, it seemed that the Blackwater Altar provided a secondary augmentation to the base attributes of the undead warriors. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, she rushed to the altar to verify whether the hare's corpse remained. This was crucial for her plans. Should the altar have consumed the body, she would have to forego using the Blackwater Altar and resort to personally summoning her minions. To her relief, the corpse was still present. Excellent. Bai Yu marveled at the system's user-friendly design, just as another skeletal soldier tossed the live hare into the Blackwater Altar. The wild hare was roughly cast into the dark waters of the altar by a skeletal soldier standing nearby. Upon plunging into the murky depths, it began to thrash wildly. Its form corroded by the black liquid, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Just as the hare seemed poised to escape the altar's confines, a pale blue energy shield obstructed its path. Ultimately, amidst its pitiful cries, the hare was reduced to a mere skeleton, its body utterly consumed. Following this, the magical array illuminated, and the hare's skeletal remains reassembled into a perfectly identical, polished skeleton soldier. How cruel! Such an adorable creature as the hare should never be subjected to such torment. Bai Yu discerned a pattern. A corpse tossed into the dark waters of the altar would directly summon the undead, while a living being would have its flesh eroded, leaving nothing behind. It appeared that one should refrain from casting living beings into the altar in the future. The act was far too merciless. Certainly not due to a lack of corpses. Bai Yu then commanded the skeletal soldier to enter the altar. The experience for undead beings was markedly different from that of the living. She observed as the surrounding black waters transformed into shimmering energy, flowing toward the skeletal soldier's frame, ultimately enveloping it in a polished layer. Upon examining the details, she confirmed that all attributes had indeed increased slightly, matching those of the two recently summoned skeleton soldiers. Driven by curiosity, Bai Yu commenced her experiments, directing various entities, bone warriors, wraiths, king souls, zombies, death knights, and undead knights, into the dark waters of the altar. The wraiths and zombies, akin to the skeletal soldiers, experienced a modest enhancement in their attributes. The bone warriors, king souls, death knights, and undead knights, classified as advanced and secondary troop types, enjoyed a 2-point increase across their attributes. Notably, the transformation of the secondary troop, the undead knight, into the death knight yielded a 3-point enhancement. What an astonishing concept. It was as if she had effortlessly augmented their attributes by half a level. And this enhancement was permanent. As for their appearances, the skeletons appeared as though encased in a polished sheen, their bones taking on a darker hue. The wraiths and king souls exhibited a more ethereal quality, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. The bodies of the zombies and death knights began to emanate a faint black mist. Whether it was the stench of decay or something else, Bai Yu could not discern. The undead knights and death knights displayed a more vibrant flame of cursed fire upon their forms, perhaps the most subtle of transformations. Oh, did the dark waters of the altar provide prompts? How had she overlooked that earlier? Bai Yu accessed the special building panel for the Darkwater altar, discovering that it contained hints regarding the enhancement of troop attributes. Skeleton clan, bone hardening. All skeletons receive reinforcement, enhancing their attack and defense. Wraith clan, mental fortification. The mental prowess of the wraiths is amplified, allowing them to resonate when sufficient numbers launch an attack simultaneously. Zombie clan, physical enhancement. Zombies' attacks inflict corpse poison, which slows enemy movement and can stack. Undead knight clan, soul amplification, increases the lethality of curses and the mental attack power of the undead knights, with a chance to intimidate weaker foes into surrendering their souls. Ah, how delightful. It turned out that not only were the base attributes enhanced, but thoughtful passive skills were also bestowed upon each troop type. The Blackwater altar undoubtedly stands as a monument of royal caliber, its potency remarkable beyond measure. With this, my army of the undead not only gains numerical superiority, but also achieves a quality that can rival other troops. The skeletal soldiers are no longer mere cannon fodder, but rather formidable cannon fodder, at the very least. Henceforth, Bai Yu shall commence the incremental enhancement of her undead forces, striving to augment her strength. As a universal lord, the resurrection of billions of souls upon this fantastical continent entails peril. Strength is paramount. For only the powerful can engage in the competition among myriad races. The weak are unworthy even of survival. Moreover, before the conclusion of the novice protection period, Bai Yu must construct the bone throne. If the Blackwater altar is already so formidable, one can scarcely fathom the materials required for the bone throne, which must be even more extraordinary. It is only the second day. There is no need for haste, as I am already ahead of most others, and shall certainly not become cannon fodder in 7 days. Bai Yu encouraged herself quietly. Next, she continued with food transactions. Then mass troops. Arthur would oversee upgrades, while she sought iron ingots to construct the bone throne and upgrade the town. Bai Yu meticulously noted these tasks in her little notebook, confident that if she accomplished them, the impending beast tide in 7 days would pose no issue. Oh, and retribution for her compatriots must not be forgotten. This matter holds utmost importance and should never be neglected. It is not merely a disdain for goblins coveting their resources, she added in her notebook. Subsequently, she began directing the undead to enter the altar in batches for enhancement. Although the altar could accommodate all the undead at once, labor must continue uninterrupted. Bai Yu relied on Arthur to manage this process seamlessly. Chapter 18, Enhancing Arthur. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon, and Bai Yu, without hampering the efficiency of the undead, completed their enhancements. It seems that henceforth, any newly summoned undead will require a cleansing ritual first. The convenience of the Blackwater altar lies in its ability to summon directly, eliminating the need for further enhancement. An undead typically requires about a minute for enhancement. Given the altar's substantial size, there is no concern of inadequacy. Intelligent creatures possess an endearing quality. It brings a tear to my eye. By the way, are the undead classified as living or lifeless? The definition of life typically excludes the notion of a soul, does it not? But who cares? I have traversed realms. Why dwell on science? Bai Yu approached to inspect the bodies before her. 4 red-haired gorillas, each towering at her height, alongside a pangolin encased in glossy black scales, comparable in size to a water buffalo. Of course, this is relative to Bai Yu's stature of merely 1.6 meters, should one stand at 1.8 meters. Consider this statement void. Arthur, did you hunt these from outside the territory? Bai Yu inquired with curiosity. She recalled Little Green Bean mentioning that there were no such creatures as red-haired gorillas or pangolins in the vicinity. The ability to fly is indeed a boon. Being able to traverse such distances exemplifies the ultimate freedom of flight. Bai Yu felt a twinge of envy. Arthur, splendid work. Dispose of these corpses into the Blackwater altar. She promptly commanded. Arthur obediently seized several corpses of gorillas and pangolins, casting them all into the Blackwater altar in one fell swoop. As dark smoke billowed forth, a cyan green magic circle manifested beneath the 5 corpses. From within emerged 4 death warriors and a death knight. The 4 death warriors, all enhanced to level 5, bore no peculiarities. However, the death knight summoned from the pangolin captured Bai Yu's attention. Death knight. Enhancement. Soul. Attributes 3. To her astonishment, this pangolin had reached level 6, a delightful surprise, summoning forth her strongest unit thus far, the Death Knight. The panel below indicated the enhancement details, albeit in a simplified manner, with the plus signs denoting the enhanced attributes. It seemed that whatever she wished for materialized. Each of these 5 corpses was above level 5. Surely they would yield soul cores. Hee, Arthur truly is my lucky star. Let us decompose them. Bai Yu could hardly contain her excitement as she activated the system panel hovering over the corpses. Detected corpse of Crimson Blood Demon Ape 4. Decompose immediately. Detected corpse of Pangolin Armor. Decompose immediately. Decompose. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 4 magic crystals and 4 soul cores. No meat again. And this time, even the equipment is gone. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure flickering across her delicate face. At least the soul cores were granted. It could be considered a minor loss. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 50 portions of pangolin armor meat, 1 pangolin armor hide, 2 magic crystals, and 1 soul core. To her surprise, there were 2 magic crystals. Bai Yu distinctly recalled that level 3 and above guaranteed 1 magic crystal, while below that was a matter of probability. Could it be that level 5 and above now guaranteed 1 plus additional random drops? Bai Yu noted this down. It was her first encounter with creatures above level 5, and the information was too scant to draw conclusions. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment in the world chat channel, a lord named the Great Sage Equal to Heaven was venting his fury. The Great Sage Equal to Heaven, damn it. The magic ape I summoned went out hunting and was taken down by an unidentified flying creature. I'm absolutely furious. The Great Sage Equal to Heaven. I can only summon 2 magic apes a day, and after all the effort to reach level 5, they've just vanished. What terrible luck. Jean Shanzi, Yukong, do not be angry. They are merely 2 monkeys. The Great Sage Equal to Heaven. If it were local forces that killed them, I would have nothing to say, but the system shows it was an enemy lord who did it, without revealing their name. If I find out who it is, I will make sure to punish you severely. Sure, Santongzi, that's incredible, to be able to annihilate 4 level 5 units in one blow. Especially if it was from the sky. Could it be a dragon? Wow. Water Guanine. It's only the 2nd day. Which lord is so powerful? Looking at my slime. This is utterly demoralizing. Meanwhile, Bai Yu was lost in the joy of acquiring 4 soul cores, completely oblivious to the commotion in the world chat filled with lamentations. It is often the silent ones who are the true masters, while those in the chat are generally the ones struggling. Bai Yu currently possesses 12 spirit cores in the warehouse, yet only 926 magic crystals remain. Just a little more is needed. She shall await the return of the undead army from their nightly hunt to collect another wave of corpses. By the way, Arthur, please enter the Blackwater altar. Arthur's immense form squeezed into the confines of the altar, creating an impression of remarkable congestion, barely accommodating his retractable wings. The energy from the black water began to surge towards him, and Bai Yu sensed a burgeoning power emanating from Arthur. Unlike the ordinary undead who experienced a mere minute of enhancement, Arthur's fortification persisted for a full 9 minutes before concluding. Shortly thereafter, he unfurled his colossal frame and emerged from the altar, spreading his wings and letting out a resounding roar. Roar! Bai Yu observed a significant transformation in Arthur. His previously white skeletal structure now radiated a faint blue luminescence from within. Beneath the 2 dragon horns that arched backward from his head, a flame of azure flickered, while the fire within his eye sockets blazed even more fervently. His expansive skeletal wings and the tip of his tail also burned with a gentle blue flame, reminiscent of a fusion between an undead knight and a skeletal dragon. Chapter 19, The First Friend. Bai Yu, brimming with curiosity, eagerly approached and swiftly accessed Arthur's attributes. Bone Dragon King Arthur. Growth limit, divine level. Active skill, Nether Dragon Breath. Passive skills, Elemental Magic Immunity, Dragon Might. Dragon Might inflicts an intangible mental pressure on living beings of a lower level, diminishing their magical and physical defenses. Enhancement, Comprehensive Fortification. The burning nether flame augments soul defense, while the hardened bones bolster physical defense. Unlocks Dragon Might, with a total attribute increase of 10 points. Incredible. Bai Yu was utterly astounded. The enhancement from the Blackwater altar had significantly bolstered Arthur's mental and physical defenses, while also granting him innate immunity to elemental magic. In simpler terms, this transformation rendered Arthur considerably more resilient. Moreover, he acquired a passive skill, Dragon Might, capable of reducing the dual defenses of his adversaries. This was a monumental upgrade. Increasing his own defenses while diminishing those of his foes equated to inflicting tremendous pain upon them while sustaining minimal damage himself. Furthermore, Arthur had leveled up to 5, with his attributes having increased by 20 points compared to his previous level 3, and with the additional enhancement of 10 points. His total attributes now reached a staggering 60 points. Indeed, prioritizing Arthur's upgrade was the correct decision. He could leverage his aerial advantage to soar beyond the castle's bounds. And with his undead attributes, he need not fear death. As long as he refrained from recklessly flying towards the snow-capped mountains, he should be safe. Surely, the frost dragon would show some mercy upon encountering one of its kind, right? No, wait. Skeleton dragons no longer belong to the dragon lineage, having been transformed into undead. They are part of the undead faction. It is said that dragons harbor a deep animosity towards skeleton dragons. Oh no. If that frost dragon were to catch sight of Arthur, it might very well go into a frenzy. However, this does not imply that a skeleton dragon is weaker than its living counterparts. Once Arthur matures, he will obliterate any foes in an instant. Arthur, how do you feel? Bai Yu craned her neck to gaze up at the towering figure of Arthur. Good, let us continue to level up. There is no longer any matter concerning Arthur here. The enhancements have been completed, and he should no longer linger within the castle. It is imperative to swiftly make use of the boundless stamina. Indeed, Your Majesty, Arthur replied, unfurling his fiery wings and soaring out of the castle. Now, Bai Yu found herself with little to do, merely awaiting the skeletons to conclude their tasks. Skillfully, she accessed the world chat channel, intending to peruse the conversations among the lords to alleviate her boredom. Possessing a mild obsession with order, she could not abide the presence of red dots on her interface, and thus commenced her quest to eliminate them. Upon opening the system notifications, she was met with numerous alerts of skeletons slaying wild beasts, indicating her acquisition of experience points. Your troops have defeated the enemy lord's forces. Bai Yu, initially intending to disregard it, found herself momentarily suspended in thought. Wait, enemy lord's forces? When did this happen? A look of bewilderment crossed her face. Yet the notification did not provide specifics regarding the enemy lord's forces or their names, leaving her utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a memory flickered in her mind. Recalling Arthur's mention of 4 blood-red demon apes encircling the mountain-drilling demon armor, and the fact that the blood-red demon apes did not drop food. Could it be that these blood-red demon apes belonged to another lord? Oh dear, I am truly sorry, my friend. It was not my intention. Bai Yu silently apologized within herself. This is disastrous. I have already offended the howling moon silver wolves of the snow mountain, and now another lord. However, hold on. If Arthur is capable of swiftly dispatching this lord's forces, why should I fear him? Once the novice protection period concludes, I shall not hesitate to send him to reunite with his ancestors. Humph. As for males, I shall send them away, while I shall deliberate regarding the females. Haha. This implies that, apart from that unfortunate compatriot, there exists another lord in proximity, not far from her. She pondered whether he had discovered her presence. The blood-red demon apes, with an agility rating of 5, likely do not venture far from their territory. Thus, this lord's castle must be smaller than Bai Yu's estimating. The blood-red demon apes could only stray 2,000 to 3,000 meters from their domain, compounded by the size of the opposing territory and the distance separating them. In relation to her own castle's dimensions, roughly how much was it? Bai Yu then gestured on the ground, concluding that the direct distance between the two castles was approximately 20 kilometers, which could be considered rather close. A goblin tribe, the Howling Moon Silver Wolves. And this lord, one seeking vengeance for the compatriot, while the remaining 2 likely wished to exact revenge upon her. She meticulously noted them down, preparing to deal with each in turn. She surmised that Arthur should now be capable of confronting the goblin tribe. However, having never encountered a leader-level advanced creature, she remained uncertain of their true strength. For the sake of prudence, it would be wise to allow Arthur to level up further. After all, with the novice protection period in effect, what could possibly harm her while remaining within the castle? At that moment, in the world chat, the great sage equal to heaven had ceased its vitriolic tirade. Combined with the multitude of lords simultaneously messaging, the notifications were flooding in at an astonishing pace, rendering it impossible to discern anything without pausing. You have received a private message. Surely they are not coming for me. Startled by the sudden emergence of this message, Bai Yu felt a surge of apprehension. Bai Yu opened the message and sighed in relief. It turned out to be a request for food. Zhao's orphan, esteemed one. Do you have any surplus food? I require 500 portions, and I am willing to exchange them all for stones at your original price. Shui Huang Fort. There is none available at present. You will have to wait until evening. Zhao's orphan, may I add you as a friend for easier transactions? I have attempted to add you multiple times before, but my requests were declined. Bai Yu awkwardly scratched her head, as she had received an overwhelming number of friend requests each day, and without a second thought, she had rejected them all in one go. A large order had arrived. How delightful. Bai Yu accepted Zhao's orphan's friend request, making him the first addition to her friend list. Zhao's orphan. Thank you, esteemed one. Shui Huang Fort. By your appearance, you should not be lacking in resources. There are numerous food items available in the marketplace. Why not purchase from there? Bai Yu voiced her curiosity, knowing there was little chance of him running away. Given the vast population of lords, he was hardly irreplaceable. The modest amount of food she sold would be easily consumed, leaving her untroubled about sales. Chapter 20. Strengthening Oneself. Zhao's orphan. I require a substantial quantity of food. Those available in the marketplace are far too few, and I can never manage to secure any. Bai Yu understood, although low-priced food was present in the marketplace. The supply was insufficient to meet the demands of the lords, making it clear that this lord's needs could not be satisfied. Moreover, she perceived that this lord did not seem to lack materials. A long-term buyer might not be such a bad idea. Gazing at the enormous black water altar at the center of the castle, an idea suddenly struck her. Yes, the black water altar can strengthen the undead. Could it also enhance me? No, living beings that fall in their turn into decayed, foul bones instantly. I certainly do not wish for that. I am not undead. But I do possess an undead bloodline. Perhaps it could work? Should I give it a try? Bai Yu felt that her attributes were rather pitiful, comparable to those of a skeletal warrior. At this rate, she would be lucky to attain the rank of a commander. Merely having powerful troops would not suffice. Being a weakling herself would render her a liability within the undead army. If they charged in, she could easily find herself slain. What a dire predicament that would be. Although possessing strong troops provided a sense of security, nothing could compare to her own strength. Bai Yu approached the black water altar, stepping into the protective barrier. She cautiously tested her ability to move freely within it. Indeed, she could enter and exit at will. With a sigh of relief, she prepared for the main event. Carefully squatting beside the black water, intending to extend her hand to gently touch it, Bai Yu was not foolish enough to leap in without caution. What if she turned into a skeleton? There would be no opportunity for regret. She extended a finger towards the black water, turning her head to the side and closing her eyes, unwilling to look. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly made contact. It hurts, she exclaimed in excitement, only to realize there was no pain, just a cool sensation at her fingertip. Oh, it's fine. Bai Yu turned her gaze toward her fingers, which had delicately penetrated the altar. At this moment, her slender digits did not touch the black water. Instead, they created a small vacuum around them. Her fingers were in direct contact with the base of the altar, avoiding the murky liquid entirely. Just moments ago, she had distinctly felt a tingling sensation at her fingertips, as if energy were surging into her being. Indeed, Bai Yu sensed a slight enhancement within herself, yet she had not made contact with the black water. It was clear. The skeletal reinforcement turned bones black, while the zombie enhancement emitted dark mist. She was certain it was human hands at work. Relieved, Bai Yu stood up and stepped into the altar. As anticipated, the surrounding black water instinctively parted to avoid her. Yet the tingling sensation coursing through her legs nearly caused her to stumble. She removed her shoes and stepped barefoot into the black water altar, feeling as if she were being electrified. Trembling, she fought against the discomfort. The moment she entered the altar, the sickle-shaped bracelet on her right arm detached itself, transforming into a massive scythe that fell into the black water, which surged wildly toward the weapon. Weapons could also be enhanced. A look of joy spread across her face. However, there was no time to attend to the weapon on the ground. She pressed forward and soon reached the approximate center of the altar. Exhausted, she promptly sat down, surrounded by the black water that enveloped her, with the altar beneath her forming a sanctuary. An invisible energy began to coalesce around her. Bai Yu closed her eyes, savoring the bliss that came with her attribute enhancement. In her drowsiness, her breathing began to stabilize, and she unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Yu rubbed her sleepy eyes and rose to her feet, feeling invigorated and immensely powerful, as though she could obliterate a car with a single punch. To her astonishment, the black water had nearly vanished. She looked around and realized that the black water within the altar had diminished significantly, with the scythe lying quietly on the ground nearby. She approached and picked up the scythe, examining it closely, yet it appeared unchanged. No matter, she thought, she would ponder it later. The scythe transformed back into a bracelet on her right wrist. Bai Yu observed that the altar's surface continued to seep black water outward, albeit slowly, indicating that the black water altar was gradually restoring itself. This was indeed good news. She sighed in relief, knowing that it would be a considerable loss if a king-level special building were to be so carelessly depleted. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, and a pile of wild monster corpses lay at the castle's entrance. Checking her system panel, Bai Yu noted the time. It was already 8:30 in the evening. She had inadvertently slept for nearly 4 hours. During this time, she had received several private messages from Zhao's orphans. Zhao's orphans, are you there, Big Shot? 600. Zhao's orphans, when can we trade, Big Shot? 6:30. Bai Yu could tell he was anxious, messaging her every half hour. It made her feel somewhat embarrassed, after all. She couldn't just admit that she had been asleep. The persona of a prominent figure is invariably busy. Shui Huangbao, I had some matters to attend to just now and couldn't check the messages. Please wait a moment while I complete the transaction with you. What do you think? Zhao Clan Orphan. All right. Thank you, esteemed one. Bai Yu surmised that the individual probably had some leftover food. If she were to wait indefinitely, she would likely go hungry for a couple of meals. She gazed at the mountain of animal corpses beside her and then glanced at the black water altar, falling into silence. Well, let us first examine my attributes. Lord Bai Yu. Having absorbed the primal essence, the left eye of the Undead Queen has been awakened, permanently increasing all attributes by 15 points, while both health and mana values are permanently enhanced by 10 points. Bai Yu. Chapter 21, The Left Eye. Bai Yu had absorbed an entire black water altar, yet only gained 15 points, without even acquiring a single skill. Could it be that the scythe had siphoned off half of it, resulting in an incomplete evolution? She noticed 2 large eyes blinking below her. What is the left eye of the queen? Subsequently, she pulled up her personal attribute interface and discovered a small question mark next to her name. Bai Yu clicked on it. Hint. The left eye of the Undead Queen masters all summoning and transformation spells, requiring neither incantation nor chanting. The magical level will progressively unlock with the Lord's level. Further details must be explored by the Lord. Bai Yu was speechless. It seemed her left eye had absorbed most of the energy. She hoped it would prove powerful enough. Wait, the hint mentioned mastering all summoning magic, didn't it? Bai Yu exited her chamber and ventured outside the castle. This collection of corpses was the perfect opportunity to test her skills. The moment she laid eyes on the corpses, she suddenly understood the magic in her mind and even knew how to cast it. Moreover, Bai Yu could summon these corpses not merely as humanoid skeletons but transform them into boned beasts. However, she decided to forego the wild boars. I had a feeling that one wouldn't always summon ordinary undead from the remains of wild creatures. Otherwise, if you were to slay a wild boar and summon a skeleton, it wouldn't feel significant, as the skeleton would undoubtedly be superior to the wild boar. Yet, if you were to slay a giant dragon and still summon a skeleton, I wonder if it would cause a mental breakdown. A gray symbol emerged within the pupils of Bai Yu's left eye, and soon her entire left eye began to emanate an ethereal blue glow. At the entrance of the castle, a massive gray formation appeared amidst the corpses, with undead creatures continuously crawling out from within. In a short while, no more undead emerged from the formation. It appeared all the corpses had been summoned. Bai Yu ceased her magic, the symbol in her eye vanished, and the glow dissipated, returning to normal. However, Bai Yu felt slightly dizzy and quickly checked her mana value. Mana value, 50. No mana had been consumed. Then what was expended? Mental energy? Physical strength? Or perhaps her soul? Regardless, this is astonishing. I absolutely adore it. One could say that Bai Yu's left eye now functions as a walking black water altar, albeit without the enhancements of the altar itself. She surveyed her newly summoned soldiers. A total of 40 level 1 undead of various types. There were 25 level 2 skeletal soldiers, ghosts, and zombies, but no undead knights. Finally, there were 10 upgraded units, 5 skeletal warriors, 2 death knights, 2 king souls, and 1 death warrior. In total, there were 75 corpses, now fully summoned and ready for disassembly. Congratulations to the Lord for successful disassembly. A total of 400 units of food were obtained, with the Zhao orphans requiring 500 units, leaving the remainder available for trade. As for reserving food for the Zhao orphans, Bai Yu was not foolish enough to do so, as it would only lead to an abundance of stones without sufficient wood. Bai Yu initiated a private chat. Shui Huang Fort. The food has been collected. Shall we trade now? The Zhao orphans. Sure, my lord, I'm ready. The Zhao orphans has initiated a trade with you. Trade details, 10,000 units of stone for 500 units of food. Do you agree? Agreed. Bai Yu clicked on agree, likely anticipating the other party's eagerness. The 500 units of food in the warehouse instantly vanished, replaced by 10,000 units of stone. The Zhao orphans. Can we establish a long-term trade, my lord? Shui Huang Fort. Do you only have stones? That would pose a challenge. The Zhao orphans. I can trade stones with other lords for wood. How about a ratio of 2, 1 for each trade? If I cannot consume all your food, what if you list it on the exchange? Shui Huang Fort. A pleasant cooperation. Indeed, since some lords spawn in mountainous regions abundant in stone, there must be others unfortunate enough to emerge in forests. creating a perfect contrast, one rich in stone, the other in wood. Fortunately, the exchange function allows lords to supplement their lacking resources. Wait, why does something feel amiss? Oh, where will I acquire magic crystals? Bai Yu had previously traded in wood, stone, and magic crystals, and selling all the food would still yield some magic crystals. This was significantly quicker than farming for them. Never mind, since she had promised to collaborate, it was best to hold on to the food for now. Selling only a little and setting the rest for magic crystal trade. Bai Yu couldn't help but admire her own brilliant mind. Currently, she was just 50 magic crystals short of constructing the bone throne. She decided to sell 100 as a test. If sales proved unsatisfactory, she would have to consider lowering the price or exploring other options. Shui Huangfort initiated a trade. Bai Yu's small order on the exchange caught the attention of other lords. Slug, does the lord have no food left? Why only sell 100 units? Sky, has the lord's castle reached maximum level? It seems you no longer need wood or stone, only trading in magic crystals. Blank, this is outrageous. Did you think we were new to this? Magic crystals are so crucial, yet you exchange them for only 1 unit of food? What a swindler. Zhu Ganglai, my unit is a pig demon. They consume a great deal. I'm afraid they might eat me if I let them go hungry. Brothers, I'll buy first. Patient, if you possess more magic crystals, I can exchange them with you. I have plenty of food. Do not seek out that unscrupulous merchant. We must collectively resist him. Today, he dares to trade food for magic crystals. Tomorrow, he will not hesitate to barter food for spirit cores. Everyone must be vigilant and not fall for his deceit. Chapter 22, Dark Magic. Bai Yu estimated that she had been scolded for about half an hour before she managed to sell 100 portions of food amidst the furious reproaches of numerous lords. Fortunately, with billions of lords and a vast population base, the complaints were inconsequential. There would always be buyers. 100 magic crystals were successfully received, allowing her to upgrade the barracks and construct the bone throne. Bai Yu chose to build the special structure, the bone throne, a decision she had made earlier. The cost-effectiveness of upgrading the barracks was not high. Constructing the bone throne would yield a more direct enhancement to her combat power. Blueprint for special building, bone throne. Building level, king level. Function 1. Increases troop loyalty to the lord. Function 2. Within the territory. Both the lord and troops gain a power increase of 1 level, effective below king level. Function 3. Within the castle. The experience gained by the lord is multiplied by 15, effective below king level. Construction materials, 10 wood, 10 stone, 100 magic crystals, 10 spirit cores. Construction. The 10 hard-earned spirit cores vanished, yet she felt no regret. Only the spent spirit cores held true value. Otherwise, they were no different from mere stones. The black water altar was situated at the center of the castle courtyard, directly facing the castle gates. Upon opening the gates, one would enter the main hall of the castle, where a throne made of bones now stood at the far end, flanked by 2 glowing skulls as armrests. The throne towered at 2 meters, predominantly grayish-white, with an arched top forming an oval shape, behind which 2 large swords made of bone crossed each other, exuding an aura of majesty. A gray cushion adorned with magical patterns lay atop the seat, seamlessly integrated with the throne. Bai Yu approached to inspect the throne, her fingers brushing against the cushion, uncertain of its material. The seat of the throne was somewhat elevated. Leaning on the seat with both hands, she managed to bounce up and twist her body to finally sit upon the throne, her little feet dangling below, unable to touch the ground. After a brief moment, the novelty wore off, and she leapt down. It seemed that one could function perfectly well without sitting on the throne. This special building merely presented itself in throne form, and could just as easily serve as a table or a mirror. The bone throne enhanced experience within the entire castle, excluding the territory beyond its walls. As long as she remained within the castle, her experience acquisition rate would be multiplied by 15. She accessed the system to review the information regarding her undead troops' kills of wild beasts, opting to disregard the previous data, eagerly awaiting the interface to refresh and reveal the current experience gained from defeating wild creatures. After 5 minutes of waiting, the system notification finally appeared. Your troops successfully killed 2 wild boars, earning 15 experience points. Could it be true? Previously, the 2 wild boars only provided 10 experience points. Now, it had increased by 5, confirming the 15-point gain as a result of the 15-fold multiplier. Bai Yu ascended to level 6 in merely 2 days, now enjoying a remarkable 15-fold experience boost. Advancing to the Lord tier on the 7th day seems entirely plausible, does it not? Let us examine the enhancements available for her weapon. Inherent weapon, Judgment Scythe. Quality, Commander level weapon, upgradable. Soul Convergence, 12. Active skill, Necromancy, 2nd tier, Dark Magic, 1st tier. Passive skill, attacks inflict soul damage and decay effects. Slain foes are transformed into undead. Bai Yu noted 2 distinct changes. Firstly, she had mastered a new spell, a dark magic of the 1st tier. This was understandable, as it resembled the magic she could wield with her left eye, though it was neither summoning nor transformation magic, but rather dark magic. As for the soul convergence aspect, Bai Yu found herself somewhat perplexed. What did this entail? Was it a spirit or something else? She felt as if she had unexpectedly brushed against a higher realm of understanding while remaining utterly clueless. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Curiosity piqued. Bai Yu pondered the capabilities of her first-tier dark magic. Dark magic, first tier. Skill, Black Flame Sphere, a magical orb of black fire that incinerates all it touches. Requiring 10 mana points with no cooldown time. A spell consuming 10 mana points appeared to be quite formidable. Naturally, even without the scythe, Bai Yu could unleash the skills acquired from the Judgment Scythe, albeit with diminished damage, such as the transformation of kills into undead. At present, only this passive effect would be influenced. It was possible that more potent passive skills could emerge in the future. After all, the scythe belonged to Bai Yu. All the abilities it possessed were also hers, and she would acquire skills previously gained by the scythe. For instance, while the scythe could only perform the most basic form of necromancy, she would have access to all summoning spells. However, with only 50 mana points at her disposal, casting 5 Black Flame Spheres would deplete her reserves entirely. Approaching the castle entrance, Bai Yu sought to test her newfound skills. It was nighttime, with a blood-red moon hanging high above, casting an eerie crimson glow upon the land, dispelling some darkness while imbuing the night with an unsettling aura. During the night, high-level monsters randomly appeared, with all creatures experiencing double enhancements and drops. However, she had been resting in the black water altar during the dark hours and had missed the system notifications. Using the peculiar moonlight as her guide, Bai Yu spotted a gnarled tree not far from the castle. This would suffice. She slowly raised her left hand, fingers splayed, palm directed towards the withered tree. As her mana was expended, a black magic circle materialized before her palm, and a dark fireball erupted from the circle. With a swift motion, she hurled the fireball towards the gnarled tree. The black sphere emitted no light and bore no warmth, enveloped in an uncanny black flame. Boom! A black fireball struck the withered tree, emitting a muffled thud as it bore a gaping hole into the trunk. The edges ignited with an ebony flame, which devoured the tree in a manner unlike typical fires. Within mere 30 seconds, the tree vanished entirely from Bai Yu's sight, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Bai Yu was startled by this formidable power. Indeed, the 10 points of mana had not been squandered. It was akin to a tool of utter annihilation. Should it strike a person unbeknownst to the divine or the spectral, even Conan would be at a loss. Bai Yu's own enhancement and the fortification of her weapon had undeniably propelled her strength to a new echelon. Tonight would surely yield abundant rewards, dear compatriot. Rest assured that I shall soon avenge you, hee. How could one not fully exploit the infinite labor force of the undead? Chapter 23, The Golden Legend. After enduring a period of anticipation, it finally struck midnight. She promptly approached the barracks to initiate a summoning, though her expectations for the Golden Legend were rather modest, as the second-level barracks could only summon skeletons, wraiths, zombies, and death knights. The probability of conjuring any other advanced units was minuscule, merely a 2. Would anyone believe such luck? Bai Yu certainly did not hold faith in her fortune. However, there was a silver lining. These 10 primordial units could be upgraded, marking a significant distinction from her previous summons. Undead Crystal Charged. Shall the summoning commence? Bai Yu sought to bestow herself with good fortune and promptly confirmed the summoning. Instantly, the undead crystal radiated an eerie green luminescence, illuminating the entire chamber before gradually dissipating to reveal 10 indistinct silhouettes. Could it be? The chosen one, the Golden Legend. Among them, one figure loomed larger than the rest, approximately 3 meters tall, but the true significance lay in its wings, clearly indicating an advanced unit. Her excitement surged as the form crystallized into clarity. It bore a wide mouth, a bald crown, and pointed ears, unmistakably not human, yet possessed a humanoid physique with robust limbs adorned with long, sharp claws akin to a beast's. A lengthy tail trailed behind it, and its body was predominantly gray, composed of stone and metal, with 2 bat-like wings unfurled behind. Upon perceiving Bai Yu, it immediately prostrated, lowering its head in a gesture of submission. The remaining 9 undead were less fortunate, likely due to her hasty invocation. They were all standard units from the first and second level barracks, 2 skeletons, 3 wraiths, 3 zombies, and 1 death knight. Bai Yu's aerial prowess had been significantly bolstered, and she seemed to have discerned a pattern. Formidable units possessed the ability to fly. When might she herself take to the skies? She proceeded to examine the attributes of her new units. Griffin, growth limit, royal. Exclusive passive, magic immunity, dependent on magic level and unit level. Upon observing the attributes of the gargoyle, Bai Yu could only utter one word: impressive. Its fundamental attributes surpassed those of other units significantly, and its growth potential had reached the royal tier. Moreover, it was born with the innate ability of magical immunity. This was undeniably remarkable, though Bai Yu was aware that even the most formidable spells could still vanquish the gargoyle. It was merely a moment of self-indulgence. Although the gargoyle was classified as a high-tier unit, it lacked intelligence. Though it possessed some, it was certainly not high. Here, Bai Yu referred to those who could not speak as lacking wisdom. Thus, Bai Yu's aerial forces comprised Arthur, the gargoyle, albeit just one, phantoms, and the souls of kings, collectively representing her current pinnacle of combat prowess. Her ground forces included death knights, skeletons, and zombies, excelling in sheer numbers, serving primarily as fodder. Go out hunting. While you focus on leveling up, Bai Yu instructed the surrounding undead, designating the gargoyle to take the lead in this endeavor. Its ability to fly afforded it a significant advantage, and with such formidable attributes, it would be a waste to squander the long night. At last, she could retire for the night. She eagerly anticipated the rewards of the morrow, for the night promised double drops, compounded by the 15-fold experience boost from the Throne of Bones, equating to a tripling of experience from defeating monsters. After a refreshing bath, Bai Yu drifted into a serene slumber. As the orange-yellow sun rose in the east, it dispelled the darkness of the magical realm, though clouds obscured its rays, rendering the day still dreary. In the distance, thick fog shrouded the landscape, with only the faint outline of snow-capped mountains visible. Beyond them, the view was swallowed by mist. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, Bai Yu threw off the covers and prepared to rise. After completing her morning routine, she appeared in the castle courtyard, brimming with energy. Let me check my attributes. Lord Bai Yu. Excellent. Her magical power had increased by 10 points, allowing her to cast another spell. After a night of recovery, the black water in the Blackwater altar had accumulated, forming a small pool in the center. This would certainly suffice for summoning the undead, albeit at a slower efficiency. Nevertheless, it was of little concern, as the summoned undead would be enhanced by the altar. After a morning of diligent effort, Bai Yu successfully enhanced all previously summoned undead, completing the summoning of corpses. Another significant milestone accomplished. She had summoned a total of 90 undead, ranging from levels 1 to 3, encompassing all 4 types of units, with the summoning contingent upon the barracks level. Even if she were to miraculously summon a gargoyle, the necromantic summoning spell would still not yield one unless the barracks level had been unlocked. She proceeded to decompose all the gathered provisions. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 1,200 portions of food, 120 wild boar tusks, 60 wild boar hides, and 45 magic crystals, double rewards. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained. In total, she amassed 2,800 portions of food and 155 magic crystals. The remainder was merely clutter, of no concern to Bai Yu. Since these basic wild monsters were essentially free meat, none exceeded level 5, leaving her without a single spirit core. Alas, she could only place her hopes on Arthur. Chapter 24, The Griffin of the Cloud. It is noteworthy that Bai Yu previously instructed her subordinates to fell trees and excavate stones. After a relentless day and night of toil, they finally managed to procure 2 stones and 1 piece of wood. For those undead beings whose levels were locked at 1, hunting might pose a challenge, but gathering wood and stones suited them perfectly. Today marked the 3rd day, and the Lord's demand for food had once again diminished. Observing this situation, Bai Yu felt somewhat embarrassed about imposing a quadruple markup as a merchant, primarily out of fear of backlash. She glanced at the food transactions in the marketplace and noticed that those formidable figures, who were her contemporaries, were also struggling to sell their provisions. An increasing number of lords began to engage in low-priced food exchanges, creating a rather complicated predicament. Bai Yu currently held 600 units of food in her warehouse, clearly unable to consume it all on her own. Regardless, she decided to list 3,000 units for trade, willing to see how much could be exchanged, and if necessary, she could always retract her offer. Every time Bai Yu hunted, she had to first cast the necromantic summoning spell on the animal carcasses before they could be decomposed. Now, although she had the Blackwater altar, the additional step inevitably consumed some time. Thus, she resolved to list her goods early. Otherwise, if she waited until nightfall, the prices would likely plummet once more. Once Bai Yu listed the food in the marketplace, she relinquished control, resigning herself to fate. Well aware that the world chat would undoubtedly erupt in criticism against her, should she rely solely on her undead minions to gather stones and wood. She imagined the area surrounding her castle would soon be stripped bare. The system evidently did not intend for the lords to enjoy a leisurely respite during these days. If survival depended entirely on the resources around the castle, it was likely that a significant portion of the lords would perish. If the lords believed they could merely develop steadily during the 7-day novice protection period, they were gravely mistaken. This was a battlefield of universal lords and a clash of myriad races. While some may naively think of it as merely a game, Bai Yu understood that it transcended mere gameplay. It was indeed a battleground. A lackadaisical attitude towards any endeavor would lead one perilously close to demise. In her youth, a lackadaisical approach to school led to a declaration of quitting. As an adult, a similar attitude towards work resulted in the decision to resign. Even in old age, the same mentality could lead one to forsake existence altogether. A life characterized by such indifference is truly wretched. Should any other lord provoke Bai Yu, mistakenly perceiving her as merely a white-haired little girl, they would be gravely mistaken. She would demonstrate to them the true meaning of the undead calamity. In this grand arena of myriad races, one must fight and conquer. Bai Yu would not show mercy. Sentimental discussions? Apologies, but take those to the king of hell. As an orphan, unburdened by attachments, she would not be encumbered by the failures of others, nor would she resemble those lovesick lords who, having traversed to this magical realm to engage in warfare, still entertained thoughts of romance. Besides, she considered herself a beauty. What? Seeking a male companion? She would rather plunge her scythe into herself than stoop to such a preference. At this moment, beyond the western edge of the castle, outside her domain, a roar echoed. The griffin emitted a furious roar directed at Arthur behind it, attempting to intimidate him. Arthur responded with a perplexed growl. The griffin's wrath was instantly extinguished, transforming entirely into fear as it took flight in a desperate bid for survival. It fled, pursued, and found itself trapped. With a mighty roar, Arthur charged forward. The griffin hastily rolled to the side in an attempt to evade, but Arthur's dragon breath was swifter, it could not completely escape, and its wing was grazed, causing ice crystals to rapidly form upon it. The griffin let out a sorrowful wail of pain. In that moment, its body lost balance and plummeted downward. Arthur dove swiftly, catching up to the griffin, his powerful foreclaws embedding into its form, and together they hurtled towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, Arthur, bearing the griffin, collided with the earth, sending clouds of dust soaring. At that juncture, the griffin lay on the verge of death within Arthur's grasp, while Arthur remained unscathed. After delivering the finishing blow, he unfurled his wings and took to the skies, clutching the griffin's lifeless body as he ascended towards the castle. Your unit has successfully slain a level 7 ordinary cloud griffin, gaining 80 experience points. Bai Yu was taken aback upon receiving the notification of the kill. It was evident that the griffin was an aerial creature, and among her current units, only Arthur could have achieved the feat of slaying a level 7 griffin. Arthur is indeed remarkable. Bai Yu had some knowledge of griffins, creatures with the body and claws of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. They belong to a category of beings, like Arthur and gargoyles, capable of combat both on land and in the air, although they predominantly prefer to soar in the skies to attack. Bai Yu examined Arthur's attributes. After a night of double experience and a morning of battling, Arthur had undoubtedly leveled up. Bone Dragon King, Arthur. Level: ordinary level 6. Indeed, Arthur appeared to be unlike other ordinary undead. Not bound by the usual rule of gaining special transformations every 3 levels, his skills were acquired through chance. However, he gained a full 10 points in attributes with each level, coupled with the enhancements from the Blackwater altar. Bai Yu estimated that even a level 8 Cloud Griffin might not stand a chance against Arthur. Unfortunately, as the griffin was slain outside the castle territory, she had no means to inspect its attributes. Otherwise, she could have compared them. Nonetheless, she felt that the strength of the Cloud Griffin should be roughly comparable to that of the gargoyle, perhaps even slightly superior. No, perhaps not, for she almost forgot that the gargoyle was undead. Chapter 25. The Iron Ingot Message. Arthur landed gracefully, folding his wings and discarding the griffin's corpse aside. Bai Yu extended her small hand towards the towering Arthur and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Observing the griffin, which measured approximately 3 meters in length not including the tail, she estimated its height to be between 1 meter 80 and 2 meters 20, a stark contrast to the 10-meter-long Arthur, rendering it quite diminutive. She intended to employ the magic of her left eye to transform the griffin into a bone beast. This griffin was undoubtedly her optimal avian, lion, choice, for its level 7 status assured it possessed attributes superior to those of the skeletal warriors and death knights. In Bai Yu's left eye, a gray triangle suddenly emerged, spinning to form a hexagram array that radiated a gentle blue light. Beneath the griffin's lifeless body appeared a hexagram pattern identical to that in Bai Yu's eye. A skeletal wing first extended from the array, followed by a second wing. Then the body and limbs materialized. The griffin's corpse had softened, presumably having lost its bones, yet fortunately, the flesh remained intact. Bai Yu observed the skeletal beast summoned from the griffin's body. Its size remained unchanged, but it had transformed into a grotesque form composed entirely of bones. This seemed merely a process of extracting bones and soul to create a new entity, turning it into an undead being. Bai Yu found little to appreciate in its appearance. However, her interest lay not in aesthetics, but in functionality. Utility surpassed beauty. To this day, apart from the Bone Dragon, Bai Yu still considered all undead creatures quite unsightly. Bone Beast Griffin, race, undead. Growth limit, Emperor level. The level 7 Bone Beast Griffin possessed around 40 points in strength and agility, which was commendable compared to other basic undead. Decompose. With the corpse rendered useless, Bai Yu chose to make the most of it. Congratulations, Lord, you have acquired 50 food, 2 magic crystals, and 1 spirit core. Ah, a spirit core, quite a find. It appeared Bai Yu's prior observations about creatures above level 5 dropping spirit cores were accurate. She recalled that griffins were also capable of magic. In this magical continent, it was unimaginable for any advanced creature to survive without magical prowess. However, upon transforming into an undead, the griffin lost all its prior abilities in exchange for the traits of immortality and infinite endurance. As a product of transformation and summoning, the attributes of the bone beast were already commendable, Any undead capable of flight was deemed a valuable asset. Bai Yu also noted an intriguing aspect. All undead not summoned from the barracks exhibited this peculiar trait, though their levels were evidently capped and could not advance. The growth limit still appeared on their panels. Did this imply that these undead might someday break through their level restrictions? She jotted down this query in her notebook, knowing answers would come in due time. She recalled a function description from when she constructed the black water altar yesterday. Function 3. Undead bathed in black water will receive enhancements, with a very low probability of causing a change in their life tier, ineffective for king level and above creatures and other beings. Currently, the number of undead had reached a staggering 788. With Arthur and the newly summoned Bone Beast, the total rose to 790. All these undead, except for the Griffin, had undergone enhancements at the Blackwater altar. Function 3 described a very low probability of altering life tiers. Yet Bai Yu had not observed any such changes. Perhaps all her luck had been spent on the barracks summoning. Luck, indeed, was an enigmatic force, and Bai Yu could not force it. Some individuals spent lavishly, making hundreds of attempts with no results, while others miraculously drew exceptional outcomes from a single free attempt. Such was the nature of fortune. As for myself, I am perpetually the one who has asked you. Bai Yu instructed the Bone Beast Griffin to enter the Blackwater altar for enhancement, successfully augmenting each attribute by 6 points. The enhancement process, akin to that of the skeletons, also involved skeletal fortification. Arthur continued to level up. She dismissed Arthur, for this Bone Beast Griffin could not level up and was naturally assigned by Bai Yu to venture outside the castle to hunt. Alas, what a foolish oversight on my part. I neglected to have the troops summoned at dawn yesterday enter the Blackwater altar for enhancement. Bai Yu smacked her forehead, realizing that fatigue must have clouded her judgment, leading her to forget such an essential task. Just as the Bone Beast Griffin was about to take flight, Bai Yu hastily called for it to halt, addressing the bewildered creature. The Griffin shook its head, as if grasping her words, yet still appearing somewhat perplexed, before spreading its wings and soaring towards the castle's outskirts. Is it ever said that becoming undead would diminish one's intellect? Or is this foolish bird inherently dim-witted? Bai Yu opened the trading post to check on the status of her food transactions. Goodness! Iron ingots! Bai Yu could scarcely believe her eyes. She had actually encountered iron ingots. While she acknowledged that her development speed might not reach 0 among the countless lords, she felt she should still have achieved at least a modicum of progress. To this day, she remained utterly bewildered by iron ingots, having never seen one. Nor did she know how to obtain them, although she speculated that mining might be necessary. The pressing question of whether the undead could mine would have to be set aside for now. At the very least, there ought to be mines surrounding Bai Yu's castle. Her current castle encompassed a radius of 6,000 meters, resulting in a diameter of 12,000 meters, not an insignificant size. Yet, within her territory, there was not a single mountain, not even a small hill. The only mountain in sight was that snow-capped peak, a conspicuous high-level map. As a novice who had yet to emerge from the beginner village, Bai Yu found the snow mountain's difficulty utterly daunting. Wait a moment, surely that snow mountain could not possibly harbor iron mines? The trading information for iron ingots was indeed exorbitant, rivaling Bai Yu's own cunning. 1 iron ingot could be traded for 80 units of wood, 2 units of food, or 2 magic crystals. 100 iron ingots could be exchanged for a spirit core. The trading prices were set at 4 times the markup established by these formidable lords, with 1 iron ingot directly swapped for 2 units. To think that one could exchange 100 iron ingots for a spirit core? The lord proposing such a trade must be dreaming. Currently, iron ingots were as scarce as the food resources on the first day, and these lords were under a delusion of false visibility. When they eventually upgraded their castles to level 9, they would discover that the iron ingot resource, which had been absent thus far, would require 10,000 ingots for the castle's promotion to a town. At that moment, they would all be left in utter disbelief. The value disparity between 10,000 iron ingots and 100 spirit cores is self-evident, as spirit cores remain the most coveted high-level resource at present, and Bai Yu would not easily part with them. The trading post only displayed the lords who initiated the trade at the moment of listing. Thereafter, such information would no longer be visible, requiring one to click on the trading orders to view them. Bai Yu, feeling indignant, pouted. Let me see precisely which scoundrel has beaten me to it. What an infuriating individual. Chapter 26. The Identity of the Zhao Orphan. Bai Yu opened the message regarding the trade order and finally laid eyes upon the name of that nefarious capitalist. At the moment she recognized the name, her jaw dropped in astonishment, wide enough to accommodate an egg. Goodness, Zhao's orphan. How truly ironic. Bai Yu never anticipated that the individual trading iron ingots would be her very first friend, Zhao's orphan. So, you're playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger, are you? Bai Yu felt her previously established persona of superiority crumble before Zhao's orphan, realizing she was merely a fool, while the true powerhouse stood before her. How frustrating. Bai Yu couldn't bring herself to discuss the iron ingots with Zhao's orphan. Should she buy them directly from the exchange? That would certainly feel underhanded, unlike her usual approach, which was more amiable. At this moment, thousands of miles away from Bai Yu's castle, A grand fortress constructed primarily of stone loomed beside a great mountain. Surrounding the castle were white stones and several towering peaks. With nothing else in sight, the castle rested at the foot of the largest mountain. Inside, a graceful young woman, possessing an alluring figure, sat in the kitchen savoring her exquisite lunch, which was actually just a piece of roasted wild rabbit, slightly charred. The young woman stood at a height of 172 meters, with cascading waves of black hair, and her stunning face adorned with meticulous makeup. Her beauty was perhaps just a shade less than Bai Yu's. She wore a fitted white blouse that revealed her navel. The first button was undone, hinting at the allure beneath, while the second button strained under pressure, nearly ready to pop off. Below, she donned a black ultra-short mini-skirt, showcasing her long, slender legs clad in sheer black stockings that extended upwards, curving mysteriously into the confines of her skirt. Seated at the dining chair, she crossed her legs, her foot teasingly dangling a precarious high-heeled shoe. This was the lord whom Bai Yu had just chastised, Zhao's orphan. The girl's name was Zhao Lianxue, 21 years of age, 3 years senior to Bai Yu. Like her name suggested, she too was an orphan. However, her superior was an aging lecher, greasy and balding, which made Zhao Lianxue feel nauseous. Seeing her beauty, he perpetually attempted to impose the classic unspoken rules of the workplace upon her, but before his plans could come to fruition, he was transported to this fantastical realm. Having navigated the complexities of society for many years, Zhao Lianxue had enjoyed gaming prior to her arrival in this world, dabbling in titles like certain adventure and farming games. She possessed a fair understanding of gaming, and with her innate intelligence, she quickly adapted to her current circumstances. The units she summoned were dwarf craftsmen, conjuring 10 each day. These craftsmen were adept in construction, mechanics, metallurgy, and forging, albeit lacking in combat prowess and having substantial appetites. On her first day in this new world, Zhao Lianxue surveyed the surroundings of the castle. Encircled by mountains, she noted the scarcity of wild monsters, which also suggested that formidable beasts would be rare, thus lowering the overall danger. This provided her with a relatively secure and stable environment for development. However, the dwarves required sustenance, and their appetite was considerable. Zhao Lianxue instructed them to venture out for hunting, yet the dwarves often returned empty-handed. The number of dwarven artisans in Zhao Lianxue's castle expanded to 200. Upon inquiring with the wandering dwarves, she learned that the old dwarf king had passed away, and a civil war was raging within the dwarf kingdom, displaying signs of fragmentation. They were all civilians affected by the war. Moved by their plight, Zhao Lianxue took them in. Although the efficiency of stone mining significantly increased, the daily demand for food also grew. Eventually, Zhao Lianxue began to comprehend the dwarven artisans' combat abilities and abandoned the idea of sending them hunting, instead focusing on stone extraction and trading the stones for food. However, food prices were exorbitantly high. Though prices had decreased from yesterday to today, the availability of lower-priced food remained insufficient, and at times, she could secure only 1 or 2 portions, or even none at all. This meager supply of food was hardly adequate. Zhao Lianxue spent her days monitoring the trading post, ever ready to seize low-priced food at a moment's notice. Fortunately, her troops excelled in stone mining, and the castle was surrounded by several great mountains. Resources were thus plentiful, complemented by the trading post's functionality, ensuring a continuous influx. No wood, no problem, trade stone. No food, no problem, trade stone. Stones were in abundance, and while mining in the mountains, the dwarves stumbled upon an iron mine and unearthed a special building blueprint, which delighted Zhao Lianxue further. The special building was a furnace, which she successfully unlocked and constructed. The furnace converted iron ore into ingots. It was Zhao Lianxue's first encounter with iron ingots, yet she understood their immense potential. For instance, Bai Yu. However, Zhao Lianxue was not naive. She would not solely rely on Bai Yu, but her food supply was the most substantial, leading her to perceive it as the most stable source. Today, Zhao Lianxue finally elevated her castle to level 9 through a continuous exchange of stone for wood, magic crystals, and various resources. She also grasped the utility of iron ingots. The iron mine was vast, and with the furnace's output combined with the 300 dwarven artisans within the castle, they could produce 500 iron ingots daily, while upgrading the town required 10,000 ingots. At this rate, it would take 20 days to upgrade the town. She harbored her own ambitions and preferred to rely on herself, aware that the castle could not be upgraded in the short term. Zhao Lianxue decisively opted to trade iron ingots. Given that most lords had yet to elevate their castles to level 9, although they might be unaware of the iron ingot's significance, they certainly recognized them as a high-value commodity. Presently, it seemed she was the only lord trading iron ingots at the trading post, allowing her to learn from others and engage in high-priced transactions. This could result in substantial profits, as she possessed a steady supply of stones, over 300 dwarven artisans, and the capability to refine iron ingots. There was no need to depend on anyone. She was truly the protagonist of her own story. At this moment, Zhao Lianxue brimmed with confidence and was filled with hope for the days ahead. She had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings of the castle and found no threats. Once the 7-day novice protection period had elapsed, even in the face of a beast tide, it was merely a trivial matter. Chapter 27, Cooperation. Although Bai Yu vociferously denounced the Zhao orphan as a scoundrel, her hands did not cease their activity. Previously, Bai Yu had stocked 3,000 portions of food, with 600 still remaining in the warehouse. Without hesitation, she decided to trade food for iron ingots. Food was the one resource Bai Yu possessed in abundance. However, the Zhao orphan had listed a mere 150 ingots. Seizing the opportunity while the dim-witted lords were engaged in world chat discussing the utility of iron ingots, Bai Yu decisively acquired the remaining 100 ingots for 200 portions of food. Bai Yu retrieved the iron ingots from the warehouse, holding them in her hands. The ingots, fashioned into brick shapes, weighed over 10 pounds each, yet in the presence of Bai Yu's 35 strength attribute, they felt as light as cotton. This was iron ingot? She had imagined it to be a sophisticated item, but it turned out to be nothing more than ordinary iron. Upgrading the town required 10,000 iron ingots, necessitating 20,000 portions of food to procure them, provided they could be obtained at all. Furthermore, food prices would only decline, while the cost of iron ingots would inevitably rise if others lacked alternative means of acquisition. Gazing at the 10,000 ingots required for the town upgrade, and then at the 100 ingots in her warehouse, Bai Yu couldn't help but lament. How long would it take to accumulate such a quantity? She wore a sorrowful expression, her discontent palpable. She wondered if any of the undead could mine. But no, mining was simple. The challenge lay in the smelting process. Given the intelligence of the undead, it seemed a daunting task. Bai Yu commanded the gargoyle and other undead to enter the Blackwater altar for enhancement. After a minute, the enhancement was complete. The gargoyle had turned black, resembling a small shadow. Bai Yu examined the gargoyle's attributes. Gargoyle. Enhancement. Skin. Increases personal defense. Can transform into a statue to absorb a portion of magic, enhancing itself, not exceeding its own level. All attributes 5. Remarkably, following this enhancement, the gargoyle could actively transform into a statue to absorb magic, thereby augmenting its own abilities. Indeed, advanced units were distinct. The enhancements grew increasingly outrageous with higher ranks. After a night and a morning of upgrades, the gargoyle had reached level 5, prompting Bai Yu to regard the initial summoned level 1 skeleton soldiers with disdain. The efficiency of the undead in slaying enemies within the castle territory was heightened due to the enhancement of the Bone Throne. Even a level 1 skeleton soldier, despite being unable to upgrade, could transform into a level 2. Unfortunately, there were no wild monsters remaining around the castle, and the number of undead was steadily increasing. A casual glance beyond the castle walls revealed several skeletons. To obey Bai Yu's commands, they had to venture further from the castle. You have a new private message from a friend. It was obvious who it was, as Bai Yu had but a single friend. She pondered what this orphan wanted now, suspecting she would be informed that food supplies had run out again. I am beginning to doubt you are nothing but a glutton. Bai Yu fumed, already branding the detestable Zhao orphan with labels of a profiteer, glutton, and bloated rich man. With a click, she opened the private chat. The orphan of the Zhao family. Are you there, my esteemed friend? I find myself in need of sustenance once more, requesting 500 portions. This time, I shall offer wood, trading it alongside stone. The sorrowful keep. I have what you seek. May I inquire, do you possess iron ingots? In order to develop the castle, Bai Yu must relinquish his lofty status. Oh dear. The orphan of the Zhao family. Indeed, there lies a mine nearby, and my troops are capable of refining iron ore. How foolish to reveal the source of the iron ingots. As Bai Yu suspected, iron ingots are but humble blocks of iron, derived from mining and then smelted in a furnace. Bai Yu feels he has underestimated this game. Some elements are as simple as they appear. Why would he disclose this information to me? For even if he shares it, I possess neither a mine, nor a furnace, nor the skill to smelt ore. At this thought, Bai Yu finds himself in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. If he trades food for iron ingots, his supply of stone would be replenished, allowing him to barter stone for food with other lords. A decrease in his food requirements signifies he will not frequently seek trades with Bai Yu for iron ingots. He must understand the significance of iron ingots and would not treat their sale as casually as Bai Yu does with food. How frustrating it is to feel entirely disadvantaged. The orphan of the Zhao family. Esteemed friend, do you wish to trade for iron ingots? This also conveys to Zhao Lianxue that Bai Yu's castle has reached its maximum level. Zhao Lianxue is astute, having attained such an advantage. She has elevated her castle to its peak, while Bai Yu's circumstances must be less favorable. Zhao Lianxue speculates that Bai Yu's troops are likely formidable and probably consume very little, perhaps even none at all, which would explain his ability to produce such a surplus of food. She believes Bai Yu possesses considerable strength. Her own troops are lacking in combat prowess. Although she currently feels confident against the beast tide, the end of the tide leads to a struggle among all races. Relying solely on her diminutive artisans, if discovered, her fate would be sealed. Thus, forging a bond with Bai Yu is of utmost necessity. Zhao Lianxue merely hopes Bai Yu is not a balding, greasy old man, ideally. He would be a tall, handsome figure. The sorrowful keep. Indeed, how much can you trade? The orphan of the Zhao family. To demonstrate my sincerity, how about I trade 300 iron ingots for 500 portions of food? Moreover, if you require it, I can pledge to trade you 200 iron ingots daily for merely 300 portions of food. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Bai Yu. You rascal, you know how to conduct business. Offering me 100 portions less makes it seem as though I am the one at a disadvantage. Yet I find it delightful. The sorrowful keep. Very well, my dear friend. Bai Yu was nearly overcome with excitement, almost exclaiming, should you not abandon me, I would gladly call you father. Thankfully, Bai Yu maintained his composure, otherwise, he would have lost face. Chapter 28. The Silver Wolf of the Howling Moon Strikes. The orphan of the Zhao family has initiated a trade with you. Transaction details, 300 ingots exchanged for 500 units of food. Do you agree? Agreed. A forthright individual, indeed, my adoptive father. Bai Yu promptly clicked to confirm. Transaction failed, insufficient food. What? Upon checking the warehouse, Bai Yu discovered that the 600 units of food had dwindled to 400 after trading 100 ingots. Alas, I am impoverished. Wait. There should still be some food left in the trading post. Bai Yu hurriedly removed all the food from the trading post, with 3,000 units initially. Only 1,000 remained, which would suffice. Bai Yu's small hand once again tapped on the floating transaction order before her. Agreed. Transaction successful. As 500 units of food vanished from the warehouse, 300 ingots were successfully acquired. This orphan is undoubtedly a formidable figure, consistently providing Bai Yu with 200 ingots daily, while her own production remains at a minimum of 500, with 900 units of food left. It would be prudent to keep them in reserve to avoid future embarrassment from shortages. The 3,000 units of food had been listed on the trading post for half a day, yet only 2,000 were traded. Bai Yu remained contemplative. Most lords, having developed over the past 3 days, could procure their own food. In fact, those with greater strength were trading their surplus food, resulting in an influx of low-priced provisions, which significantly impacted Bai Yu's business. Even prominent lords like Wheezy and Spirit of Fire, faced with market pressures, began to lower their prices for food transactions, leaving Bai Yu as the sole trader engaged in fourfold pricing. It was distressing. Her financial avenues were obstructed. Bai Yu tugged at her hair, causing a few strands to stand on end. The trade of 2,000 units of food yielded a total of 32,000 units of wood, 18,000 units of stone, and 400 magic crystals. Overall, the harvest was satisfactory. The profits from the fourfold pricing were quite remarkable. However, moving forward, such pricing may prove untenable. Bai Yu would have to either follow suit with the other lords and reduce her prices, or direct the undead to mine stones and chop trees. Business has become challenging. When will she be able to mine for herself? Currently, she has only 400 ingots, and accumulating 10,000 ingots seems a distant dream. Bai Yu sighed. At present, the resources of wood and stone required for upgrading the castle town were sufficient. Only the troublesome ingots remained. For now, wood and stone were of lesser importance to Bai Yu. Upgrading the town was still far off, and she needed to devise other avenues for income. For instance, the various monster materials in her warehouse, such as wild boar tusks and assorted animal pelts, had gone unused. However, currently, there were no sellers for these items in the trading post, and Bai Yu lacked a reference price. She feared overpricing, but was more concerned about underpricing and incurring losses. With food no longer profitable, the priority must be to acquire ingots and spirit cores. Bai Yu's next objective was to upgrade the barracks, followed by the town. Why has the upgrade not yet occurred? Bai Yu gazed at the nearby black water altar, which was now adorned with a shallow layer of dark water. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could I perform a secondary enhancement? With this notion in mind, Bai Yu approached the altar, removed her shoes, and, clad in white socks, dipped her size 36 foot into the black water. As before, the dark liquid recoiled from her, yet the previous tingling sensation was conspicuously absent. Disappointment washed over her. It was evident that a second enhancement was not possible, and she had lost the chance to grow stronger. Clearly, the black water altar could not be relied upon. She would have to depend on her own efforts, despite a slight ache in her hand. The afternoon had progressed, and Bai Yu found herself at a loss for activities in this fantastical realm devoid of the internet and mobile phones. What could she possibly do? Perhaps a lovely afternoon nap would suffice. The undead minions continued their diligent labor, chopping wood, mining stones, hunting in the wild, and leveling up. As the leader, Bai Yu contentedly awaited her 15-fold experience boost in the castle, relishing the prospect of effortless advancement. To venture outside and engage in combat would be beneath her dignity, especially since she would lose the experience multiplier upon leaving the castle. Such foolishness was not in her nature. The trade-off simply wasn't worth it. Revitalized, Bai Yu awoke to the evening hours, just in time to notice a system notification. She adored the night, for it promised double drops, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would surely level up again by morning. Nighttime presented the best opportunity for her undead army to grow stronger. Wait, could I choose to exact revenge for my fellow villagers at night? With double drops, wouldn't that lead to a windfall? Bai Yu couldn't help but feel clever. However, the goblin chief was a formidable foe, an elite with doubled attributes, an insurmountable challenge. The grand scheme of wealth she had just envisioned crumbled before it could even take flight. Warning: hostile creatures have invaded the territory. What? Bai Yu jolted upright in shock at the sudden system alert. What on earth? Barefoot, she dashed out of her bedroom, hurried down the stairs, and flung open the castle doors. Instead of darkness, an eerie luminescence emanated from the moon, more peculiar than ever before. Instinctively, she looked up to find the sky devoid of clouds, a crimson full moon hanging ominously in the night. Using the moonlight, Bai Yu peered outside the castle, only to behold dozens of white figures racing toward her fortress. Howling moon silver wolves, those vengeful beasts, silent last night, were now rallying to assault her. Bai Yu estimated that at least 30 of the howling moon silver wolves were approaching, with the largest among them leading the pack, its robust form surpassing the others. Its eyes glowing red, clearly the alpha of the group. Upon entering her territory, Bai Yu was able to access information about these wolves. Howling moon silver wolf, level 9, skill, bloodlust. Killing an enemy grants a frenzy effect for 30 seconds. Subsequent kills reset the duration. A level 9 howling moon silver wolf. The night brings forth a formidable double enhancement, a reality that astounds Bai Yu. She could scarcely fathom that the leader of the howling moon silver wolves was a level 9 creature. Such a revelation was truly terrifying. The attributes post-enhancement nearly rivaled those of Arthur at level 6. Quickly, hasten to the west and summon Arthur. Chapter 29, The Abnormal Werewolf? Yet, something felt amiss. The castle was protected by a shield, and they were still within the 7-day novice protection period, rendering her invincible within its walls. Bai Yu gently touched her heart, reassuring herself. To her astonishment, the level 9 Howling Moon Silver Wolf possessed skills, and upon witnessing its bloodthirsty ability, a sly smile graced her lips. I, Bai Yu, hereby guarantee that if you can unleash that skill, I shall concede. The undead scattered around the castle soon took notice of the white invaders, both from the skies and the ground, converging upon the wolf pack. These pups were elite monsters, capable of scattering skeletal soldiers with a single pounce, though it proved futile. The skeletal bodies swiftly reassembled and retaliated against the wolves. It seemed these Howling Moon Silver Wolves were not particularly bright. Oh, how foolish of me, I had forgotten. These dim-witted wolves could not speak. The ranks of skeletal soldiers and zombies swelled, accompanied by numerous undead knights, while a host of specters floated above. The count of the undead approached 500. How dare a mere 30 wolves confront such overwhelming numbers? As the undead pressed their assault, soon a hapless wolf was injured, their operational space dwindling as they were gradually encircled by the undead. The high agility of the wolves proved ineffective in this dire situation. It appeared that without Arthur, these wolves stood little chance of victory. This was Bai Yu's first encounter with such a grand spectacle of the undead coordinating against an enemy. It was truly magnificent. A howl erupted from the lead Howling Moon Silver Wolf, prompting the others to join in a chorus of howls. The leader's body swelled with muscles, its limbs growing robust, and it stood upright, relying solely on its hind legs. Its forepaws transformed, becoming as enormous as its head, adorned with 5 sharp black claws. The leader, a wolf over 2 meters long, morphed into a towering 3-meter werewolf. As the transformation unfolded, the surrounding Howling Moon Silver Wolves began to change as well. In the end, all 30 of them transformed into 2-meter-tall werewolves. Some injured wolves, upon transforming, found their wounds healed, their eyes gleaming with a crimson light. What a trickery! Was this not cheating? Bai Yu recalled that the small green bean had mentioned that high-level Howling Moon Silver Wolves could freely shift into werewolf forms, while ordinary ones could only transform on a full moon night. Today happened to be a full moon night. No wonder this pack had refrained from attacking yesterday. They had been lying in wait. Howling Moon Werewolf. Bai Yu hastily examined the attributes, utterly shocked by their extraordinary nature. The vitality has increased by 40 points, and with the double effect, it amounts to 80 points. Both strength and agility have been further enhanced, with strength reaching an astonishing 100 points after a night of fortification. Moreover, a new skill has emerged, self-healing. However, upon reflection, while this self-healing ability might seem extraordinary for other races, it appears somewhat redundant for Bai Yu's army of the undead. What? You can self-heal? Apologies, but I simply do not die. The alpha wolf, transformed into a werewolf, wielded its formidable claws, effortlessly dispatching a young foe with each swipe. Even the mental assaults employed by the aerial spirits had little effect on this werewolf. It seems that after the transformation, its defenses have significantly strengthened, though it may also be due to the vast disparity in power and distance, rendering Bai Yu unable to observe clearly. The Death Knight, charging with a scythe, swung at the werewolf, yet the creature easily blocked the attack with its crossed claws. Only the claws used for defense appeared cursed and darkened. However, the Death Knight's curse is not cumulative, and evidently, these Howling Moon werewolves do not possess a lesser vitality than the Death Knights, rendering intimidation ineffective. The damage inflicted by the Death Knight was swiftly repaired by the werewolf's self-healing skill. The only effective measure against the werewolves was the Death Knight's corpse poison, which, through continuous application, could effectively suppress the werewolf's self-healing abilities. This was further enhanced by the Blackwater altar. Without that enhancement, they would merely serve as targets. As the soul attacks from the royal spirits and phantoms began to accumulate, their potency increased, affecting some lower-level werewolves. At that moment, a gargoyle swooped down from the sky, its claws plunging into the body of a werewolf, before it lifted the creature into the air. With a forceful spread of its hands, the werewolf was torn asunder, falling to the ground in two halves. The dismembered werewolf lay still, evidently beyond the healing capacity of the self-healing skill, and was irrevocably dead. An idea suddenly sparked in Bai Yu's mind. Eureka! Cautiously, Bai Yu approached the castle gates, where a blue light flickered in her left eye, and a magical array materialized in her gaze. The distant werewolf corpses remained unchanged. Bai Yu realized the casting range is insufficient. Observing the werewolves completely surrounded by the undead brought her some relief, and she stepped forward a few paces. Bai Yu summoned again, and this time the distance was adequate. An array identical to the one in her eye emerged above the dismembered werewolf's remains. Subsequently, a skeletal werewolf was successfully summoned from within, charging towards its former kin. The surrounding werewolves were utterly astonished by this spectacle. The glowing red in the werewolf's eyes transformed into flickering blue flames, while its corporeal form disintegrated, leaving only a skeletal structure, which nonetheless stood and attacked. This phenomenon was utterly unfathomable to the werewolves. Skeletal werewolf. Growth limit, commander level. Observing the attributes of the skeletal werewolf, Bai Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, surmising that summoning from the werewolf's remains would indeed yield an undead werewolf, albeit in a different form from its original wolf shape. Bai Yu revealed a mischievous smile. Transforming on the night of the full moon was such a hassle. Why not allow me to help you remain in your werewolf forms forever? Hee hee. How wicked. Chapter 30. The sixth one is here. Though these werewolves possess the ability to heal, their stamina is limited, while the undead possess boundless endurance. As Bai Yu continued to summon from the rear, the number of werewolves dwindled, and the fallen werewolf corpses transformed into enemies for their kin. The comparison between werewolves equipped with bloodlust and self-healing abilities and the skill-less, immortal skeletal beasts is quite apparent. The leading werewolf, engaged in a fierce battle with the undead, finally discovered the hidden sixth one lurking at the back. Realization dawned upon him. It was she who had turned his kin into this ghastly state. The werewolf leader suddenly unleashed his inner power, nimbly weaving through the ranks of the undead. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the undead, he unleashed a devastating claw strike that scattered the nearest foe. With doubled attributes, the werewolf leader could easily crush all the undead present. However, the undead would not perish but instead ceaselessly assault him. In a bid to wear down the werewolf leader, he identified a key figure, presumably the leader of these undead. If he could slay this one, the remaining undead would likely lose their combat effectiveness. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. The werewolf leader effortlessly broke through the undead's encirclement, charging toward the hidden sixth one. Oh no, I've been discovered. Bai Yu watched in alarm as the werewolf leader charged toward her, instinctively preparing to unleash dark magic in retaliation. Suddenly, a massive figure descended from the sky, interposing itself between her and the oncoming werewolf leader. Just in time, Arthur. Quickly, unleash your flames. Bai Yu felt a wave of relief as Arthur shielded her, and she began to cheer. Arthur clawed at the werewolf leader, who was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the giant from above. As the werewolf leader raised his claw to defend against Arthur's attack, the anticipated scene of him being sent flying did not unfold. Instead, he merely staggered back a few paces, using his exaggerated strength to absorb the blow. With a mighty roar, Arthur unleashed a powerful jet of ethereal blue dragon breath. At such a close range, the werewolf leader had no time to evade and endured the full brunt of the attack. The dragon breath enveloped the werewolf leader entirely, searing both his soul and flesh, while layers of ice crystals began to form around him in an attempt to freeze him. The werewolf leader struggled against the dragon breath, relying on his high attributes to withstand its effects. Suddenly, a black fireball struck from the side. It was that sixth one from behind. The werewolf leader realized too late, but had no opportunity to evade, as the fireball struck his right arm. The black flames inflicted dual damage upon both body and soul, akin to Arthur's ghostly dragon breath. The dark flames began to engulf the werewolf leader, and while Arthur's dragon breath could barely be countered by the leader's self-healing abilities, it proved utterly ineffective against the black fire unleashed by this cunning foe. At that moment, the flesh of the werewolf leader's right arm had completely disintegrated, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. Faced with the dual soul attacks from Arthur and Bai Yu, the werewolf leader could no longer withstand the onslaught and was instantaneously frozen into an ice sculpture by Arthur's breath, while the black flames continued to burn fiercely. Its soul was utterly extinguished. Had it possessed the ability to speak, Bai Yu surmised it would have shouted a classic phrase at her. You old rascal. You have successfully slain a normal level 9 Howling Moon werewolf, gaining 240 experience points, double experience. To her astonishment, it was indeed her kill. It appeared that the werewolf's true demise was a result of Bai Yu's black flame bullet, which had obliterated its soul. The werewolf's corpse collapsed onto the ground, and Bai Yu, having broken through her own limitations, was rewarded with another level up. Their essay saying that life should be enjoyed when one cannot resist it. Meanwhile, the other undead were still engaged in dispatching the remaining werewolves, leaving only Arthur, standing beside Bai Yu, staring at her in bewilderment. Returning to the matter at hand. This was Bai Yu's first use of the black flame bullet on a living being. Trees did not count. She had not anticipated such a grotesque effect, with the flames burning continuously on the flesh, proving impossible to extinguish. Now seated upon the ground, Bai Yu brushed off the dirt and disarray from her clothing. "Oh my flesh," she exclaimed, realizing that this dark magic would leave no corpse behind. She hurriedly intervened to halt the black flames from continuing to consume the werewolf leader's remains. In contrast to the loss of flesh, Bai Yu was more pleased with the prospect of acquiring a level 9 skeletal beast werewolf. A pinnacle of strength under her command, truly splendid. With the death of the werewolf leader, the remaining werewolves would be mere fodder, especially with Arthur's assistance. Arthur remained formidable. Without him, it was uncertain whether Bai Yu's other undead could have vanquished the level 9 werewolf. Bai Yu employed the magic of her left eye once more to transform this werewolf into a skeletal beast. At present, she was the only one capable of such a transformation. The scythe could not achieve this feat surely. A level 9 skeletal beast werewolf would surpass a level 9 skeletal knight in strength. Skeletal beast werewolf. Growth limit. King level. A spurt of blood escaped Bai Yu's lips. The knight's double attribute enhancement had vanished. Nevertheless, this was formidable enough, only slightly weaker than Arthur. The werewolf leader had been slain outside the castle, benefiting from the knight's double experience bonus and the 15-fold bonus from the Throne of Decay. Bai Yu calculated with her small hands. Alas, I lost 120 experience points. No, I lost it all. I hadn't accounted for the other werewolves. Turning to enter the castle, she made her way to the bathroom, kicking off her shoes with abandon, yanking out her hair tie, and shaking her head so that her white hair flowed freely. The social embarrassments and mortifications she had endured in her past life paled in comparison to the myriad experiences she had encountered in just a few days in this magical realm. Bai Yu felt a torrent of emotions, on the brink of tears. First, a bath was in order. She felt utterly humiliated. Chapter 31, Abundant Harvest. Fortunately, my troops belong to the undead. Otherwise, it would be akin to defecating on the street if I were among other sentient races. After taking a bath, Bai Yu casually slipped into a white dress, opting for a rather daring approach by going without undergarments. As she intended to retire to bed shortly and saw little reason to change. As Bai Yu stepped out of her bedroom, she felt a sudden chill below, hastily covering her skirt. Phew, it was merely an illusion. She feared her dress had taken flight. Thus, it posed no significant issue. She could manage for the time being. Having been confined within the castle for 3 days, Bai Yu felt as though she might go mad, reminiscent of the isolation experienced during a flu quarantine in her former life. The crucial point was the absence of internet access. The world was vast, and Bai Yu yearned to explore it. Yet, her feeble strength rendered her incapable. She had only just ventured a few steps beyond the castle gates when she nearly fell prey to a werewolf. Though she had contemplated riding on Arthur to soar through the skies, her attempts quickly led to abandonment. Arthur, being a skeletal dragon devoid of flesh, provided no stable surface to perch upon. It was impractical to adopt the role of a dragon tamer as one might read in novels, appearing as a sage from a realm beyond. When they took flight, Bai Yu nearly tumbled off. Arthur's bony structure offered no driving experience whatsoever. Drawing from her previous life's web fiction knowledge, she believed that once she reached a certain level, she should be able to fly. Surely, one could not claim that even within divine realms, there existed beings incapable of flight. How absurd that would be. Let us first examine her attributes. Lord Bai Yu. Aside from the usual attribute enhancements, there seemed to be no notable changes. Yet, Bai Yu remained undeterred, eagerly anticipating special rewards with each level up. The experience gained from slaying monsters was perplexing, devoid of a visible experience bar. She never knew when she would unexpectedly level up, leaving her mentally unprepared. Soon to reach the maximum level, she felt an exhilarating anticipation, hoping for a unique experience. He, Bai Yu chuckled foolishly, saliva trickling from her mouth. The undead army transported all the werewolf corpses from outside into the castle, where Bai Yu employed magic to transform them into bone beasts. They could not be directly cast into the Blackwater altar, lest they summon random undead beings. Subsequently, Bai Yu commanded these bone beasts to enter the Blackwater altar. She discovered that bone beasts were essentially a variant of skeletons, with enhancements akin to those of their skeletal counterparts, representing a fixed skeletal upgrade. This lack of novelty was rather disappointing. However, the addition of over 30 level 5 bone beast werewolves further strengthened Bai Yu's undead army. The attributes of the lead wolf remained consistent with those of other werewolves, exhibiting no unique changes. Although the attention of the snow-capped mountain wolf pups was somewhat troublesome, it still proved advantageous for Bai Yu at this juncture. The invincible barrier of the castle posed no threat from any enemy. As long as she remained within the novice protection period, any foes that approached would merely serve to bolster her resources, expediting her development. Well, it seemed unlikely any enemies would arrive. That pack of wolf pups had been entirely eradicated, and only a few factions remained in the vicinity of Bai Yu's castle. As for the goblins, Bai Yu speculated that they lacked the courage to approach. If the frost giant dragon were to go mad, attacking Bai Yu without any grievance or enmity, Bai Yu would have no choice but to adopt a strategy of retreat, seeking refuge within the castle walls. The nights are long, and I implore all of you to continue your endeavors. Those who hunt should hunt, and those who seek to level up should do so. With the opportunity for double drops, how could Bai Yu let such a splendid chance slip away? Time must be cherished, and the labor at hand utilized wisely. Bai Yu intends to disassemble all these werewolves, along with the corpses collected by the undead during Bai Yu's slumber this afternoon. With a mere glance, Bai Yu summoned forth the animal remains, instantly adding 80 undead of varying levels up to 3 within the castle. Bai Yu instructed them to enter the black water altar for enhancement before proceeding to disassemble these corpses. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully disassembling and obtaining. Since the hunting of the undead occurred in the afternoon, there were no double drops this time. Nonetheless, the haul was satisfactory, yielding 400 portions of food and 54 magic crystals. The undead laborers also procured 3,000 units of timber and 2,000 units of stone for Bai Yu. While not an overwhelming amount, it is better than nothing. After all, who would complain about having an abundance of materials? Next comes the main event of the evening. A collection of 36 werewolf corpses, each of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves being at least level 5. It is worth noting that Bai Yu had previously acquired a spirit core from a Howling Moon Silver Wolf. If Bai Yu's notes are correct, a creature of level 5 or above is guaranteed to yield a spirit core. Thus, Bai Yu stands to gain 36 spirit cores, leading to a substantial windfall. The excitement is palpable, hands trembling with exhilaration as Bai Yu eagerly presses the disassemble button. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully disassembling. Oh, what a delightful surprise. Wait, there are a few too many surprises. Bai Yu can hardly process it all. What first captures Bai Yu's attention is the elite food. What could that possibly mean? How does it differ from regular food? The level 5 werewolves drop elite food. Yet Bai Yu distinctly remembers slaying a level 6 burrow demon and a level 7 cloud-swooping griffin, both of which yielded only ordinary food. How perplexing. Oh, but Bai Yu had also dispatched a level 5 Howling Moon Silver Wolf, which likewise dropped ordinary food. It seems Bai Yu has had a revelation. It is their transformation into werewolves that causes them to drop elite food. How clever of me. Do praise my insight. Chapter 32. The Temptation of Elite Food. After vanquishing over 30 werewolves, coupled with the double drops, the outcome is utterly more astonishing than the previous 3 days of toil. This perfectly validates the adage that rather than toiling for wealth, one might as well recline and count one's riches, underscoring the importance of aligning oneself with a benefactor. Bai Yu's benefactor is none other than this pack of werewolves. If they were to come each night, Bai Yu would hardly need to exert such effort. Speaking of which, a werewolf should typically yield 20 portions of food, yet why did this level 9 werewolf only drop 19? Bai Yu suddenly recollects that this particular wolf had part of its body incinerated by Bai Yu's skill, hence the discrepancy in the drop. Truly, I am grateful. However, Bai Yu has also discerned that not all creatures above level 5 are guaranteed to drop spirit cores. It is merely a matter of probability. The previous fortunate drops can only be attributed to Bai Yu's good fortune, which misled Bai Yu into a false assumption. However, with the double drop rate during the night, the mere acquisition of a single item would yield a bounty of 2. Bai Yu managed to gather a total of 40 spirit cores, striking it rich in the process. Encountering a werewolf at the outset, one could not help but burst into laughter, for he was indeed the embodiment of fortune. Bai Yu collected a remarkable 1438 portions of elite food, 130 magic crystals, and 40 spirit cores, enabling an immediate upgrade of his barracks. Just before dawn, he completed the upgrade, paving the way to summon new troop types on the 4th day. Hooray! Although transforming into a werewolf meant he would no longer shed his skin, it mattered little. Who would concern themselves with such trifles? Bai Yu retrieved a portion of elite food from his warehouse, intending to roast it in the kitchen. Given its elite status, it should possess some unique effects, or else it would be rather disappointing. Regrettably, the system failed to indicate any differences in the elite food, leaving Bai Yu with no choice but to experiment personally. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the kitchen with a serving of roasted wolf meat. Gently blowing on it before taking a bite, chewing on the left side, then the right, he concluded that it was rather unpalatable. Strangely, he sensed a warm current within the elite food, an indescribable sensation. Using elite food grants 2 experience points. To his astonishment, the elite food provided experience points. With over 1,400 portions of elite food, Bai Yu realized he could amass a staggering 2,800 experience points. What an extraordinary prospect. He surmised that such experience could elevate him to the rank of commander. His heart raced at the thought, a swift path to power. However, as he approached the warehouse and pushed open the door, He was petrified at the sight of a mountain of elite food, staring in disbelief. He wondered how long it would take to consume it all. At this rate, he might perish from overeating before he even leveled up. Perhaps it would be wiser to trade it instead. He had been rather naive, after all. Bai Yu opted to trade magic crystals and iron ingots. As he currently lacked an abundance of wood and stone, upgrading the town was still a distant prospect, and the undead could easily accumulate resources for him. Once Bai Yu's trade was listed, it ignited a frenzy among the lords chatting in the world chat. Some were still fretting over ordinary food, while elite food was an entirely novel concept to them. Saipan, wow, what is elite food? Is it dropped by high-level monsters? That's incredible. Are the big shots truly this formidable? Rain Girl, is this a joke? It's only the third day. I'm still feeling pleased to barely scrape by. And now I'm being overshadowed by these titans. Sweet Potato Boba, whimper, whimper, can the big shot help scratch my itch? Little Radish, can the adorable girl above stop being so nauseating? I'm about to hurl. Aren't you all focusing on the main point? Elite food grants 2 experience points. Pure love, war god. Yet again, it's that merchant crab yellow burger. Your prices are outrageous. What even is an iron ingot? If I had that, I wouldn't care for the paltry 2 experience points from your elite food. Mouse, truly a jester. Iron ingots are worthless. Anyone capable of forging iron ingots would surely exchange them for elite food. This is a golden opportunity to enhance oneself and one's troops without the peril of combat. Bai Yu gazed at the world chat, wearing an expression of realization. For Bai Yu, perhaps the experience points were inconsequential, as the undead army was constantly vanquishing foes, compounded by the 15-fold experience bonus from the Throne of Bones. However, for some relatively weaker lords, this was a considerable temptation. For instance, within the castle of Zhao's orphans, Zhao Lianxue found herself utterly bewildered by Bai Yu's actions. Holding her food, she suddenly felt it had lost its appeal, just as she was about to discard it. She reconsidered, realizing that for Zhao Lianxue, food was of utmost importance at present. Why was it that all of them started from scratch, yet the disparity was so vast? Sigh. Zhao Lianxue sat in her chair, resting her chin on her hand, wearing a melancholic expression. They claimed to be friends. Yet not a single inquiry was made on her behalf. As she pondered this, a sense of helplessness washed over her. Had she been too naive? Indeed, a mere verbal promise held little weight. In the absence of any constraints, lords were essentially adversaries. Zhao Lianxue considered asking Bai Yu if he had any elite food available. But glancing at the trading post displaying 437 units of elite food, both in varied quantities and types, she surmised that Bai Yu likely had no stock left. What to do? That Crab Row Castle was indeed formidable, managing to procure elite food. Zhao Lianxue then reflected on her own situation. Even the dwarven craftsmen needed their rest at night. Although termed dwarves, their living habits bore little difference from those of humans. Just that evening, she had freshly produced 500 iron ingots, contemplating whether to trade for elite food. The thought of gaining 2 experience points for each unit of food stirred her excitement. It was essential to note that most of Zhao Lianxue's dwarves were at levels 2 and 3, their combat prowess disheartening. Leveling through monster combat was nothing short of a fantasy, while mining and refining yielded no experience whatsoever. Their only advantage lay in their numerical superiority. Humph. I can always refine iron ingots again. Who knows when elite food will be available? Ultimately, Zhao Lianxue resolved to exchange her 500 iron ingots for 500 units of elite food, which would grant her 1,000 experience points, sufficient for upgrading both herself and the strongest dwarf in the castle. Bai Yu's friend interface displayed not only chat, but also 2 additional functions, alliance and vassalage. Zhao Lianxue pondered whether forming an alliance with Bai Yu might improve her circumstances. Yet, she was uncertain of his disposition. With a sigh, she lamented her predicament. Meanwhile, Bai Yu was filled with excitement, having initially thought that his elite food would go unrecognized by the unrefined. This was something that even Bai Yu himself found enticing. Remarkably, within less than 10 minutes of being listed, 500 units were traded away, evidence that there were indeed astute individuals among them, marking yet another unprecedented transaction. Chapter 33, Something is Off. If Arthur could defeat a level 9 aberrant werewolf, could he also handle a goblin chief? Given that goblins are lowly creatures with a low tier of life, surely, even at the chief level, they wouldn't be excessively formidable, would they? Bai Yu felt it was imperative to avenge her unfortunate compatriot. Tomorrow would mark the 4th day, if she did not address the situation soon. She feared unforeseen complications might arise. However, it was nighttime, and she deemed it wise to respect the double attribute enhancement bestowed by the Goblin Lord. With little else demanding her attention, Bai Yu's only task was to upgrade the barracks and summon troops before she could retire for the night. Requirements for upgrading the barracks: 1,000 magic crystals, 10 spirit cores. Upgrade the barracks. The 1,000 magic crystals and 10 spirit cores in her inventory promptly vanished, followed by a system notification. Undead Crystal. Congratulations. You have unlocked a random special building blueprint. To her surprise, the unlocked entity was a gargoyle. She had anticipated something far more prestigious. It seemed her luck had not favored her the previous night, as the gargoyle could be unlocked with merely a level 3 barracks. With a level 3 barracks, she could now summon gargoyles at will. While this was not of utmost significance, it did mean Bai Yu could finally call forth these creatures. The barracks merely served to unlock the capability. Otherwise, she would only have summoned 40 undead thus far, which was hardly sufficient. It was primarily through her own efforts that she had managed to summon them. The materials required for upgrading the barracks had doubled yet again. Though the spirit cores were adequate, she was still lacking in magic crystals. It was perpetually one resource in surplus while another fell short, which was quite vexing. Nevertheless, Bai Yu remained confident. Magic crystals were manageable, and she aimed to elevate the barracks to level 4 by the day after tomorrow. As for the probability aspect, she was indifferent. What was meant to be drawn would be drawn, and what was not would remain elusive. Anything less than 100 was inconsequential. A special building blueprint. How delightful. Let me test my luck. Bai Yu rubbed her hands together, ready to click open the blueprint, when suddenly she remembered. Hastily, she bestowed upon herself a stroke of luck and then selected to open it. After all, luck could not be overlooked. Special building blueprint, Maiden's bedroom. Building level, none. Function 1. Enhances restfulness. Adequate and comfortable sleep is essential, increasing the rate of mental recovery. Function 2. All items within the bedroom possess automatic cleaning and repair functions. Construction materials, 1 magic crystal. Bai Yu. There is something amiss with the system. It is decidedly peculiar. What trickery is this? A bedroom qualifies as a special building? Alas, adhering to the principle of take what you can get, she reluctantly accepted the unconventional offering. It seemed the system found her current dwelling too shabby to bear. As she approached the bedroom, Bai Yu surveyed her living quarters. The walls were cracked and dilapidated, the ceiling shrouded in darkness, and an antiquated candle chandelier hung overhead. A lone white bed, though not dirty, certainly exuded an aura of age. The only modern element was the wardrobe, starkly contrasting the otherwise antiquated decor. Was her abode indeed a bit shabby? Should not all lords reside in such quarters? Might the style of one's castle vary depending on the summoned troops? Bai Yu was unaware, for she had never laid eyes upon the castles of other lords. As for her own castle, upon her arrival on the first day, she found it quite terrifying. Let us construct it. Show me the extent of the disparity. With a flash of blinding light, the entire bedroom was instantly transformed. The decor took on a charming blend of blue and pink, reminiscent of her wardrobe, suggesting that the closet and the bedroom were originally part of a cohesive design. The once cracked and dilapidated walls became pristine and refined, while the black ceiling morphed into a soft blue hue. The floor was now adorned with a carpet interspersed with blue and pink. The single white bed was replaced by a lavish pink double bed, measuring over 2 meters in width, complete with a large pillow and several small teddy bears nestled on either side. Additionally, a modern vanity mirror graced the room, and the antiquated candle chandelier was replaced with a contemporary crystal fixture. A brand new European-style dome window adorned the wall. And since Bai Yu's bedroom was situated on the 3rd floor, she could gaze directly out at the scenery beyond the castle. Alas, being uneducated, she could only exclaim in awe, "This is incredible." Bai Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. This was simply delightful. Please, dear system, grant me more of these magical structures. Stepping into the bedroom felt akin to traversing dimensions once more. While other lords seemed engaged in relentless battles, Bai Yu was here to save her life. With such a spacious bedroom all to herself, she dashed to the bed and flopped down onto it. So soft, far more comfortable than the previous one. Indeed, one could not appreciate the comfort without a comparison. As she turned on the lights, the crystal chandelier above emitted a gentle glow that enveloped the entire room. The moment she beheld the chandelier, she realized there must be electricity in the room. Yes, electricity, yet no visible wires. Bai Yu found this no longer strange. Having only been in this magical realm for a mere 3 days, she had encountered far too many extraordinary occurrences. Well, after summoning the troops, I can finally rest. Checking the system's clock, she noted that it was already past midnight and prepared to descend to summon her troops. Arriving at the barracks, the familiar prompt appeared once more. Barracks fully charged. Shall we commence summoning immediately? Yes. In the modest space, the barracks emanated a green light, and 10 figures gradually materialized within its glow. 10 identical figures, towering 3 meters high, with wings sprouting from their backs. 10 gargoyles. Bai Yu found herself pondering whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. This time, her troop summons yielded no gold. Now, the gargoyle had become the basic unit of the level 3 barracks, so summoning them was hardly a surprise. Nevertheless, one must accept that luck cannot be favorable every day. Having drawn gold twice in 4 attempts was already commendable. 10 gargoyles were certainly preferable to the 10 skeleton soldiers summoned on her first day. Had she drawn another 10 skeletons, she might have wept. This time, Bai Yu remembered to send the 10 gargoyles to the Blackwater altar for strengthening. Once fortified, she commanded them to take flight and embark on their journey of upgrading. Chapter 34. The detestable green-haired monster. Bai Yu swiftly tossed her dress aside and nestled into her warm bed, relishing the most blissful moments of the day. Within the fortress, she felt invincible, for not even divine beings could disrupt her precious slumber. Yet, Bai Yu harbored ambitions. She knew that if she did not fortify her strength soon, the end of her protective novice period would leave her vulnerable, and she would be unable to rest peacefully. The thought of potential foes encroaching upon her serenity was indeed terrifying. As she drifted into a drowsy slumber, Bai Yu experienced a most peculiar dream, the first since her arrival in this enchanted realm. She envisioned a horde of green-haired monsters launching an assault on her castle, their ghastly laughter echoing as they plundered her sanctuary, seemingly impervious to the protective barriers. The army of the undead was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, the green-haired fiends dismantled her castle, leaving not a single stone unturned, akin to a swarm of locusts ravaging the land. Not a shred of clothing remained, and Bai Yu found herself shivering alone on the cold, barren ground. In a fit of frustration, she awoke with a start, relieved to discover that her castle still stood. "What the devil?" she exclaimed. "This bedroom is supposed to enhance my mental recovery, so why am I still dreaming? And why such a dismal dream at that? It vexes me to no end." Taking a glance at the system clock, she realized she had only been asleep for 3 hours. "Green-haired monsters, is it? I shall eradicate you at once." To Bai Yu, these green-haired creatures were merely goblins, all of them green, and she saw no issue in classifying them as a single species. With over 3 hours remaining until dawn, the timing was perfect. To Bai Yu, these goblins were mere trifles, save for their formidable leader. Uncertain of the leader's true strength, she had planned to wait until she grew more powerful before confronting them. However, the dream she had just endured ignited her anger. "What shall I do with this rage? I must unleash it upon the goblins." Among the 1,000-odd goblins, only the leader ranked as a commander. The rest consisted of several level 9 goblin warriors and goblin mages. Bai Yu had little faith that level 9 goblins could rival the strength of level 9 werewolves. She estimated that they would be comparable to a werewolf in its untransformed state. Of course, the goblin mages might possess slightly greater strength, but to Bai Yu, they were of no concern. The undead were immortal, and both Arthur and the gargoyle were immune to magic, leaving her unperturbed. First, she decided to examine Arthur's attributes. Indeed, he had leveled up. Although she was uncertain whether Arthur had been level 6 or 7 when he fought the werewolves, she knew that his current combat prowess surpassed that of a typical level 9 creature. A level 9 werewolf, under the cover of night, would only match the strength of a level 6 Arthur. In the past, Bai Yu may have hesitated to engage the goblin tribe, but tonight was different. With the addition of a level 9 skeletal werewolf, positioned as the premier force beneath the commander, coupled with Arthur's terrifying power, Bai Yu felt no fear whatsoever. Bai Yu assessed the strength of both sides. The goblin tribe possessed a leader, a level 9 goblin warrior, several goblin mages, and over 1,000 goblins. Beyond that, Bai Yu was uncertain of the specifics. In contrast, Bai Yu's undead army was currently led by Arthur, who was at level 7, accompanied by a level 9 skeletal werewolf and a level 7 skeletal griffin, along with several skeletal werewolves ranging from levels 5 to 7. Upon counting, Bai Yu discovered there were 60 undead above level 5, half of which had just been transformed into skeletal werewolves tonight. The total number of undead reached an astonishing 1,023. This figure even surprised Bai Yu, who recalled that there had only been over 800 undead just yesterday. Initially, Bai Yu had thought that their numbers would be fewer than those of the goblins, but it now seemed otherwise. "Today would be the day of vengeance for my fellow villagers. Goblins, prepare yourselves. Tonight shall be a sleepless night." Having evaluated the strengths of both sides, Bai Yu concluded that, aside from the goblin leader's combat capability being questionable, the undead army clearly outmatched the goblins. Filled with excitement, Bai Yu sprang from the bed, tossing aside the covers, as the crimson moonlight spilled across the white sheets. A cool breeze wafted through the window, snapping Bai Yu back to reality, prompting a hurried search for clothes. In addition to estimating the power disparity, Bai Yu calculated the time remaining. There were still over 3 hours until dawn. Excluding the time it would take to travel, this duration was more than sufficient for Bai Yu to eliminate all the goblins. Imagine the prospect of over 1,000 double drops. Just considering the experience points alone, with each goblin yielding 2 points, that amounted to over 2,000 experience points. Coupled with the double drops, it would total 4,000 experience points. Absolutely terrifying. Soon, a full level would be achieved, leading to a substantial enhancement. Having completed this mental arithmetic, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, radiating excitement. Wealth was within reach. "Fellow villager, rest well below. I shall avenge you." Moreover, the goblin tribe surely harbored other treasures. Not to mention the magical crystals and soul cores left behind in the castle after that unfortunate villager's demise. They would suffice for this endeavor. If the goblin leader proved too formidable, Bai Yu could simply delay until dawn. Once the double attributes faded, the goblin leader would surely be defeated. Bai Yu had never heard of goblins possessing self-healing abilities. If the goblin leader turned out to be weaker than anticipated, then it would be imperative to eliminate it before dawn to secure the double rewards. With over 1,000 corpses, Bai Yu's undead army could potentially double in size. Bai Yu realized that the undead army was not merely cultivated, it was forged through battle. The 30-plus werewolves acquired tonight had already enhanced the overall strength of the undead army by at least half. Should they absorb the goblin tribe, Bai Yu's power could genuinely double. Not only would this yield resources and experience, but it would also bolster his undead army. Finally, Bai Yu grasped the core gameplay of the undead. It all boiled down to one word: combat. Chapter 35, Discovery of the Goblin Lair. Bai Yu resolved to venture out herself. She discovered that her dark magic remained quite formidable. Should Arthur and the goblin leader find themselves at an impasse, she could lend her assistance. In truth, Bai Yu simply could not contain her curiosity and yearned to witness the spectacle of the undead clashing with goblins in a grand melee. She certainly did not wish to miss it. What should she wear? Bai Yu rummaged through her wardrobe, feeling indecisive. Given that she was setting out to exterminate goblins and engage in battle, she ought to dress appropriately. Donning a frilly dress was out of the question. Ultimately, she selected a white shirt, donning it with remarkable speed and tying a black bow at the collar. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she skillfully gathered her black stockings, slipping her petite feet into them and pulling them up to her thighs with ease. Bai Yu had become increasingly adept at this. After all, practice makes perfect. For reasons unknown, her hands did not heed her mind's command, and she ended up wearing a blue and white plaid pleated skirt. Oh well, she thought, after all, I will merely be acting as a mage in the rear, the clever one. So it matters not. With her hair secured in a high ponytail, using a small hair tie, she felt accomplished. Bai Yu exited the castle and pushed open the grand door, just in time to see a skeletal soldier lugging wood into the courtyard. You relay to all the undead outside to gather at the castle gate. The skeleton set down the wood and, after a moment's hesitation upon hearing Bai Yu's command, departed the castle. Word spread quickly. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, and 100 told 1,000. According to Little Green Bean, the goblin tribe resided in a cave beyond the marsh to the south of Bai Yu's castle. As long as they ventured south out of their territory and located the marsh, they would be close to the goblin tribe. Arthur, do you recall the last place where you captured that goblin? Bai Yu inquired, tilting her head to look at him. I do, esteemed queen, Arthur replied. Excellent. Lead the way to this location and guide the undead toward the goblin tribe. Let us deal with them. Bai Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. To facilitate the journey, she braced herself for the inevitable jostling along the way. Bai Yu instructed Arthur to lower his head, and with some awkwardness, she clambered onto his back, straddling his spine. Ouch! Sitting like this was uncomfortable, especially since her skirt had ridden up, exposing the hem dangerously close to her thighs, nearly revealing her black shorts. This was not an appropriate posture for a lady. Bai Yu recalled that girls typically sat sideways. She struggled to adjust her position on Arthur's back. With a rip, her black stockings were torn by Arthur's spine. Bai Yu sighed in resignation. It would have to do. After much effort, she finally settled into a side-sitting position, her legs dangling over one side. This was far more comfortable. Though she was not afraid of heights, the 5 or 6 meter drop beneath her made her heart race slightly. Let us go, she called out, gripping Arthur's spine with one hand while raising a tiny fist triumphantly with the other. With a mighty flap of his wings, Arthur stirred up a whirlwind on the ground and soared into the sky. Oh dear, Bai Yu gasped in surprise, nearly losing her grip as the wind buffeted her. Her heart racing wildly, she watched as the castle diminished in her field of vision, the undead at its entrance appearing as mere ants. Below the castle's gate, the gargoyles and specters took to the air. To be precise, the specters floated while the gargoyles and skeletal griffins soared. The other undead could only scurry along the ground, with the undead knights and skeletal werewolves the fastest, while the skeleton soldiers lagged behind. Arthur carried Bai Yu, flying at the forefront, not too high to ensure the other undead could keep up. Bai Yu felt like a child discovering a new world, exuberant beyond measure. For this was her first venture so far from the castle. From her lofty perch, she absorbed the surroundings of her castle. Had it not been for the mist in the distance, she felt she could even glimpse the lord residing nearby. Although they were airborne, the view remained limited due to the encroaching fog, which Bai Yu surmised was a protective measure by the system for the lords, as it was inexplicable why such dense fog persisted daily. Aside from the indescribable experience of flight, Bai Yu found little to criticize. Thus, she endured nearly an hour atop Arthur's back, covering only a short distance, as much of the time was spent waiting for the other undead. Finally, under the moonlight, she spotted a vast expanse of swamp nearby, where gray muck and black earth formed an indistinct boundary. The swamp was larger than she had envisioned, seemingly more expansive than her own castle territory. Towering trees with stark black trunks, devoid of any greenery, loomed throughout the swamp, creating an eerie atmosphere. This posed a dilemma. Traversing such a vast swamp would be arduous for the skeletons. To circumvent it would likely waste at least an hour, by which time dawn would be approaching, and the chance for double drops could vanish. A miscalculation, indeed. Scouting ahead would have been prudent. Nevertheless, Bai Yu reassured herself that it should not pose a significant problem, as the undead possessed boundless stamina. Although their movement might be sluggish in the swamp, they would not be ensnared. Arthur, continue flying forward, she commanded, wishing for him to scout the precise location of the goblin tribe for their impending operation. Arthur, ascend higher, and do not let them spot us. Arthur complied. Soaring to greater heights, with dark clouds rushing past on either side, obscuring the view of anything below. In less than 3 minutes, thanks to Arthur's vigorous flight, they emerged from the swamp and continued onward for another 2 minutes. Esteemed Queen, Arthur announced, it seems I have spotted the cave you mentioned, and there is a group of goblins on guard nearby. Arthur's vision was naturally far superior to Bai Yu's. The wind was so fierce that she could scarcely open her eyes, let alone observe the situation beneath them. Estimating their travel time, Bai Yu calculated that the undead would likely need about 40 minutes to traverse the swamp. While it was wide, it was not excessively long. Chapter 36. The ensemble. Arthur soared through the skies, bearing Bai Yu upon his back, surveying the surroundings. The eradication of the goblins relied significantly on the skeletal werewolves. Yet regrettably, they were unable to fly, necessitating patience as they awaited their passage through the marsh. Below, a skeletal soldier at the forefront of the swamp inadvertently stepped upon a branch. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the surrounding branches writhed in a frenzy as a colossal tree monster, composed of dark wood from the marsh, emerged. Its 4 limbs, each robustly fashioned from timber, dwarfed all but Arthur among the undead. The tree monster, disturbed by the skeletal soldier, raised a massive claw and brought it crashing down upon the unfortunate skeleton, obliterating it in an instant, bones scattering in all directions. What in the world is this creature? Bai Yu, perched atop Arthur and observing closely, noted that the skeletons were hindered by the terrain of the swamp, moving sluggishly, while the tree monster seemed unimpeded by the mire. It launched an assault upon the intruding undead, swiftly dismantling several of their forms, which began to coalesce anew. Clearly, this was a formidable foe, an advanced creature. Bai Yu skillfully attempted to glean information about the monster, only to find it absent from the castle's domain, rendering her abilities useless. No matter. She resolved to confront it first. She could not allow this being to thwart her quest for vengeance for her kin, for her loyalty to her compatriots ran deep. Indeed. Arthur. Eliminate it. Upon receiving Bai Yu's command, Arthur dove downward. Oh dear, slow down. Such grand gestures always caught Bai Yu off guard. Arthur unleashed a breath of dragon fire upon the tree monster's immense form. Its size guaranteed a sluggish response. Yet, the creature did not freeze entirely. Rather, the dragon's breath incited a furious rage within it. Countless branches erupted from its stout wooden limbs, thrashing wildly in all directions. Bai Yu observed the ground below, noting that only a 9th-level skeletal werewolf managed to barely withstand the creature's strike, though it too was sent flying, while the remaining undead were utterly dismantled. A leader-level creature, and one benefiting from a double attribute boost at night. Only a leader-level entity possessed the power to withstand Arthur's dragon breath nearly unscathed. Little Green Bean had failed to mention the presence of a leader-level tree monster in the swamp. How vexing to have been deceived. Surely, this tree monster must harbor a fear of fire, yes? It was time for the queen to take the stage. Arthur, draw near. As Arthur swooped closer to the tree monster, Bai Yu raised her hand and conjured a black flame projectile. Subsequently, Arthur ascended into the sky, evading the monster's onslaught, evoking the sensation of a bomber. The black flame struck the tree monster's forelimb, creating a gaping hole as flames licked fiercely at the edges. In scarcely 2 seconds, the forelimb shattered, and the tree monster, deprived of its support, collapsed into the marsh, its severed limb reduced to ash. It seems that my dark magic is particularly effective against the treant, as even Arthur's dragon breath has no effect on its form. In stark contrast, a single black flame projectile from Bai Yu completely incinerates the treant's forelimb. Yet again, victory. The blossoms of triumph flourish. The auspicious occurrences abound. At this moment, Bai Yu has expended 40 points of magical energy, rendering the treant's limbs completely severed, with the wounds still ablaze with black flames. The treant now lies motionless in the marsh. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the elite malevolent treant and earned 400 experience points, double drop. It is dead. So it is indeed called the malevolent treant, and it is truly an elite foe. Bai Yu hastily collected the magical essence, lest the body be reduced to ashes shortly. Bai Yu instructed Arthur to descend, and with great care, she dismounted from Arthur's back, her small shoes squelching in the foul waters of the marsh. Approaching the malevolent treant, she prepared to employ her summoning magic, uncertain of how much battle prowess remained without its 4 legs. Nevertheless, being an elite creature still holds promise. Bai Yu activated the magic of her left eye, yet the malevolent treant showed no sign of life. Summoning failed. Failure reason, muddy marsh-derived entity, lacking a soul. What? This is a significant loss. I can't believe I cannot summon it. I had hoped for elite combat strength. Disappointment washed over Bai Yu. Yet she gleaned a crucial insight from the notification. Soulless entities appear to be ineligible for necromancy. Swiftly, she checked and discovered she could decompose it. Phew, what a relief. Decompose. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully decomposed the malevolent treant's corpse, acquiring the malevolent treant set. An elite corpse devoid of magical crystals and soul cores. Are you a treant? Surely, decomposing a corpse should yield some sustenance, at the very least a bit of wood. The malevolent treant's body vanished, leaving in its wake 3 pieces of equipment, a helmet, a breastplate, and leg armor. This must be the so-called set. Let us take a look. Equipment name, Malevolent Trance Set, 33. Note, extremely vulnerable to fire. Another absurdity. The equipment is categorized into sets and individual pieces. Bai Yu recalled that the gear she previously acquired had no names, merely levels, let alone any attribute bonuses. This is a valuable find, albeit somewhat unsightly. Bai Yu felt that wearing it might be a challenge to her aesthetic sensibilities. You should don it. The skeletal beast, a werewolf, struggled for quite some time to put on the set, and although it felt peculiar, the attributes undeniably improved. This type of set seems more suited for humanoid beings. Even though the skeletal werewolf is humanoid, its upper body is rather robust. The surrounding skeletal soldier's bones began to coalesce, and they reanimated. Forward we march. After wasting half an hour defeating this treant, Bai Yu estimated that, by the time they traversed the marsh to reach the goblin tribe, only about an hour and a half remained before dawn broke. Time was of the essence. Bai Yu lifted her foot to inspect the soles of her shoes, which were caked in black mud and foul water. How revolting. Chapter 37, Engagement. Bai Yu ascended once more onto Arthur's back, adjusting her posture to sit comfortably. Arthur, take flight. The undead began to traverse the marshland again, this time without encountering the malevolent tree spirit, which left Bai Yu feeling a twinge of regret. However, she realized that only she possessed the capacity to vanquish such a creature, and another encounter might deplete her magical energy entirely. Fortunately, her presence was fortuitous. Otherwise, the undead would likely have been delayed in the swamp until dawn. With the absence of other biological disturbances, the army of the undead swiftly crossed the marsh, with the bone beast werewolf clad in the malevolent set leading the charge. Bai Yu surmised that the hidden effects of the malevolent set allowed it to navigate the swamp with ease. Arthur, carrying Bai Yu, soared ahead, soon circling above the goblin tribe. Below, she spotted a small valley illuminated by numerous torches, each marking an entrance, densely packed, as if resembling a beehive. The sight triggered her fear of densely clustered objects, sending shivers down her spine. Outside the valley, a large bonfire was piled high, accompanied by several rudimentary wooden grilling racks. Yet, surprisingly, there were no goblins near the fire, and its flames had diminished significantly. The goblin presence was sparse, with only a few patrolling with hefty clubs. Indeed, it was just past 4 in the morning, the hour when weariness grips even the most vigilant, and Bai Yu imagined the goblins were likely in deep slumber. Arthur, attack. Sensing the opportune moment, Bai Yu commanded Arthur to strike. He halted his aerial circling and, upon receiving her order, unleashed a torrent of dragon breath upon the unsuspecting patrolling goblins below. They had no time to react, instantly transformed into frozen statues, their souls extinguished. Unexpectedly, not far from the valley, a vigilant goblin concealed atop a rudimentary watchtower constructed of what sounded the alarm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The goblin cried out in a panic. Following Bai Yu's command, Arthur descended, allowing her to skillfully dismount and leap onto a gargoyle of the first tier. Standing 3 meters tall, the gargoyle bore her weight effortlessly. To avoid hindering Arthur's combat, she had chosen this particular gargoyle as her mount. The gargoyle cautiously took to the air, aware that it would one day boast of carrying its queen, a tale to regale other gargoyles for eternity. With a slight bend, the gargoyle flew. While Bai Yu clutched its neck, her body positioned in a prone manner atop its back. As the goblin's cries echoed, the entire valley began to tremble, unleashing a torrent of goblins. The ordinary goblins brandished sharpened wooden spears and clubs, some holding torches in their other hands. The more formidable goblins wielded bone weapons and rudimentary constructs, such as clubs studded with the teeth of wild beasts, transforming them into fearsome bludgeons. A tremor emanated from the largest opening of the valley below, and forthwith, a robust goblin, towering at 2 meters and wielding a bone club, burst forth from within. Bai Yu immediately recognized this goblin as the leader of the horde. Damn it! Who are you, a bunch of talking bones? The enraged goblin chieftain bellowed at the sky and the enemies that continually emerged around him. Following the chieftain were 4 goblin mages and 6 goblin warriors, confirming that these were the notorious goblins of rank 9. Dragon, a dragon. Some timid goblins, upon catching sight of Arthur's massive form, were struck with terror. Though he was a skeletal dragon, his draconic majesty was formidable enough to intimidate this frightened assembly of goblins. Just as the goblins poured out from the cave, it spared Bai Yu the need to send her undead minions in one by one to slay them. The surrounding army of the undead was also converging towards this location. Among them, the higher-tier undead, including the Death Knights, had already arrived, while only a few lowly skeleton soldiers and zombies remained en route. But their distance posed no significant issue. Kill them, Hassa! With a swift gesture, Bai Yu summoned an uncountable multitude of specters to descend from the skies, resembling a procession of vengeful spirits. The undead on the ground responded to Bai Yu's command, charging towards the goblins, igniting a chaotic clash between over 1,000 goblins and an equal number of undead. The goblin mages, wielding their staves, became the sole ranged attackers, targeting the aerial undead. One fireball after another erupted from their staves, lighting up the night like fireworks as they soared towards the heavens. However, upon contact with the specters, the fireballs passed through without effect, leaving the goblin mages bewildered and forced to redirect their aim. Arthur circled above, his colossal form becoming the primary target for the goblin mages. Fireballs were hurled at him, yet as they struck his form, they merely produced wisps of smoke, leaving him completely unscathed, much to the goblin mage's astonishment. Among the aerial units, the unfortunate seven-tiered skeletal griffin suffered the most. The rest of the airborne forces either bore no corpses or possessed magical immunity, leaving only itself to be obliterated by a fireball that shattered it into fragments. Suddenly, one goblin mage spotted a stationary gargoyle in the sky, seemingly bearing a human upon its back. The goblin mage's staff glowed with a crimson light as it launched a fireball directly at Bai Yu. Just as the fireball was about to strike her, another gargoyle swooped in, intercepting the attack with its body and absorbing the magical energy. The goblin mage was left in disbelief, wondering if it was trapped in a dream. Is my painstakingly honed fireball spell merely a farce? The realization that its fireball had no effect on any adversary before it plunged the goblin mage into a deep self-doubt. Damn it, little pest. You thought to ambush me. Though the goblin chief is a commanding figure, his stature pales in comparison to that of the towering bone beast werewolf. At this moment, the bone beast werewolf, clad in its sinister ensemble, engages the goblin chief in a fierce struggle, barely managing to hold its ground. Were it not for the goblin chief's double attribute enhancement, Bai Yu mused that this goblin chief might indeed find it challenging to overcome the bone beast werewolf, which is bolstered solely by its equipment attributes. It seems I have overestimated them. Chapter 38. Slaying the goblin chief as more and more undead gathered around. The goblins began to falter, with only a few goblin mages and goblin warriors at the center of the arena continuing to resist valiantly. As goblins, they stood no chance against the relentless undead. Arthur, with a mere breath of his draconic essence, could instantly freeze dozens of goblins, then swiftly turned his form to dive toward the goblin chief below. Arthur's massive skeletal frame plummeted from the heavens, and the tremendous inertia combined with the force of his powerful claw struck the goblin chief with crushing impact. Both the goblin chief and the bone beast werewolf it was battling were sent flying by Arthur's blow. Well done. Keep pummeling it. Bai Yu shouted from the back of the gargoyle, cheering for Arthur. The goblin chief, dazed by the sudden assault from above, lay on the ground for a moment, blinking in confusion. Roaring in fury, the goblin chief finally rose, pounding its chest with its fists in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the bone beast werewolf, protected by its sinister armor, managed to rise first and charged at the goblin chief. In its moment of anger, the goblin chief was oblivious to the approaching threat of the bone beast werewolf. In an instant, green ichor erupted from the goblin chief's body as the werewolf inflicted 4 deep, bone-revealing gashes upon it. Fortunately, the goblin chief had managed to react just in time to guard its neck. Otherwise, it would have met its demise. The goblin chief, no fool, ceased its mindless howling as its rage reached a boiling point. How dare this werewolf, devoid of honor, prey upon a seasoned warrior like itself, attempting to ambush and deceive? You oversized green bean. Take this. The goblin chief heard a voice, a human female's, crisp and melodious, rather pleasant to the ear. Following the sound, it spotted a black fireball hurtling toward it. The goblin chief swung its massive bone club, aiming a decisive blow at the fireball, executing a perfect home run. However, Bai Yu's black flame projectile was no mere baseball. The flames shattered the goblin chief's club, bursting forth in a dazzling display of dark fireworks as the fireball exploded upon impact. The bone beast werewolf and Arthur quickly retreated, wary of being caught in the splattering black flames. The goblin chief, ensnared at the center, was not so fortunate. The flames seared its feet and arms, instantly inflicting excruciating pain. The goblin chief hastily attempted to extinguish the bizarre flames consuming him. Nearby, the skeletal beast werewolf and Arthur observed the goblin chief engulfed in fire. The werewolf turned away, opting to attack other goblins, while Arthur took to the skies to avoid the inferno. The goblin chief, bewildered, found that no matter what method he employed, stomping, burying it with earth, or even spitting, he could not quell the flames, which continued to spread relentlessly. In agony, he rolled on the ground, wishing fervently for a blade to sever his own hands and feet, believing that would alleviate his suffering. The flames continued to ravage the goblin chief's body, causing him to charge recklessly across the battlefield between goblins and the undead. The undead, terrified, fled in all directions, while the goblins were left confused. Some were inadvertently struck by the goblin chief, resulting in the flames transferring to them. Those goblins, now ablaze with black fire, began to scream and rampage like their leader. The surrounding goblins soon recognized the chaos unfolding and began to panic. In an instant, the battlefield descended into disarray. Wherever the goblin engulfed in black flames went, both goblins and the undead scattered in terror. Some lower-tier goblins, due to their feeble souls, were quickly reduced to nothing more than ashes. Let me down. It won't be long before that goblin chief perishes, Bai Yu thought. Realizing that with the goblins suffering heavy casualties, his own level remained stagnant, He felt confident that upon the chief's demise, he would undoubtedly level up. Bai Yu preferred not to experience this turmoil from the air. Remaining on the back of the gargoyle was far more preferable. The prior black flame orb had been conjured by Bai Yu using his scythe. As soon as the goblin chief died, he would immediately transform into an undead. Not requiring complete incineration for this to occur, Bai Yu sensed that the time was nearing. He would cease his magic soon, allowing the remnants of the corpse to decompose. Goblin corpses do not yield food upon decomposition, and other items would not diminish in quantity due to the state of the remains. For instance, if a goblin typically dropped a magic crystal, even if Bai Yu reduced it to a mere toe, it would still yield one magic crystal. Conversely, if a pigeon were burned down to a single leg, the 5 portions of food it would have dropped might be reduced to just 1. Bai Yu descended to the rear of the battlefield, continuing to observe the unfolding events. The goblin chief was now unattended, having lost a foot to the fire, rendering him unable to flee. This brought a sense of relief to the other goblins. Wait, why are you feeling relieved when your leader is on the brink of death? Seeing the goblin chief no longer in a mad dash, a level 9 goblin mage attempted to step forward to rescue his leader. However, the black flames were too strange. Even the goblin mage, typically proficient in magic, fell into silence. Raising his staff, flames began to coalesce above it, gradually forming a fireball. With a swift motion, the goblin mage hurled the fireball, which struck the nearly defeated goblin chief squarely. Bai Yu, taken aback by this turn of events, quickly regained his composure. Old man, are you trying to steal the spotlight? Bai Yu raised his hand and unleashed another black flame orb. With each successive cast, he had become increasingly adept at its execution. The dark fireball soared directly toward the goblin mage, whose gaze remained fixated on his leader, contemplating how to rescue him. The goblin chief, with his head tilted askew, caught sight of the approaching black flame orb and, with his remaining functional arm, trembled as he pointed backward. The goblin mage, terrified, dropped his staff and scrambled away in a panic. The goblin chief's pupils dilated in growing dread. He cursed internally, I only wanted you to block for a moment. Why did you run? The black flame orb struck the mortally wounded goblin chief squarely. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully slain a rank 1 goblin chief, earning 400 experience points, double drop. A faint blue orb of experience materialized above the goblin chief's corpse, drifting toward Bai Yu. At last, the creature had perished. Goblins were indeed goblins. With their nocturnal attributes, they were merely this formidable. The experience orb merged into Bai Yu's being, and he felt his experience reach a critical threshold. Leveling up was imminent. Chapter 39, Rest in Peace, Fellow Villager. The familiar sensation washed over him once more, and Bai Yu had long since prepared himself to embrace it. With the demise of the goblin chief, the remaining goblins found themselves encircled by the undead, leaving virtually no threats to Bai Yu. Why must every breakthrough be like this? It's infuriating. Yet, everything was for the sake of becoming stronger, for survival. I am not in the wrong. This world is. All thanks to this curse system. Each time he leveled up, Bai Yu couldn't help but glance at his attribute panel, reveling in the joy of newfound strength. Lord Bai Yu, his attributes surged upward. Bai Yu had finally reached level 9, barely escaping the fate of being mere cannon fodder. Though his attributes were not the highest, his level undoubtedly ranked supreme, at least until the imminent arrival of that rank 1 creature. The goblin chief had met his end at the hands of Bai Yu's black flame orb, conjured through his scythe of judgment, transforming automatically into an undead upon death. A bone beast goblin? Bai Yu shook his head vigorously, sensing that this would not bode well. Comparing the goblin to a skeleton soldier, the latter possessed superior combat prowess. Transforming into a bone beast would be an utter loss. Perhaps it was best to leave things to fate. What if the goblin chief's corpse summoned a rank 1 gargoyle instead? As the black flames consuming the goblin chief's body had long since been extinguished, wisps of dark smoke began to rise, revealing a black magic circle glowing beneath the corpse. From the array, a large wing emerged, igniting Bai Yu's excitement. Indeed, thoughts manifest into reality. It truly was a gargoyle. Bai Yu noted that the gargoyle differed from other undead in that it could not undergo a class change, remaining in its singular form. Perhaps this was simply its only manifestation? As the first commanding level intellect of Bai Yu, it is essential to examine its attributes, allowing for a comparison with Arthur and a clearer understanding of Arthur's combat prowess. The gargoyle possesses a strength of 60. It is noteworthy that even a level 7 Arthur boasts 70 points. Is the gargoyle inherently weak? Not at all. Rather, Arthur is exceptionally formidable. After all, Arthur has the potential to ascend to divinity. How could he be compared to this cadre of ordinary undead? Soon, the gargoyle will be sent to the abyssal water altar for enhancement, where its attributes can be augmented by an additional 5 points. The undead continue to multiply, while the goblins dwindle in number. The few remaining level 9 goblins, desperately clinging to survival, swiftly meet their end with the addition of the commanding level gargoyle. At this moment, shrouded in mist, the endless eastern horizon begins to reveal the sun's faint contours, ushering in dawn upon the magical continent. Bai Yu successfully eradicates the entire goblin tribe before the break of day. Such an influx of experience not only elevates Bai Yu by a level, but also allows Arthur, who is freely wreaking havoc above, to ascend as well. The experience garnered from over 1,000 goblins significantly bolsters Bai Yu's undead army. Bone Dragon King Arthur. Arthur has reached level 8, with each level providing a fixed enhancement of 10 points, albeit without acquiring a new skill. Yet this is still considerable. After digesting this troop of goblins, Bai Yu feels confident that her strength ranks within the top 100 among all lords. No, let us be bolder. Perhaps even the top 10. Arthur, instruct the other undead to transport the bodies of these goblins to the nearest territory. The corpses must be gathered together for my summoning convenience, and given that we are outside the safety of the castle territory, I feel no sense of security here. Understood. Esteemed Queen, Arthur replies, commencing the task of directing the undead in moving the goblin bodies. Meanwhile, Bai Yu strides alone to the center of the battlefield, standing before the corpse of the goblin leader. Decompose. Congratulations, Lord, for acquiring a commanding level piece of equipment, 20 magic crystals and 3 spirit cores. Bai Yu collects the magic crystals and spirit cores from the ground, then glances at the fallen goblin mage beside her. Its staff, rudimentary in design, consists merely of a wooden stick wrapped at the top with vines around an object. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yu discovers it to be a spirit core. She deftly detaches the spirit core from the staff, discarding the stick aside. Who do you think you are, to wield a spirit core? Suddenly, an idea strikes Bai Yu. She retrieves the discarded stick and buries it in a small mound of earth, subsequently placing the stick atop the mound. At this moment, the sun has fully risen, heralding the end of the long night on the magical continent. Bai Yu welcomes the 4th day of her arrival in this realm. Sunlight casts upon her somewhat tattered garments, elongating her shadow, which perfectly envelopes the small mound she just constructed. Rest in peace, my fellow villager. I have avenged you, and I shall safeguard your legacy. May you remember to search for your wits the next time you traverse into a new life. Now, it is time for the moment of counting riches. Bai Yu. Chapter 40, Unexpected Gains. Bai Yu meticulously extracted the core crystals from the staffs of all the goblin mages surrounding him, amassing a remarkable total of 17. Overjoyed, he exclaimed to himself that he had struck gold. His gaze then shifted towards the goblin's lair nearby, undoubtedly filled with treasures. However, the entrances to the caves in these mountainous hollows were far too small for typical undead creatures to navigate. Only the skeletal soldiers could be dispatched to conduct a thorough search. The average skeleton soldier's size was comparable to that of a goblin, slightly taller, making them perfectly suited to enter the caves without difficulty. The goblin's tribal cave, housing over 1,000 of them, was indeed vast, and Bai Yu commanded 300 skeletal soldiers to venture inside with the directive to retrieve everything that could be carried away. Approaching the entrance of the largest cave, the residence of the goblin chief, Bai Yu felt a spark of curiosity and decided to explore. He carefully grabbed a torch from nearby and ventured inside. This particular cave, being the chief's abode, was the most spacious, standing over 2 meters high, allowing Bai Yu to walk without stooping. The cave was dark and damp, filled with an exceptionally foul odor that nearly made him retch, leading him to suspect that the goblin chief might have a peculiar habit of soiling his sleeping quarters. After a short distance, Bai Yu reached the end of the cave, where, illuminated by the flickering orange light of the torch, he surveyed the surroundings. The ground was strewn with reeds, atop which lay a burlap mat, presumably the chief's sleeping spot, exceedingly rudimentary, leaving him puzzled as to how these creatures could be deemed intelligent. At the cave's terminus, there were 2 small openings on either side. They were too narrow for Bai Yu to enter. Curiously, he approached with the torch to examine further. To his astonishment, the firelight revealed several boxes crafted from bones, which, despite being labeled as boxes, were merely open containers, revealing an abundance of magical crystals that were practically overflowing. Huh, who said I couldn't get in? Bai Yu exclaimed, stepping back a couple of paces. He raised his left hand, channeling magic, and unleashed a black flame that obliterated the entrance. He bent low and entered the cave, standing before the skeletal boxes. Each box measured approximately 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, astonishingly filled to the brim with magical crystals. Within the cave, Bai Yu also discovered a special architectural blueprint, a map, and a tome of magic. As he perused the magic book, he found it to be a mid-tier fire magic grimoire, with the fireball spell being the most elementary of its incantations. It seemed the goblin mages had studied from this very tome. Regrettably, their innate talent was woefully inadequate, as very few goblins could even master the rudimentary fireball spell. Goodness! A magic book? Bai Yu was taken aback, previously believing that goblin mages were inherently capable of casting fireballs, only to realize they had learned from this book. Ever since the lords reincarnated into the magical realm, all had automatically acquired fluency in the universal language of this land, enabling them to comprehend the languages of local factions. Consequently, access to literature was a given. This, indeed, was the sole minor advantage afforded to all lords by the system. The intermediate fire magic in this book is astonishingly simpler compared to Bai Yu's dark magic. The foundational principles are fundamentally similar. It merely involves incanting spells to manipulate the elemental forces around oneself, converging them upon the wand. Bai Yu is entirely capable of mastering this tome of fire magic. Enough of this. Let us just blow it open. With a resounding boom, Bai Yu gradually lowered her left hand, successfully blasting open another entrance. Filled with excitement, she quickly bent down to enter. Alas, what is this? Upon seeing the contents within the cave, Bai Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. The items in the two caverns were not commensurate in value. What on earth was that big green bean thinking? No wonder it had to sleep on the ground. Inside the cave was a chaotic assortment of junk, at least that was her initial impression. There were some pieces of equipment commonly used by goblins, along with half-finished wands and some foul-smelling food, while a pile of stones lay in the corner. Had they lost their minds? What was the purpose of placing stones inside the cave? Bai Yu illuminated the area with her torch and took a closer look. There seemed to be something unusual. Why were all these stones black? As she drew nearer, the torchlight revealed that nearly half of the cave's stones were indeed black. They appeared strangely familiar, resembling iron ore. Perhaps, could it truly be iron ore? Where could these goblins have procured such a quantity? They certainly lacked the means to smelt it. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. Bai Yu retreated from the cavern and soon emerged into the open air, taking a deep breath of the fresh atmosphere. For the stench inside was unbearable. Aside from the bolstering of the undead army, the greatest gain from this battle was undoubtedly this magical tome. Bai Yu commanded several skeleton soldiers to enter and retrieve the items from earlier, while she remained outside to supervise. The skeleton soldiers toiled for nearly an hour before successfully clearing out the cave of all its contents. While there were indeed some valuable items in the other goblin caves, they paled in comparison to what the goblin chief possessed. Bai Yu carefully climbed onto Arthur's back, tearing her black stockings as they split open to reveal the white beneath. Exasperated, she lamented the unfortunate fate of her stockings, which had once again been torn by Arthur's bones. It seemed that the more cautious she was, the more futile it became. She had grown accustomed to such mishaps and thought little of it. Fatigue washed over her, and she yearned for destruction. The contents of the goblin cave had all been removed by the diligent skeleton soldiers, who were quite thorough in their efforts. Bai Yu instructed them to retrieve everything that could be carried, even the tattered garments worn by the goblins. At that moment, discarded goblin clothing and other miscellaneous items were strewn about outside the cave, all of which were utterly useless. Observing this scene, Bai Yu could not shake the feeling that the goblin tribe had been robbed. Upon discovering the thief, the goblins were forced to silence them, transforming the act of burglary into a robbery that culminated in murder. How tragic. But who could blame them for tormenting my compatriots? This stranger, whom I have never met, is nonetheless my cherished kin and brother. Chapter 41, The Hidden Chandelier. Arthur, take flight. With a flick of her delicate wrist, Bai Yu urged Arthur to take flight. In no time, they reached the very edge of the territory. Bai Yu dismounted from Arthur's back. Though she longed to leap down with flair, the height restrained her. After all, she was at level 9. Surely a drop from 7 or 8 meters would pose a danger, yet her psychological fear loomed large. Once she alighted, Arthur soared away, tasked with safeguarding the Undead Legion from any unforeseen threats that might seek to pilfer Bai Yu's treasures. As she surveyed her somewhat tattered stockings, Bai Yu removed them, pausing to smell them. They didn't reek. She mused about how many lords who traversed to this magical realm arrived with only the clothes on their backs, while her own wardrobe seemed endless, a veritable cornucopia. Here lay the boundary of Bai Yu's castle territory, where the bodies of hundreds of goblins lay strewn within her domain. The moment she stepped across this threshold, a system notification chimed in. Detected that the Lord has acquired intermediate fire magic. Would you like to spend 500 magic crystals to learn it immediately? Such convenience. Bai Yu had expected to laboriously study a tome of spells. She opened her inventory, revealing 661 magic crystals, ample enough. With a gentle tap, she confirmed her choice. The tome in her hand vanished, transforming into a surge of energy that coursed through her veins. Alongside it, special architectural blueprints and maps tumbled down, which she hastily caught. Upon introspecting her body, she felt no discomfort. Rather, her comprehension of fire magic deepened remarkably, as if she had mastered its use with effortless grace. However, upon completing her studies, the spellbook disappeared, dashing her hopes of profiting from it. Extending her hand, a crimson magic circle materialized before her palm, channeling her magical energy. A colossal pillar of fire erupted from the circle, detonating in the distance and engulfing the area in flames. This fire magic, consuming 10 mana points, exhibited impressive power and range, leaving Bai Yu thoroughly pleased. From this moment forth, you may call me the fire goddess, Bai Yu. In a fit of exuberance, she reveled in her newfound prowess. As a being of undead lineage, she discovered that not only could she cultivate necromantic spells, but other forms of magic as well. She speculated that perhaps a fusion of dark and fire magic could be feasible, though her current repertoire consisted solely of necromancy, dark magic, and fire magic, none at the highest level. Her understanding of magic remained superficial, necessitating further exploration of its intricacies. Special architectural blueprint, concealed chandelier. Building level, Royal. Function 1. Conceals all buildings within the territory. Function 2. Reduces the likelihood of detection by surrounding local forces. The architecture is merely influenced by the concealed chandeliers, which disrupt the vision of other beings, rendering it difficult for them to be detected within the territory. It does not truly grant invisibility, ineffective against beings of royal rank and above. Furthermore, the location of the architecture remains unchanged. It will lose its concealment effect on beings that inadvertently invade, revealing the existence of the castle. This effect is equally applicable to other lords. Yet it holds no sway over factions that have already discovered the castle and will not affect the lord who constructs the concealed chandeliers or their subordinate troops. Construction materials required: 10 wood, 5 stone, 100 magic crystals, and 10 spirit cores. This auxiliary structure possesses intriguing qualities, capable of shrouding the castle in secrecy. Bai Yu interprets the notes to mean that even for beings trespassing into the territory, the concealment effect persists, rendering the castle undetectable unless one approaches closely. The ability to obscure the castle from distant view indeed diminishes the attention from surrounding factions, thus alleviating numerous unnecessary troubles. Moreover, the materials required are minimal, and Bai Yu happens to possess them. This fortunate turn of events truly favors this group of little green beans. Commence construction. However, the skeletal soldiers responsible for transporting the materials are rather sluggish, and Bai Yu estimates that he must wait a little longer. The undead have piled the goblin corpses into 2 small mounds. Bai Yu steps back, and with his left eye emanating a ghostly blue glow, a massive gray magic circle materializes beneath the twin mounds of goblin remains. Undead begin to emerge from within the magic circle, and Bai Yu endures the ensuing headache. Indeed, summoning over 1,000 undead at once demands an excessive amount of mental fortitude. Even with Bai Yu's attribute of 9, it proves somewhat overwhelming. After a full 5 minutes, all the undead are summoned, and upon dispelling the magic, Bai Yu feels a rush of stars before his eyes, his brain slightly oxygen-deprived, accompanied by a throbbing pain. Yet, the result is a staggering 1,200 undead, effectively doubling his previous forces, a worthwhile endeavor. Bai Yu's army of undead experiences a significant qualitative leap. With a few more commanding figures, he feels he could even confront the howling moon silver wolf atop the snowy peaks. However, a nagging doubt lingers. What if a frost dragon were to detect him? Although the undead cannot be slain by the frost dragon, they could still be frozen by its breath. Immobilized, the undead would essentially be rendered inert, akin to being dead. Nevertheless, the level cap for these undead is reached, as they are summoned by Bai Yu. Thus they cannot advance in level, their ranks effectively locked. Bai Yu addresses this fresh cohort of undead that has just arrived in this world. Chapter 42, A Bountiful Harvest. Bai Yu observes the horde of undead as they march towards the castle, then turns his gaze to the remaining goblin corpses strewn across the ground. Approaching the remains, a translucent system prompt materializes before the goblin corpses. Decompose. Bai Yu promptly taps with his finger. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired 2,416 pieces of common equipment for 1,039 magic crystals and 300 spirit cores, double drop. Wow, what a windfall. Bai Yu has never encountered such an abundance of materials before. Previous claims of wealth were mere bluster. Yet this time he has genuinely struck it rich. A small knife has indeed struck the rear of a cow, a most amusing predicament, as the goblins were vanquished under the cover of night. Even at dawn the spoils of their demise remained doubled in quantity, a fact that Bai Yu had long since verified through experimentation, thus alleviating any concerns. Surely, the nocturnal enhancement of their attributes would not apply to their corpses, which, upon death, would retain their goblin forms. Much like the werewolf transformation of the howling moon silver wolf, whose remains would not revert to that of an ordinary wolf. They are not supernatural beings that revert to their original forms upon death. Before long, under Arthur's vigilant escort, the skeletal soldiers finally arrived, bearing the goblin's treasures to Bai Yu. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired 900 magic crystals, 200 pieces of ordinary equipment, and 4,500 units of iron ore. To Bai Yu's delight, there was indeed a substantial amount of iron ore, albeit in its raw form, requiring further processing, though the conversion ratio remained a mystery. Bai Yu mused on the cleverness of his own mind. In this era, one must not easily place trust in others from behind a screen. Online relationships are notoriously unreliable. Observing the suddenly vanished resources, the skeletal soldiers stood bewildered, having witnessed the treasure's moments before their disappearance, their bony heads swiveling in confusion, producing a cacophony of creaking sounds. No need to search. I have taken them, Bai Yu remarked, face-palming at the dim-wittedness of the soldiers before him. You may continue your hunting endeavors. Rest? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Rest would forever elude them. Did the undead require repose? Certainly not. Wait just a moment. Bring me the equipment. Bai Yu hastily called out to the skeletal wolf, requesting the malevolent set and a large bone mace. For the trial card was nearing its expiration. He couldn't afford to let it be misused. With the goblin tribe eradication task accomplished to perfection, Bai Yu felt an overwhelming sense of security as he firmly set foot within the castle. Outside the castle gates, 2 outdoor lanterns had been added, each comprised of a hexagonal base and 6 facets, framed in black and made of an unknown, unadorned material, suspended on either side of the entrance. Rather than lanterns, they resembled simple light fixtures, yet Bai Yu was indifferent to such trivialities. Fortunately, their illumination was decidedly mundane, eschewing eerie shades of green or blue for a gentle, warm yellow glow, albeit dim. This was the concealed lighting of a special structure. Anyone observing Bai Yu's castle from a distance would find it starkly bare, surrounded only by desolate land and withered trees. Outside the castle lay a few animal carcasses, remnants of the undead's hunting expeditions prior to their assault on the goblin tribe. After a skirmish with the werewolves, the bounty was not particularly abundant. Bai Yu now found himself in the position of a wealthy magnate, dismissing the paltry few hundred units of food as inconsequential. The value of food had diminished significantly, its cost-effectiveness waning with each passing moment. With a sigh, Bai Yu pondered the state of affairs. Bai Yu meticulously dismantled these corpses, acquiring a modest sum of 1,000 units of food and 100 magic crystals, which, it was evident, was not a substantial amount, especially after the double drop bonus. Within the castle, the freshly summoned undead crowded around the Blackwater altar for reinforcement. Once the enhancements were completed, Bai Yu promptly dispatched the undead. It was absurd. Such a compact castle could hardly accommodate so many. Moreover, could it be that this queen's castle is a mere playground for these inferior undead? Humph. Bai Yu accessed the trading platform and was astonished to find that the elite food had sold out completely. She had assumed that transactions would be scarce during the night, but it appeared that elite food was exceptionally popular. Regrettably, Bai Yu currently had no additional elite food to trade. She collected the resources from the trading post. Congratulations, Lord. You successfully traded and received 874 magic crystals and 1,000 iron ingots. Another small profit. Bai Yu then perused the other orders on the trading platform, noting that most were still predominantly food transactions. However, the tide had turned, with most lords now selling food, while those seeking to purchase it had dwindled significantly. Bai Yu also discerned an intriguing trend. Nearly all orders could be traded for magic crystals, suggesting that these crystals were subtly evolving into a common currency among the lords. Observing her own stockpile of 6,000 magic crystals, a smile gradually crept across her face, transforming her into the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Just over 1,000 units of elite food had caused such a stir. How would the esteemed lords respond if she were to offer 2,000 units of ordinary equipment for trade? Without hesitation, Bai Yu listed all the equipment she had acquired on the trading platform. She was not in need of stone or wood, as all transactions were conducted using magic crystals and iron ingots. Moreover, her undead army was continually replenished, rendering weapons unnecessary. If not for the scarcity of lords possessing iron ingots, the price would not be so exorbitant. Typically, a single magic crystal would be worth more than an iron ingot. The Evil Shah set, comprising 3 defensive pieces, would undoubtedly be less valuable than any weapon of comparable grade if sold individually. This was indisputable. Very well, let these fools be astonished. Chapter 43, Level Up Twice. Bai Yu glanced at the system clock. It was barely 7 in the morning. The previously tranquil world chat erupted into a frenzy due to the orders she had posted. 10th year pact. What has transpired? Am I seeing things? I just woke up and have already been awed by a great one. 5-star general. Oh my goodness. Over 2,000 pieces of equipment. Did the Crab Yellow Castle Lord just annihilate an entire tribe? Is this even reasonable? General Yu. 99,999. Great one. You are simply incredible. There are even commander level pieces. It's only the 4th day, and this great one can already slay commander level beings. Truly formidable, bowing to the great one. I only love mature women. That set is absurd, but it's just too expensive. I can't afford it. Big Mango. Someone lend me a mature woman. What is this? As the world chat took a bizarre turn, Bai Yu decisively closed it. Indeed, it was Big Mango, with his yellow humor both inside and out. I am so pure. I cannot allow them to lead me astray. Now that Bai Yu has acquired considerable wealth, it is only natural for her to indulge in some luxuries. The possession of 323 spirit cores signifies a profound advantage, and Bai Yu feels assured that she will not have to worry about acquiring more spirit cores for the foreseeable future. Aside from iron ingots, which remain elusive to her, she is nearly devoid of any resource shortages. The number of her undead minions has doubled. She has assigned half of them to chop wood and mine stone, ensuring a continuous supply of these materials even when she does not require them. In less than a day, her barracks are poised for another upgrade, filling her with delight. Requirements for upgrading the barracks: 2,000 magic crystals, 20 spirit cores. Given the current situation, Bai Yu feels as though she might be able to elevate her barracks to their maximum level without difficulty. Upgrade. To her astonishment, the 4th level barracks unlocks the Bone Dragon, and the materials required for the upgrade have also doubled. However, this poses little concern, as Bai Yu is currently affluent. I shall upgrade again. Another new unit, the Ghost Dragon, has been unlocked. In Bai Yu's recollection, the ghost dragon seems to be akin to a wraith, lacking a corporeal form. Her understanding in this area is limited, and she refrains from expressing any opinions until she witnesses the ghost dragon being summoned. Oh no! She had forgotten about the magic crystals. Just moments after boasting about her newfound wealth, Bai Yu finds herself confronted with a harsh reality. Although she still wishes to upgrade and has 263 spirit cores remaining, ample for her needs, her supply of magic crystals has dwindled. The 6,000 magic crystals in her warehouse have now been completely exhausted after upgrading her barracks twice. Nevertheless, the successful elevation of her barracks by 2 levels makes it all worthwhile. Acquiring magic crystals is still relatively easy for Bai Yu at this stage. With the unlocking of 2 formidable units, she feels as though she is on the verge of soaring to new heights. However, she realizes that she must not become complacent. The summoning process is random, and it would be rather awkward if neither a bone dragon nor a ghost dragon were summoned the following day. Bai Yu has experienced firsthand the notion of earning money through arduous effort, only to see it flow away like water. The next level of barracks, astonishingly, requires 8,000 magic crystals. How long will it take to amass such a sum? Although she could simply seize them directly, the system insists on implementing an upgrade. Observing that her undead minions have all been enhanced at the Blackwater altar, she promptly disbands them, sending them out to hunt, while Arthur is tasked with further upgrades. The undead once again become busy, and Bai Yu quietly retreats to the bathroom. In recent days, aside from her bedroom, the bathroom has become her most frequented sanctuary. Each upgrade comes with its own set of challenges, and Bai Yu feels a sense of helplessness. There is no one to blame but herself. She removes her clothing, and the sound of rushing water fills the bathroom. Before long, she emerges wrapped in a towel, padding barefoot into her bedroom, where she selects a black nightgown from her wardrobe. Why is this nightgown so short? Upon putting it on, she realizes it barely covers her hips, revealing her long, slender, fair legs. The size is certainly fitting, indicating that this garment was intended to be so. Bai Yu, clad in a nightgown, gazed into the mirror and chuckled to herself. She looked rather charming. Indeed, ever since her transformation into a female, this ritual of admiring her reflection had become a delightful habit. Perched on a chair in her bedroom, she crossed her legs and retrieved a map she had seized from the goblin tribe, scrutinizing it intently. Even after spending numerous days in this fantastical realm, Bai Yu remained oblivious to the name of her current location. The map, seemingly hastily drawn, was limited to the vicinity of her castle and offered no broader context. Despite its rudimentary nature, Bai Yu discerned that the triangular shape on the map represented the Snowy Mountains, with the Snowy Mountains as her reference point. The other locations became more distinguishable. To her surprise, words adorned the back of the map. Flipping it over, Bai Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for not having checked both sides beforehand. It appeared that the side she initially regarded as the front was, in fact, the reverse. The Snowy Mountains were named the Frigid Snowy Mountains. And Bai Yu realized that the section of the mountains she had observed from the castle was merely the tip of the iceberg. Danger markings were emblazoned atop the mountains, indicating that the Frigid Snowy Mountains were considered a forbidden zone by the goblins. To the west of the mountains lay a vast forest known as the Dark Forest, similarly marked as perilous by the goblins. It seemed that, in their eyes, danger lurked everywhere. The location of Bai Yu's castle was precisely at the juncture of the Frigid Snowy Mountains and the Dark Forest, where trees were scarce, with only a handful of withered trunks dotting the landscape. According to the goblin map, both the eastern and western peripheries of her castle were fraught with danger. Bai Yu's castle had already exited the territory of the Dark Forest, yet it remained a considerable distance from its depths, while it was much closer to the Frigid Snowy Mountains. Surely, these two areas could not both be entirely off-limits? Given her current strength, which was only marginally superior to that of the goblin tribe, Bai Yu found herself outmatched by even the howling moon-silver wolves. What constituted forbidden territory for the goblins also posed a significant threat to her, and that seemed quite justifiable. Even if the panel strength of the howling moon-silver wolves was comparable to that of the goblin tribe, Bai Yu was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their life levels. A mere ordinary level 9 werewolf could easily take on a level 1 goblin, let alone the fact that the howling moon-silver wolves were far superior to the goblins. Most importantly, the howling moon-silver wolves thrived atop the Frigid Snowy Mountains. Surviving in a region deemed forbidden by the goblins indicated that their clan's strength was truly remarkable. Furthermore, Bai Yu harbored an inkling that the goblins might indeed be the weakest intelligent race in this magical land. Chapter 44. Alliance. The most vital pursuits in life revolve around eating, sleeping, and leveling up. No, scratch eating off the list. Bai Yu could forego meals entirely. Within the castle of the Zhao family, Zhao Yanxue had just risen from slumber when she noticed the lords engaged in fervent discussions within the world chat, leaving her bewildered. Her curiosity piqued. Zhao Yanxue paused the world chat and began scrolling through the messages, discovering that they all spoke of a prominent figure who had listed over 2,000 pieces of equipment on the trading platform. Zhao Yanxue hastily opened the trading platform and was astonished to discover its existence. Her dwarven troop type was inherently capable of crafting equipment, but it was not the gear that piqued her interest. Rather, She was eager to identify the formidable figure behind this feat. Hoping to find an opportunity to ally herself with such an influential person, she clicked on the trading information. Crab Yellow Fortress. It was actually him. Zhao Lianshue's mouth dropped open in disbelief, wide enough to fit a carrot. How could he, a commander-level entity, have dispatched a commander so swiftly? This was simply outrageous. If Zhao Lianshue had previously entertained the notion of forming an alliance with Bai Yu, this revelation decisively affirmed her internal resolution. Initially, she had harbored a glimmer of hope that Bai Yu's impressive food supply was merely a result of his troops' unique abilities. However, upon witnessing Bai Yu's exchange of over 1,000 elite food items, she began to realize his extraordinary capabilities. This time, Bai Yu had traded more than 2,000 pieces of equipment, including several commander-level items, further solidifying Zhao Lianshue's conviction that Bai Yu's troop type was indeed formidable. Crab Yellow Fortress was undoubtedly a significant ally. Without hesitation, Zhao Lianshue opened her panel and sent a message to Crab Yellow Fortress. Just as Bai Yu nestled into his bed, yearning for a restful slumber, he received a system notification. Stretching out from beneath the covers, he opened the panel, discovering a message from Zhao Lianshue, initially mistaking it for a mere system prompt. He pondered what this young lady sought so early in the morning. Zhao's orphan, esteemed leader. In the interest of fostering long-term transactions and cooperation, and to strengthen our mutual friendship and relations, might we consider forming an alliance? Alliance. Bai Yu clicked on the alliance option, briefly perusing its features and grasping its implications. In essence, this function ensured that transactions between the two parties would be officially guaranteed, thus eliminating the risk of online scams where one party could abscond with resources after receiving them. Upon forming an alliance, the antagonistic relationship between the two lords would be dissolved, allowing them to jointly confront other adversaries. The system allowed for a maximum of 5 lords to form an alliance, presumably to prevent any one coalition from becoming excessively powerful. Without such limitations, it could lead to an overwhelming number of lords banding together, rendering battles futile. However, the alliance primarily reflected the personal strength of the lords involved, essentially offering a lifeline to the weaker parties. Regardless, the alliance appeared to be highly beneficial for Bai Yu, as he relied on Zhao Lianshue to process his 500 iron ores. Thus, an alliance would alleviate concerns about her absconding with his resources. Crab Yellow Fortress. Only a stable friendship can foster enduring development and cooperation. I agree to the alliance. Zhao's orphan. Wonderful. Thank you, esteemed leader. I adore you. Zhao Lianshue was taken aback by Bai Yu's swift agreement, her prepared remarks going unused. Zhao's orphan requests to form an alliance with you. Agree. Bai Yu promptly selected to agree, feeling somewhat exasperated as he read Zhao Lianshue's message. Was there truly a need for such overt familiarity? Who would express affection in such a manner? Crab Yellow Fortress. Enough of that. I am not interested in such matters. Zhao's orphan. Esteemed leader, I am a girl. Whimpering. What are you trying to do, claiming to be a girl to elicit my sympathy? Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Crab Yellow Burger. Are you a Yuri? Zhao's orphans. Not at all. Wait. Zhao Lianshue suddenly realized, as if she were developing some intelligence. Crab Yellow Burger. The esteemed one is actually a girl. Although Zhao Lianshue was somewhat surprised that Bai Yu was female, she felt more regret that Bai Yu was not a tall and handsome gentleman, which would have alleviated some of her psychological burden. The dynamics among females can be rather intricate. As the saying goes, 3 women can create a play, and 8 can stage a palace drama. There is truth in that. Had Bai Yu been male, Zhao Lianshue could have acted coy and playful, and at worst, incurred a minor cost, considering men are creatures who often think with their lower halves. Suddenly, lying in bed, Bai Yu thought of something, threw off the covers, donned a bathrobe, and descended to the warehouse. She had forgotten to inspect the iron ore. Bai Yu picked up a piece of iron ore and compared it to an iron ingot. If her memory served her right, the refining ratio of iron ore, according to her past knowledge, was approximately 15:251. Given the system's tendencies, it was likely to be close to reality. This meant that 15 to 25 pounds of iron ore could yield 1 pound of iron. The iron ore in her hand was exactly twice the weight of the iron ingot, leading Bai Yu to deduce that 1 piece of iron ore should yield 1 ingot. Thus, the 500 pieces of iron ore in the warehouse equated to 500 ingots. Crab Yellow Burger. What is the refining ratio of iron ore? Bai Yu, still uncertain, inquired of Zhao Lianshue. Zhao's orphans. 1 to 1. What's up, esteemed one? Crab Yellow Burger. I have 500 pieces of iron ore. Could you assist me in processing it? You may set your own reward. Zhao Lianshue, seated at the dining table sipping water, inadvertently sprayed it out. The reason Zhao Lianshue's daily yield of iron ingots was low was due to the difficulty in mining. The daily acquisition of iron ore was meager. Otherwise, her furnace could produce up to 3,000 ingots if it operated non-stop. The esteemed one is indeed remarkable, acquiring such a substantial amount of iron ore in one go. Indeed, one must respect such prowess. Zhao Lianshue realized why Bai Yu had so decisively agreed to the alliance. She had been waiting for her here. Zhao Lianshue seemed to have discovered her sole purpose, to serve as a tool to assist the esteemed one in processing iron ore. Upon realizing that her role was limited to this, she felt hesitant to make any excessive demands of Bai Yu. Zhao's orphans, it's a trivial matter. As for rewards, let us forego that. If possible, esteemed one, could you provide me with some food? My troops require a substantial amount, and food consumption is swift. Bai Yu contemplated for a moment. Her current food supplies were indeed of little use, and food had depreciated significantly in value. 1 portion of food could now be exchanged for 10 portions of wood or 5 portions of stone. To assert her status as the esteemed one, Bai Yu promptly sent 500 pieces of iron or along with 1,000 portions of food. Zhao's orphans, thank you for the generous provision, esteemed one. Bai Yu disregarded Zhao Yanxue, pulling the blanket over herself and closing her eyes. All right, time for sleep. Chapter 45, Indigenous Forces. On a distant continent, a fiery hue enveloped the landscape, barren and desolate, for it was dominated by several towering volcanoes. Atop one of these volcanoes stood a castle constructed from obsidian, where the lord, a young man clad in black shorts and bare-chested, bore a strikingly cold demeanor. His skin glistened with beads of sweat, a consequence of the sweltering heat surrounding him. This young man, known as the Spirit of Flame, was named Lin Jun. At that moment, Lin Jun gazed at the information emerging from the trading post, his expression one of astonishment. Could he truly eliminate a commander-level adversary so swiftly? Lin Jun prided himself on being superior to Bai Yu and the other lords, yet he found himself lagging behind. His troops, the Flame Spirits, were elemental beings inherently infused with fire elements, lacking physical forms. They required neither sustenance nor sleep, thriving instead in molten rock, absorbing the power of fire to grow stronger. Remarkably, the Flame Spirits survived through an internal core of spirit energy, implying that each Flame Spirit represented a single spirit core. Conversely, Lin Jun could summon Flame Spirits by acquiring additional spirit cores, thereby rapidly augmenting his strength. It was precisely this feature that enabled Lin Jun to enhance his prowess swiftly. However, the method of obtaining spirit cores was exceedingly arduous, significantly limiting his potential. Yet, Lin Jun was not without peril. His situation mirrored that of Bai Yu, perhaps even more precarious. The volcano housing Lin Jun's castle was not the largest. Within the molten depths of the central volcano resided a magma dragon, posing the most formidable threat Lin Jun might face in 3 days. Fortunately, the magma dragon spent most of its time in slumber, showing little hostility towards Lin Jun's castle. Stimulated by Bai Yu's presence, Lin Jun's resolve to grow stronger intensified. He immediately commanded all flame spirits to depart the volcano and venture into the wilderness for training. He was yet another archetypal protagonist, a lord beset by both pressure and opportunity. Across the magical continent, with billions of lords, opportunities and strength coexisted abundantly. Although Bai Yu was indeed formidable, it was improbable that she ranked first among the billions of lords. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Bai Yu, 2 towering men, each standing 2 meters tall, had appeared at the site of the goblin tribe, overlooking the ruins below. They're all dead, not a single corpse remains. And the caves have been emptied. Was it those interdimensional visitors again? What could they possibly be? One of the men rasped to the other. I don't know. The latest reports indicate that these interdimensional visitors seem to be entirely human, and their castles are shrouded by an overwhelming power. Our leader attempted to engage, but to no avail. What? A defense that even demigods cannot breach? It appears there is some conflict between the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan and these interdimensional visitors. Inform them to refrain from provoking these humans for the time being. The 2 men transformed into immense black wolves and vanished like shadows in the wind. Upon the snow-clad mountains, the leader of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves, incensed by the news, kicked aside a nearby she-wolf, exclaiming, "Bastard! This is intolerable. The higher-ups have expressly forbidden any further troubles with the lords, for we have important matters at hand, and I dare not disobey." It was all the fault of that troublesome she-wolf who concocted this ill-fated scheme. The leader kicked the she-wolf again, lamenting how the other wolves had been dispatched to the dark forest for feasting, while he, the unfortunate one, had been relegated to this desolate and frigid mountain for a century. How much longer must he endure this fate? Bai Yu, groggy and disoriented, opened his eyes, throwing off the covers and sitting up in bed. Thanks to the restorative energies of his bedroom, he had enjoyed a most refreshing slumber, compensating for the mental fatigue incurred from summoning goblins earlier that morning. A glance at the system clock revealed it was already noon. Approaching the window, he observed a heap of animal carcasses along with timber and stone at the castle entrance. Slipping on his slippers, he descended the stairs and stepped outside, commanding his undead minions to dispose of the bodies at the Blackwater altar. Bai Yu's army of the undead gained 50 more members. Decompose. Congratulations, Lord has gained. After a busy morning, he had amassed only 30 magic crystals, a woefully meager sum. It seemed that as his strength grew, Bai Yu became increasingly dissatisfied with the paltry resources at his disposal. He contemplated the status of his equipment transactions. Upon checking the trading post, he discovered that all his orders had been fulfilled except for the evil sorcerer set, perhaps too exorbitant for the impoverished lords and beneath the notice of the affluent ones. Let it remain listed. Surely some unfortunate soul will purchase it, he mused before claiming the resources from the trading post. To his delight, he received 20,000 magic crystals. In that moment, Bai Yu felt a rush of exhilaration. What a splendid feeling. He also acquired 110 iron ingots. Indeed, many lords could forge such ingots. For those without access to iron, these ingots held significant value, while for those who could produce them, they were merely common commodities. Naturally, they would trade iron ingots for magic crystals, which suited Bai Yu's current needs perfectly. With the iron ore processed by the Zhao family orphans, Bai Yu now possessed over 9,000 iron ingots, just a step away from upgrading his town. I am wealthy once more, indeed. It is the merchants who reap the greatest profits, while the laboring farmers will never rise. If he relied solely on hunting for magic crystals, who knew how long it would take to accumulate 20,000? The Zhao family orphans forge could produce a maximum of 3,000 iron ingots daily. Bai Yu's 500 iron ore would require at least 2 days to process completely. Within those 2 days, if he could secure another 1,000 iron ingots, he would successfully upgrade to a town on the 6th day. The strength of the beast tide remained uncertain, but it was undeniable that many lackluster lords would be swept away in the tide 7 days hence. Thus, Bai Yu must strive to grow stronger before the onslaught. Alas, the protective shield would dissipate in 3 days. The thought filled him with trepidation. Chapter 46. Exclusive Special Buildings. Currently, the only structure that Bai Yu can upgrade is the barracks, as the castle still lacks some iron ingots, and special buildings are not upgradable either. Nevertheless, one must earn without spending extravagantly. Requirements for upgrading the barracks: 8,000 magic crystals, 80 spirit cores. Upgrade. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully upgrading the barracks to level 6, receiving a random special building blueprint as a reward. Oh, the level 6 barracks did not unlock new troop types. However, the number of summoned troops has increased to 20. How frustrating. What good is the increase in summoning numbers when Bai Yu can summon freely without a limit? This is a significant loss. The next level requires 10,000 magic crystals and 100 spirit cores. Bai Yu decides to hold off on upgrading the barracks for now and inspect what the special building blueprint can offer. Otherwise, if upgrading the barracks merely increases the summoning count, Bai Yu would be devastated. Nearly half of the 20,000 magic crystals have been spent, only to gain an increase in quantity. Bai Yu's heart aches. Bai Yu claims the reward for the special building blueprint. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining the special building blueprint. 4-drive magic stone pillar. Special building blueprint. 4-drive magic stone pillar. Building level: none, exclusive to gargoyles. Function: the gargoyle perched upon the 4-drive magic stone pillar will gain 2 experience points per minute. Note 1. The gargoyle on the 4-drive magic stone pillar will enter a state of slumber and will only awaken when enemies invade the territory or when summoned by the Lord. Note 2. The gargoyle on the 4-drive magic stone pillar will be bound and cannot be replaced. Construction materials: 8 stone for 1,000 magic crystals for spirit cores. Troops actually have exclusive special buildings? Gaining 2 experience points per minute means 1 experience point every 30 seconds, equating to a staggering 2,880 experience points if uninterrupted for 24 hours. This is significantly faster than having the gargoyle hunt wild boars, which would yield nearly 3,000 experience points in a day. Incredible. Bai Yu nearly contemplated standing atop it as a statue. The level cap for gargoyles is royal, ensuring a solid future royal combat power. However, being bound to this special building means it will only serve as a gatekeeper afterward, yet that is still quite formidable. Fortunately, Bai Yu did not rush to upgrade the barracks. Otherwise, there would not have been enough magic crystals to construct the 4-drive magic stone pillar. Construct. This is a delightful addition, far superior to merely increasing the number of undead summons by 10. Without hesitation, Bai Yu chose to build. 4 circular stone pillars rose from the entrance of the castle courtyard, their tops flat and the entire pillars black, adorned with intricate carvings of fearsome gargoyles. The 4 pillars are arranged in a trapezoidal formation, with 2 on either side of the entrance and 2 at the back, their height matching that of the castle gate. If the bound gargoyle cannot be upgraded, will it break the limitations? Bai Yu gazed at the 4 demon-repelling stone pillars and was suddenly reminded of the gargoyle commander she had summoned from the goblin chief's corpse. If these undead creatures summoned by her could also acquire experience from the stone pillars, their starting point would be significantly elevated. However, she dismissed the notion. The risk of being unable to level up would render her foolish, and this was not something she could afford to exchange. Calling forth 4 gargoyles from the barracks, Bai Yu exchanged glances with them, directing her gaze towards the pillars, her intentions unmistakable. The 4 gargoyles comprehended her silent command and promptly soared towards the 4 stone pillars. Their limbs settled upon the pillars as they folded their wings, crouching atop them. Gradually, their skin began to petrify, enveloping their forms completely until their eyes extinguished the faint blue glow within. The 4 gargoyles, now in a crouched position, had entirely transformed into statues. Excellent, it is done. I hope you may ascend to the royal tier one day, with the Zhao family's orphans assisting her in refining iron ore. The weapons she acquired through trade had already been exhausted, and food trade had also become unfeasible. Bai Yu felt she was now devoid of purpose. Lying on her bed, she focused her gaze on the chandelier above, remaining still in contemplation. She realized that she could not afford to remain idle. She needed to take action. With a sudden determination, Bai Yu sat up abruptly, brushing aside the hair that obscured her face to reveal her delicate features. No, I must grow stronger. She shed her nightgown and donned a simple black tracksuit. This time, she had the foresight not to wear knee-high socks. Instead, she casually slipped on a pair of white ankle socks, complementing them with a pair of chunky sneakers. I must wear something underneath, otherwise the weight during exercise would be too pronounced. Bai Yu retrieved a form-fitting black shirt, deftly fastening it after lifting her own top. She intended to venture outside the castle to practice her magic, aiming to master it in advance, while also exploring the surroundings, perhaps engaging in some wild practices. Currently, at level 9, with the territorial bonus within the realm of the Bony Throne, she could reach the commanding level. Confident in her safety as long as she remained within the borders. The dark forest was perilous, as were the frigid snow mountains, yet this area, positioned at the intersection of the two, formed a relatively safe zone. The scant experience gained was of little consequence. Bai Yu primarily sought to hone her combat skills. With both hands securing her hair at the back of her head, she exited the castle. The mid-tier fire magic she wielded lacked the extensive area of effect to replicate the immense destructive power of a colossal fireball that Bai Yu had witnessed in her previous life as anime. She estimated she would need to attain at least high-tier magic, if not higher. Extending a finger, a flame erupted from the tip, demonstrating a fundamental manipulation of fire elements that did not require a magic circle. A natural lighter, amused by the flickering flame in her hand, she strolled leisurely out of the castle. After mastering fire magic, Bai Yu had developed a certain resistance to the fire element. Her fingers felt no heat at that moment. Upon reaching the gates of the castle, Bai Yu chanced upon a wild rabbit grazing nearby. With her small hands mimicking pistols, she pointed them at the unsuspecting creature. In an instant, tiny flames erupted from her fingertips, darting towards the rabbit. Quick to react, the rabbit noticed the impending danger and bolted away before the flames could reach it. The flames struck the ground, igniting a small blaze. As Bai Yu persistently directed her hands towards the fleeing rabbit, causing more flames to ignite behind it, trailing closely in pursuit. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chapter 47. The Indigenous Power of the People. The innocent little rabbit, unaccustomed to such chaos, could only run desperately to evade the flames. Despite her efforts, Bai Yu found herself unable to hit her target, her frustration mounting. You wretched creature. With her left hand now open, a crimson magic circle materialized before her, and a large fireball surged towards the rabbit. Yet, it still missed. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated beside the rabbit, the shockwave ending its life. This is utterly unamusing. Bai Yu approached the charred remains of the rabbit, grabbed it, and with a swift motion, tossed the carcass into the black water altar at the castle's entrance. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she examined her enhanced attributes. Indeed, she was at the commander level, yet it was infuriating that such a lowly creature had nearly escaped her grasp, an absolute disgrace. Determined, Bai Yu resumed her journey beyond the castle, opting to head westward towards the edge of the dark forest, curious to see if her territory extended that far. She had no intention of venturing beyond the safety of her domain. Along the way, she encountered and dispatched several wild boars, which proved to be far easier prey than the elusive rabbits. While rabbits would flee at the sight of her, wild boars were more confrontational, charging at anyone they encountered, making them larger targets and thus simpler to hit. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yu was straying further from her castle, journeying towards the western boundary of her territory. The distance from the castle to the edge was 6 kilometers, and after over 2 hours of hunting and observing her surroundings, the barren trees began to outnumber those near the castle. The dark soil underfoot became increasingly damp, and the number of wild creatures multiplied. As she gazed at the growing number of trees before her, Bai Yu felt an urge to set them ablaze. However, she reconsidered. Attracting the attention of powerful beings within the forest would not bode well for her. This was indeed the edge of her territory, and with an abundance of wild creatures present, it seemed an ideal location to practice her magic. Bai Yu diligently practiced her fire magic on the wild boars, becoming increasingly adept, even managing to intertwine it with her dark magic. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the western forest, causing her to pause and turn her head in curiosity. To her astonishment, several tall, sturdy dead trees had collapsed, sending a flurry of crows scattering into the sky. What is happening? As Bai Yu remained perplexed by the unfolding situation, a colossal black cat, drenched in blood and with a golden cross sword embedded in its back, sprinted out from the woods with astonishing speed. Upon spotting Bai Yu, the creature lunged at her with ferocity. Quick to react, Bai Yu, although unsure of the circumstances, resolved to confront the beast. She extended her left hand, palm facing the charging feline, and in an instant, 5 immense crimson magic circles materialized on either side of her hand. The circles promptly unleashed 5 fireballs, each a meter in diameter, hurtling toward the black cat. Boom. Boom. The fireballs erupted, engulfing the area in a sea of flames. Congratulations, the Lord has obtained 120 experience points. Had it perished? Bai Yu lowered her left hand, noting that the spell had consumed 40 points of her magic power. As the inferno subsided, the charred remains of the black cat were revealed, and Bai Yu's gaze shifted upward to behold a man clad in platinum armor, wielding a shield. Approaching her from the forest. A human? Could he be the Lord? Bai Yu felt a surge of anxiety, as if facing a formidable foe. The man reached the carcass of the black cat and extracted the golden sword from its back. My dear lady, I express my gratitude for your assistance. I am Morse, a squire of the Holy Court. He bowed gracefully, introducing himself. I observed that you employed a fireball spell. May I inquire as to your origins, esteemed sorceress? Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. From Morse's words, she could ascertain that he was certainly not a lord, leading her to a singular conclusion. He was a native human of the magical continent. Was there truly a human race in the magical continent? This was the first time Bai Yu had heard of such a thing. Noble knight of the Holy Court, my name is Giltan. I am a wanderer, unaffiliated with any organization, residing nearby. She cursed herself for the absurdity of her chosen name. My lady, you are deceiving me. All sorcerers are governed by the Magic Association. An outsider cannot possibly wield magic. Morse approached Bai Yu, sword in hand, his eyes glinting with a hint of greed. Since you are not a sorcerer of the Magic Association and find yourself in this desolate place, perhaps, Bai Yu, exasperated, thought to herself that no one had informed her that ordinary people couldn't practice magic. As Morse advanced, she resolutely opened her palm, summoning a fire dragon that spiraled from the magic circle and soared toward him. To her astonishment, Morse raised his shield and successfully blocked her magic. Swiftly, Bai Yu lifted her other hand, conjuring a black magic circle that merged with the red one. Instantly, the flames surrounding the dragon transformed into a dark hue as it struck Morse's shield. Boom. Morse remained unscathed, casting aside his shield and dissipating the last remnants of the fiery onslaught. Observing the flickering black flames upon his shield, his expression turned grave. Is this dark magic? Such sorcery has long been lost. You are of an alien race. In that moment, he recognized that only beings from other realms could possess such unfathomable powers. And this girl before him epitomized that notion. The greed in Morse's eyes vanished, replaced by an insatiable urge to kill. If he previously sought to capture and toy with Bai Yu, now he was intent on ending her life. No way. Did I just utter a single phrase and cast a spell, only for you to erase it all? The shield in Morse's hand radiated with holy light, extinguishing the black flames in an instant. Grasping his crossed sword, he vanished from his original position, swiftly darting towards Bai Yu. Is this truly how you entertain your guests? Chapter 48. The Lord of the Demonic Souls. Bai Yu unleashed a massive pillar of fire, yet Morse advanced boldly, using his shield to withstand the flames. Suddenly, two black fireballs surged towards him from either side. Despite his heavy armor, Morse's body exhibited remarkable agility, executing a backflip to evade Bai Yu's fiery projectiles. He soon discerned that Bai Yu's fire magic was rather rudimentary, at best of intermediate level, and her dark magic seemed limited to a single technique. By the holy sword, I shall strike down this individual before me. Morse raised his crossed sword, its blade shining brilliantly, and a radiant slash cleaved through Bai Yu's fire magic, continuing its momentum towards her. Goodness, how formidable! Bai Yu narrowly evaded to the side as Morse seized the opportunity and approached her swiftly, swinging his sword in her direction. Do you truly believe I am a mere mage? In an instant, a colossal scythe appeared in Bai Yu's grasp, meeting Morse's crossed sword. The moment their weapons collided, the bells on the scythe emitted a clear, ringing chime. Morse suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. At the moment Bai Yu summoned her scythe, her attributes doubled, transforming her 60 points of strength into 120, delivering a blow that forced Morse back. The massive blade nearly grazed him. Psychic assault, an unexpected weapon, inexplicably enhanced power, truly bizarre. Morse shook his head, the sharpness in his mind gradually abating. Bai Yu, grasping the scythe with one hand, dragged its blade along the ground, preparing to swing it at Morse. Although Bai Yu lacked any close combat skills and had never trained in martial arts, she understood that in a child's brawl, sheer force could yield astonishing results. As Morse attempted to raise his shield to block, the chime of the bells resonated once more, distracting him, and his response lagged. With a sharp slice, Bai Yu's scythe struck Morse, the sound of metal clashing against armor ringing out piercingly. With a heavy thud, Morse fell to the ground not far away, his shield knocked from his grasp by Bai Yu's strike, landing a short distance away. To think he would be so weak. I expected more. Now, experienced the thrill of being overwhelmed by doubled attributes. Bai Yu felt a twinge of regret. Had he not been clad in armor, he might have perished just then. Coughing, Morse leaned on his sword, just as a black fireball hurtled towards him. He promptly swung his crossed sword at the approaching fireball. But there was not just one fireball. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Yu was acutely aware of her limitations in close combat. Hence she refrained from recklessly approaching him to engage in a brawl, opting instead for a strategic assault from a distance. Fortuitously, her versatility allowed her to embody both a mage and a warrior. 3 blasts of black flame struck solidly upon Morse, causing him to be felled once more, his armor ablaze with dark fire. Shortly thereafter, the armor radiated a holy light, extinguishing the black flames in an instant. Bai Yu observed that these knights appeared to harbor little fear of her dark magic. On the contrary, it seemed they were somewhat resistant to it. Morse, realizing he was utterly outmatched by this alien foe, was perplexed. Wasn't he the previous alien weak? How could she be so formidable? Morse had previously engaged with these lords under the guise of a native, luring them out for assassination as per the Holy See's decree to show no mercy towards all aliens. With a swift motion, he raised his sword, casting aside the damp black soil towards Bai Yu, and then, in a quick succession, unleashed 2 golden sword energies before decisively fleeing. He had no desire to meet his demise here. As Morse glanced towards the sky, he spotted an unidentified creature soaring towards them. Upon recognizing it, his pupils constricted, a skeletal dragon. How could there be a skeletal dragon here? At that moment, Bai Yu's voice rang out from behind him. Arthur, stop him. Morse was taken aback by her words. They were in cahoots. Resolutely abandoning his escape, he discarded his crossed sword and immediately turned to kneel before Bai Yu. Honorable Miss Giltin, I submit to you. Please spare my life. Ah, a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Bai Yu, however, wore a bemused expression, thinking to herself, you are the one who is Giltin. Arthur's massive form landed behind Morse, causing him to flinch and bow his head even lower. Arthur, what brings you here? Bai Yu inquired, intrigued by Arthur's presence. It became clear that Bai Yu's necromantic power had significantly increased, especially within her territory, making it unsurprising for the undead to take notice of her. She then turned her gaze back to the kneeling Morse, who had moments ago been so arrogant, now reduced to a supplicant. With a subtle glance towards Arthur, he understood her intent. Before Morse could react, Arthur unleashed a breath of dragon fire, ending his life. Morse's corpse remained in a kneeling position, frozen into a sculpture of ice. Bai Yu's reluctance to take matters into her own hands stemmed from the inherent cruelty of such methods, whether through a scythe or burning. She found Arthur's approach of freezing him to be more merciful. Congratulations, Lord, on slaying a Tier 2 Knight Commander of the Holy See. To her surprise, there was no experience gained. Was it due to him being of the human race? A Tier 2 Commander, could it be that summoning was not an option? Bai Yu cast her spell, conjuring a magic circle beneath Morse's body, which emanated a gray aura, forming a spectral king's soul above him. Although it resembled a king's soul, there were notable differences. The ethereal form had strayed from human likeness, with green luminescence in its eyes and a denser spiritual essence. Larger in size than a typical king's soul, Bai Yu sensed that certain changes must have occurred and hurriedly checked her messages. Master of Demon Souls, Spirit. Skill, Soul Curse. Soul Curse. Cast a guaranteed curse on the target soul, with a cooldown of 30 minutes and a mana cost of 20 points. The Master of Demon Souls. Indeed, she had advanced her class. The growth limit for the 3 fundamental soldier types is at the commander level. It appears the final class change must reach the commander level as well. Furthermore, a new curse skill has been added, and combined with the characteristics of the undead race, it promises to be a formidable force. Arthur, you continue leveling up. I will practice here for a while longer. Bai Yu instructed Arthur and the Master of Demon Souls before her. Yes, my queen. Arthur and the Master of Demon Souls took flight, the former heading deep into the dark forest to the west, seemingly still concerned for Bai Yu, while the latter soared towards the castle. Chapter 49, Commander-Level Skeleton Mage. Bai Yu picked up the crossed sword and shield discarded by Morse, noticing no remarkable differences. They appeared to be crafted from silver? Impossible. How could a novice knight's weapons be made of silver? Bai Yu surmised they were perhaps merely infused with a hint of silver. To be fair, this equipment was indeed impressive. At the very least, it looked far superior to the Evil Set and the Great Bone Hammer. Both were commander level, yet the disparity was considerable. Bai Yu approached Morse's lifeless body and invoked decomposition. Congratulations, the Lord has obtained 5 pieces of commander-level equipment. No experience gained, no drops. What nonsense. Do the human inhabitants of the magical continent lack any game attributes bestowed by the system? This was utterly a pointless decomposition. Bai Yu could have easily stripped the equipment from him herself. This set looked remarkable, so she examined its effects. Equipment name, Holy Court Novice Knight Set, 55. Equipment level, Commander level. Set effect, significantly enhances the wearer's defense, grants immunity to 40 elemental magic damage, increases strength by 20, agility by 5, and stamina by 5. Note, increases received mental damage by 10. Was the difference between a 5-piece set and a 3-piece set truly so vast? This was undeniably a heavy armored warrior, both resilient and damaging. To think that a simple outing rewarded her with 2 extraordinary commander-level powers. This black cat's combat prowess should not be underestimated. Should she transform it into a bone beast or a common undead? After much contemplation, Bai Yu decided to convert it into a common undead. The attributes of a bone beast were akin to those of a skeleton, and being at the commander level offered no unique transformations, merely some characteristics from its former life. Now that Bai Yu had discovered that undead promotions to commander level resulted in unique transformations, how could she squander this opportunity to satisfy her curiosity? With a flicker in her left eye, a gray array materialized above the black cat's corpse, the ground beginning to tremble slightly. Subsequently, a skeletal arm larger than the black cat itself emerged. It was worth noting that although Bai Yu referred to it as a black cat, its size was comparable to that of a tiger. Soon, a massive skeleton, approximately 8 meters tall, crawled out of the array, its body entirely white, wielding an enormous bone hammer. A skeletal giant, 8 meters in height, it is nearly equivalent to the elevation of 3 stories. At the commander level, such a formidable figure, yet still breathing, one must inquire, does it not instill fear? Skeleton Mage, with a strength rating of 50. This is quite substantial for an individual of the commander tier. One should not be misled by Arthur's comparable strength at levels 5 or 6. He exists at the pinnacle of divine realms, a distinction that sets him apart from these mere commanders. However, the agility appears somewhat lacking. And why does the commander-level skeleton mage lack skills? Is it that my skeletal kin are deemed unworthy? Bai Yu waved at the skeleton mage, which began to step away, each movement eliciting a subtle tremor through the ground. Wait a moment, with such a massive frame, do take care not to damage my castle. Bai Yu shouted at the skeleton mage. Decompose. Congratulations, the Lord has acquired 100 portions of elite food, 10 magic crystals, and 2 spirit cores. The spoils were elite food, quite satisfactory. Bai Yu sat aside, reflecting on the battle with Morse. Although equipped, his close combat abilities were woefully inadequate, relying solely on raw attributes without any finesse. In short, he lacked technique and was purely reliant on strength. Furthermore, his mastery of fire magic was incomplete, leaving ample room for improvement. He resolved to continue practicing fire magic, for ranged combat was undoubtedly safer than engaging in melee. Once his mana was fully depleted, Bai Yu picked up his scythe to acclimate himself to the weapon. Otherwise, should he find himself unable to wield his weapon effectively, relying solely on brute force would indeed be a source of ridicule. As the leader of the undead, he could not afford to be inept. As the saying goes, one may indulge in leisure, but one must not be truly incompetent. Bai Yu practiced until dusk, transitioning to scythe training once his mana was exhausted, awaiting its replenishment to resume his magical studies, a continuous cycle. At this juncture, beads of sweat cascaded down his brow, his shirt thoroughly soaked. The night promised double experience. And with the augmentation from the Throne of Bones, it would yield triple. He could temporarily forego the 15-fold experience of daylight, but the tripled experience of night was non-negotiable. The accumulated wood and stone at the entrance vanished in an instant, neatly relocated to the warehouse. Decompose. An additional 800 portions of food and 30 magic crystals were accrued. The boundless labor force was indeed gratifying. With 60 corpses representing a fresh augmentation of Bai Yu's undead army, you have new unread messages. Oh, one can easily surmise that it is a message from Zhao Orphan. Having neglected her throughout the afternoon, one wonders how her processing has fared. Zhao Orphan, esteemed leader, today I processed 2,500 iron ingots and have sent them your way. Bai Yu promptly dispatched 500 portions of food back to Zhao Orphan, ensuring he upheld the dignified role of a leader. The primary food supplies had little utility remaining, as the timber and stone traded were not as swiftly obtained as those harvested by his undead minions. Truly, it was not a burdensome task. Scavenger Huangbao, a gift for you. Zhao Orphan, thank you, esteemed leader. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Bai Yu chose to disregard the matter and stepped into her bedroom, preparing for a bath. Having perspired excessively, her entire body felt sticky and uncomfortable. She hastily discarded her clothes at the bathroom door and indulged in a refreshing shower. I adore bathing. My skin feels exquisite. Chapter 50, A New Breed of Warriors. After her bath, Bai Yu emerged from the bathroom, casually wrapping herself in a towel. She reflected on the afternoon's training, acknowledging that her proficiency in fire magic had indeed improved, and she had grown more adept with her weapon. She sensed that the dark forest was undoubtedly peculiar, perhaps concealing some secrets within. Bai Yu hoped that the local human factions would not take notice of her presence. It would be wise to remain silent, as the native human factions on this magical continent appeared quite formidable, harboring significant hostility towards lords like herself. The remoteness of her location was apparent. If these local factions were as powerful as rumored, they would likely be situated in more prosperous areas. With so many lords around, who would concern themselves with Bai Yu's desolate territory? She decided to sell the Holy Court's apprentice knight armor, as it would only gather dust otherwise, proving utterly useless to her. Bai Yu opted for a bundled sale, offering all 5 pieces of equipment in a single transaction, setting the price of the magical crystals higher than that of iron ingots, hoping the lords would be inclined to trade in iron. She meticulously labeled the set's effects to prevent any of the lords from undervaluing it. Additionally, she resolved to sell her food supplies, keeping merely 1,000 portions in reserve. After all, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, and she couldn't resist the thought of tasting the meat of higher-tier beasts, despite her inability to vanquish them. Embrace the challenge. Look, The esteemed Crab Yellow Fort has listed some remarkable items again. Paradise of Bliss, Holy Court Knight. I've encountered one. They're part of the local human factions on this magical continent. Their knights are all at least at the commander level, and they possess extraordinary strength, harboring considerable animosity towards outsiders. My troops are birdmen, and I once witnessed them execute a lord from the skies. Golden Kingdom. If such powerful beings were defeated by the Crab Yellow Fort, just how formidable is that individual? Truly a beacon among lords. Sipping from a bottle while strolling. Whoa, don't scare me like that. Today, a human clad in platinum armor approached me for collaboration. Could it be a Holy Court Knight? Lazy Sovereign of the 9-5. Just check out the weapons and equipment traded by the Crab Yellow Fort for yourself. Runaway Princess of the Great Tang. Oh no. This armor is so impressive. Do all the local human factions possess such remarkable equipment? I desire it so much. With the 5th day fast approaching, time was running short for Bai Yu. She earnestly hoped that after this night of monster hunting, she would ascend to the commander level, and ideally, Arthur would rise as well. Currently, Bai Yu commanded an army of over 2,000 undead, including 3 commander-level beings. She could hardly believe that the beast tide would yield king-level monsters, feeling confident that she could handle the tide with her existing strength. Wait a moment. Would the beast tide change in response to the strength of the Lord? As Bai Yu pondered, it indeed seemed plausible. How could those unfortunate lords, who summoned troops devoid of any offensive capability, possibly contend with a beast tide? What about those lords born on islands and in deserts, where no wild beasts roamed? The lords from the islands had the advantage. When hunger struck, they could simply catch fish without the worry of nearby predators. Surely, it wouldn't be the case that sea creatures could venture ashore to assault a castle. If that were to occur, they would no longer be mere beasts, but rather monsters. Bai Yu remained in her chamber, drawing a chair to the window, staring vacantly outside at the castle grounds. Occasionally, she glanced at the world chat, observing the exchange of flattery among those lords engaged in commercial banter. There were always some lords with boundless ambition, blissfully unaware of any impending crises, living as if life were merely a game. It truly did seem like a game of life at this moment. Unlike them, Bai Yu had always harbored a sense of urgency, preferring to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, never engaging in endeavors lacking certainty. Gradually, the hour approached midnight. Bai Yu rose, donned her slippers, and made her way to the barracks. Once she summoned her troops, her task for the day would be satisfactorily concluded, allowing her to retire for the night. The necromantic crystal has finished charging. Shall I summon immediately? Indeed, Bai Yu was on the verge of unlocking all advanced troops. She was uncertain of the purpose of the barracks 6 slot that randomized advanced troops, as only the Lich and Zombie Titan remained unclaimed. She felt that leveling the barracks to its maximum would likely grant her access to all troop types. The necromantic crystal began to emit a verdant glow, filling the room with light and forming 20 silhouettes around her. Among them, 6 towering figures emerged, unmistakably the bone dragons. How splendid! Summoning 6 at once, truly a stroke of fortune. Bai Yu felt a surge of joy as she examined the other figures. 6 skeletal soldiers, 4 zombies, 3 undead knights, and 1 gargoyle. The massive skeletal wings unfurled, revealing the forms of the 4 bone dragons. While they were not as grand as Arthur and lacked the dragon horns, their overall appearance bore little difference from Arthur before his enhancements. However, as the other 2 extended their wings, Bai Yu noticed something amiss. They did not possess bony wings, but rather translucent wings alight with ghostly flames. These were phantom dragons. The phantom dragons manifested as ethereal beings, their forms a delicate azure, enshrouded in blue ghost flames. Unlike the bone dragons, the phantom dragons existed solely as souls, albeit safeguarded by the spectral fire. Their sizes were consistent, one being a white skeletal dragon and the other a light blue ethereal dragon. Esteemed Queen, we heed your commands, spoke the 4 bone dragons and 2 phantom dragons in unison, revealing their sentience. What splendid news! Bone dragon, growth limit, monarch level. Skill, dragon breath. Dragon breath exhales searing flames to obliterate all before it. The ordinary bone dragon possessed a base attribute of 15, already formidable, though its dragon breath, if she was not mistaken, should indeed unleash fire, correct? Chapter 51, Rankings. Bai Yu felt somewhat diminished in value. However, the ordinary bone dragon has a growth ceiling that is at the Lord level, making it the highest growth potential Bai Yu possesses aside from Arthur. One can only hope for extraordinary transformations in the future. It is understandable that a Lord-level bone dragon may not retain its draconic magic from its past life. Yet to merely breathe fire seems rather inadequate. Ghost dragon, growth ceiling, Lord level. Skills, death ray, death mist. Death ray, the death ray emitted from its mouth can wither enemies, depriving them of vitality and lifespan. Death mist, a large conical cloud of gray mist is expelled, reducing the strength and agility of any enemy that comes into contact with it. One is a damaging skill, while the other serves as support. It is astonishing that the ghost dragon possesses 2 skills. Why, among dragons, is there such a disparity? This ghost dragon appears exceedingly powerful, with base attributes superior to that of the bone dragon, possibly due to an imbalance in mental and physical attributes. Arthur, as the Dragon King, now finally has subordinates. It is hoped that they will play a pivotal role during the Beast Tide that is set to arrive in 3 days. You all go into the Black Water Altar for some enhancement, Bai Yu instructed, waving his hand as he stepped out of the barracks first. Followed by 20 undead who entered the Black Water Altar for their immersion. Bai Yu opened the information for the Black Water Altar to review. Bone Dragon Clan, Bone Reinforcement. Significantly enhances defense and attack power. Grants immunity to 40 elemental magic damage, with each attribute increasing by 6 points. Ghost Dragon Clan, Soul Reinforcement. Enhances mental power. Reduces magical energy consumption for skills, with each attribute increasing by 7 points. Upon observing the enhancements of the Bone Dragon, Bai Yu felt this was more in line with expectations. Merely breathing fire was quite inadequate. The Ghost Dragon, on the other hand, enhanced its soul and reduced mana costs, which was formidable in its own right. Although the Bone Dragon, like the skeleton, underwent bone reinforcement, its bones did not turn black with a patina but rather appeared wax-like and even whiter. The Ghost Dragon showed no significant changes. Its ethereal form seemed more solid but remained semi-transparent, radiating a faint blue glow, making it quite distinguishable. Bai Yu commanded the 6 dragons to head west to find Arthur, allowing Arthur to lead them in gaining levels, while the remaining undead were assigned to engage freely, starting with wild monsters to level up before hunting more formidable foes. However, they lacked flight capabilities, which hindered their mobility and made leveling quite challenging. Upon entering his bedroom, Bai Yu swiftly discarded the bath towel and nimbly dove into bed. He quickly fell into a deep slumber, cradling a pillow with both arms, one leg sticking out from the covers, while the other was tucked within. As dawn broke over the enchanted continent, the lords entered the 5th day of the novice protection period. At 6 in the morning, while still immersed in dreams, Bai Yu was roused by the system's notification sound. Esteemed lords, congratulations on surviving to the 5th day. Only 3 days remain until the Beast Tide arrives. The system will temporarily activate the leaderboard feature for 3 days, continuing until the conclusion of the Beast Tide. Afterward, the leaderboard will refresh weekly for a limited time. This ranking is compiled by the system based on the strength and influence of the lords. Following the conclusion of the Beast Tide, those lords who remain in the top tier will receive special rewards. Enough with the noise, Bai Yu muttered, tossing and turning in bed, disturbed by the clamor early in the morning. What is this leaderboard nonsense? Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and sprang out of bed, disregarding the fallen blanket and the exposed pink rabbit plush. Ah, this is just an official event. It truly is a game. Bai Yu summoned the system panel and indeed found a new leaderboard feature on the far right of the main interface, complete with a countdown timer. 65 hours, 55 minutes, and 32 seconds. She calculated the time, realizing it would conclude on the 8th day, right after the Beast Tide. Curious about the ranking, she accessed the leaderboard to discern which lords were particularly formidable. First tier, top 1, 000 Fire Spirit, Otto the Prodigal Son, Troll Lord, Lucky Angel, Crab Yellow Fort. Island Homestead, Sky Overlord. Second tier, top 10, 000 King of the Forest, Golden Lion King, Stone Pillar, Round Table Knight, Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Third tier, top 100, 000 Do You Believe in Light? The Jester, God of the Tidal Defense, Princess of the Tang Dynasty on the Run, Big Mango. Fourth tier, top 1, 000. 000 fifth tier, Beyond 1, 000 You are currently ranked. First tier. Bai Yu examined the leaderboard. The ranking system appeared quite reasonable. Only the top 1 million lords were listed, considering there were billions of lords in the magical continent. To claim the top position would be sheer folly. The top-tier lords were all of comparable strength, and without engaging in a definitive battle, it would be challenging to ascertain who was truly superior. Spotting her name among the first tier brought a crooked smile to Bai Yu's face. I knew it. My strength certainly deserves a place among the top 1, 000. Being among the top 1, 000 lords meant that the system would issue rewards to everyone in that tier, though she wondered what those rewards would be. If each lord received the same item, it would amount to nothing significant. The classic canyon relativity, if the enemy slows down, it equates to one's own acceleration, only widen the gap between herself and those lords ranked lower than the first tier. The elite lords would remain unchanged. Bai Yu also recognized many familiar names among the first tier. Indeed, those who had been able to trade food in the past few days belonged to this select group. However, the leaderboard function felt somewhat rudimentary, merely displaying the lords and their ranks without any additional features. Would it not be reasonable to click on a lord's name to view basic information? While she could understand the absence of troop types, there should at least be castle levels displayed. After all, it was pertinent information. Bai Yu had an inexplicable premonition. Today marked the 5th day, and it was certain that the castles of the lords in the first tier had all reached level 9, poised to elevate their towns at any moment. Having awakened fully, she decided against returning to slumber. Chapter 52, Reclaim, Disassemble, Upgrade. Bai Yu gracefully rolled out of bed and made her way to the wardrobe. her little rabbit companion hopping joyously beside her. What to wear today? As she pondered her outfit, Zhao Lianxue was rendered speechless by her ranking on the leaderboard. Your rank is 5th tier. Zhao Lianxue had never anticipated that she would fail to even breach the top 1 million. It felt akin to Garen wielding Light's whisper, leaving her in stunned silence. Was this some sort of joke? What a ridiculous system. Her castle was at least fully leveled. Yet she couldn't even make it into the top million? In exasperation, Zhao Lianxue expressed her disbelief, unable to fathom such a low position. Surely, her troops, despite their lack of combat prowess, deserved better than this. Right. She needed to check if Xiaohuang Fort was among the 1st tier. Zhao Lianxue had to ascertain whether the ally she had chosen was formidable enough. The 1st tier comprised only 1,000 lords, and before long, she spotted Xiaohuang Fort within its ranks. Indeed, the disparity was staggering. However, she felt reassured upon discovering that the esteemed figure she had allied with was a powerful presence in the 1st tier. She proceeded to the dining hall, ready to savor her exquisite breakfast. Having indulged in roasted meat for 4 consecutive days, Zhao Lianxue was on the verge of nausea. She felt as though she had gained several pounds. Yet in this desolate place devoid of vegetables, the sight of roasted meat now evoked a physiological aversion. Yesterday, more than a dozen dwarves had come to pledge their allegiance to Zhao Lianxue, further escalating her food expenses. If it hadn't been for Bai Yu's generous gift of 1,500 food rations, she would have found herself in dire straits once more. With billions of lords, the population was simply overwhelming. Within every 100 million, there were 100 who could claim a rank of 1 million. And countless others like Zhao Lianxue had fortuitously managed to elevate their castles to full capacity. Thus, not ranking within the top 1 million was entirely reasonable. Although the leaderboard reflected an aggregate of strength, it predominantly assessed the individual capabilities of the lords. At this moment, our chosen one, Bai Yu, donned a sleek black dress. Her hair cascading loosely down her back, her delicate feet adorned with casual sandals as she strolled toward the courtyard. Today, Bai Yu had no intention of departing the castle, allowing her the freedom to dress more casually within its confines. In the courtyard, she inspected the spoils collected by the undead during the night. Despite the triple experience boost, she had not managed to ascend to the commander level. The experience required to progress from level 9 to commander felt insurmountable. Piles of wood and stone lay at the castle gate, while a multitude of animal carcasses soaked in the black water altar. Congratulations, Lord. Disassemble. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained. Just yesterday, she had traded for a batch of food, and today, she received an additional 2,800 rations, far more than she could consume. Bai Yu opened the trading post to review the orders she had placed the previous night. Ah, splendid. All transactions had been completed. With a single click, Bai Yu claimed her rewards. Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring 4, 200 magic crystals, 10, 800 units of wood, and 5, 400 units of stone. The apprentice knight's armor from the Holy Court has been sold, but surprisingly, the buyer opted for the more expensive magic crystals instead of iron ingots. Indeed, all the lords are eager to upgrade their towns, while parting with 5 or 1,000 iron ingots may not be too burdensome. Relinquishing 3,000 ingots would be a considerable sacrifice for anyone. The lord residing next to Bai Yu, who summons the Blood Demon Ape unit, seems to have become hesitant to deploy his troops beyond the castle's territory ever since Arthur vanquished several of his units. Bai Yu speculates that once she upgrades her town, her territory will immediately border his, and she will deal with him then. She glanced at the resources currently stored in her warehouse. 12, 910 magic crystals, 181 spirit cores, 62, 800 units of wood, 28, 400 units of stone, 7, 10 iron ingots, and 3, 800 units of food. There were also some miscellaneous animal parts, which Bai Yu chose to disregard. The magic crystals received from selling equipment today are sufficient for Bai Yu to upgrade her barracks once more. Had the transaction been made with iron ingots, she could have upgraded her town directly. The requirements for upgrading the barracks include 10 magic crystals and 100 spirit cores. Upgrade. This time, Bai Yu found herself quite impoverished, with the once abundant spirit cores dwindled to a mere 81. The magic crystals were reduced to just over 2,000. Barely enough for the next upgrade. She unlocked the new unit, Zombie Titan, which significantly bolstered her undead army's ground combat capabilities. Though the other barracks showed no significant changes apart from becoming costlier, she decided to sell the recently acquired food. Upgrading the town necessitates 30 units of stone, but Bai Yu had utilized some for constructing the 4-wheel magic stone pillar, leaving her short by over 1,000. Bai Yu reserved 1,000 units of food, as it would not spoil in the warehouse, keeping it for unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, she opened the trading post to examine the orders, searching for any lords selling iron ingots, hoping to snatch some from the marketplace. However, upon searching with relevant keywords, all the displayed orders were for purchasing iron ingots. After half an hour of scrolling, she found not a single offer for selling iron ingots. Perhaps some had been listed but were immediately snatched up. Relying on the trading post seemed futile. She would have to depend on the Zhao family. Zhao Lianxue's ongoing collaboration with Bai Yu involved trading 200 iron ingots for 300 units of food, a deliberately low price set by Zhao Lianxue to maintain favor with Bai Yu. Currently, Bai Yu had an abundance of food and did not wish to take advantage of her partner. With the additional 2,000 iron ingots yet to be processed by Zhao Lianxue, the total would amount to 9,000 units. If Zhao Lianxue traded 200 each day, it would take 5 days, a pace too slow. Bai Yu resolved to negotiate with Zhao Lianxue to prioritize trading 1,000 iron ingots to her. Without hesitation, Bai Yu promptly opened the chat window with the Zhao family and sent a message to Zhao Lianxue. Chapter 53, Sun Xiaoxiao. Su Huangford, how many iron ingots do you have right now? Could you lend me 1,000 for a bit? Meanwhile, Zhao Lianxue within the castle received Bai Yu's message, taken aback by the request. The esteemed individual has taken the initiative to message me. Is it true that I am merely 1,000 away from upgrading my town? Zhao Lianxue glanced at the iron ingots in her storage. With the increasing number of dwarves, the production of iron ingots has naturally risen as well. Currently, Zhao Lianxue's furnace can produce 800 ingots daily, as the dwarves can only mine that much. The furnace was unlocked on the 2nd day, and now, on the 5th day, she has refined just over 2,000 ingots, nearly 3,000. During this time, some were consumed due to Zhao Lianxue purchasing elite food and various supplies, leaving only 700 in storage. Her furnace has the capacity to refine 3,000 ingots per day, and with 2,000 still awaiting processing at Bai Yu's location. Combined with Zhao Lianxue's daily output of 800, it will perfectly suffice for the evening's production. This is the sole request from the esteemed individual. And if she were to refuse, Zhao Lianxue fears that her chances may slip away. This simply cannot happen. Zhao's orphan, esteemed one. I currently lack sufficient iron ingots in my storage, but I will send you the remainder by evening. Bai Yu did not expect Zhao Lianxue to be so agreeable, and she instantly acquiesced. Shuehuang Fortress. Thank you. Zhao's orphan. There is no need for formalities. Your troops have successfully slain goblins. To have slain a goblin is quite surprising. Hadn't T. Little Green Bean mentioned that goblins were organized? How is it possible to encounter them here? Wait. The Crimson Blood Demon Ape belongs to the lord known as Qi Tian de Sheng, doesn't he? That same lord whose castle is in close proximity to Bai Yu's, previously losing several troops to Arthur and then unleashing a tirade in the world chat. How could news of slaying both goblins and the Crimson Blood Demon Ape arrive simultaneously? Meanwhile, within the unfortunate Lord Qi Tian de Sheng's castle, Sun Xiaoxiao stared at the system notification, her temper beginning to flare. Your troops have been slain by goblins. Sun Xiaoxiao's mental state was starting to unravel. The Crimson Blood Demon Ape could only be summoned twice a day, and today marked the 5th day, yielding only 10 in total. Previously, 4 had been killed by an unknown lord, and now 2 more were lost, leaving her with just 4 remaining. Having just entered junior high, Sun Xiaoxiao differed from other girls who were enamored with cosmetics, idol worship, and discussing which male classmates were handsome. Since childhood, she has been a fervent admirer of one character, Sun Wukong. She spent her days mingling with boys at school, sporting short hair, embodying a true tomboy. Proud of her surname, Sun, the day she was transported to this fantastical land, she was in class, still clad in her school uniform. The blue and white uniform jacket bore the bold red letters of her school, while the white area on the back had been adorned with a drawing of the Monkey King by Sun Xiaoxiao herself. Damn it, it's that lord again. What are goblins even doing here? Sun Xiaoxiao had been quietly developing her strength, rarely venturing out at night, and had not encountered any formidable foes, leading her to believe that her birthplace was relatively safe. Since the last encounter where 4 Crimson Blood Apes were slain by rival lords, Sun Xiaoxiao has initiated a rotation among her troops to venture into the wilderness, 2 monkeys forming each team. Consequently, today, the 2 Crimson Blood Apes outside met their demise. Sun Xiaoxiao gazed upon the last 4 Crimson Blood Apes within her fortress, one of which had been fortunate enough to survive since its summoning on the 1st day, now reaching level 7. Upon upgrading her castle to level 3, Sun Xiaoxiao had drawn an equipment that granted her the coveted ability to fly, allowing her to summon a cloud upon which she could soar through the skies. She named this enchanting ability Cloud Somersault. Let us avenge our fallen brothers. How dare a mere level 7 goblin slay my esteemed generals? Sun Xiaoxiao promptly led the 4 Crimson Blood Apes toward the location where the 2 had perished. With 1 ape at level 7 and the other 3 at level 6, she was resolute that they could vanquish a single level 7 goblin. Sun Xiaoxiao speculated that the goblin was currently engaged in battle with that lord's troops, and when they inevitably weakened each other, she would seize the opportunity to exact revenge for her fallen soldiers, proving to that lord that she was not to be trifled with. Summoning the Cloud Somersault, she took to the skies, with the 4 Crimson Blood Apes panting behind her. The system relayed successive notifications of goblin slayings, and Bai Yu quickly grasped that the goblin's appearance was no mere coincidence. It was likely that her troops were clashing with a sizable horde of goblins. As for the unfortunate troops of the ill-fated lord, their misfortune was acknowledged. They simply had to accept their fate. Bai Yu, intrigued, recognized that goblins were significantly wealthier than their goblin counterparts. Their prowess was not merely superficial. In essence, Goblins were but an upgraded version of goblins, akin to the relationship between the Japanese and the puppet regimes during wartime. Contemplating the capture of a live specimen for intelligence gathering, Bai Yu recalled her previous oversight in leaving 2 goblins alive for questioning. She needed to ascertain the distribution of power within this magical realm. Perhaps this world was indeed spherical, as the saying goes, the heavens are round and the earth is square. Wait, why am I fixating on this? Bai Yu summoned a gargoyle and leaped upon its back, instructing it to carry her to the battlefield. She was now level 9. On the cusp of becoming a commanding leader, no longer the timid novice too afraid to step outside her fortress. While riding a dragon might be more impressive, Arthur was rarely seen, making it difficult to locate him. It was possible he was currently engaged in battle with this goblin horde. The undead had slain one of the Crimson Blood apes. Bai Yu recalled that the Lord's castle lay to the south of her fortress, seemingly closer to the original goblin tribe than even her own stronghold. She immediately commanded the gargoyle to fly southward. Chapter 54. Is she really a woman? Upon finally arriving at the battlefield aboard her cloud somersault, Sun Xiaoxiao was met with an unforgettable sight. Over 100 goblins were engaged in combat with a throng of skeletal warriors. In the sky, several colossal skeletal dragon-like creatures were unleashing torrents of fire upon the goblins below. Sun Xiaoxiao had always presumed that the beings of this magical realm would at least possess some semblance of life. Yet, why were these skeletal entities animated? She recognized the bone dragons soaring overhead. They undoubtedly belonged to that lord's army. Previously, when she had observed them from a distance, the impact had not been as pronounced. But now, upon closer inspection, their sheer size was astonishing. Fools, are you courting death? Run, run. Sun Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as it seemed that any one of these units could easily surpass her Crimson Blood Demon ape in strength, and there were at least 100 of them. She glanced at her own 4 seedlings. You must not come to harm. You are my last hope. The 4 Crimson Blood Demon apes were hastily dispatched by Sun Xiaoxiao, who, driven by curiosity, perched on her nimbus cloud at a distance to witness the spectacle. The scene was utterly breathtaking. She could scarcely believe that those skeletons were part of a lord's army. Their power was truly formidable. Sun Xiaoxiao's attention was riveted on the battlefield below, where goblins hurled spears and wielded magic. Some brandished knives, torches, and hammers. Notably, a colossal goblin at the forefront towered over its kin, its massive hammer striking the ground with enough force to stir up a cloud of dust. Sun Xiaoxiao could feel its immense power. Among them was a hunchbacked goblin draped in a peculiar robe, brandishing a staff taller than itself, conjuring spells across the battlefield. The skeletons were even more bizarre. Sun Xiaoxiao could scarcely count the varieties among them. Astonishingly, they could reassemble even after being shattered by the goblins, as if they were impervious to death. Comparatively, her Crimson Blood Demon apes were limited to engaging in melee with wild beasts. The disparity was staggering. At that moment, Bai Yu was leisurely approaching on a gargoyle, unfazed by the undead, knowing full well that even goblins would be no match for them. Bai Yu's sole concern was that the goblins might flee, for this represented a significant opportunity for experience and resources. Swiftly, Bai Yu spotted the green dots on the ground in the distance, most assuredly the goblins. The number of undead engaged in combat was relatively modest, perhaps around 200, primarily comprising aerial units that had rallied from the vicinity. Wait, what's that small yellow dot on the horizon? Sun Xiaoxiao's nimbus cloud was yellow, standing out starkly against the dim, sunless sky. The cloud's presence was unmistakable. Arthur, who was already aware of Sun Xiaoxiao amidst the fighting, had initially ignored her due to her lack of hostility and feeble aura. However, as Bai Yu flew closer on the gargoyle, she finally discerned that it was a small yellow cloud, upon which a lord was seated. As for why Bai Yu was certain that Sun Xiaoxiao was a lord, who else would dare don a school uniform in such a setting? Sun Xiaoxiao, engrossed in the thrilling battle, glanced upward to see a creature over 3 meters tall, adorned with wings, soaring toward her, with a notably conspicuous head of white hair. As Sun Xiaoxiao raised her head, her gaze met that of Bai Yu, and she marveled at the beauty before her. However, panic surged through her. She had to flee. Immediately, Sun Xiaoxiao steered her nimbus and turned to escape, for the only humans that could possibly appear here were the skeletal lords. Arthur, capture her. Bai Yu shouted to Arthur. Upon hearing her command, Arthur instinctively prioritized her orders and swiftly changed direction, soaring towards Sun Xiaoxiao. Goodness! Sun Xiaoxiao's heart raced in fright. This was far too terrifying. She felt a powerful gust of wind above her as Arthur's imposing figure overtook her, landing directly in her path. You better stop right now. Arthur's voice, imbued with human language, shattered Sun Xiaoxiao's perceptions. Could units actually speak? Why did her Crimson Blood Demon ape act like a foolish monkey, only capable of howling? Sun Xiaoxiao slammed on the brakes, halting her nimbus midair. Arthur's speed far surpassed hers. Escape was futile. It was simply unfair. How could something so large fly so quickly? Please, spare me. I won't run anymore. Her heart pounded wildly. Clearly, she was terrified of Arthur. A mere 15-year-old girl had never encountered such a situation. Arthur ignored her, remaining suspended in the air, as it noticed Bai Yu approaching on a gargoyle. Put away your little yellow cloud, and land immediately. Bai Yu commanded upon her arrival. Slowly, Sun Xiaoxiao descended, retracting her nimbus, her gaze timidly fixed on the white-haired beauty before her. Bai Yu dismounted from the gargoyle, turning her back to the chaotic battlefield where goblins and the undead clashed. You seemed quite audacious when you were running earlier. What was it you said? I couldn't quite hear. Would you mind repeating it? Bai Yu teased, pretending to clean her ears with her pinky while scrutinizing the spirited girl before her. Wait, that's not right. You're a girl? My apologies, dear lady. I misspoke. Please do not hold it against me, I beg you. Sun Xiaoxiao stammered. It is the noble who should not bear grudges against the petty. Bai Yu emphasized. Yes, you are absolutely right, Sun Xiaoxiao replied, fearfully gazing at the white-haired beauty. Trembling as she spoke, she knew that in this realm, rules were non-existent, and she could easily be slain by the very person before her. The thought sent her heart racing even more, and she began to mentally reassure herself. Sun Xiaoxiao, do not be deceived by her beauty. She must possess a heart as cold as a serpent's. Should I perish, in 30 years, I shall rise again as a hero. Chapter 55, Submission. Listening to Sun Xiaoxiao's voice, Bai Yu noted its slightly rough quality. Yet, the girl appeared to be no older than 15 or 16. Likely still in the throes of adolescence. Oh well, what is the point of quarreling with her? Are you the great sage equal to heaven? Bai Yu queried just as an unwitting goblin crept up behind her, launching a surprise attack. With a swift motion, Bai Yu conjured a fireball that sent the goblin flying. Impressive. She is a powerful white-haired sorceress. Mother said that the white-haired witch devours children. Oh no, I am doomed. What should I do? Terrified, Sun Xiaoxiao stammered her words. Sister, do you recognize me? Recognize you? Not only that, I was once berated by you in the world chat, Bai Yu replied teasingly. That was just a joke, right? Just a joke, Sun Xiaoxiao said awkwardly, forcing a smile. Bai Yu was not offended. She was above holding grudges against her. I offer you two choices. First, surrender. Before Bai Yu could finish her sentence, Sun Xiaoxiao interrupted eagerly. I choose to surrender. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoxiao felt an immediate sense of relief. Wait, that was so decisive? Bai Yu was taken aback by how readily Sun Xiaoxiao agreed. In truth, Bai Yu held no particular interest in her. She couldn't bear to impose on a child, especially since she herself had just reached adulthood. Even if Sun Xiaoxiao had refused to surrender, Bai Yu would not have retaliated. However, the closeness of their fortresses could potentially hinder Bai Yu's progress. If Sun Xiaoxiao stubbornly resisted, Bai Yu would have no choice but to send her to join her former companions below. At the very least, Bai Yu wished to grant her a few more days of freedom. She was no saint, after all. Hindering her own development for the sake of another would be foolish. As the saying goes, a dead ally is better than a living foe. Bai Yu believed this sentiment aptly applied to her current situation. To obstruct her own growth for the sake of another would be sheer folly. No one in love would be so naive. Aren't you curious about the second option? Sun Xiaoxiao inquired earnestly. Isn't it death? I've seen it depicted that way in dramas, she said. No, it allows you to live a few more days. Bai Yu replied candidly. Isn't that essentially the same thing? Sun Xiaoxiao suspected the white-haired woman was jesting. Name? Sun Xiaoxiao. Height? 164 centimeters. Weight? Why do you need to know that too? Sun Xiaoxiao was taken aback, sensing a shift in the conversation's tone. Less chatter, Bai Yu glared at her, causing Sun Xiaoxiao to shrink back and respond truthfully. 706075. Airport, Bai Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What? I haven't even fully developed yet. Sun Xiaoxiao retorted. Now, tell me your own level, as well as that of your castle and barracks. Bai Yu was already aware of the troop types. She had summoned 10 blood-red demon apes over 5 days, of which she had defeated 5 herself. I am at level 4, my castle is level 5, and my barracks is level 1. How about that? Sun Xiaoxiao asked expectantly. So weak, Bai Yu replied. Indeed, the Zhao clan orphans had geographical and troop advantages. Although their combat strength was lacking, they could develop quickly. Perhaps Sun Xiaoxiao's level reflected the current state of most lords. Add me as a friend. The only way for one side to surrender to the other was through a friend request, a feature Bai Yu was already familiar with. The subservient lord becomes a vassal of another, akin to the distinction between a main city and a secondary city, and this transformation is irreversible. The subordinate party is also bound to obey the commands of their superior, and should the lord they have submitted to perish, the subordinate shall meet the same fate. Conversely, the death of the subordinate holds no such consequence for the lord. By choosing to submit to Bai Yu, Sun Xiaoxiao effectively entrusted her life to her. If Bai Yu were to die, so would she. Furthermore, submitting to other lords signifies the forfeiture of the opportunity to compete in the grand tournament of races. However, for Sun Xiaoxiao, this was of no consequence, as she had not contemplated such matters. What is your name, sister? She inquired. We ought to know each other before becoming friends. Crabrow Castle, Bai Yu replied. Ah, you are the esteemed figure atop the rankings, the Crabrow Castle Lord. Indeed, Bai Yu nodded. Sun Xiaoxiao was taken aback. The recent buzz in the global chat revolved around this very figure, primarily concerning the elite echelon of lords. Observing the formidable troops behind Bai Yu, it dawned on her that only a top-tier lord could wield such power, which explained the disdain for her perceived weakness. Who would have thought that the illustrious lord of Crabrow Castle was a beautiful elder sister? Moreover, this esteemed figure stood right beside her. If even the one before her posed a danger, it was likely that only a handful of the billions of lords could survive. Without delay, Sun Xiaoxiao typed Crabrow Castle into the friend search bar. The great sage equal to heaven requests to add you as a friend. Bai Yu promptly clicked to agree. Observing as Sun Xiaoxiao composed a message on her system panel. The great sage equal to heaven has initiated a submission request. Bai Yu accepted the request, but not before entering her name. She crafted a beautiful signature with her hand. Contract generated, irrevocable. Instantly, Bai Yu's system panel displayed an additional section labeled Vassal. Curiously, she clicked to explore. Vassal Lord, Sun Xiaoxiao. Strength, Ordinary level 4. Territory level, level 5 Initial Castle. Barracks level, level 1 Crystal Magic Ape. Special buildings, none. Troops, Crimson Blood Magic Ape. Equipment, Cloud Rider. To her surprise, the system contained various details about Sun Xiaoxiao. It seemed quite considerate. Likewise, Sun Xiaoxiao had access to some information regarding Bai Yu, though it was far less detailed, containing only basic data. Esteemed sister, I still do not know your name, Sun Xiaoxiao said, though she could have gleaned it from the system panel. Asking directly felt more courteous given Bai Yu was right beside her. Bai Yu, then I shall call you Sister Bai from now on. As you wish. Sister Bai, what kind of troops are these? They are truly formidable. Now free from the peril of life and death, Sun Xiaoxiao relaxed, and, upon learning that Bai Yu was the renowned lord of Crabrow Castle, transformed into an enthusiastic admirer. Undead. I believe I have encountered that term in novels. Is it akin to a ghostly figure? Sun Xiaoxiao, being merely a middle school student, often mingled with friends at school and possessed little understanding of television novels. Thus was somewhat oblivious to the concept of spirits. One could interpret it in such a manner. Sister Bai, may I visit your castle? Sun Xiaoxiao inquired of Bai Yu. Her curiosity about the esteemed figure evident. After becoming a subject of the territory, it could be said that Sun Xiaoxiao's role was not significantly different from that of Bai Yu, naturally making her part of Bai Yu's castle and allowing her free access. Let us wait until the battle concludes. Chapter 56, Slaying the Goblins. Standing beside Bai Yu, Sun Xiaoxiao could catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance. Out of the corner of her eye, she admired Bai Yu's exquisite profile. Truly, the comparison was disheartening. The esteemed figure was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed formidable strength. Looking at herself, she felt utterly insignificant. Bai Yu stood at the periphery of the battlefield, calm and unperturbed, while Sun Xiaoxiao, though anxious, attempted to maintain a facade of composure in her presence. Should any foolish goblin dare to attack Bai Yu, it would be sent flying by a fireball from her. Bai Yu noted that most of the goblins were of the ordinary variety, with only one robust leader goblin at the center surrounded by the undead, accompanied by a goblin mage. The goblin mage was quite capable, able to not only launch fireballs, but also summon a protective barrier. Upon casting the spell, the barrier would create a shockwave upon landing, shielding nearby allied goblins. It was a commendable support skill. However, it had its limitations. After sustaining a certain amount of damage, the barrier would shatter, proving ineffective against the undead. Had there not been two leaders among the goblins, and lacking a leader-level undead in Bai Yu's ranks, the goblins would have met their demise much sooner. Go fetch the Lord of Wraiths. Bai Yu commanded the gargoyle that had just served as her steed, who promptly took flight. It was not that Bai Yu wished to summon another leader-level skeletal mage. Rather, its mobility was rather sluggish. By the time it arrived, the situation would likely have deteriorated. Sister Bai, that large goblin seems to be charging towards us, Sun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, as the imposing figure in the distance appeared to have spotted both Bai Yu and Sun Xiaoxiao, breaking through the ranks of the undead and advancing towards them. The large goblin, leveraging its leader-level attributes, barreled forward, scattering the blocking undead with brute force, and withstanding the mental assaults from the king's souls. Fortified by the shield from the goblin mage, it pressed on. Such a valiant fool. Make way. Understood. Bai Yu reached out to gently guide Sun Xiaoxiao back. Stepping forward herself, positioning her body sideways while raising her right hand, palm facing the large goblin. Do you think it is night? You have chosen the wrong adversary. A magical circle manifested on the ground before the large goblin, perfectly sized to encompass it, yet the goblin remained oblivious, perhaps sensing it, but undaunted. The colossal figure stomped directly into the magic circle, and as it fully entered, the fire elements on the ground swiftly coalesced, erupting into a massive pillar of flame that utterly engulfed the giant. Bai Yu's magical energy diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Soon, the protective barrier cast by the goblin mage shattered under the overwhelming damage, leaving the giant bathed in flames. Yet, through sheer physical prowess and resilience, it withstood Bai Yu's magic. Only a few tufts of hair atop its head were singed away, though perhaps more than just that was lost. The giant stepped out of the magic circle, its form poised to break free. Bai Yu clenched her small hand into a fist, and a hint of black infused the once vibrant red magic circle, transforming it from its fiery hue. The flames that erupted morphed into an eerie black fire, causing the giant to howl in agony as it fell to its knees. The black flames flickered momentarily before dissipating, for the toll on Bai Yu's magical energy proved exorbitant. With that singular act, her reserves were nearly depleted. As the flames receded, the giant knelt wailing, its body ablaze with black fire, suffering excruciating pain. No matter the method employed, this strange black fire could not be extinguished. How powerful! Sun Xiaoxiao marveled at Bai Yu, who effortlessly unleashed a skill. It was both impressive and formidable. This giant was clearly the leader among the goblins, and to think Bai Yu had rendered it so weakened in a single strike was astonishing. Sun Xiaoxiao pondered that if the giant were to land a blow upon her, she would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Arthur, finish it off. Bai Yu called out to Arthur in the sky. Should Arthur deliver the killing blow, both he and Bai Yu would gain experience. If she were to slay it herself, the experience would only benefit her, a significant loss. In truth, Bai Yu was simply out of mana. Seeing the strange black flames vanish, the wounded giant attempted to rise and flee, but Arthur's dragon breath followed swiftly, leaving it no time to react. It was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, its soul extinguished. Your unit has successfully slain one elite goblin raider, earning 120 experience points. All right, it's dead, Bai Yu informed Sun Xiaoxiao, who finally exhaled in relief. In the distance, the goblin mage, witnessing the ease with which the goblin raider was dispatched by the white-haired girl, immediately turned to flee. However, it lacked the size, strength, and defense of the goblin raider, possessing only a fireball spell and a protective magic, rendering it incapable of breaking through the fray. Even with magic, its mana would run out eventually. Quite efficient, indeed. The Lord of the Demonic Souls spotted the strongest goblin mage among the horde below. Observing its attempt to escape, the Lord activated its skill, Soul Curse. A black chain forged from soul energy hurtled toward the goblin mage. Though the goblin mage was intent on fleeing, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Upon witnessing the attack from the Lord of Souls, he unhesitatingly cast a protective spell upon himself. However, to his utter disbelief, the chain proved to be intangible, piercing through his magical barrier and striking him directly. The goblin mage felt as though his very soul were being torn apart. Being a mage among goblins, he was acutely aware at this moment that he was facing a formidable mental assault. He coughed up a stream of green blood, splattering it within his barrier, and shortly thereafter succumbed to the loss of life, his magical shield dissipating alongside him. How powerful! This is what a leader-level mental attack looks like, Bai Yu remarked with a hint of surprise. Chapter 57, Almost a Social Death. Your troops have successfully slain the goblin shaman. So, it was a goblin shaman. Perhaps the shaman's frail physique led to its swift demise at the hands of the Lord of Souls. But wait, shouldn't mages possess strong mental fortitude? Unbeknownst to him, the goblin shaman's magical reserves had long been depleted, forcing it to exhaust its mental energy in spellcasting, leaving it vulnerable at a critical moment. The Lord of Souls, specializing in soul attacks, had thus felled the unfortunate goblin shaman with ease. Sun Xiaoxiao, observing intently, was astonished that the two strongest goblins had perished so quickly. With the Lord of Souls now in play, these ordinary goblins were rendered even more defenseless. A mere mental attack could obliterate them instantly. Moreover, unlike other undead, these spirit entities were inherently intelligent, making them exceedingly easy for Bai Yu to command. Make sure to leave a few alive, Bai Yu shouted, and the undead understood, initiating a one-sided massacre of the goblins. Oh no, Bai Yu felt a barrier shatter as he ascended to the leader level. Curse it, why now? Sun Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, noticed Bai Yu's peculiar behavior. He had suddenly crouched down. Bai Jia, are you okay? Stomach pain? Sun Xiaoxiao inquired with immediate concern. No, it's nothing. Wait, Bai Jia, your complexion seems off. Are you really alright? She asked, half squatting and tilting her head to scrutinize Bai Yu. Bai Yu, unable to voice his discomfort, merely shook his head. Oh, I get it. Bai Jia, you're not about to have that, are you? Bai Yu was taken aback, fearing he had been discovered. Every girl experiences those few days each month. Some endure it painfully while others do not. Truly a mystery of sorts. Phew, so that is what you meant. I'm glad it remains undiscovered. Bai Jia, let me rub your tummy. That should help. With that, Sun Xiaoxiao reached out toward Bai Yu's abdomen, which made him wary. He had no desire to experience a social death. Fortunately, he was wearing a skirt today, which kept things discreet. No, it's fine. I'll be alright shortly. Bai Yu hastily declined. Seeing this, Sun Xiaoxiao had no choice but to relent, albeit reluctantly. Very well then. After approximately 20 minutes, the battle between the undead and the goblins was nearing its conclusion, prompting Bai Yu to take a deep breath. She stood up, her gaze fixed aggressively on Sun Xiaoxiao. Sister Bai, what is the matter? Sun Xiaoxiao attempted to step back, but was promptly seized by her. She is definitely a woman, right? Ah, Sister Bai. What are you doing? Startled, Sun Xiaoxiao hurriedly retreated. No wonder, Bai Yu remarked, why wear that kind of thing? Many girls in our class don't wear it, claiming it affects their development. I intend to achieve a size 36 in the future. Sun Xiaoxiao confidently raised her chin. Huh, what kind of logic is that? Did you feel anything strange when you leveled up? Bai Yu scrutinized her intently. She refused to believe she was the only one experiencing this. Why should it be so? Sister Bai, Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit strange, like ants are crawling all over my body, she replied. I see, Bai Yu said, her expression one of understanding. First, she decided to check her attributes. She was no longer an ordinary little Karami, but had ascended to the rank of a high commander. Lord Bai Yu. Awesome. Indeed, upon reaching the high commander level, her strength had significantly increased, with each attribute rising by around 15 points. Her health surged by 50 points, and her mana increased by 20 points, making her extraordinarily formidable. After her enhancement, it seemed that among the same rank of undead, aside from Arthur, no other undead surpassed Bai Yu's attributes. This at least proved that her growth ceiling was at least at the Emperor level. Bai Yu could not guarantee she was divine, but her attributes were superior to those of a skeletal dragon, whose growth ceiling was at the Lord level. Bai Yu believed that claiming to be at the Emperor level was not unreasonable. Congratulations, Lord, on reaching level 1 High Commander. The accompanying weapon, Judgment Scythe of Death, will evolve with you. So this is what an accompanying weapon means. It evolves alongside Bai Yu's level. When she was at the ordinary level, the scythe was at the High Commander level, and now that she herself was at the High Commander level, did that not mean the scythe had transformed into a king-level weapon? If she were to boldly assume that upon breaking through to the Emperor level, she would directly acquire a divine artifact? How thrilling to contemplate. Accompanying weapon, Judgment Scythe of Death. Quality, king-level weapon, can evolve. Soul Condensation, 12. Active skill, Undead Summoning Magic, Tier 3, Dark Magic, Tier 2. Passive skill 1, attack inflicts soul damage and withering effect. Slain foes will be transformed into undead. Passive skill 2, the weapon can be enchanted with magic without the need for incantations or magic circles. Undead Summoning Magic, Tier 3 allows the summoning of 2 of each of the 4 basic troop types at a constant mana cost. Indeed, it has become a king-level weapon. Moreover, not only had her magic level increased by 1 tier, but she also gained an additional passive skill. This passive skill is quite comprehensible. It eliminates the casting delay, allowing her to summon magic without standing idly beforehand. The necromancy spell has ascended to the 3rd tier, yet its utility remains somewhat dubious. Although the variety of summoned undead has expanded to include 2 entities, Bai Yu has already discerned through experimentation that this spell invariably produces 2 undead beings. In other words, the scythe-wielding necromancy can solely summon the 4 fundamental soldier types, and this dual summoning effect does not apply to commanders or higher ranks, rendering it somewhat redundant. It is likely that further upgrades are necessary for it to become truly effective. Summoning a gargoyle must surely be superior to conjuring 2 skeleton soldiers and a zombie, right? If Bai Yu were to encapsulate her current weapon in a single word, it would be formidable. In 2 words, exceedingly powerful. At this moment, Bai Yu yearned to wield her scythe for a bit of playful experimentation. However, with Sun Xiaoxiao present, she felt a twinge of hesitation. A master cannot readily reveal their trump cards. Humph. What? You assert that Sun Xiaoxiao has submitted and is one of her own? Not quite, I refuse. The unveiling of one's prowess must be reserved for critical moments, designed to astonish the audience. Bai Yu wore a foolish grin. At this juncture, the conflict between the undead and the goblins was nearing its conclusion. 3 gargoyles, each grasping a goblin by the neck, presented a total of 6 before Bai Yu. Sister Bai, what do you intend to do with these goblins? Sun Xiaoxiao, now seasoned by grand experiences, was no longer easily astonished and had grown more confident in the might of her superior. Do you not wish to know what sort of infernal place this is and the myriad of powers and dangers that lurk within? Wow, Sister Bai is truly formidable. I had never even contemplated such things. Indeed, the disparity in thought processes between herself and her superior was glaring. Enough with the flattery. Bai Yu observed as the 6 goblins were unceremoniously discarded onto the ground by the gargoyles. Yet, they chose to rise again, refusing to kneel or plead for mercy. For they understood that death was the worst outcome. They would never submit to the lowly human race. Bai Yu regarded these bald, grotesque goblins, whose height barely reached her legs, roughly around 1 meter. Their round little green heads were adorned with 2 oversized, pointed ears reminiscent of beast folk. Although these goblins' ears were level with the tops of their heads and particularly large. How to describe them? From a human aesthetic perspective, they were simply repulsive enough to induce a bout of nausea from yesterday's breakfast. Despicable and foolish humans, our valiant goblin warriors will never yield, even in death. One of the goblins bared its large yellow teeth and taunted Bai Yu. Let it be so. Bai Yu was skeptical that there truly existed those unafraid of death. From behind, a gargoyle effortlessly grasped this goblin's head, and with a swift motion, it burst open like a watermelon. Warm green and white viscera splattered across the face of a nearby goblin, who trembled in fear. Even Sun Xiaoxiao, standing behind Bai Yu, shivered, as if the gargoyle had shattered not the goblin's head, but her own. I will pose a question, and you shall provide the answer. Should you comply, I may spare your lives. The voice of Bai Yu reached the ears of the 5 goblins, causing one of them to immediately kneel. I beg you, esteemed human warrior. Spare my life, exclaimed the traitor. Beside him, another defiant goblin attempted to eliminate this traitor, only to be struck down by Bai Yu's sudden fireball. which melted half of his shoulder, leaving him wailing on the ground. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" The pitiful cries of this goblin thoroughly terrified the remaining three, who quickly knelt before Bai Yu in indignation. It appeared that some still feared for their lives. Bai Yu was convinced that all sentient beings harbored a fear of death. "Very well, let us begin with the first question. Why are you here?" "The goblins of the swamp were sent by our goblin kingdom to monitor the frigid snow mountain. Today was the scheduled time to communicate with the goblins, but upon arrival, we discovered that their tribe had been annihilated, prompting our investigation." The trembling goblin on the ground spoke. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu grasped the situation and became intrigued. It was likely that these goblins suspected the nearby lord of the attack, and coincidentally, Sun Xiaoxiao's castle lay in proximity. With reports indicating that Sun Xiaoxiao's troops had been eliminated, Bai Yu surmised that a conflict had erupted between the goblins and Sun Xiaoxiao's blood-red demon apes. As fate would have it, Arthur, leading his subordinates, was leveling up nearby and encountered this band of goblins, resulting in a skirmish. It turned out that the goblins were merely a surveillance eye of the goblin kingdom embedded in the snowy mountains. Yet they were too weak to establish a presence in the snow-covered terrain and could only hide near the marshes. "What lies atop the snowy mountains?" Bai Yu inquired, following the goblin's lead. "I do not know. I am merely a common member following orders. This is all I can tell." Suddenly, Bai Yu pondered whether the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan on the snowy mountains was similarly tasked with observation like the goblins. "Do you know the nature of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves atop the mountains?" "This I know. They belong to the werewolf branch atop the mountain range. And they are relatively weak. They, too, were likely sent to the snowy mountains on a mission." "The mountain range?" "Indeed. The Howling Moon Silver Wolves were merely the vanguard of a larger werewolf organization. They were but cannon fodder." "How does the mountain range compare to your goblin kingdom?" "Stronger. To a certain extent." Bai Yu clearly did not believe the goblin's assertion. "Stronger, far stronger than our goblin kingdom." Subsequently, Bai Yu inquired further about the basic information regarding the magical continent, but the goblins had limited knowledge. The magical continent was not a singular landmass. It was divided into 7 continents, each separated by vast, boundless seas, traversable only by those of divine strength. The continent where Bai Yu resided was known as Marshall, its expanse immeasurable. Perhaps the goblins were simply too weak to possess extensive knowledge of this continent. According to the goblins, Marshall had never been unified throughout history. While they were unaware of the other 6 continents, it was likely that Marshall was the most chaotic among them. The most formidable factions include the Demon Clan, the Angelic Race, the Titan Tribe, and the Dragon Kin. While slightly less powerful, yet still significant, are the Human Race, the Elves, the Orcs, and the Dwarves. It is important to note that this pertains to the powers within the Marshall continent. It is said that the strength of the human race is far more complex than it initially appears. For instance, the Holy Court's influence spans all 7 continents of the magical realm. Furthermore, the Dragon Kin directly governs an entire continent, and the enigmatic Sea God clan resides within the Endless Sea, possessing unfathomable power. Nonetheless, these claims remain unverified, mere hearsay, for ordinary factions. Even departing from the Marshall continent poses a significant challenge, let alone gaining insight into the powers of other continents. Surely, this is absurd. Bai Yu and his fellow billions of lords are indeed scattered across the 7 continents, with the native human populace of the magical realm viewing these lords as foreign beings, intent on eradicating them. Other races similarly regard the lords as invaders from another world, harboring considerable animosity towards them. Bai Yu has begun to form a rudimentary understanding of this magical continent. In simple terms, this game represents a confrontation between all lords and the indigenous races of the magical realm, with the grim possibility that only one side may ultimately survive. The relationship between the lords and the native races mirrors this, as they share a common enemy while simultaneously waging their own individual battles. This information has struck Bai Yu profoundly, and one can only imagine the impact on Sun Xiaoxiao, who has been utterly blindsided, perhaps envisioning a game of lords competing for supremacy. Chapter 59, Return to the Castle. Esteemed human warrior, we have said all that needed to be said. Please honor your promise and spare us. The goblins had anticipated Bai Yu would inquire about the Goblin Kingdom, but instead, he merely asked for some basic information, knowledge that any intelligent race in the magical realm would possess. It is understandable, for these interdimensional visitors have only recently arrived in the magical continent and are not expected to be well informed. Bai Yu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am a man of my word. I shall not slay you." The goblins were overjoyed, underestimating the apparent foolishness of the foreign human. They rose, eager to flee. Roar! Arthur unleashed a breath of dragon fire, completely engulfing the 4 goblins. Before they could comprehend their fate, they had already departed this world. I said I would not kill. However, I did not specify that my troops were restrained from doing so. With the goblins vanquished, Bai Yu thoughtfully commanded the undead to commence the cleanup of the battlefield, contributing in a modest way to the environmental preservation of the magical continent. Stop dawdling. Let us depart. Bai Yu skillfully leaped onto the back of a gargoyle, which ascended gently into the air. Sun Xiaoxiao summoned her trusty little yellow cloud once more, following Bai Yu into the skies. With Bai Yu leading the way and Sun Xiaoxiao trailing behind, the two soared towards Bai Yu's castle. Given that Sun Xiaoxiao is bound to Bai Yu in an unalterable servitude, certain unique enhancements of his castle equally benefit her. As Sun Xiaoxiao followed Bai Yu into her castle territory, the speed of the little yellow cloud suddenly accelerated significantly, and at the same time, Sun Xiaoxiao felt a surge of strength within her. She promptly checked her attributes and gasped in astonishment. Oh, I have actually leveled up. Oh, it must be the bonus from the special buildings in my castle. It disappears once I leave the territory. Bai Yu explained to Sun Xiaoxiao, who was momentarily stunned. She had never encountered such a special building before. Were the attributes really that formidable? It then dawned on Sun Xiaoxiao that she could view certain information about Bai Yu. Affiliated Lord Bai Yu. Sun Xiaoxiao was left speechless. Bai Yu was vastly superior to her in every aspect. And she could only see a mere number representing the special buildings in Bai Yu's castle. Sun Xiaoxiao had thought having one special building was outrageous. Only to discover that Bai Yu possessed 6. Not only had her own strength reached the commander level, but even her castle was at maximum level. The blow to her self-esteem was overwhelming. In comparison, she felt utterly inadequate. The invisibility effect of the hidden chandelier did not apply to Sun Xiaoxiao. At the moment she entered Bai Yu's territory, she caught sight of Bai Yu's castle from afar. However, there was something ominous about the castle's appearance. Before long, Sun Xiaoxiao descended with Bai Yu and arrived at the castle's entrance, where 4 terrifying statues with exposed fangs stood guard. Sun Xiaoxiao noticed that they bore a striking resemblance to the creature that had flown Bai Yu. Upon entering the castle gates and stepping into the courtyard, she saw an altar the size of half a football field in the center, with skulls atop, 4 pillars glowing with an eerie blue light. And beneath it lay a pool of black, unidentifiable liquid. You'd best not venture near that. If you do, I cannot guarantee your return, Bai Yu cautioned. Observing Sun Xiaoxiao's fixation on the black water altar. Currently, only the undead and Bai Yu herself could traverse its barriers freely. Bai Yu could not assure Sun Xiaoxiao that she would be able to exit once she entered. Bai Yu glanced at the time. It was midday. She had no need for sustenance, but Sun Xiaoxiao likely did. Are you hungry? There's food in the warehouse. You can help yourself to the kitchen. I am a bit hungry. Can I really cook? Bai Yu promptly retrieved a portion of food from the warehouse and handed it to Sun Xiaoxiao. Slightly embarrassed, Sun Xiaoxiao accepted it and turned to head towards the castle. After taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and turned back. Sister Bai, aren't you going to eat? I can't finish this on my own. All right, I suppose I shall have a bit too. Not eating would seem rather inhuman. And due to the delays caused by the goblin matter, Bai Yu still had some supplies that needed attending to. As they walked towards the kitchen, Bai Yu collected the materials from the trading post. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully completing the trade. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Bai Yu chopped the food into smaller portions, tossed them into a pot, and added running water, preparing to stew everything together. In this day and age, one must possess some culinary skills or risk starving. Given your age, you must still be in middle school, right? Have you found your parents here? While waiting for their meal, Bai Yu and Sun Xiaoxiao engaged in a casual conversation, exchanging words here and there. Bai Yu, you truly possess the gift of gab. Delving into such a weighty topic right from the start. Regretting her choice of words as soon as she spoke, Bai Yu noticed a flicker of disappointment in Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes. She then feigned strength, saying, not at all, I believe they will be fine. Perhaps they haven't even traversed to this place. For a child of her age to suddenly find herself in an unfamiliar world, alone, it would be impossible not to feel fear or homesickness. Unlike Bai Yu, who had been an orphan since childhood and was accustomed to solitude. Having even experienced a journey through realms, her psychological resilience had developed swiftly. And what of you, Sister Bai? Have your parents been found? Someone as strong as you must surely be able to protect them. Sun Xiaoxiao, while concerned for her own situation, inadvertently inquired about Bai Yu. Me? I have no parents. Bai Yu's words were striking. I'm sorry, Sister Bai. Realizing her faux pas, Sun Xiaoxiao hurriedly apologized. I've been an orphan since I was young, with no recollection of my parents. There's no need for apologies, Bai Yu replied nonchalantly, rising to fetch 2 plates. Serving meat from the pot, and placing them before Sun Xiaoxiao. The meat is ready, please indulge. Sun Xiaoxiao eagerly grasped her knife and fork, devouring her meal. Thank you, Sister Bai, you are truly kind. Bai Yu sat opposite her, leisurely spearing a piece of meat with her fork. I am hardly a good person. Chapter 60. The Avenger Knight and the Dark Warrior. Eat slowly. I shall step outside for a moment. Bai Yu set down her fork and exited the kitchen. In the courtyard, the undead were methodically placing the goblins' corpses into the Blackwater altar. The goblins, diminutive in stature, could be lifted 2 at a time by a single gargoyle. There were only about 120 goblins in total, each possessing a level above 5, with 2 commanding types, namely the Goblin Brute and the Goblin Priest. Bai Yu surmised that this group of 120 goblins constituted a complete squad, tasked with investigating the demise of the goblin tribe. Given that only Bai Yu and Sun Xiaoxiao resided in the vicinity, and the protective hidden chandelier of Bai Yu's castle prevented them from discovering its location, it was fortunate for her. Even if they had found it, it would have been futile, With over 2,000 undead nearby, a mere 100 goblins would be insufficient. Goblins, being intelligent creatures, lacked formidable combat strength on their own. Their true power lay in their technological prowess. Thus, Bai Yu chose to convert them into ordinary undead beings. One by one, the undead reinforced by the Blackwater altar emerged, each exceeding level 5, greatly enhancing the overall power of Bai Yu's undead. Otherwise, while her numbers were ample, most of her undead were merely at level 1, rendering them incapable of upgrading. At that moment, Bai Yu observed a spectral knight, engulfed in blue flames and wielding twin blades, emerging from the corpse of the goblin brute. The imposing figure of a larger, black-hued floating armor burns with blue flames, and even the skeletal steed is clad in thick battle gear. If the previous undead knights and death knights were akin to light cavalry wielding scythes, then this commanding undead knight has ascended to the status of heavy cavalry, the Judgment Knight. Skill: Judgment. Judgment, a legion of undead knights, forged from soul flames, charges forth against their foes. The Judgment Knight represents the ultimate form of the undead knight. Boasting an additional skill, quite impressive indeed, Bai Yu turned her gaze towards the undead summoned by the goblin priest, hoping for a grand culmination. Before her, the diminutive goblin priest's corpse exuded a dark mist, coalescing into a humanoid undead wielding a long blade, standing at the height of an average adult male. Approximately 6 feet tall. Could it be that the size of the summoned undead is somehow linked to the original corpse's dimensions? The undead summoned by goblin brutes are large, whereas those from the goblin priest are smaller. Were it not for Bai Yu's recognition of its summoner, she might have mistaken it for an ordinary zombie, albeit armed. Black Knight. Enhancement. Body. Attributes 2. Skill. Vertical slash. Vertical slash. At the moment of activation, agility triples and strength doubles, delivering a downward strike capable of tearing asunder both flesh and soul. Indeed, the attributes of the commanding Black Knight are considerably lower than those of the Judgment Knight of the same rank. However, Bai Yu found this skill intriguing. While other undead skills were flamboyant in their attacks, the Black Knight's was straightforward and unembellished, leading her to believe it to be quite powerful. In summary, it may lack range, but possesses explosive strength. All the undead were growing larger, with the Black Knight being the exception, as it not only remained unchanged but seemed to diminish in size. The narrow blade in the Black Knight's grasp was not a katana, but rather a slender straight sword, and the entire zombie was adorned in black armor. Were it not for the pervasive stench of decay surrounding it, one might mistake it for a human from a distance. At that moment, Sun Xiaoxiao emerged from her meal, startled to witness new undead crawling from the goblin corpse within the dark waters of the altar. Suddenly reminded of Bai Yu's earlier warning, she pondered whether stepping into that murky abyss would lead her to become a mere heap of bones. Sister Bai, this must be a unique structure, right? Each lord's castle exhibits subtle variations in layout. Sharing the same locale, Sun Xiaoxiao and Bai Yu observed little distinction in their castles. In contrast, other regions often utilize locally sourced materials for their constructions. For instance, Spirit of Flame. Lin Zhen's castle is crafted from obsidian, while Zhao's orphan Zhao Lianshua's castle features stones quarried from nearby mountains. It can endlessly summon undead, as long as there are corpses to draw upon. How remarkable! No wonder the esteemed leader commands such a vast array of troops. Why, then, have I not been so fortunate as to acquire a unique structure? Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise within her heart. Bai Yu soon noticed something amiss. The 120 summoned undead were still merely the 5 original types: skeleton soldiers, zombies, wraiths, death knights, and gargoyles. To her astonishment, there were no bone dragons or ghost dragons among them. Logically, Bai Yu's level 7 barracks had already unlocked these formidable creatures. How could they not be summoned? This was troubling. What if this barracks was messing with her mindset? Bai Yu had envisioned creating a grand army of bone dragons, yet before her plans could even commence, they had already been dashed. This appeared to be a hidden attribute, one that the system did not denote. Perhaps it was due to the barracks' insufficient level, or maybe it was related to the Blackwater altar. Next time, Bai Yu resolved to personally conduct a summoning experiment. Disassemble. Congratulations, Lord, you have successfully disassembled. It turned out, much like the goblins, there was no food drop. Could it be due to the nature of the intelligent race? No, that didn't seem right. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf was also an intelligent race and dropped food. It appeared to be more complex than that, strictly speaking. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf should be classified as a semi-intelligent creature, as lower-level wolves lack true intelligence. Regardless, who needed that small amount of food? The most significant gain this time was the 79 spiritual cores. Chapter 61, the involvement of a third party. The spiritual cores were suddenly sufficient again. Yet upgrading the barracks still required over 9,000 magic crystals. She decided to sell off some equipment to earn a bit of magic crystals, and then think of other ways to gather the remaining crystals. Alas, Crab Yellow Fortress initiates a trade. 1 piece of ordinary level equipment. Trade for 10 magic crystals or 5 iron ingots. Remaining quantity, 118 pieces. 1 piece of commander level equipment. Trade for 300 magic crystals or 150 iron ingots. Remaining quantity, 2 pieces. Sun Xiaoxiao watched as Bai Yu skillfully listed these weapons and equipment, feeling a tinge of envy. So this is how the elite made their fortune? How is it that her game experience was so different? While she toiled daily for food and worried about her troops being slain, the elite were nearing financial freedom. Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but suspect that Bai Yu had received some sort of secret system bonus. She opened the world chat to see the reactions of the other lords. Mountain not seen. The elite has listed weapons again. Everyone, hurry and grab them. Night Queen, a bunch of ordinary weapons. And you all are so excited. What a bunch of peasants. Great sage equal to heaven. Look at you lot, clearly inexperienced in the ways of the world. Sun Xiaoxiao chimed in with delight. Little drill wind. Great sage, has the lord who killed your troops been found? Great sage equal to heaven, little drill wind. Find your own business. This esteemed figure beside me is the renowned Crab Yellow Fortress elite, and I am now his subordinate. Mind your words. Instantly, Sun Xiaoxiao transformed into a keyboard warrior in the world chat, and her moment of bravado attracted even more lords, all envious of her association with such an elite. This news was far more explosive than the elite selling equipment. Binbo Erba. Wow, you are incredibly lucky. What kind of troops does the Crab Yellow Fortress elite possess? Please enlighten us, great sage. Afin T. What level does one need to attain to be considered a big shot? It is utterly infuriating that one could be born beside such a figure and still be accepted as a subordinate. You must be the chosen one. The great sage equal to heaven. Pow pow. So he was a unit that was defeated by the big shot and then sought him out to become a subordinate? Even the protagonists of novels would hesitate to write such a plot. Aku. Witnessing someone latch onto such a powerful figure is far more painful than being slain myself. A multitude of lords began tagging Sun Xiaoxiao, and the name Great Sage equal to heaven was instantly etched into the minds of many. Sun Xiaoxiao, observing these unfortunate souls, couldn't help but smirk. As for Bai Jia's unit, do they think I, Sun Xiaoxiao, am a fool? Bai Yu, of course, saw the messages in the world chat. But to her, it was inconsequential. The chatter in the group was merely from lowly lords. What would true big shots do? They wouldn't even glance at the world chat, would they? No, they would secretly observe, much like Bai Yu, yet never utter a word. By sheer coincidence, this news was noticed by Zhao Lianxue. What? Someone has actually beaten me to becoming a big shot subordinate. Ah, how vexing. Surely. The bond formed over time pales in comparison to love at first sight. The dwarves laboring in the castle courtyard cast puzzled glances at Zhao Lianxue, unable to comprehend her sudden outburst. Is this how all human females behave? In that moment, Zhao Lianxue felt a surge of indignation. This monkey has been fortunate. Has he not? Why does he get to be born near the big shot's castle while I am left to associate with the stones in the mountains? When the dwarves pledged their allegiance to Zhao Lianxue, she had inquired about some fundamental information regarding the magical continent, even before Bai Yu was aware. The area surrounding Zhao Lianxue's castle was nothing but mountains for hundreds of kilometers, absolutely devoid of life, not a single lord's castle in sight. No wonder the unfortunate dwarves flocked this way. Could it be that this wretched monkey is a strikingly handsome figure, charming the big shot into a swoon, thus willingly offering himself? Yes, that seems quite plausible. That despicable fellow, using his inferior beauty to entice the big shot. Had I known, I would have submitted to the big shot from the very beginning, rather than now contend with an unexpected rival for affection. Zhao Lianxue continued her frantic brainstorming. Meanwhile, Bai Yu and Sun Xiaoxiao were engaged in conversation within the grand hall. After such a prolonged stay in this foreign realm, it was undeniably frustrating to have no one to converse with. They were simply waiting for the completion of a transaction at the exchange, after which Bai Yu would be able to upgrade her barracks. Bai Yu courteously suggested that Sun Xiaoxiao stay a little longer. After all, the castle had ample rooms, and accommodating an additional guest posed no issue. Bai Yu did not press the matter, for considering their current location, there were no formidable flying creatures in the sky aside from the frost dragon of the frigid snow mountains. Upon learning that Bai Yu had arranged for a commanding unit to protect her on the journey, Sun Xiaoxiao was deeply touched. Sister Bai, farewell, Sun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, waving energetically at Bai Yu from the sky, who reciprocated the gesture with a wave of her own. At present, Bai Yu commanded a legion of 5 commanding undead. Although Arthur had yet to be promoted to a commander, he possessed the combat strength of one nonetheless. Coupled with a dozen level 9 undead within her territory, they were capable of exhibiting the prowess of commanding units. Bai Yu no longer harbored any trepidation regarding the impending beast tide in 2 days, with ample time remaining. Arthur's ascension to the rank of commander was assured. Bai Yu collected the resources from the trading post. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully trading 118 pieces of ordinary grade equipment and receiving 1180 magic crystals. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully trading 2 commander grade weapons and receiving 600 magic crystals. With over 1,000 magic crystals credited to her account, she only needed 8,000 more to upgrade her castle. Onward she pressed. Since her promotion to commander, Bai Yu had developed a keen awareness of her physical prowess, feeling a significant enhancement in her strength. She believed it was no longer a simple matter of being able to fell an old yellow bull with a single punch. Rather, She felt capable of crushing a car with a single blow. Chapter 62, Castle or Town. Having finished her bath, Bai Yu stepped out of the bathroom, unadorned, and sauntered towards her bedroom, unbothered by the solitude within the castle. She casually retrieved a loose white t-shirt from her wardrobe, knowing that nightfall was approaching. There was no way she was stepping out again, so she decided to remain as she was. After all, disrobing later would be rather bothersome. Although she wore nothing on top, she opted for a pair of shorts below, ensuring that the length of her t-shirt perfectly concealed them, achieving an effect akin to invisibility. As dusk descended, Bai Yu received a private message. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from Zhao Lianxue. Zhao's orphan, esteemed one. I have completed the smelting of your iron ore, and I also have 1,000 iron ingots of my own. Shall I send them to you now? Completed? Splendid. This means I can upgrade my castle, Bai Yu replied. Xiaohuang Fortress, please send them over now. I truly appreciate it. Zhao's orphan, no need for formality. We are allies after all. In an instant, the 3,000 iron ingots Zhao Lianxue promised arrived. 2,000 derived from Bai Yu's iron ore and 1,000 from Zhao Lianxue's own stockpile. Bai Yu now owed her a substantial favor. A testament to the advantages of having comrades who could assist one another. Although Zhao Lianxue's castle was still far from upgrading to a town and her iron ingots might languish in storage, the trust she placed in Bai Yu by lending such a quantity was evident. Bai Yu could easily utilize these ingots and sever ties with the alliance, effectively taking them without recompense. But was she that kind of person? Certainly not. Bai Yu prided herself on being magnanimous, fiercely righteous, and loyal to her promises. She would never stoop to such petty behavior. As the saying goes, born in a small nation, one may not commit the faults of a gentleman. We, however, are born in a great nation and ought to uphold the conduct of a gentleman. Bai Yu, a proud descendant of the illustrious Huaxia, could never be likened to those who pollute the seas. Sighing, she resolved to ponder how to repay Zhao's orphan, for she did not wish to remain in her debt. Upgrade. The moment Bai Yu pressed the upgrade button, a radiant blue light enveloped the entire castle. She hurried to the courtyard, gazing back at the castle, which had now been successfully upgraded. The castle has expanded significantly, growing from a mere 7 stories to an impressive 12. Predominantly black, the structure emanates a faint bluish glow, adding an aura of mystery, reminiscent of the luminescence emitted by the Knight of Divine Retribution and the Phantom Dragon. Bai Yu observed that with the castle's enhancement, its architectural style aligns more harmoniously with her troops, as if the system revels in its own dark humor. As the castle has grown larger, so too has the courtyard. Yet this expansion has not affected the special buildings. Bai Yu noticed that the original Blackwater altar has become smaller. Residing alone in this 12-story castle, she mused that traversing its entirety would likely take an hour. However, she recalled that it was upgraded to a town, leading her to wonder about the other structures. At that moment, the castle's grand entrance stood ajar, allowing Bai Yu to glimpse the outside, which was starkly barren, devoid of any features. An unsettling premonition washed over her, prompting her to venture outside for a closer inspection. Circling the castle, she found nothing amiss. The ground surrounding the castle had been meticulously cleared by the system, leaving it pristine and devoid of trees or stone piles. A feeling of being duped by the system crept over her. Where was the promised upgrade to a town? Had they merely left her a spot to build herself? This seemed rather unfair. Upon checking the information, she quickly realized her suspicions were correct. The areas cleared by the system were intentionally reserved for the town's territorial expanse. As Bai Yu delved deeper into the town's information, the system presented several additional notifications. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully upgrading the castle to a town and receiving 2 random special building blueprints. Congratulations, Lord, on unlocking the town-exclusive building, Gateway of Traversal. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully upgrading the castle to a town, allowing for the random selection of a lineage-related ability. A wave of joy washed over Bai Yu, as if a whirlwind of delight had struck her. Surely, after all her efforts to upgrade to a town, there must be something in return. Was it only through her castle's upgrade that she would receive special building blueprints? Sun Xiaoxiao's castle, at level 5, had yielded no such rewards. The significance of the upgrade lay not merely in the castle itself, but in the accompanying enhancements that came with the town upgrade. Bai Yu was particularly intrigued by the exclusive building, the Gateway of Traversal, which appeared unique among the other structures lacking upgrades. It surely possessed some special function. Town-exclusive building, Gateway of Traversal. Building level, none. Function, constructs a 2-way portal, allowing free traversal between the Lord's allies and subjects' territories. Alas, Bai Yu had anticipated a grand edifice, only to find it was merely a teleportation portal, limited to movement between her allies and subjects, and requiring the presence of this structure on the counterpart's side to function. It is nothing short of a mere trifle. This exclusive structure ought to be available for all lords to unlock upon upgrading their towns, yet it requires the construction of resources, which is quite the inconvenience. Why cannot it be bestowed upon the lords? Such a miserly approach. As it stands, Bai Yu dares to assert that she is undoubtedly among the earliest lords to upgrade her town. Her ally, Zhao Lianxue, and her subject, Sun Xiaoxiao, are still eons away from upgrading their castles. This portal currently serves no purpose, rendering its construction a sheer waste of resources. Fortunately, with this town upgrade, the territorial expanse has not increased. Otherwise, the proximity to the frosty snow mountain and the dark forest would have intensified. And with the novice protection period drawing to a close, it remains perilously risky. Chapter 63, Magical Upgrade, City Walls and Defensive Towers. First, let us acquire the skills unlocked by upgrading the town. This presents a splendid opportunity for immediate enhancement. Although Bai Yu remains uncertain of what she might draw, given the vast array of abilities, she is left utterly clueless. Yet, she fervently hopes for a high-level ability that would grant her the power of flight. After all, even her subordinate, Sun Xiao Xiao, can soar through the skies. It seems rather unreasonable for her, as the leader, to lack such a capability. Claim. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully drawing Dark Magic, Intermediate. It has been detected that the Lord has already mastered Dark Magic, Beginner. Thus the learning cost is halved. Do you wish to spend 50 magic crystals to learn it immediately? Bai Yu spat blood in disbelief, as her recent daydream was swiftly shattered by the harsh reality. How unfortunate it is to have drawn a skill she already possesses. Her face was filled with anticipation for naught. Moreover, the tier of this magic left her somewhat perplexed. Previously, Bai Yu had been curious as to why her dark magic was categorized as beginner while her fire magic was intermediate, assuming the disparity stemmed from the different types of magic. Now, having drawn dark magic that also displays as intermediate, it suggests a uniform classification across all magical categories. However, one thing is certain. Intermediate magic is undoubtedly superior to beginner magic, for Bai Yu's necromancy is classified as Tier 3, which does not offer substantial enhancement. In contrast, the intermediate fire magic can be freely combined with dark magic, highlighting the clear disparity. Alas, having drawn intermediate dark magic, she must accept her fate. Learn. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully mastering dark magic, intermediate. This time, Bai Yu did not even catch a glimpse of what the spellbook resembled. Akin to her previous acquisition of intermediate fire magic, her body exhibited no peculiar changes. Rather, her comprehension of the dark elements deepened, and several fixed skills emerged in her mind, allowing her to wield magic with newfound freedom, no longer confined to merely casting a fireball. Dark Barrier, as the name suggests. This spell employs dark attributes to form a protective barrier, serving as a defensive skill. Dark Corrosion. This spell conjures a vast expanse of black toxic mist, simultaneously corroding foes and obscuring their vision, functioning as a supportive skill. Dark Translocation. Merging with the power of darkness, the body transforms into a wisp of black mist, reappearing at another location within a distance of up to 1,000 meters, akin to spatial teleportation, albeit at a slower pace. In essence, it is a form of blink, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Among the various functional skills, aside from her inherent offensive abilities, Bai Yu can now unleash her powers more freely. Her magical prowess has become remarkably comprehensive, allowing her to attack, defend, assist, and even engage in close combat with a scythe. While she may not have mastered the art of flight, her ability to teleport is certainly commendable. Bai Yu suddenly realizes that, although she wields the original dark magic, her combat capabilities have surged to new heights. She feels a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the system does not deceive. What the system produces is undoubtedly exceptional, a reminder of the law of delightful surprises. She hopes the last 2 special building blueprints will yield something worthwhile. Hastily, Bai Yu casts a layer of luck upon herself and claims the 2 special building blueprints. With one hand, she clicks to receive while the other continues to labor. Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring a special building, Castle Wall. Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring a special building, Defensive Tower. Ah, indeed, her fortune has improved. The rabbit brings good luck. It is confirmed. The Defensive Tower is an offensive special building, while the Castle Wall serves a defensive purpose. In an instant, Bai Yu's town is entirely enhanced. It looks stunning. While the building materials are somewhat costly, considering that iron ingots are a rare commodity, the fact that the castle wall can be upgraded is astonishing. This means the wall will not become obsolete as Bai Yu's strength increases. Yet acquiring the materials for upgrades is likely to be quite challenging. Constructing it alone requires a significant amount of resources. This castle wall evokes a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of a game Bai Yu played in her previous life. Now, to examine the defensive tower. Function. Connects with the castle's core crystal to launch magical attacks on enemies entering the territory. Note. Can only be constructed on the castle wall. It grows alongside the crystal's level. Does that imply that a town of level 1 corresponds to a commander of level 1? This defensive tower seems nonsensical. Without a castle wall, it cannot be built. And constructing the wall requires 5,000 iron ingots. This creates a vicious cycle. Alas, it seems impossible to procure iron ingots, which continues to be a constraint. Bai Yu resolves to find a way to forge iron ingots herself. Although Zhao Lianxue offers assistance, her output is minimal and insufficient for Bai Yu's needs. She has never relied on others, only lamenting her inability to discover an effective method for producing iron ingots. having unlocked 3 buildings at once. Bai Yu finds herself lacking in iron ingots, even owing 1,000. Stone and wood supplies are dwindling, and she must hasten to gather magic crystals. Oh, has nightfall already arrived? She must quickly send the undead to hunt and gather resources. Arthur and the bone dragons must not fall behind in their upgrades. She hopes that tonight's double experience will allow Arthur to ascend to commander level. Another day passes, and once she summons her troops, she can finally rest. At that moment, a system notification chimes. It is a message from Zhao Lianxue. Zhao's orphan. Great one. Do you have any surplus beast materials? Today, while mining, I stumbled upon a special building blueprint called the blacksmith shop, which the dwarves can use to forge equipment. It requires precisely those beast materials. Bai Yu fell silent once more, reflecting on her extraordinary fortune. If she could utilize those miscellaneous items to forge equipment, the potential profit would be immense. Zhao's orphan, how many do you require? Bai Yu. A single wild boar tusk and any animal hide can be fashioned into a piece of ordinary equipment. The market price for such an item is 10 magic crystals. I would appreciate it if you could provide me with 200 pieces. As a means of repaying that 1,000 iron ingots, transforming 200 materials into equipment could yield 2,000 magic crystals, which aligns with the market value of 1,000 iron ingots, albeit they are hard to come by. In truth, Bai Yu is still reaping benefits. Offsetting 1,000 iron ingots with 200 miscellaneous items, not to mention Zhao Lianxue's processing fees that had yet to be considered. Was it possible that she had saved the galaxy in a past life? Chapter 64. Miscellaneous items can also be profitable. Bai Yu found herself puzzled by Zhao's orphan's unexpected kindness toward her, almost reminiscent of a sycophant. How could she harbor such thoughts? Nevertheless, Bai Yu was not one to take advantage of others. She promptly sent over 250 items, knowing that the 50-item profit would suffice for her to earn a tidy sum. For Zhao Lianxue, it merely entailed converting iron ingots into magic crystals without incurring any loss. Especially since she was not in a position to upgrade the town at that moment. Upgrading the barracks would require a considerable amount of magic crystals. While she bore no losses, she had indeed assisted Bai Yu significantly. Zhao's orphan, you've sent too many. I one team need this much. Bai Yu, no matter. Consider it a gift. Thank you for your assistance. In truth, Bai Yu could also collaborate with Zhao Lianxue, leveraging her ability to manufacture equipment by acquiring wild boar tusks and animal hides from the exchange, and subsequently reselling them for profit. Zhao Lianxue had naturally contemplated this as well, but extensive procurement of wild boar tusks and animal hides would necessitate a substantial amount of magic crystals, which she lacked. Thus, partnering with Bai Yu was a prudent choice, utilizing Bai Yu's financial resources and prestige while fostering a favorable relationship. Before Bai Yu could convey her thoughts to Zhao Lianxue, the latter preemptively articulated her proposal. Zhao's orphan, we could collaborate, purchasing wild boar tusks and animal hides in bulk from the exchange and reselling them for profit. Dwarves can craft equipment swiftly. 100 dwarves working for an hour can produce over 1,000 pieces. Bai Yu. Sounds feasible. How shall we divide the profits? Zhao's orphan, I lack the magic crystals for procurement, so I would need you to handle that. Shall we split the profits 50-50? Bai Yu agreed. Thank you. Of course. It was also possible that in 3 days, or perhaps 2, these lords would discover the potential to forge equipment from these miscellaneous items, leading to a surge in prices. The opportunity to exploit this information gap for substantial profit would no longer exist. Thus, even if the prospect of profit was enticing, timing was indeed crucial. Bai Yu immediately listed all her magic crystals on the exchange. Bai Yu initiates a transaction. 1 magic crystal for 1 wild boar tusk, and any animal hide. Remaining quantity, for 1,000. Bai Yu originally possessed 980 magic crystals, a peculiar number that could easily arouse the suspicions of other lords. Thus, Bai Yu opted to take a whole number instead. Nevertheless, this decision led some of the top-tier lords to perceive an inkling of his intentions. Why would such a formidable lord as Bai Yu suddenly acquire these seemingly useless trinkets? Even though they surmised that Bai Yu's acquisition was likely aimed at crafting equipment, they found themselves utterly powerless, as these items held no value for them. The lords who discerned the clues had no choice but to temporarily retain the trinkets in their possession. Once the order was posted, it immediately caused a sensation among the other lords, who swiftly began to scramble for the items. These weaker lords were in dire need of magic crystals, and seeing that 2 worthless trinkets could be exchanged for a single crystal, their minds hardly needed to ponder where such a lucrative deal could be found. They cared little for what purpose the esteemed lord had for these items. Their sole concern was to acquire magic crystals. In less than 10 minutes, the 4,000 magic crystals were entirely depleted, and Bai Yu successfully acquired 4,000 wild boar tusks and 4,000 pieces of varying animal pelts. Without delay, Bai Yu dispatched all 8,000 materials to Zhao Lianxue, who would likely be working overtime that night. Zhao's orphan, you're amazing, boss. Crab Yellow Castle. I still have 160 wild boar tusks left in my warehouse. Let us forge them as well. Zhao's orphan, sure, boss. Once the equipment is crafted, you can sell it. Your prestige is higher, and many lords will surely believe it was obtained through your monster hunting. not considering the forging aspect. Crab Yellow Castle agreed. Subsequently, Bai Yu retrieved 160 materials from his own warehouse to send to Zhao Lianxue. In total, there were 160 materials. If they split the profits evenly, Bai Yu would earn 2,800 magic crystals. This would enable Bai Yu's barracks to upgrade once again. Should these lords discover that the trinkets dropped by wild monsters could be utilized for equipment crafting, prices would undoubtedly rise. And Bai Yu preferred not to have his business thwarted after only a few transactions. Bai Yu had a premonition that this secret would likely be unearthed by the lords before the impending beast tide, and it would not remain concealed for long. With billions of lords in existence, it was unrealistic to think that none would uncover it. Furthermore, as the lords continued to grow stronger, standard-grade equipment would inevitably depreciate. Although trinkets might see a price increase, they would never surpass the value of equipment. Thus, the final profit might dwindle to 1 or 2 magic crystals. Unlike the current tenfold price difference. At that point, Bai Yu would be unable to collaborate with Zhao Lianxue, as such minimal profits would hardly justify the time spent, which could be better utilized by allowing his troops to hunt for resources. Suddenly, Bai Yu contemplated that, with his current strength, he might be capable of assaulting the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe. Their tribe resided upon the snow-capped mountains, and although Bai Yu was uncertain of their exact location, he would need to send the undead to scout the area first, ensuring no dangers lurked nearby before proceeding. Moreover, he must act under the cover of night to maximize resource acquisition. Once upon a time, Bai Yu recalled that high-level beasts would appear at night. However, ever since the goblin tribe was vanquished by Bai Yu, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf had only dared to confront her once, and thereafter fell silent. Without hesitation, Bai Yu summoned the Lord of Demon Souls, instructing it to scour the snow mountains for information. The Lord of Demon Souls was capable of flight, immune to physical attacks, and in a spectral state, making it difficult to detect at night. Most importantly, it possessed intelligence and would not attract the wrath of the Frost Dragon. Bai Yu could not risk sending Arthur. Should misfortune befall him and he encounter the Frost Dragon, it would spell trouble. Moreover, Arthur's large stature made him an obvious target. Once the Lord of Demon Souls gathered the necessary intelligence, Bai Yu resolved to embark on a perilous assault against the Howling Moon Silver Wolf the following night. In truth, waiting for the night of the full moon would be ideal, as all Howling Moon Silver Wolves could transform into werewolves. Setting aside their combat prowess, Bai Yu would acquire a formidable cadre of allies. Yet, the last full moon had only just passed, and the next would not arrive for another month. Bai Yu could not afford to wait that long. Glancing at the system time, she noted it was already midnight. Bai Yu stepped out of her chamber, making her way toward the barracks, where she could summon her troops before retiring for the night. The necromantic crystal has finished charging. Would you like to summon immediately? Chapter 65, Another Sovereign. Yes, Bai Yu, while bestowing herself with luck, pressed the confirmation button with her other hand. The Barak's crystal radiated a verdant glow, filling the room, as 20 figures began to coalesce within the luminescence. Among them was a towering figure, approximately 3 meters tall, resembling a gargoyle, yet distinctly humanoid and devoid of wings. Bai Yu was certain this was a troop type she had never encountered before. A golden light emerged. Before her appeared a figure adorned with a crown, clad in heavy armor, wielding a broad sword, yet within the armor lay no flesh, only skeletal remains. Its eyes burned with a distinctive red flame, setting it apart from other skeletons and exuding an unmistakable aura of leadership. The Skeleton King. In a mere glance, Bai Yu recognized it as the sovereign of the skeletal race. The remaining 19 troop types appeared diminished in its presence, though 2 bone dragons and 2 ghostly dragons among them were still commendable. The Skeleton King knelt on one knee, brandishing its colossal sword in salute to Bai Yu, while the other undead followed suit in a gesture of fealty. "We greet you, my queen." The sentient undead spoke in unison to Bai Yu. She motioned for them to rise before joyfully inspecting the information on the Skeleton King. Skeleton King, unnamed. Active skills, Skeleton Fall, Soul Drain. Skeleton Fall summons countless enormous skulls enveloped in flames, descending from the heavens to inflict area physical and magical damage. Mana cost, 20. Soul Drain absorbs the souls of all beings lower than its level within the vicinity, inflicting soul damage while simultaneously enhancing itself. Mana cost, 20. Similar to Arthur. The only distinction lies in the fact that Arthur possesses 1 active skill and 1 passive skill upon his appearance, whereas the Skeleton King boasts 2 active skills, both of which are area damage skills requiring a cost of 20 mana points. From this moment forth, you shall be known as John. All skeletal soldiers shall fall under your command. I express my gratitude to your majesty for bestowing this name. Subsequently, Bai Yu led them to the Black Water Altar for enhancement, as Arthur had acquired an additional skill during his enhancement. John would undoubtedly excel as well. Bai Yu instructed John to enter for enhancement first, while the remaining undead awaited patiently. A full 15 minutes elapsed before John completed his enhancement. Only then did Bai Yu permit the other undead to enter for their enhancements, opening the information of the Blackwater Altar to observe John's transformation. Enhancement. Comprehensive enhancement. The burning ghostly flames bolster one's soul defense, while hardened bones augment physical defense, unlocking the skill transmutation, with a total attribute increase of 10 points. This enhancement mirrored that of Arthur, providing a holistic enhancement across the realms of soul, bone, and more, similarly unlocking a skill. As kings, both John and Arthur received an attribute increase of 10 points each. Passive skill, Transmutation. Transmutation. This skill allows all skeletal soldiers to transcend level limitations. By the heavens, this skill is extraordinary. Though it does not directly enhance John's combat prowess, it significantly augments the skeletal army under Bai Yu's command. The concept of breaking level restrictions is profound. The skeletal soldiers summoned by Bai Yu in the future will be capable of leveling up just like those summoned from the barracks. With over 2,000 undead at Bai Yu's disposal, the number of skeletal soldiers exceeds 1/3, amounting to nearly 800. If all can level up, it would be utterly exhilarating. John, your primary task tonight is to level up, and secondly, to employ the transmutation skill to empower all the skeletons. The double experience tonight must not go to waste. Given their low initial levels, they can level up swiftly. If necessary, the skeletal soldiers can assist, and John can deliver the finishing blows. John's ethereal, raspy voice reached Bai Yu's ears, delivering yet another piece of good news. Excellent, Bai Yu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Ouch, that hurts. Truly, this is a divine skill. By the way, John, please go out shortly and inform everyone that animal corpses should no longer be directly disposed of into the Blackwater altar. Yes, your majesty. Otherwise, Bai Yu would be unable to summon double tomorrow. With John departing, Bai Yu glanced at the system time, which was approaching 1 o'clock. Bai Yu entered the bedroom, shed his clothing, and lay upon the bed, pulling the covers over himself in preparation for sleep. 10 minutes later, Bai Yu suddenly opened his eyes, still enveloped in joy, struggling to find slumber. At that moment, Zhao Lianxue sent a message to Bai Yu. Zhao's orphan, Great One, I have successfully forged all 160 pieces of equipment. I shall send them to you immediately. Despicable Yellow Fortress. I'm putting them up right now. Zhao Lianxue always seemed to arrive fashionably late, but Bai Yu was not overly concerned. Not everyone shares the same nocturnal tendencies. After all, must one remain awake until 2 or 3 in the morning each night? Bai Yu awoke, feeling as though the trading had nearly concluded. This was equipment worth a staggering 40,000 magic crystals, a sum Bai Yu had never amassed even at her peak. Each night, as she lay in bed, she found herself pondering the intricacies of life. Is this mystical continent truly spherical in nature? If it were, would there not be time zones to consider? Surely, as Bai Yu slumbers, there must be other lords basking in the daylight. Yet, why should she dwell on such matters? What significance do they hold for her? Chapter 66, Discovering the Position. At the moment the system issued its prompt, Bai Yu had already risen. With her increasing strength, she felt her vitality surging as well. Another day dawned. She donned a snug undershirt, followed by a black sailor suit paired with a black pleated skirt, complemented by black tights and polished black shoes. The ensemble was entirely black, creating a striking contrast. Of course, it was merely the color of her attire, so let no wild thoughts arise. Once dressed, Bai Yu's first order of business was to access the trading post and collect her earnings from the previous day. Congratulations, Lord, you have acquired 41,600 magic crystals. 40,000 crystals, how exhilarating. Subsequently, Bai Yu listed all her magic crystals for sale, preparing to purchase materials. Currently, the other lords remained oblivious to this secret, and Bai Yu seized the opportunity to acquire all the crystals at a low price, poised to make a considerable profit. She supplemented her collection with an additional 400 crystals to make a neat total. Zhao Lianxue's production rate for equipment hovered around 1,000 per hour. However, unlike the dwarves and the undead, she required sustenance and rest. The maximum output in a day would likely be 10,000 pieces. With over 40,000 materials, Zhao Lianxue would need at least 4 days to craft them all. By then, the other lords would undoubtedly realize these materials could be used to forge equipment, leading to a significant price surge. However, Bai Yu's listing had already begun to arouse the suspicion of many lords, who would sensibly expend 40,000 magic crystals on a collection of seemingly useless debris. Furthermore, the individual acquiring these materials was a prominent figure, suggesting that these items were not mere rubbish but rather treasures of hidden value. The moment Bai Yu listed the 40,000 magic crystals, a fervor erupted among the lords. Just too beautiful 40,000 magic crystals? I have never seen such a sum in my life. The big shot is using them to buy trash? Big Mango. The person above is truly foolish. It is clear that these items hold significant utility, but we are unaware, leading to the big shot acquiring them at a bargain. Dark Forest. Based on my extensive experience in gaming, these materials are likely enhancement components or used for crafting equipment. Overbearing son-in-law. No need for speculation, everyone. These materials are indeed for crafting equipment, but they require special structures, and the units must be humanoid intelligent beings. Peppa Hairdryer. The son-in-law has spoken. It is evident that these materials are undervalued, allowing the Crab Yellow Fortress Big Shot to profit immensely. We must resolutely resist this and elevate the material prices. Green Tea Leftover Woman. I apologize. but I am just a bit short of the magic crystals needed to upgrade my barracks. I will trade now. After all, holding on to them serves no purpose. The beast tide will arrive the day after tomorrow, and it is imperative to enhance our strength. Concerns about profit are trivial. Once you perish in the upcoming onslaught, you will realize the futility of such worries. Raise your price at your leisure. Raiden Shogun. Indeed, currently only the Crab Yellow Fortress Overlord is purchasing. If you inflate the price, they will surely buy from you. Waiting until after the beast tide to consume these materials is not a poor choice. Let them gather dust in your warehouse, you fool. 11010. Sigh, Bai Yu exhaled in relief. Although detected by these lords, everyone is preoccupied with the imminent beast tide and is eager to bolster their power. They care not about how much profit Bai Yu makes, as long as they secure their own gains. It is likely that those lords who survive the beast tide will no longer sell these materials. Bai Yu ventured outside the castle, preparing to collect the materials and corpses. Claim. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully acquired 2 wood and 6 stone. Having gathered the materials, Bai Yu gazed at the mountain of animal corpses at the entrance, dreading the monotonous task of summoning. With a scythe in hand, Bai Yu commenced the tedious summoning process. An hour later, Bai Yu successfully completed the summoning. From 60 corpses, 120 undead were summoned, comprising 45 skeletons, with a probability of about 1/3. Although capable of simultaneously summoning all 4 major troop types in double, the likelihood of summoning undead knights remains significantly lower. Dismantle. Congratulations, Lord, you have successfully dismantled. Another 160 materials were obtained, and Bai Yu collected these, alongside the previously traded materials. Even though all lords were aware of the material's purpose, they still, amidst envy and ire, completed the trade for Bai Yu's magic crystals. Congratulations, Lord, you have successfully traded for 42,000 wild boar tusks and 42,000 animal pelts. Bai Yu directly sent these materials, along with the recently acquired 160, to Zhao Lianxue. Crab Yellow Fortress. Here are a total of 160 materials. Please collect them and hasten to begin forging. As Bai Yu continued, he sent an additional 1,000 food rations to Zhao Lianxue. In the coming days, she would be laboring over these armors and would scarcely have time to procure food. The dwarves would be busy smelting iron ingots and crafting equipment, leaving them no extra energy for other tasks. Bai Yu initially sent her 1,000 rations, sufficient for both her and the troops for 2 days. Zhao's orphan. Thank you, esteemed one. I shall strive to craft the armors. Upon witnessing the 40,000 materials, Zhao Lianxue felt as though 400,000 magic crystals were beckoning her, igniting her excitement. A life of luxury was within grasp. The warehouse still held 1,000 food rations, and Bai Yu had an additional 100 rations, which could be exchanged for wood and stone. This evening, the two could amass 10,000 pieces of equipment, valued at 100,000 magic crystals. With a split of 50-50, Bai Yu would gain an impressive 50,000 magic crystals, sufficient to upgrade the barracks. Bai Yu happened to catch sight of it. It appears he has located the lair of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. So, have you discerned its whereabouts? As the Lord of the Demon Souls descended gracefully before Bai Yu, bowing in deference, she eagerly inquired, "Well done, please elaborate." In Chapter 67, titled The Unexpected Turn on the Snow Mountain, Bai Yu listened intently as the Lord of the Demon Souls recounted the intelligence from the snowy peaks. The mountain before her was the outermost rim of the frigid snow mountain range, vast in its own right. Beyond this mountain lay a realm blanketed in pristine white, a world teeming with countless peaks closely intertwined, forming gentle slopes akin to a plateau. Though lofty, the terrain was anything but even. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe resided on the mountainside's reverse slope, where the tribe's leader had commanded the construction of a fortress. The remaining tribesmen were stationed in the vicinity. The Lord of the Demon Souls surveyed the surroundings, but did not venture deep into the snow-covered interior. It was clear that the area surrounding the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe had been thoroughly cleared of any threats. After all, wolves possess a formidable territorial instinct. From the intelligence Bai Yu had gathered regarding the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe, encountering 7 or 8 commanding-level werewolves posed little concern for her. Yet, the true uncertainty lay in the power of the tribe's leader. If they were a fully-fledged commander, it could spell trouble. You've worked hard, now go tend to your duties. Bai Yu bade the Lord of the Demon Souls, who departed. As an intelligent specter aware of its limitations regarding advancement, it understood its role. Tonight, Bai Yu resolved to take a gamble, summoning all the undead to prepare for a confrontation with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe. The motivations were twofold: to acquire resources and to bolster her strength, for tomorrow marked the final day of preparation before the impending beast tide. Having witnessed the werewolf's capabilities, Bai Yu was confident that without soul-based attacks, they could not vanquish the undead. Even if the werewolf leader proved formidable, she doubted that a war of attrition would not wear it down. However, during the Night's operation, Bai Yu could not include Arthur and the skeletal dragons, opting instead to lead the other undead. Previously, she had assumed the 5-meter frost dragon was an adult until the skeletal dragon was summoned. Arthur, with his impressive length of over 10 meters, dwarfed the frost dragon, initially leading Bai Yu to believe that his size was merely a result of being the skeletal dragon king. Yet upon witnessing the skeletal dragon, she was taken aback. The ordinary skeletal dragon surpassed the frost dragon she had encountered. The truth was clear. That frost dragon was undoubtedly a juvenile, while an adult frost dragon resided within the snowy expanse. It truly was a case of good fortune coming in pairs. Bai Yu felt a wave of despair. Had she taken the skeletal dragon up the mountain, the outcome would have been disastrous. Before long, Bai Yu completed the trade of 1,400 food rations, acquiring 3,200 units of timber and 4,000 units of stone in return. Having attended to all her affairs, she found herself at leisure, waiting for the night to fall. As the afternoon wore on, she languidly gazed out the window from her bedroom, seeking to alleviate her boredom by engaging in conversation with Sun Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, Bai Yu, seated by the window, sprang to his feet. In the distance, a robust golden beam of light erupted from the snow-capped mountains, soaring skyward. It dispersed the ominous clouds, revealing a breathtaking sky akin to that of his previous life. A vivid blue, unmarred by any distinction. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting a radiant glow upon the snow-covered peaks, illuminating them with a touch of brilliance. What could this be? It was Bai Yu's first encounter with such a formidable display of power. Even the mist between the snow-capped mountains and Bai Yu's castle could not obstruct this dazzling golden light. The holy radiance emanated from deep within the mountains, still a considerable distance from Bai Yu's fortress. He promptly summoned a specter to investigate the situation. It would be folly to call upon the Lord of the Demon Souls. Should he be affected, Bai Yu would suffer a significant loss of a commanding force. He could sense the sheer terror of that attack. Likely, aside from the invulnerable shield granted during the novice protection period, no lord could withstand such a blow. What transpired upon the mountain? It seemed as though something was being contested, yet his subordinates dared not approach, uncertain in their assessment. Behind the battling frost dragon, a smaller frost dragon confirmed Bai Yu's suspicions. The armored figures below were undoubtedly the knights of the Holy Court, numbering over 100. Each apprentice knight was of commanding caliber, and those led by the angel were surely regular troops. Bai Yu could hardly fathom that more than 100 commanding figures could be mere fodder. Such a formidable array was daunting. As for the Howling Moon Silver Wolves and the Stone Giants, they appeared to align with the Frost Dragons, collectively resisting the onslaught of the Holy Court Knights. Both factions were engaged in a fierce struggle over something of great value. Alas, the plan to annihilate the werewolf tribe was in jeopardy. 3,000 Howling Moon Silver Wolves could hardly contend with over 100 commanding knights. At this moment, deep within the frigid mountains, at the heart of the battlefield, the frost dragon bore numerous wounds, its body marred by injuries inflicted by the angels, hot blood flowing from its gashes, freezing into crystalline ice upon contact with the air. Opposite the frost dragon stood a majestic 6-winged angel, its wings veiling its visage, 2 shielding its form, and 2 enabling flight. The angel's countenance remained obscured, but a resplendent golden aura radiated from behind, and the long sword it wielded exuded a sacred essence. Hand over the item, and I shall spare your life. There is nothing here that you seek. Leave my domain. The frost dragon retorted, articulating in human tongue, as its immense wings began to crystallize with layers of ice. Roar! Depart from this place. The frost dragon's furious roar conveyed a message to the smaller frost dragon behind it. The entire mountain once again darkened, as a tempestuous blizzard engulfed the battlefield. The howling winds rendered the holy court knights below unable to open their eyes, and in an instant, dozens of knights were frozen into ice sculptures. Even the allied Howling Moon Silver Wolves were not spared. Suddenly, colossal ice walls erupted from the ground, enveloping the frost dragon and all surrounding enemies, leaving only the smaller frost dragon isolated outside. Roar! Leave! The frost giant dragon opened its maw and unleashed a tremendous breath of icy wind mixed with lightning, aiming directly at the 6-winged angel. Chapter 68. The Sacred Artifact of the Dragon Clan? The young frost giant dragon let out a furious roar, glancing at the frost giant dragon trapped behind an ice wall before veering towards the direction beyond the snow-capped mountains. Bai Yu stood by the window, her gaze fixated on the mountain's silhouette. She dispatched several specters to discreetly assess the situation, patiently awaiting the conclusion of this fierce battle. Perhaps she might seize an opportunity on the snowy peak, for in the chaos of combat, there must surely be a body to claim. She did not dare to be overly ambitious, merely wishing to gather the remains for a proper burial. Once more, a golden light illuminated the snow-covered mountains, and even from a distance, Bai Yu could clearly discern the holy light forming a golden sword that descended straight into the depths of the mountain. Enormous golden shockwaves radiated from the peak, causing the ground beneath her to tremble ever so slightly. What formidable power does this angel possess? It is utterly terrifying. The 2 specters she had sent out were miraculously unharmed. She had assumed they would perish in the wake of the shockwaves, yet it appeared she had underestimated their wisdom. They must have hidden away in advance. It was also possible that the angel's attack lacked psychic damage, thereby sparing the two specters from harm. At that moment, Bai Yu suddenly spotted a blue figure soaring towards her castle from the sky. Goodness, why is this frost giant dragon heading towards my fortress? The young frost giant dragon had previously seen Bai Yu's castle and possessed some knowledge of these alien fortresses. These structures remained fixed in place, and even if it could not see the castle on its approach, it was certain it stood steadfast. The young frost giant dragon also noticed the multitude of undead within the vicinity. These creatures of the night were familiar to it, and it even spotted several bone dragons. A flicker of disdain crossed its eyes, yet it chose to ignore them. As the young frost giant dragon entered Bai Yu's domain, the undead finally recognized it as an intruder and began to converge in its direction. The young frost giant dragon found itself with no choice. Having been commanded by its mother to leave, where else could it possibly go? The holy court of Martial Continent was beyond its capability to confront, let alone the angelic kin. Regardless of where it sought refuge, the pressure from the holy court and the angels posed a risk of betrayal, leading it to seek solace among the other races. The chances of integration with these alien beings and its own kin were utterly non-existent. Though these foreign races were currently weak, they exhibited rapid growth, and their fortresses possessed astonishing defenses. Even its own mother had remarked that it could not hope to shake them. The frigid mountains, both their periphery and interior, were dotted with these alien fortresses. The reason for not aligning with them was simply that Bai Yu's castle was the strongest. By seeking refuge within the alien fortress, even if the holy court and angels discovered its whereabouts, they would be powerless against it. Little did it know, Bai Yu's invincible protective barrier was merely a day away from expiration. One can only wonder how the young frost giant dragon would react upon discovering this truth. Presently, it was drawing near to Bai Yu's town territory. Arthur led the mighty dragons as they spiraled through the sky, while below, a dense throng of undead surged forth. Even the four statues at the entrance of the white jade castle opened their crimson eyes, trembling as layers of stone peeled away, and in that instant, the four gargoyles revived, exuding an aura of command. They ascended into the heavens, bolstered by the throne of bones. White Jade's ranks boasted a multitude of over a dozen commanding undead, both in the army and the air force. The young frost dragon was taken aback. In merely a few days, this alien had grown to such formidable heights. Should a battle ensue, escape from the onslaught of these undead was far from guaranteed, and even unleashing its breath would not suffice to encase so many commanders in ice. Yet, it was not there for combat. The castle's protective barrier loomed before it, radiating an infinite power that kept it at bay, unable to advance further. The undead did not attack, they merely encircled it. From within the castle, White Jade observed clearly. The little frost dragon appeared devoid of hostility. If it had wished to attack, it could have done so the moment it crossed into White Jade's territory. I demand to see your leader, the frost dragon proclaimed, its gaze fixed upon the largest of the skeletal dragons, none other than Arthur. See me? White Jade pondered within the castle, bewildered. Was it seeking refuge? Please, do not bring any angels here. Panic gripped White Jade. If angels were to pursue, it would spell disaster. One more day to live, perhaps. Stepping outside the castle, all the undead parted to grant White Jade passage. Near the entrance of the courtyard, it gazed up at the frost dragon. Upon spotting White Jade emerging from the castle, the frost dragon descended, and the intelligent undead remained unperturbed. For White Jade was still within the safety of the protective barrier, rendering any danger moot. Human, I seek to pledge my allegiance to you. The frost dragon's declaration startled White Jade, yet skepticism reigned. Such fortuitous offers seldom came without strings attached. With a wary expression, it replied, I refuse. You would only attract the local human factions. The frost dragon was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a rejection. After all, it belonged to the noble dragon lineage. It would not willingly submit to humans unless forced by circumstance. However, it was unwilling to relent. It had nowhere else to turn, and its own power was insufficient. Aligning with other factions posed too great a risk. The frost dragon then exhaled a shard glimmering with a cold light, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. A chill creeping into the air. I am willing to offer my clan's sacred relic to you. The angels and those human factions have been ensnared by my mother's magic. They are unaware of my whereabouts, let alone that the relic resides within me. Rest assured, as long as the angels did not acquire it, what harm was there in entrusting this seemingly worthless artifact to an alien? The frost dragon had committed itself to this course. White Jade gazed at the mysterious shard on the ground. Its mere presence emanated an aura that assured White Jade of its extraordinary nature. It appears that the angels and the frost dragon are contending for this particular object. Indeed, it is a hot potato. However, as long as it remains unnoticed by the angels, all will be well. Noticing Bai Yu's silence, the little frost dragon spoke again. I am willing to enter into a minimal master-servant contract with you, provided that you pledge not to surrender this item to the angelic race or any other human factions. Regardless of your intentions for its use, I will not intervene. Bai Yu promptly utilized his territorial authority to examine the information regarding the shard. Detected Frost Heart Fragment, 17. Would you like to collect it immediately? Could you enlighten me about the origins and functions of this frost heart? Chapter 69, Fragment of the Divine Artifact. Bai Yu lifted his gaze towards the little frost dragon, who bore a hint of confusion, perplexed as to how this human knew the name of such a sacred object. The frost heart is a sacred relic of our frost dragon lineage. Each dragon clan possesses its own unique sacred artifact. 5 centuries ago, the frost heart was shattered during a battle between our deity and that of the angelic race. Our deity fell, and the angelic deity was gravely injured, succumbing shortly thereafter. To safeguard the fragments of this sacred object, my frost dragon clan fled with them, scattering across the lands of Martial Continent. Subsequently, a fierce conflict erupted between the angels and our dragon clan. However, our influence in Martial was weak and our numbers scarce, rendering us inadequate against the combined forces of humanity and the angels. Ultimately, we suffered a crushing defeat and retreated into hiding. The sole purpose of the sacred frost heart is to facilitate the ascension of a deity. Is this truly a fragment of a divine artifact? Bai Yu exclaimed, astonished. I am, but at the commanding level now. Is it not too early for me to be involved with such matters? In summary, the frost dragons, endowed with the blessing of a sacred object, are more capable of achieving divinity than the angels. Or perhaps there are special conditions required for ascension that the angels must acquire. Bai Yu remained uncertain. Thus, the angels relentlessly sought to eradicate the frost dragon clan by seizing the fragments of their sacred artifact, ensuring that the frost dragons would never have a chance to reclaim their power. Nonetheless, it is indeed a divine artifact, undoubtedly of great utility to the angels as well. As for why the two factions went to war, the little frost dragon was unclear. After all, it had not yet hatched at the time. You are entrusting me with a fragment of a divine artifact, something you fiercely protect, without any reservations? Bai Yu questioned, perplexed. There are 7 pieces. The angelic race has already acquired 4. We fought desperately to prevent them from obtaining it. Since the frost heart was shattered, it has lost all potency and is of no use to us. The little frost dragon patiently answered Bai Yu's inquiries. Bai Yu understood that this object was essentially a useless relic. Without all the fragments, it held no value. With 4 shards already in the angels' possession and their formidable strength, how could they possibly acquire the remaining fragments? No wonder they so readily relinquished the shard. Wait, does this not evoke a sense of the Dragon Balls? As a condition for the little frost dragon's submission, it required Bai Yu to protect this fragment, preventing it from falling into the hands of the angels and the local human factions. Bai Yu boldly speculated that if the angelic race were to gather this artifact, they might indeed usher forth another deity. Should that occur, the frost dragon lineage would face annihilation. Perhaps this was the very reason they were unwilling to part with the fragments, even at the cost of their lives. As Bai Yu pondered this, he realized that since the angels had not discovered his whereabouts, it was entirely feasible to subdue this frost dragon, which would undoubtedly elevate his own standing. According to the young frost dragon, the angels were uncertain of the existence of the heart of frost fragments here. They merely happened upon their lair, which instigated the war. Thus, Bai Yu was not overly concerned that the angels would send forth a thorough search of the surrounding area. After all, such a formidable being could not possibly squander their time aimlessly roaming the snow-capped mountains, could they? This line of thought led Bai Yu to conclude that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. At the very least, he would soon possess a mount. He chuckled to himself. I concur. As soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, the young frost dragon bowed its head, and a magical contract materialized above it, as if it had been prepared in advance. Upon confirming its nature as a master-servant contract, Bai Yu inscribed his name upon it. The frost dragon then touched the contract with its horn. In an instant, the contract was finalized. Bai Yu felt a subtle connection to the frost dragon, realizing that with a mere thought, he could extinguish its life. The fate of the frost dragon was now entirely in his hands. A bond akin to that of a master and a vassal. What is your name? Bai Yu deemed it prudent to inquire. One must have a proper appellation. Pablo Sandigafranleria Reyes. What in the world? Never mind. From now on, you shall be called Little Ice. Such a lengthy name. What a nuisance. Who could possibly remember that? The frost dragon, unfamiliar with human culture, held no notions of whether the name was melodious or discordant. To it, a name was merely a designation, indifferent to its significance. Of course, Bai Yu would not be foolish enough to divulge its true name to others, for he had not committed it to memory. Next came the customary inspection of Little Ice's attributes. One must at least ascertain its capabilities and power. Frost Dragon, Race, Dragon, Loyalty, 100, Level, Commander Level 5, Growth Limit, Emperor Level, Active Skills, Dragon Breath, Dragon Roar, Dragon Might, Passive Skills, Dragon Scales, Ice and Snow, Gale, Thunder Elemental Power. To his astonishment, Bai Yu found that Little Ice was indeed at Commander Level 5. And he marveled not only at its level, but also at its capabilities, far superior to the skeletal dragon that could merely belch fire. The skills of Dragon Might and Dragon Breath needed no elaboration, as they were already possessed by Arthur. Dragon Scales enhanced its defense, bolstering both physical and magical resilience, and even providing a degree of resistance to mental damage. Furthermore, the The passive skill of elemental power indicated that the frost dragon's attacks could embody these three attributes, gaining a significant advantage when fighting in favorable terrain. Perhaps the most extraordinary aspect was its method of advancement. After acquiring attributes from the system, it could not only slay enemies to level up, but also retained its original means of progression. Even if it did nothing, as it matured, its strength would inevitably ascend to emperor level. However, the longevity of dragons signifies an extended period of growth. Is it true that the living dragons surpass the deceased skeletal dragons by such a margin, or is it indicative of this particular dragon's exceptional talent? At present, the situation atop the snow-capped mountains remains uncertain. Bai Yu hesitates to allow the frost dragon to depart from its castle, within its confines. At least the concealed chandelier provides assistance, ensuring it remains undetected. Even if misfortune were to strike and it were discovered, there exists a protective barrier. Regardless, without the assurance of absolute safety, Bai Yu cannot permit the dragon to leave the sanctuary of its castle lightly. Chapter 70. The beginning of picking up the pieces. Yes, my lord. The frost dragon, unlike the human race, is devoid of the emotion of awkwardness. Once it has chosen to submit, it must adapt to the transformation of its current identity. Deep within the snow-covered mountains, the six-winged angel's wings, once resplendent, now lay broken, scattered amidst countless angelic feathers on the ground, exuding a chaotic yet sacred aura. The massive form of the frost dragon lies sprawled on the ground, pierced by a colossal sword of judgment forged from holy light, its pupils now vacant, completely devoid of life. The surrounding ice walls lie in ruins, and the ground is strewn with the bodies of innumerable werewolves, alongside some fallen knights of the human holy court. The battle has concluded. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe, the Frost Dragon, and the Stone Giant have all been vanquished by the knights and angels of the holy court. The six-winged angel pays no heed to the corpses littering the ground, soaring directly toward the Frost Dragon's lair. Upon arrival, he finds nothing of interest within the lair. Yet disappointment does not cloud his demeanor, for this venture was merely a gamble of fortune. Share the treasures within the lair amongst yourselves, take the dragon's carcass, tidy up, and proceed onward. The commanding voice of the six-winged angel resonates through the air. He harbors no interest in the treasures that lay within, yet he is acutely aware of the human knights who serve him and their fondness for such worldly possessions. Before long, the knights present have divided the spoils of the lair, collecting the bodies of the Frost Dragon and their fallen comrades for departure. As for the remains of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves, they hold no value to them. In less than 2 hours, those corpses will be completely buried beneath the blizzard, rendering the sight of the fierce battle unrecognizable. They have other tasks at hand, and time is of the essence. Their encounter with the Frost Dragon was merely a fortuitous discovery along their path. For these knights of the Holy Court, the frigid snow mountains may be deemed a forbidden zone, yet for that angelic being soaring above, it is merely a slight exertion. Bai Yu has waited for over 2 hours, the sky nearing dusk, and silence prevails upon the snow-capped peaks. Could it be that the conflict has subsided? What transpired atop the mountains? Eagerly, Bai Yu inquires of the two specters. The two phantoms recount their observations to Bai Yu, and upon hearing the news of her mother's demise, Xiao Bing visibly falters. From the moment her mother urged her to flee with the fragments, she had already understood that her mother was no match for that angel. Her mother had long since reconciled herself to the possibility of death in battle. Roar! Xiao Bing gazed skyward, unleashing a roar that resonated with the depths of her sorrow and fury, vowing that once her strength was formidable, she would seek vengeance for her mother. Bai Yu silently listened to the recounting of the two phantoms nearby, already aware of the outcome, yet relieved that the angel did not pursue the fleeing Xiao Bing. Perhaps, in the angel's eyes, a commander held no more significance than an insect. Or perhaps it was simply perceived as natural for a mother to sacrifice herself to protect her child, not realizing that the fragments were concealed within Xiao Bing. After slaying the frost giant dragon, the angel and the knights of the holy court departed, taking with them the corpses of the frost giant dragon and its companions. When Bai Yu learned that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe had also been annihilated, the sight of the werewolves' bodies buried in the snow sparked a glimmer of hope in her mind. These corpses could serve a substantial purpose for Bai Yu, indicating that there might still be opportunities to salvage something valuable. Yet, a thought struck her. If the angels were after the sacred relic of the frost giant dragon, why had the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe engaged in battle? Xiao Bing, why did those silver wolves and the stone giants come to your aid? If one is puzzled, one ought to inquire. Upon hearing Bai Yu's question, Xiao Bing lifted her head. The stone giants, lacking in intellect, were unaware that the angels sought the fragments. They merely acted to repel the invaders. As for the werewolves, they harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the holy court, having been sent to the snowy mountains a century ago from the peaks. What their true intentions were, Bai Yu did not know. Perhaps her mother did, but she had never divulged that information. However, it was certain that their objective was not the fragments of the Heart of Frost. This suggested that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe had compelling reasons to intervene. Surely, it was not merely a matter of vengeance. With over 100 commander-level knights from the holy court, the mere dozen or so from the tribe seemed a recipe for disaster. The castle of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe, located at the edge of the snowy mountains, remained untouched and intact, undoubtedly housing numerous treasures. Coupled with the thousands of corpses strewn across the snow, these two factors alone warranted Bai Yu's expedition. Yet she remained cautious, repeatedly sending out phantoms to confirm the intelligence from the depths of the snowy mountains. At long last, after ensuring that the frigid depths had succumbed to silence, Bai Yu resolutely set forth with Xiao Bing and a host of undead towards the snowy peaks. Xiao Bing crouched low, allowing Bai Yu to mount her back, straddling her neck. Though clad in a skirt, the position appeared somewhat peculiar. Let us proceed. Bai Yu signaled for Xiao Bing to take flight. To facilitate their maneuvering, Bai Yu had chosen an entirely aerial contingent for this incursion, aside from her own infantry presence. The first destination was naturally the outermost reaches of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe. Bai Yu could not help but suspect that the wolves' lair was too distant from the heart of the mountains to have been affected. Her castle was not far from the outermost periphery of the snowy realm, and soon, Bai Yu found herself riding Xiao Bing into the snowy expanse. The sky began to release a heavy snowfall, and even Bai Yu felt a chill in the air. Xiao Bing halted at the mountainside of the outer region, and Bai Yu leaped down from her back, planting a foot into the 10-centimeter-thick snow, which immediately enveloped her ankle. Fortunately, Bai Yu possessed certain spectral traits that rendered her relatively impervious to the cold. Otherwise, given her attire, she would likely perish in the frigid environment of the snow-capped mountains. Bai Yu gazed ahead at a castle constructed of stone, slightly smaller than the castle in her town prior to its upgrade. You two, go inside and investigate. She commanded the two gargoyles. The sky was already dim, and upon reaching the snow-capped heights, a blizzard commenced, casting an even darker pall over the atmosphere. The two gargoyles descended, opening the castle doors, and entered. Chapter 71, The Raid. With the gargoyles leading the way, Bai Yu followed closely behind, while Xiao Bing and the skeletal dragons remained outside. The interior of the werewolf castle starkly contrasted with the strongholds of their kind. Black, unidentifiable fur hung from wooden racks lining the walls, while animal skulls could be found in the corners of the floor. At the heart of the castle stood a monument-like structure, with four sides, each adorned with decaying animal entrails at its base. The acrid stench nearly made Bai Yu retch. It seemed this castle posed no immediate threat. Bai Yu instructed the gargoyles to split up and search, while she ascended the stone staircase. Inspecting each room, she discovered that most were merely heaps of straw covered with animal pelts, likely the sleeping quarters for the pack of werewolves. After a thorough search, she found nothing of value. At the entrance hung two necklaces fashioned from animal fangs, alongside two fire pits propped up by wooden sticks, their flames flickering with a crimson glow. As Bai Yu approached the entrance, she forcefully kicked the door open. Just as she was about to step inside, a swift and fierce claw strike came from the side. Fortunately, Bai Yu reacted swiftly, retreating from the room to evade the attack. Upon closer inspection, she discerned her assailant, a werewolf clad in animal pelts. Noticeably slimmer than the average werewolf, with a more pronounced mane and a bulging chest. A female werewolf. This was Bai Yu's first encounter with a female of the species. Human die. The werewolf shrieked, its claws poised on the ground as it prepared to leap at Bai Yu. She extended her arm, her fingers curling in a taunting gesture, seemingly inviting the creature to approach. In that moment, she unleashed her magic. The two fire pits erupted into roaring flames, and two fire dragons soared skyward, engulfing the werewolf before her. It was not until the scent of roasting meat wafted through the air that she extinguished the flames, restoring the fire pits to their previous state. The charred remains of the werewolf lay motionless on the ground as Bai Yu stepped over the body and entered the room. This chamber was spacious, its layout distinct from the others, featuring a rudimentary bed crafted from stone, layered with earth, straw, and several animal pelts atop. This must be the lair of the werewolf leader. Thus, was the female werewolf his mate? Bai Yu rummaged through the room, and after a while, disappointment washed over her. The leader's chamber was devoid of any valuables. Was it truly this impoverished? With no other option, Bai Yu departed the room and ascended the layers of the castle until she reached the top floor. There, she found a solitary chamber, its walls lined with windows through which the biting wind gusted, and a delicate layer of snow blanketed the floor. At the center, she discovered a towering stone pillar crowned with a crystal radiating a crimson glow. What could this be? Approaching the crystal, a system prompt emerged, and Bai Yu instinctively clicked on it. Discovered werewolf castle crystal. Do you wish to dismantle it immediately? A castle crystal? Upon this revelation, Bai Yu understood that this artifact was likely the very heart of the castle. Should she dismantle it, the castle would undoubtedly vanish. Meanwhile, on the ground floor, the gargoyles had begun to transport numerous boxes, their movements brisk and purposeful. Where had they found these? Bai Yu inquired of one nearby gargoyle, which gestured towards a corner of the hall. Following its direction, Bai Yu was astonished to discover a stone staircase leading downward. Descending, she entered a vast space with three of its walls featuring passageways, all constructed from stone and capped with a thick layer of ice. How remarkable to have a basement fortified with ice. These werewolves were indeed extraordinary. Bai Yu halted her exploration, recognizing this must be the storage area for the werewolf supplies. She returned to the first floor, methodically opening boxes to inspect their contents. Food, magic crystals, food, furs, spirit cores. The majority of the boxes contained provisions, conveniently stored in the basement, alongside 2 boxes of magic crystals and 1 of spirit cores. However, the boxes for the magic crystals and spirit cores were significantly smaller than those for food. And the spirit cores weren't in a full box, but mixed with various other items that the werewolves likely deemed valuable, which Bai Yu chose not to examine closely. The castle's structure was predominantly stone, and naturally, the storeroom contained ample stone as well. Soon, the gargoyles had transported all the boxes outside. "You follow me," Bai Yu commanded as she returned to the crystal. "Dismantle." "Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling the werewolf castle crystal, gaining 10 wood, 20 stone, and 5 iron ingots." At the moment Bai Yu clicked dismantle, the castle abruptly vanished, transforming into a scattered array of wood, stone, and iron ingots strewn across the ground. A fierce blizzard roared from all directions towards Bai Yu, but she swiftly grasped a gargoyle soaring in the air. "Phew, I knew it." Thankfully, Bai Yu had anticipated this outcome. The gargoyle gently descended with her, and she immediately commanded the undead to begin collecting the materials scattered on the ground and transport them back to the castle. This way, they could expedite the process. Was it night already? The harsh weather on the snow-capped mountains made it impossible for Bai Yu to discern the time. She recalled that it was already quite dark when she first entered the castle. At last, the surroundings were engulfed by a blizzard, and with the darkness descending, I found myself utterly lost. Once Bai Yu had arranged for the undead to transport the supplies, he resolved to venture deeper into the snow-capped mountains with Xiaobing. According to Bai Yu's knowledge, the most formidable creature in the frigid peaks was none other than the frost dragon. With the angels and the holy knights having departed, Bai Yu felt secure. "Xiaobing, let us set forth." Chapter 72, An Unexpected Encounter with the Lord. As Bai Yu prepared to take flight, he noticed a system notification and promptly opened it. "Zhao's orphans, esteemed one, I have successfully forged 10,000 pieces of equipment and sent them your way." The speed was quite impressive. Zhao Lianxuan never imagined that Bai Yu would be absent from the castle at such a late hour. Was it common for esteemed ones to grind monsters and level up during the night? The disparity between them was indeed vast. Even though the vicinity of Zhao Lianxuan's castle posed little danger at night, it intimidated her enough to refrain from venturing outside. The nocturnal attribute bonuses were reserved for those lords with courage, strength, and opportunity. However, Zhao Lianxue had overthought the situation. Bai Yu was merely delayed due to his late departure. With a swift launch, Xiaobing soared into the night sky, followed closely by the gargoyle and the skeletal dragon, leaving behind a few undead still occupied with gathering materials as they ventured deeper into the snow-capped mountains. The blizzard intensified, and Bai Yu struggled to keep his eyes open against the fierce winds and snow, attempting to minimize resistance by lying flat against Xiaobing's back. There was not a sliver of moonlight on the mountain, and the darkness enveloped everything. Bai Yu could discern nothing. Lying on Xiaobing's back, Bai Yu tilted his head to glance downwards and, as they glided over a snow-covered peak, he spotted a creature at the summit, its eyes glowing ominously red. Due to the luminous gaze, Bai Yu could only make out that there were indeed eyes, but the undead and Xiaobing possessed an advantage. Unlike Bai Yu, they could see clearly even in the night, unaffected by the conditions, and Xiaobing's power was actually enhanced in such weather. What is that? Bai Yu pondered. Knowing Xiaobing must have noticed the figure. This was its domain, and no one knew it better than Xiaobing. The Fenrir, a creature that roams only at night, lurked within the snowy mountains, possessing little intelligence. Xiaobing appeared unperturbed by the presence of such a being, indicating that it posed no threat. And Bai Yu chose not to inquire further. In these frigid mountains, the danger of the night was secondary. The harsh weather alone would deter many creatures from attempting to ascend. Bai Yu remained quietly perched on Xiaobing's back, awaiting their arrival at the destination. Xiaobing's speed surpassed even Arthur's, as its attributes were already superior to those of Arthur and the skeletal dragons, further enhanced by the mountain's conditions, allowing for rapid travel. To hasten their journey, Bai Yu instructed Xiaobing to leave the other undead behind, with only Arthur following closely. It was too agonizing to wait for the gargoyles to catch up while flying at such a slow pace. Whoosh! The silhouettes of the great and small dragons streaked swiftly across the darkened skies of the snow-capped mountains. Despite soaring through the air at such a rapid pace, it took over 2 hours to reach their destination, underscoring the vastness of the snow-capped mountains. Throughout this arduous journey, Bai Yu remained vigilant, closely monitoring the system's time, which now approached 9 o'clock in the evening. As little ice began to decelerate, Bai Yu understood that they were finally nearing their destination. After enduring the torment of over 2 hours in flight, the moment to descend had finally arrived. "Master, there are people below." Little Ice quickly noticed several figures darting about beneath them, busily searching for the bodies of werewolves in the snow. The frozen corpses they unearthed were discarded to the side, seemingly prepared for transport. It was inconceivable for a frail human to effortlessly lift a werewolf's body with a single hand. This was not the human race as Little Ice understood it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. How could there be people in such harsh conditions? Knights of the Holy Court? If they were indeed Knights of the Holy Court, retreat would be the only option, for how could one contend against dozens of leaders? No. They appear human, yet not entirely so. I have never encountered them in the snow mountains. Little Ice's observation enlightened Bai Yu. Damn it. They must be here to intercept us. Arthur, go. Bai Yu promptly commanded Arthur to probe the strength of these adversaries, reassured by the knowledge that Arthur would not perish. On the snowy ground below, a man clad in a black tailcoat, resembling a courteous gentleman, led his companions in the search for werewolf bodies. They were positioned far from the heart of the snow-capped peaks, having arrived earlier than Bai Yu. The man's keen senses detected an unusual gust of wind from above, prompting him to look up and witness a colossal bone dragon descending from the sky. He swiftly transformed into a shadow, evading the impending threat. The commotion caused by Arthur's landing startled the surrounding figures, who turned to investigate. Upon realizing they faced an enemy, they all transformed into fleeting shadows and charged toward Arthur in unison, save for the man, who remained composed in the rear, observing the unfolding scene. Roar! Arthur unleashed a powerful dragon's breath, the surrounding snow and falling flakes being violently displaced in that instant. A few unfortunate souls failed to evade the onslaught and were obliterated by Arthur's breath, their souls extinguished in an instant. Nonetheless, many figures still surged toward Arthur, their sharp black claws poised to attack. Arthur possessed formidable defenses, further augmented by enhancements from the Blackwater altar. These assailants were utterly incapable of breaching his guard. Not only could they not slay Arthur, but they could not even shatter his bones. A leader-class bone dragon. The man swiftly assessed Arthur's strength. His leader-class subordinates had gone to escort the werewolf corpses and were not present for this confrontation. The presence of a bone dragon, a creature of the undead, in the snow mountains was utterly unfathomable. This had to be a unit belonging to some lord, marking the man's first encounter with such a creature. Surveying his surroundings, the man's night vision was limited, yet he faintly discerned a blue figure high above. Confident in his own abilities, he understood that to vanquish the undead, one must employ soul attacks, a skill he currently lacked. Yet, there exists a swifter method, namely, to eliminate its lord. The man possessed an ominous premonition that this lord resided above that azure silhouette. Transforming into a shadow, he ascended into the air. It was the frost dragon from the snow-capped mountains. As the man discerned the blue figure, he simultaneously recognized Bai Yu upon the back of the small dragon. Clad in a black ensemble, with blue eyes and white hair, she was undoubtedly the lord. Her attire served as irrefutable evidence. Although the man was oblivious to the reason behind the frost dragon's alliance with this human lord, he surmised that the creature, being smaller than the bone dragon, could not possibly exceed the rank of a commander. Chapter 73. Quite swift indeed. From the moment he took flight, the man hesitated not, propelling himself at his utmost speed towards Bai Yu, who remained blissfully unaware, only hearing the sounds of combat emanating from the ground. Despite possessing some characteristics of the undead, Bai Yu could not fathom why she could not disregard the night as they did. Suddenly, she felt the small dragon stir, followed by a dull thud. Bang! The man had not anticipated the frost dragon's reflexes to be so astute. He was swatted away by a single paw, brushing the snow from his attire. He rose from the ground. Xiao Bing, what is happening? Bai Yu inquired, unable to see clearly. The figure on the ground took flight and launched an attack. But I sent it flying. Bai Yu was now certain. This was no ordinary human. Xiao Bing sensed no magical aura nor observed any weapons, indicating that this being possessed the ability to fly unaided. Xiao Bing, what might its strength be? A junior commander, and in comparison to me, stronger than you. Bai Yu unsheathed her scythe, feeling her attributes double in an instant. And now, weaker than you. Bai Yu felt reassured and promptly commanded Xiao Bing to begin their descent to assist Arthur. After enduring 2 hours of a snowstorm, Bai Yu was not inclined to be thwarted at such a critical juncture. As Xiao Bing descended, Bai Yu leaped down. The snow on the ground now reached 20 centimeters, enveloping her shins. Casting a fireball upwards, it exploded brilliantly. In that instant, the battlefield was illuminated by the radiance of her flames. Bai Yu then beheld the man facing off against Arthur and the group of figures. They emanated an unsettling pallor, almost ghostly white, far paler than her own complexion, resembling a sickly hue, far from the healthy tone of a normal human. The man donned a black tailcoat, while the others were clad in striking red attire, making them conspicuously visible against the white expanse of snow. In such adverse weather conditions, the efficacy of fire magic was severely diminished. The flames flickered momentarily before dissipating. Nevertheless, Bai Yu discerned the frozen corpses of werewolves, transformed into ice sculptures, behind the man. Her left eye emanated a ghostly blue light, and a magic circle materialized beneath the werewolf remains. The man, sensing the magical aura behind him, turned to witness a horde of skeletal beast werewolves emerging from the corpses. The first instinct of the skeletal werewolves emerging from the ground was to charge at the man before them. At that moment, the man finally comprehended the reason the Lord required these corpses. She possessed the uncanny ability to summon the undead. With swift agility, he dispersed the attacking skeletal werewolves, their bones hampered by the snow, thus slowing their reformation. In an instant, as Bai Yu activated the magic of her left eye, she realized she could perceive the world, undeterred by the darkness. Everything around her was rendered crystal clear under the influence of her left eye, indistinguishable from daylight. As long as she kept her left eye open, she could transcend the night, and remarkably, this did not deplete her magical energy, requiring only her mental fortitude to sustain it. Although her field of vision was somewhat restricted, it was a trivial concern, for she was no longer blind at night. "Are you the Lord?" Bai Yu inquired, brandishing her scythe, her single eye radiating a cerulean glow as she faced the man. The man, clearly the leader of the group, bore an Asian visage, while the rest of the figures surrounding him were distinctly of Western descent. Observing the girl nearby, who was emanating a heightened aura, and flanked by an insurmountable frost dragon on one side and an indomitable skeletal dragon on the other, he commanded, "Retreat." Empowered by her left eye, Bai Yu felt her senses sharpened and her reflexes significantly enhanced. She conjured dark magic, her form instantly transforming into a cloud of shadow, reappearing directly before the man. Swinging her scythe, the massive blade ignited with black flames as it descended upon him, trailing a long, dark afterglow. The man, taken aback by the girl's astonishing speed, hastily lifted the tail of his coat, conjuring a vast shroud of black cloth in an attempt to envelop Bai Yu entirely. Yet, the fabric was effortlessly torn asunder by her scythe, and the man, his hands sprouting elongated claws, instinctively blocked the scythe strike. He was knocked back several steps, a wound appearing on his hand, ignited by black flames, the agony of his soul burning, contorting his features into a grotesque mask. Moreover, he felt his lifespan dwindling. Without hesitation, the man severed his injured arm with his other hand. The fallen limb quickly disintegrated into ashes upon the snow, and he clutched his severed arm. Vanishing from sight, "He runs surprisingly fast," Arthur remarked, taking to the skies in pursuit of the fleeing group. Xiao Bing remained behind, tasked with ensuring Bai Yu's safety. The scythe in Bai Yu's hand transformed into a fleeting shimmer, reconstituting itself into a bracelet adorning her wrist. Unable to fly, Bai Yu could only watch helplessly as they escaped. Although Arthur pursued them, their flight was swift, their small frames granting them remarkable agility. Even if they could not outpace him, they could easily conceal themselves. It became apparent that activating her left eye also conferred hidden attributes. Bai Yu had previously underestimated its potential, merely considering it a summoning skill. Numerous disturbed patches in the snow indicated that these individuals had arrived long before, having already transported a significant number of werewolf corpses. Others had arrived first. Bai Yu specifically inquired with Xiao Bing, who had no recollection of them either. It was highly probable that the castle lay beyond the snowy mountains and was capable of witnessing the fierce battles at the heart of the snow-capped peaks. Bai Yu could not fathom the utility of these corpses. Aside from serving his own purposes, what value could they possibly hold for the other lords? Those endowed with the strength to venture deep into the mountains surely would not covet the sustenance derived from these decomposing bodies, would they? The werewolf corpses that had been uncovered were just summoned by Bai Yu, and he would have to search here as they did. Bai Yu chose to summon all the werewolf corpses as bone beasts, while the ordinary wolves would be summoned as other undead using a double summoning technique. Xiao Bing, could you clear away the snow on the ground? Bai Yu recalled that Xiao Bing possessed the power of ice and snow, which should not pose much difficulty. Xiao Bing lowered her head. With a thunderous roar that shattered the stillness, a fierce gust of wind swept through, scattering all the accumulated snow and revealing the brown, frozen earth beneath. The frozen corpses, burdened by their weight, emerged one after another. Well done, Xiao Bing. Chapter 74, The Bounty of Discovery. Xiao Bing took flight. Returning to her nest, Bai Yu began to tally the corpses on the ground, summoning the werewolf bodies with his left eye and using his scythe for a double summoning of the ordinary wolf bodies. Every little bit counts. An hour and a half later, the other bone dragons and gargoyles arrived one after another, bringing assistance for transporting resources. Bai Yu had nearly completed the summoning and disassembly of these corpses. In addition to the werewolf bodies, he also discovered a few peculiar stones, presumably the remains of the stone giant that Xiao Bing had mentioned. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Xiao Bing's mother's body had undoubtedly been taken away. In such a monumental battle, Bai Yu found it hard to believe that the Holy Court Knights had emerged unscathed. The absence of any human corpses indicated that these had likely also been removed by them. In any case, all that held value had been taken. What remained were merely these corpses, a portion of which had already been pilfered. Bai Yu approached the stone giant's body and proceeded to disassemble it. The corpse transformed into 1,000 units of stone and a glowing red core. Bai Yu surveyed the area, searching for any other stone giant remains, but found nothing. The body had evaded detection thanks to its hidden nature, though the previous lord had likely claimed all the rest. Given the limited number of stone giants, it was probable that the lord had taken fewer than 10 cores. Bai Yu felt no particular regret over not acquiring those few cores. He merely wished to assist that lord in departing this world when next they met. As the clock struck 11:30 at night, Bai Yu had thoroughly accounted for, disassembled, and summoned all the corpses. In total, there were 1,800 silver howling wolf corpses. Bai Yu recalled clearly that Xiao Lv had mentioned the silver howling wolf tribe comprised over 3,000 wolves, implying that the Lord had already transported at least 1,500 silver howling wolf corpses before Bai Yu's arrival. This indicates that the Lord is not merely an early arrival. His troop count must be substantial, all capable of flight, and he himself possesses the strength of a commander. This is undoubtedly a top-tier lord of the first echelon. In a vast magical realm, what are the odds of encountering such a being? Conversely, one must ponder, what of him? Among the 1,800 corpses of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves, only 300 are in werewolf form, while the remaining 1,500 are in their ordinary wolf shapes. Of those 300 werewolf corpses, 5 belong to the commander class, yet Bai Yu has only summoned 1 commander-level skeletal beast werewolf, with the other 4 being summoned from different undead entities. The 4 commanders consist of 1 skeletal mage, 2 wraith lords, and 1 gargoyle. The disassembly of the 300 werewolf corpses yielded 6,000 portions of elite sustenance, 500 magic crystals, and 160 spirit cores. The remaining 1,500 corpses can summon 3,000 undead, thus enlarging Bai Yu's undead army to an impressive 5,000. Such aspirations are indeed splendid. Yet reality paints a different picture. Summoning 1,500 corpses is a monumental task. Bai Yu calculated that his magical power stands at 120. With a summoning cost of 3 points and a recovery rate of 1 point per minute, it would take 2 hours to summon 40 corpses, resulting in 80 undead. Bai Yu would need to summon continuously without rest for over 3 days to complete the summoning of all 1,500 corpses. However, utilizing the scythe would double his magical efficiency, allowing him to summon 80 corpses in the same 2-hour span, thereby significantly expediting the process. Nonetheless, summoning them all before the impending beast tide is impractical, as Bai Yu cannot summon without repose. Bai Yu felt a surge of frustration. The goal of summoning 3,000 undead from 1,500 ordinary wolf corpses seemed utterly unattainable. He resolved to summon the 300 werewolf corpses first, as he could employ his left eye magic for this purpose without expending magical energy. Summoning such a multitude of corpses through his left eye would likely render him unconscious. He depletes his magical reserves to summon a portion and plans to gradually continue his efforts throughout the night and into the following evening. At present, he only requires magic crystals to upgrade the barracks, and the final day has commenced. Bai Yu intends to upgrade the barracks before continuing with the summoning. After all, his current number of undead is substantial, and he does not particularly need an additional 20. Even the most formidable of them would not reach commander level in just 1 day. Congratulations, Lord, for acquiring 4,000 magic crystals, 5,000 portions of food, 2,000 units of stone, 80 spirit cores, and 200 animal pelts. These resources are all from within the werewolf castle, along with the 10 wood, 20 stone, and 5 iron ingots obtained from the decomposition of the castle's crystals. This windfall can be described as a bountiful harvest. What more could one ask for? Chapter 75, Resource Allocation. The army of undead does not merely linger in the castle and slumber. Bai Yu has gathered 2,800 units of wood and 2,000 units of stone, all amassed by the undead throughout the night. If Bai Yu were to wait for 3 hours, dawn would break. As for the resources acquired tonight, arrangements will be made in the morning. Xiaobing. For the time being, take refuge in the castle to avoid drawing the attention of those knights of the Holy Court. Bai Yu has no intention of riding Xiaobing for travel any longer, as such a target is too conspicuous. It is somewhat manageable at night, but if spotted during the day, it would lead to complications. Having been seen by that lord tonight was already an unexpected turn of events. Once the castle's protection period concludes, Bai Yu intends to settle the score with him. She aims to make it clear that even among the elite lords, there exists a significant disparity in strength. Yawning, Bai Yu, already weary, made her way to the bathroom. She kicked off her petite leather shoes, removed the black stockings from her legs, and disrobed completely. The shower head released a stream of pleasantly warm water, cascading over Bai Yu's smooth, delicate skin. Her bare feet pressed against the soft carpet, leaving behind a damp imprint. Wrapped in a towel, she proceeded to her bedroom and sat on a chair, using a towel to dry her wet, long hair. Having completed her routine, Bai Yu slipped into bed and drifted into slumber. It was the 7th day since her arrival in the Enchanted Realm, marking the final day of the novice protection period. At this moment, even the World Chat channel had quieted considerably, as each lord felt the weight of impending challenges. On this last day, everyone was striving to enhance their strength to the fullest, for the intensity of tomorrow's beast tide remained a mystery, and the question of survival loomed uncertain. It was only at 8 o'clock that Bai Yu rubbed her eyes and prepared to rise. How delightful it felt. She sat up and tossed aside the covers. Today, her task was to summon as many undead as possible using the scythe's double summon ability, and any that could not be summoned would be directly cast into the black water altar for summoning. Preparations for the final beast tide were underway. Bai Yu donned a white short-sleeve shirt, paired with sweatpants and casual shoes, and twirled in front of the mirror. This gives off a high school student vibe. She accessed the trading post to collect the equipment sold the previous night. This was a particularly tense period for all lords. Equipment was sure to be in high demand, as no one wished to miss even the slightest opportunity to grow stronger. Conversely, after surviving the beast tide, such equipment would lose its value. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully trading 10,000 pieces of ordinary equipment, earning 100,000 magic crystals. Bai Yu promptly sent 50,000 to Zhao Lianxue, while the remaining 50,000 magic crystals were stored in her warehouse. She had just acquired 5,000 iron ingots from the werewolf tribe, enabling her to construct walls. Though the defensive towers would have to wait for now. Construct. The moment Bai Yu clicked to build, four black walls rose from the edges of the town's territory, entirely encompassing the area. The walls stood 10 meters tall and 4 meters wide, with the city gates situated at the center of each side. Above each gate and at the four corners, there were square recesses. Bai Yu counted them, exactly 20. These locations were presumably designated for constructing defensive towers. Regrettably, she lacked the additional iron ingots required for their construction. Special building, city wall. Upgrade materials increased tenfold. The prospect of achieving royal status felt distant for Bai Yu, so she chose not to dwell on it for the time being. With the formidable defensive power of the city walls, the majority of the beast tide can be kept at bay beyond the town's territory. Coupled with Bai Yu's army of the undead, there is little to fear. Arriving at the castle gates, Bai Yu proceeded to disassemble the animal corpses from the previous night, casting them all into the Blackwater altar. The corpses of animals below level 3 were not worthy of Bai Yu's necromantic summoning. Moreover, with an abundance of Howling Moon Silver Wolf corpses, there was scarcely time to manage them all. A single Howling Moon Silver Wolf, with a minimum level of 5, hardly pales in comparison to those beasts. Decompose. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully decomposing. With an excess of provisions, Bai Yu now possessed over 7,000 food units and 6,000 units of elite food. However, this time, Bai Yu intended to retain the elite food for Xiao Bing as rations, which would also grant additional experience points. Perhaps, in the process of consuming, she might even level up. The ordinary food had diminished in significance, so Bai Yu distributed 1,000 units each to Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lianxue. This supply would suffice for Sun Xiaoxiao for a considerable time, alleviating her worries about food, and as for Zhao Lianxue, her assistance to Bai Yu had been invaluable. Next, Bai Yu planned to upgrade the barracks, having yet to summon any troops today. Upgrade barracks requires 12 magic crystals, 120 spirit cores. Upgrade. Upgrade barracks requires 14 magic crystals, 140 spirit cores. Upgrade. Having successfully upgraded twice, the results were satisfactory. Had it not been for the lack of spirit cores, Bai Yu could have upgraded once more. A glance at the warehouse revealed ample supplies of wood and stone, over 20,000 magic crystals, and more than 100 spirit cores. Other than iron ingots, Bai Yu was not lacking in resources. Additionally, there was a town-exclusive building, the Gateway, yet to be constructed. With resources abundant, she decided to build it as well. Bai Yu clicked to initiate the construction. Directly opposite the castle gates, 2,000 meters away, a black structure materialized in the approximate center. Approaching the portal, Bai Yu observed that the imposing black edifice stood 5 meters tall, leading up a few steps to a grand entrance. Upon opening the door, she found the interior stark and empty, save for a large rectangular portal positioned at the back. Standing beside the portal, Bai Yu discovered the system panel, which allowed her to set the destination for teleportation. The list contained only Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lianxue, both grayed out and unclickable. Disappointing. Bai Yu moved to the barracks, ready to summon troops, hoping to draw new units this time. Her hand poised in a claw-like gesture. She embraced the essence of luck. Necromantic crystal fully charged. Shall we summon immediately? With a decisive flick of her wrist, Bai Yu clicked without hesitation. Summon. Chapter 76. 10 at a time. The necromantic crystal radiated a familiar pale green glow as 20 figures began to coalesce behind the barracks crystal. To Bai Yu's astonishment, 10 unique figures emerged, distinct from any undead she had encountered before. This was a new troop type, and astonishingly, there were 10 of them. Each figure appeared emaciated, with dark skin and a sickly visage, resembling human forms. To refer to them as mere humanoids would be a misnomer. They are, in truth, individuals who appear strikingly frail, as if they have endured days of starvation. Each figure is draped in a voluminous black robe, cascading from their heads down to their feet, and they wield a lengthy black staff of arcane power. Upon sighting Bai Yu, 10 of them immediately prostrated themselves, acknowledging her as their most devoted apostle before the queen. The remaining 20 undead were but ordinary summoned specters, devoid of liches or zombie titans, to which Bai Yu paid little heed. However, she did manage to summon 2 spectral dragons, a commendable acquisition, although the elusive zombie titan remained a mystery, despite having unlocked it and possessing 50 summoning opportunities. She had yet to conjure one. Bai Yu discerned at a glance that these beings were not human, certainly not of the ordinary sort. Clad in the garb of a magician, they could only be necromancers. Their growth potential was classified as imperial, and their skills included ghostly transformation and undead summoning. The ghostly transformation allowed the necromancer to become an ethereal being. While in this form, they could render themselves invisible and glide silently through the air, albeit unable to cast spells. The undead summoning magic was well within Bai Yu's understanding, akin to her own first-level summoning spells. It was remarkable that a first-level necromancer, typically a standard unit, possessed 2 skills. Although fundamentally human, the system had endowed them with undead characteristics, granting them a semblance of immortality. Being spellcasters, their ordinary attacks were inherently magical, though these spells were not categorized as skills by the system. Bai Yu pondered how it seemed that every unit could take to the skies, except for herself. She recalled that the Black Water Altar possessed a reinforcement effect, typically bestowing an additional passive or active skill upon those enhanced by it. Bai Yu intended for these necromancers to alleviate her summoning burden. After all, it was rare for a queen to summon personally. She commanded them to enter the Black Water Altar for reinforcement, noting that the undead summoned on the snowy peaks had also reached a similar stage of enhancement. Minutes later, the necromancers completed their strengthening, and Bai Yu eagerly examined their attributes. The necromancer now boasted magical enhancement, amplifying the potency of their spells, allowing various negative attributes to stack, and increasing their maximum magic points by 20, with 3 points allocated to each attribute. While the attribute boost appeared somewhat modest, it was significant for a being that fought through magic. A first-level necromancer, post-enhancement, could wield an impressive 50 magic points, which was undeniably formidable. As this was a magical enhancement, Bai Yu once again reviewed the necromancer's skills. The ghostly transformation now permitted spellcasting or attacking while remaining in ethereal form, retaining their invisibility. Bai Yu was particularly elated to discover that the undead summoning spell had also advanced to a second-tier level, enabling the necromancer to summon 2 skeletal minions, albeit limited to skeletons. Currently, with John's presence, the summoned skeletal soldiers could transcend their level cap, ensuring they could still evolve, even when conjured by a necromancer. Bai Yu is undoubtedly the optimal choice for enhancing her current power. With a joyful smile, Bai Yu realized that she could summon all 1,500 corpses of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves without lifting a finger, liberating them directly. Within the castle, the necromancers benefited from the Bone Throne's enhancement, which elevated their level by 1 and added 10 points to their magical power, thus allowing them to summon 3 additional minions. This was the very essence of the undead army's overwhelming might. Bai Yu promptly assigned them to their intense and exhilarating task. Summoning 1,500 corpses was no trivial endeavor, and complacency was not an option. While inspecting the system panel, Bai Yu noticed a cluster of red dots, which prompted her realization. Indeed, Arthur had slain numerous units of that lord's army last night, and the system had provided kill notifications. Due to the location outside the territory, notifications for enemy unit kills would not pop up. Otherwise, during a fierce battle, an unexpected alert would surely spell disaster. Furthermore, this notification could be set to Do Not Disturb, as Bai Yu's undead minions had been engaged in constant combat, causing a relentless stream of alerts that nearly drove her to distraction. Especially during the clearing of Kuinhua, the flood of notifications had been overwhelming, prompting her to activate the Do Not Disturb mode. Bai Yu clicked on the system notification. Your units have slain vampires. She recalled that the group she had seen last night, apart from the Lord, were all distinctly European in appearance, with pallid complexions, immense strength, swift speed, and the ability to fly. They indeed matched Bai Yu's perception of vampires. Perhaps she had not connected the dots earlier because she had not witnessed them feeding. However, it struck her that the undead lacked blood, and the werewolf corpses were likely frozen, their blood presumably congealed, leaving her uncertain about whether they could actually feed on them. Yet, Bai Yu was certain that the Lord must possess other means of summoning vampires beyond just the barracks. Moreover, it was evident that the Lord was also abnormal. He had likely been transformed into a vampire himself, which would grant him immortality. This endowment would allow him to outlast most lords as long as he refrained from foolish actions, yet such a scenario was impractical since lords were bound to their castles. Setting aside other considerations, his audacity to intercept Bai Yu meant she had no intention of sparing his life. He could also share a vampiric lineage similar to hers. Although his transformation appeared to have occurred rather swiftly, Bai Yu opened the leaderboard to investigate the first tier of lords, hoping to uncover some information. To her surprise, she did indeed find several suspicious candidates: Count of the Night, Dracula, and Supreme of the Blood Clan. The last title was rather over the top, leading Bai Yu to suspect it was likely one of the first 2. She had already commanded dozens of gargoyles to begin searching around the snowy mountains. Bai Yu would show no mercy to anyone attempting to interfere with her plans. Chapter 77, The Vampire Lord. On the opposite side of the frigid snow-capped mountains lay a desolate expanse, starkly different from the location of Bai Yu's castle, which was nestled between the dark forest and the icy peaks. Beyond the mountains, this area revealed a barren, lifeless plain, aptly named the Wasteland. The territory here belongs to a human empire, albeit situated at the fringes of its dominion, where even the empire maintains a respectful distance from the frigid peaks of the snowy mountains. Once, there existed a village inhabited by humans, but now it lies desolate, devoid of any semblance of life. Not far from this forsaken village stands the castle of Lord Yi Liang. Known as Dracula, a lord who engaged in combat with Bai Yu just the night before. At this moment, his arm has fully healed. It cannot be said that the villagers have all perished. Rather, they have been bestowed with an extended lifespan and peculiar abilities by Yu Liang. Indeed, he has transformed the entire human population of the village into vampires, an impressive count of 2,000. Given the village's location on the empire's periphery and its proximity to the snowy mountains, the disappearance of its inhabitants has not attracted significant attention from the empire, much to Yi Liang's relief. Upon his arrival in this realm, Yi Liang awakened the bloodline of Dracula, becoming a true vampire in every sense. The name of his castle derives from this lineage. The military barracks are naturally populated by summoned vampire soldiers. Yet the conversion of humans into vampires is a unique ability that only Yi Liang possesses. The transformation of over 2,000 individuals nearly left him utterly drained. Vampires require the blood of humans to sustain their longevity and vitality. However, the humans of the magical continent, particularly those of martial state, are exceedingly formidable. Many weaker vampires find themselves deprived of the opportunity to feed on human blood, compounded by the oppression from humans and the threat of werewolves. Consequently, the vampires have resorted to consuming the blood of animals. Though far less effective, it is preferable to starvation. Yi Liang's vampires are endowed with game-like attributes. Not only can they enhance their strength by vanquishing foes, but they can also gain power through the consumption of blood, often at a much swifter rate. This necessity for werewolf corpses is why Yi Liang has summoned his strongest vampire, Lester. Lester, you shall be the one to absorb all the blood from these corpses. Yi Liang instructed, recognizing the disparity in strength between himself and Bai Yu following their encounter. At that moment, his elite subordinates were absent, leaving him confident that he could still match Bai Yu in strength. Yi Liang commands 6 high-ranking vampire leaders, one of whom, Lester, has attained level 2. Once Lester has absorbed the blood of the werewolves, his power will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap, enabling him to easily confront both a skeletal dragon and a frost giant. Yi Liang's thoughts wandered back to Bai Yu's exquisite visage and flawless form. He yearned to seize her, to pierce her neck with his fangs and drink deeply from her life essence. Yi Liang's vampire army does not possess singularity. Other lords, too, can summon vampires, and there exist native vampire factions within the magical continent. Yi Liang has long sought to establish contact with them, aspiring to join their ranks. Only there could he access the finest blood and resources, an ambition he has fervently pursued. My lord, numerous gargoyles have suddenly begun patrolling the snowy mountains. Likely in search of our position, a voice reported. A vampire, having ventured out for a hunt, transformed into a fleeting shadow and instantaneously appeared within the castle to report to Yi Liang about its discoveries on the snowy mountains. I had yet to seek her out, yet she had come looking for me first. You all must locate her castle and divert those gargoyles. Yi Liang's curiosity was piqued regarding Bai Yu's troops. Initially, he presumed her forces comprised bone dragons, but now with the emergence of numerous gargoyles, it seemed improbable that she could summon an entire undead legion. He perused the leaderboard, noting that none of the lords listed were associated with the undead, save for a few whose troop types were indiscernible. Yi Liang surmised that Bai Yu was among them. Once the beast tide subsided and he located her castle, he intended to take action against her. Capturing her would allow him to have a constant supply of fresh blood within his own stronghold. A wicked smile crept across Yi Liang's face. At this moment, Bai Yu, having acquired a necromancer, was thoroughly liberated, though she was not entirely devoid of compassion, occasionally assisting in their summoning. As the ranks of the undead swelled, the wildlife surrounding Bai Yu's castle dwindled to near extinction, likely perceiving her stronghold as a forbidden zone. Furthermore, the undead were ascending in levels. Slaying a solitary wild boar had become increasingly futile, and their hunting grounds extended ever further. Some undead had even encroached upon the vicinity of Sun Xiaoxiao's castle to hunt. The current circumstances could no longer satisfy the undead's need for advancement, prompting Bai Yu to dispatch them to hunt at the periphery of the snowy mountains and the dark forest, where numerous high-level magical beasts could be found, offering ample experience. The vast expanse of the frigid mountains could not possibly be limited to just frost giants, howling silver wolves, and stone golems. Other formidable creatures such as Fenrir, ice bears, and snow foxes also resided there. With the absence of the frost dragons and the howling silver wolf tribe, the mountains had become considerably safer. Additionally, the presence of angelic dragon slayers allowed Bai Yu to advance into higher-level territories ahead of schedule. It is worth noting that while the frost dragon represented the pinnacle of strength within the frigid mountains, it had not yet reached divine status. However, Bai Yu estimated it to be at least of monarch or emperor caliber. In contrast, the howling silver wolf tribe was merely a leader-level faction, situated only at the mountain's periphery. The absence of such a significant power gap indicated the existence of other perilous races. Regardless, since the undead were impervious to death, Bai Yu directed them to level up and farm monsters at the mountain's outskirts. Given Bai Yu's current strength, she was more than capable of handling the beast tide. Should the tide be influenced by the overall strength of the lords or the terrain, it might pose a slight challenge for her. considering her proximity to two major forbidden zones teeming with countless magical beasts. The ferocity of the beast tide was thus entirely understandable, especially since her castle had been upgraded to a town. The beast tide brought not only destruction and death, but also bountiful resources, food, magic crystals, spirit cores, and experience, available to the lords who managed to endure. Suddenly, Bai Yu thought of Sun Xiaoxiao. The proximity of their castles was quite similar, suggesting that the scale of the beast tide would likely mirror that of her own. With those few blood-red demonic apes, survival through the beast tide seemed nearly impossible. Only with Bai Yu's assistance could she hope to endure. However, this arrangement would also greatly benefit Bai Yu. For while other lords would reap rewards from a single beast tide, Bai Yu would gain from two. Once the tide receded, her undead army would swell to an exceedingly formidable number. Chapter 78. The midnight beast tide approaches. Time swiftly passed, and the afternoon arrived. With less than 10 hours remaining until the beast tide, all lords were diligently striving to enhance their strength. Bai Yu's undead minions were scattered outside the castle territory, engaging in their own leveling efforts. John successfully reached level 7, a feat made possible by the skull soldiers yielding their experience to him. Bai Yu was confident that after weathering the beast tide, even if John did not ascend to the commander level, attaining level 9 would pose no challenge. Arthur, living up to expectations, ascended to the commander level. Withering space. This ability creates a localized barrier that siphons the life force and souls of enemies within, temporarily augmenting the user's attributes. Upon reaching the commander level, Arthur gained a new active group skill endowed with enhancement effects, perfectly suited for the impending beast tide. Bai Yu did not remain idle. Every 2 hours, once her magic power was fully restored, she assisted the necromancers in summoning, ensuring that all would be summoned well before midnight. After 10 o'clock, Bai Yu ceased expending magic power, focusing entirely on preparing for the beast tide at 12, ensuring she possessed sufficient magical energy and combat effectiveness. The world chat descended into an eerie silence, as a suffocating atmosphere enveloped all. In the evening, Zhao Lianxue initiated a private chat. Zhao's orphan. Boss, I've sent over the equipment. Bai Yu. Good. Their exchange was succinct, devoid of superfluous chatter, indicating that Zhao Lianxue understood the significance of the final day. The equipment was clearly forged with urgency. Bai Yu's listings caused a minor stir, yet not substantial. The lords were preoccupied with their own survival and, upon seeing the boss's equipment listings, began frantically purchasing, as their units lacked combat capabilities and required gear for armament. No one dared to ascertain their chances of surviving the beast tide, fearing that while they might live, they would have no means to spend. Nightfall arrived as anticipated, and Bai Yu's equipment was entirely traded. She promptly dispatched 50,000 magic crystals to Zhao Lianxue, who would likely rely on these crystals to bolster her strength at the last moment. At this moment within Zhao Lianxue's castle, over 200 dwarves halted their mining and labor, methodically donning their gear in preparation for the imminent beast tide at midnight. Utilizing the magic crystals sent by Bai Yu, Zhao Lianxue upgraded her barracks, unlocking the ability to summon dwarven warriors as soon as the clock struck 12. Zhao Lianxue felt an acute sense of anxiety. Although her location was sparsely populated by beasts, it did not guarantee a smaller scale for the beast tide. Suddenly, she envied her boss. Surely, they harbored no such worries. Zhao's orphan. Boss, I hope to see you alive tomorrow. In the realm of Shuehuang Fort, a conversation unfolded. Have you not yet seen me? Inquired Shuehuang Fort. Believe in yourself. Once you upgrade your town, our paths shall cross, responded Zhao Shigu'er. I shall hasten to elevate my town. Zhao Shigu'er declared with determination. Best of luck. Through the relentless efforts of Bai Yu and the necromancers, the summoning of 1,500 Howling Moon Silver Wolves had been successfully completed. Bai Yu's undead army now boasted over 5,000 members, with more than 3,000 being skeleton soldiers. Yet, one must not underestimate these 3,000 skeletons. Each was at least level 5. And the sheer terror of 3,000 level 5s was palpable. Disassemble. Bai Yu finally commanded, ready to break down the mountain of corpses. Congratulations, Lord, on the successful disassembly. The bodies of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves vanished instantaneously, leaving Bai Yu's castle courtyard considerably emptier. Since these undead had been summoned in batches, they had been fortified by the Black Water altar long before. John, take 1,000 skeleton soldiers to protect Sun Xiaoxiao in her castle and assist her against the beast tide, Bai Yu instructed John. 1,000 level 5 skeletons should suffice to handle Sun Xiaoxiao's impending beast tide. As John had not yet reached the commanding level, Bai Yu also dispatched 2 commanding level skeletal mages to accompany him, with 2 commanding level mages and 1,000 skeleton soldiers of level 5 or higher. Should this formation fail to withstand the beast tide, it would likely mean the demise of countless lords across the magical continent. The intention behind sending John was to allow him to face a wave of beasts alone, thereby hastening his ascent in strength. In the absence of commanding level troops, the 2 skeletal mages would remain inactive. As John followed in Bai Yu's wake, he could only savor the remnants. for the commanding level presence in Bai Yu's castle was overwhelmingly abundant. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoxiao sat trembling within her castle. Although the 8 blood fiend apes had all reached level 5 and above, she felt no sense of security. Suddenly, the 8 apes emitted strange, eerie cries. Turning her gaze towards the source of the noise, she beheld a dark mass of skeletons gathering outside her castle. At the forefront stood a skeleton clad in heavy armor, wielding a broad sword, resembling a grand general, flanked by 2 colossal skeletal giants. Sun Xiaoxiao recognized these skeletons immediately. They were the troops of Sister Bai. During her visit to Bai Yu's castle, she had not witnessed such an overwhelming number of skeletons. This was utterly terrifying, akin to a full-fledged army. As John entered the territory of Sun Xiaoxiao, she inspected their levels. The sight was shocking. Not only were the 2 skeletal giants of commanding level, but all of the skeletons, including those she had assumed to be mere foot soldiers, were astonishingly powerful. 1,000 skeletons, all above level 5. Oh my heavens, are these truly troops? Sun Xiaoxiao exclaimed, turning to her 8 apes. What on earth are we? Her worries dissipated. With Sister Bai's assistance, she now felt entirely capable of weathering the beast tide. John led the skeletons to besiege Sun Xiaoxiao's castle. In comparison to Bai Yu's fortress, Sun Xiaoxiao's was considerably smaller, allowing 1,000 skeletons to defend it without any blind spots. As midnight approached, all the lords prepared themselves for a final, desperate struggle. The time was 23:50. With merely 10 minutes remaining, the immense psychological pressure began to weigh heavily on the lords, instilling feelings of torment, anxiety, and even despair. Various emotions spread among them like wildfire. The world chat erupted at this moment, seemingly a means to alleviate their mounting stress or perhaps to utter one last statement. Electric Mouse, I can't take it anymore. Old 8, don't speak such pessimistic words. Drink this bowl of Eligii. I'll take down any beast tide that comes my way. Shaking Horse, Old 8, you're a true man. I admire you. Alas, I think my fate is sealed. See you all in the next life. Wang Lufei, hurry, say you want to survive. Zhao's orphans, may we all make it through. With 1 minute left, Bai Yu had already ascended the castle walls, her gaze fixed on the distance. Today, she chose not to wear a dress for ease of movement. With all troops required to engage the enemy outside, Bai Yu would not cower within the castle. She aimed to confront the beast tide beyond the walls. She noticed the protective barrier before her beginning to flicker, the frequency of its pulsations increasing with each passing moment, reminiscent of a light bulb on the verge of extinguishing. Time, 0000. As the barrier flickered rapidly, it finally vanished completely. In that instant, all the lords lost their last bastion of hope, bracing themselves to face the harsh reality of this magical continent. The forthcoming beast tide would mark the lord's first step from novice status into the realm of contending factions. Chapter 79. Is this the beast tide? Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, reminiscent of an army charging forth. All the undead, including Bai Yu standing on the walls, gazed into the distance. As the clock struck midnight, the mist enveloping the magical continent dissipated entirely. Indeed, the mist had existed because of the lords, not as an inherent feature of the continent itself. Bai Yu surveyed the scene before her, her vision unobstructed. Dense hordes of beasts appeared in the distance, most of which were species she had never encountered before, encircling the castle. There were armored rhinos, towering gorillas over 3 meters tall, vividly colored pythons, and even golden gradients among them. These were merely the creatures she could identify by appearance. Many bizarre and unknown species lurked within the throngs. Yet, at this moment, they all shared one striking characteristic. Their eyes glowed a deep crimson, as if they had lost their sanity, launching a fierce assault on Bai Yu's fortress. In the sky, massive monstrous birds emitted beams of energy, while flocks of crows executed suicidal charges towards the castle. Attack! Bai Yu raised her small hand and called out with fervor. If the beast tide were only at this level, then Bai Yu would be thoroughly disappointed. The creatures involved are merely of the ordinary caliber, lacking even a single commander-level beast. In stark contrast, above Bai Yu's castle, hundreds of gargoyles flit their wings, suspended in the air, alongside countless ethereal spirits, and a dozen or so undead dragons. On the ground, there are thousands of various undead soldiers, including bone beasts, werewolves, skeleton warriors, zombies, and death knights. This marks the first time Bai Yu has gathered such a formidable legion of the undead at the castle, a spectacle far more breathtaking than the beast tide. A beast tide? Ridiculous. With a disdainful laugh, Bai Yu intended to show these wild beasts what a true beast tide looks like. Defense? Nonsense. It was time to strike. As the foremost wave of beasts approached, the undead clashed with the wild creatures. Though the beast tide appeared formidable, it could hardly breach the defenses of the undead on the ground, let alone contend with Bai Yu's aerial forces, which stood as the true might. Standing atop the castle walls, Bai Yu gazed towards the nearby snow-capped mountains, where magical beasts began their descent. Clearly, this beast tide was not as simple as it first appeared. Initially, what emerged was likely the most basic beast tide that all lords must confront. The subsequent waves would be determined by the castle's location and overall strength. Bai Yu unleashed fire magic from the castle walls, targeting the beasts in the sky. After expending about a third of her magical energy, she drew her scythe and teleported directly to the ground using dark magic. The strength of the beast tide was rather weak, presenting an excellent opportunity for Bai Yu to hone her combat skills. Moreover, beasts slain by her scythe would instantly transform into undead, while the corpses of other beasts would be summoned by the necromancers atop the walls. Bai Yu's undead army would only grow in number. What might spell disaster for some lords represented a golden opportunity for her to gain strength. Beasts of level 9 were directly converted into bone beasts, while those below level 9 were summoned as ordinary undead. Since all these beasts were below level 9, and with Bai Yu's enhanced abilities from the Throne of Bones and the scythe's double attributes, she could dispatch them with a single strike, as easily as slicing through vegetables. At this moment, Bai Yu wielded her scythe to execute the most basic attacks, not even resorting to magic, as the beast tide offered no resistance whatsoever. She continued to fell them one by one, while Arthur, without a hint of restraint, unleashed a withering spatial skill that obliterated large swathes of magical beasts. With the addition of beasts from the forbidding icy mountains and dark forests, the overall strength of the magical beasts rose significantly. As a commander-level being, Bai Yu led her undead forces with distinction. Suddenly, a massive white bear charged at her, its paw wielding immense power that shattered the skeletal warriors on either side. With its crimson eyes, the white bear, though commander-level, attacked mindlessly, relying solely on brute strength. As the bear's paw came crashing down towards her, Bai Yu deftly evaded, swinging her flaming scythe back at the beast. Clang! The white bear heard the crisp sound emanating from the scythe, and the crimson hue in its eyes faded slightly, revealing a look of bewilderment. Why am I here? The scythe's assault followed in quick succession, carving a massive wound along the bear's side, flames searing its skin into charred blackness. The white bear winced in pain and struck out with a paw towards the side where Bai Yu stood. Bang! The tremendous force created a fissure in the ground, but Bai Yu's figure had long since vanished. The white bear sensed something amiss, lowering its head. It noticed an ominous red magic circle had appeared beneath its feet. Before it could comprehend the situation, a colossal pillar of fire engulfed it. Instantly, several black spears flew in, piercing through the fiery column. The bear's body was swiftly impaled by the black spears, and the soul-piercing agony jolted it into full awareness. The crimson in its eyes dissipating entirely, replaced by a flicker of clarity. Just as the bear intended to plead for mercy, the surrounding flames abruptly vanished, and the red magic circle morphed into a shade of gray. The bear, impaled and engulfed in eerie black flames, found itself utterly powerless to resist, its massive form collapsing to the ground. It felt its vitality rapidly waning. Indeed, the gray magic circle represented Bai Yu's necromancy. Previously, Bai Yu had been ensnared in a misconception, believing that necromancy could only be cast upon corpses, deeming it a harmless skill. But what if it were used on a living being? The answer was now glaringly apparent. While a living creature could not be summoned, its life force could be swiftly diminished until death ensued. Thus, employing necromancy on the living was indeed damaging, accompanied by a slight suppression effect preventing escape from the magic circle. Had the white bear been uninjured, it might have easily broken free. But in its current state of severe injury, it was utterly incapable of escape, left to await its demise within the summoning circle. As the white bear perished inside the magic circle, a colossal skeletal demon emerged, instantly joining the fray and rampaging through the surrounding beasts. It was not that Bai Yu wished to summon double. Rather, due to the current level of Bai Yu's necromancy, it was impossible to summon more than one creature of the commander level or higher. Congratulations, Lord, for slaying a winter ice bear and gaining 240 experience points. The knight doubled experience. With so many magical beasts, how exhilarating. Little Kalami, dare to challenge me? Chapter 80. Each lord's response to the beast tide. With so many magical beasts tonight, surely leveling up once is feasible, and with Sun Xiaoxiao's assistance, let us boldly anticipate a 2-level increase, shall we? A level 1 commander was effortlessly dispatched by Bai Yu. Now, with the enhancement of the scythe, eliminating it was naturally a trivial matter. Admittedly, the expenditure of magical energy was somewhat excessive, but for the sake of stylishly resolving the battle, such costs were understandable. At this moment, with John's assistance, Sun Xiaoxiao found the response to the beast tide remarkably manageable. Even the second wave of enhanced beasts consisted solely of minor creatures emerging from the dark forest. She was acutely aware that were it not for Bai Yu, she would have perished by now. A few crimson-blooded demon apes were not idle either. They were aiding Bai Yu's forces in their battle against the enemy. Although their impact was minimal, they endeavored to contribute in whatever way they could. Otherwise, she felt as if she were merely a decorative piece, not even dispatching her own troops. Within the walls of Zhao Linshua's castle, she anxiously observed the dwarves clad in armor as they clashed with the surrounding magical beasts. As she had surmised, the mountains encircling her castle posed no real threat. Thus, the beast tide was merely a rudimentary one, lacking even a single leader-class beast. Additionally, the remote location meant that this ordinary beast tide was significantly fewer in number than usual. However, The dwarves were no undead. Despite their armor, many perished in battle. They were refugees, having endured oppression and hunger, seeking sanctuary here. Zhao Lianxue provided them with food and drink, and even limited their labor to 8 hours a day. As a wise race, they felt the respect of their lord in this place. These common folk did not concern themselves with the differences of races. They only knew that the human woman in the castle had aided them during their most trying times, and now that she was in distress, they would risk their lives to protect her. Observing the once mighty dwarven warriors fall one by one before her, Zhao Lianxue felt an indescribable sorrow. Yet her own power was insufficient to make a difference. This was a brutal battlefield, and she understood that a lord like herself could not survive without relying on others. The beast tide was merely driving powerless lords like herself out of the game, and being ousted equated to death. Soon, Zhao Lianxue sensed a peculiar feeling. A breakthrough was imminent. Yet, she maintained a calm demeanor, appearing no different from usual. Zhao Lianxue possessed formidable self-control. After all, every individual's constitution is unique. Akin to the ocean, which is often tempestuous, yet at times tranquil. For Zhao Lianxue, her experience was, at best, average. Moreover, she was already accustomed to such minor disturbances, which could hardly ruffle her composure. Most importantly, she remained engulfed in sorrow over the dwarves' sacrifices, leaving her little room for other thoughts. However, as time wore on, the serene surface of the lake was disturbed by a stone, stirring ripples of unrest. Damn, this is becoming problematic. She sat cross-legged, palms pressed together, and began to recite the Diamond Sutra. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They are like dew and lightning. Why won't it come to an end? At that moment, the sky darkened, and torrential rain poured down, drenching her clothes in an instant. Damn it, my clothes are completely soaked. Zhao Lianxue found herself in a predicament. How could she face anyone in such a state? Meanwhile, across the magical continent, similar scenes unfolded. Beasts rampaged, breaking through the castle gates, and the interior was strewn with the corpses of various troops. No, a magical beast tore the lord apart in an instant. And at that moment, the castle began to dissolve, as if it had never existed at all. Aside from the remnants of corpses and bloodstains on the ground, evidence of a fierce battle lingers in the air. In the lava volcano, Lord Lin Jun, the flame spirit, successfully annihilated a tribe of fire lizards prior to the onslaught of the beast tide. Having attained a breakthrough to the commander level, he acquired the remarkable ability to transform himself into fire, granting him swift mobility and immunity to physical harm. In contrast to the wizards who wield fire magic by controlling the element, for Lin Jun, fire is akin to an extension of his very being, allowing for a more intuitive and fluid execution of his powers. Simply put, while wizards manipulate fire, Lin Jun embodies it. The flame spirits, living up to expectations, harvested hundreds of spirit cores during Lin Jun's campaign against the fire lizard tribe. He summoned an army from these cores, and several flame spirits, having gained valuable experience from the conquest, ascended to the commander level, transforming into towering fire giants that floated above the ground. Under the relentless assault of the flame spirits, the beast tide was reduced to mere charred remains, presenting no challenge to Lin Jun, save for the more formidable monsters residing in the lava volcano. On the other side of the frigid snow mountain, Lord Yi Liang, known as Dracula, faced the beast tide with relative ease. Over 2,000 vampires overwhelmed the oncoming horde with sheer force. Yi Liang's foremost general, Lester, having absorbed the remains of 1,500 werewolves, reached the commander level. At this moment, he engaged in battle with the commander-level flame demon wolves emerging from the snow-capped peaks. The flame demon wolves, akin to Fenrir, are nocturnal creatures, primarily residing in caves during the day. The night's beast tide successfully summoned them forth from their lairs, revealing to Yi Liang the existence of these fire-wielding creatures even in such harsh and frigid conditions. Despite their name, the flame demon wolves do not resemble traditional wolves. Instead, they take on a werewolf form, featuring crimson fur and ebony limbs, adorned with a dark hood, their bodies flickering with faint flames. Though classified as Commander Level 3, the flame demon wolves found themselves struggling against the Commander Level 4 vampires. Overcome by primal rage, the wolves unleashed torrents of fire from their claws, incinerating nearby vampires and wreaking widespread havoc. The vampires, once able to rend the wolf's skin with their claws, now found their attacks ineffective, as no blood flowed from the creatures, akin to desiccated corpses. While the flame demon wolves benefit from a doubling of attributes at night, the vampires, too, thrive in the darkness, gaining their own enhancements. Nevertheless, the Commander Level 3 flame demon wolves managed to ensnare the Commander Level 4 vampires, leaving them with no opportunity to vanquish their fiery adversaries alone. Suddenly, a massive black shroud descended upon the flame demon wolves, enveloping them entirely. In an instant, the engulfed wolves erupted in flames. Yet the black cloth proved impervious to their fiery assault. Gradually, the flames of the flame demon wolves dwindled, rendering them immobile and tightly wrapped within the shroud. The black cloth was indeed Yi Liang's weapon, and the vampire, seizing the opportunity, swiftly dispatched the bound flame demon wolf. Chapter 81 Allegiance. Bai Yu wielded her scythe, reaping the lives of the magical beasts around her, as their numbers dwindled while the undead continued to multiply. The magical beasts, already at a disadvantage against the undead army, began to falter increasingly. Suddenly, from the rear of the magical beasts, a black avian humanoid swooped low and charged towards her. Bai Yu, lacking night vision abilities during nighttime battles, was at a disadvantage. Upon hearing the necromancer's warning from above, she instantly activated her left eye, enhancing her senses. Immediately, Bai Yu discerned the approach of a creature ahead. Utilizing the night vision granted by her left eye, she saw the being clearly. It possessed a muscular humanoid form with the head of a dog and a pair of black wings that granted it the ability to fly. Its entire body, including its skin, was pitch black, and it wielded two objects resembling staves, likely its weapons. In an instant, the avian creature launched its attack. Bai Yu ignited her scythe in flames, illuminating the surroundings. Thanks to her heightened senses, she adeptly evaded the creature's assault. As the birdman caught sight of her left eye at close range, it regained clarity and halted its attack, astonishment dawning upon its canine visage. In a swift motion, the scythe aimed for the birdman's body. Yet, strangely, the flames engulfing the scythe were entirely absorbed by the creature, and the wound carved by the scythe began to heal. Bai Yu sensed that the birdman's aura had strengthened slightly after absorbing her fire magic. What manner of creature is this? She had never before encountered such an enigmatic being. Still in a state of confusion, the birdman sensed the aura emanating from Bai Yu, recognizing her noble bloodline. It promptly descended and knelt before her on one knee. I have encountered Her Majesty, and I humbly request forgiveness for the offense I have just committed. With that, the birdman bowed even lower. What is happening? Bai Yu was bewildered, completely unaware of the situation. It's nothing. Upon realizing that Bai Yu bore no resentment, the birdman's canine head seemed to relax as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. An eerie sound wave resonated across the battlefield as the birdman opened its mouth wide to proclaim, "The queen has emerged. The undead shall surely unify. You shall all submit at once." A commotion arose behind the beast tide, and soon, one, two, then a multitude of birdmen, hundreds, began to fly in from the rear. Not only in the sky but also on the ground, there was unrest. Through her left eye, Bai Yu discerned the creatures that crawled upon the earth. They were humanoid, with pig-like hooves for feet, stooped backs, yet they walked upright on two legs, wielding enormous claws, their bodies covered in fungi. Before they even reached Bai Yu, she was already overwhelmed by a foul stench, as their flesh was in a state of advanced decay due to the rampant fungi, with bits of rotting flesh dropping to the ground as they moved. What are these grotesque beings? How revolting. These repugnant creatures were hardly slower than the dog-headed birdman, numbering nearly 100. Two distinct beings approached Bai Yu, seemingly attuned to the aura she emanated. The repugnant creatures immediately knelt on all fours, while the avian figures also fell to their knees. Your most loyal subjects have come to pay their respects to the queen. Wait a moment. Bai Yu seemed to grasp the situation. Only the undead would refer to themselves as queen, and when combined with the earlier words of the avian beings and their peculiar abilities, it became evident. Thus, these loathsome creatures and this flock of birdmen were all manifestations of the undead. The magical realm certainly harbors other undead beings. Yet the avian's words suggested they were fragmented. Bai Yu's unique summoning of the undead did not imply the absence of other undead entities in the magical realm. There indeed existed others, albeit few. The multitude of undead types had likely once flourished, but for reasons unknown, they had now splintered, each faction waging its own battles. Relegated to the lowest tiers of the magical realm. From the avian's words, it seemed the undead once had a king, whose demise precipitated their division into numerous factions. Eliminate these magical beasts. Bai Yu commanded the over 200 undead who had pledged their allegiance. Instantly, these creatures betrayed their former ranks and began to assault the surrounding beasts. In an instant, Bai Yu teleported to the top of the city wall, sheathed her scythe, and noted that the beasts had ceased their emergence. Glancing at the time, she observed it was 0045. In another 15 minutes, it seemed her undead army would decimate the magical beasts entirely. However, Bai Yu remained unaware of the specific types of undead present. She accessed her system panel to investigate. Destroyer. Growth limit. Monarch level. Active skill. Magic Devour. Magic Devour. Absorbs magic to enhance oneself. Initial mana is 0. Upon absorbing 100 points of magic, the skill can be advanced to unleash magic explosion. Passive skill. Magic Immunity. How formidable. No wonder the fire magic she cast upon it was ineffective. It had been absorbed. The Destroyer, with a life attribute limit also at the Monarch level, represented Bai Yu's greatest gain from this beast tide, with over 100 Monarch-level destroyers. Among them, only one destroyer was of the Commander level, the one that had recently attacked Bai Yu. The Monarch-level life limit did not guarantee that all its undead could elevate to Monarch level. It merely indicated a slight possibility of surpassing that threshold. Having seen the world chat proclaiming the arrival of new unit types, Bai Yu had finally encountered them herself today. Ghoul. Growth limit, Emperor level. So, they were called ghouls. This group of ghouls lacked any commander-level entities, prompting Bai Yu to casually inspect one of the level 5 ghouls. The conclusion? Disappointing. This was rather underwhelming. Though its growth limit matched that of the gargoyle at the Emperor level, it possessed no special abilities whatsoever, truly a lackluster specimen. The ghouls struck Bai Yu as a downgraded version of the gargoyles, and most critically, they could not even fly, unable to soar through the skies. One must contend with the unpleasantness of the situation. How revolting. Nonetheless, Bai Yu merely harbored a fleeting disdain within. After all, those who sought refuge under her banner were not to be dismissed lightly. Perhaps the newly acquired commander level would bestow upon her certain skills. Chapter 82 has come to a close. After vanquishing a multitude of magical beasts and reaping double the experience, Bai Yu finally approached the threshold of another level. She perceived that upon reaching the commander rank, the experience bar had elongated significantly, causing her advancement to decelerate considerably. Promptly, she retrieved her scythe. The dual enhancement it provided would substantially bolster her resistance. Time, 1 o'clock. The majority of the magical beasts had been eradicated by Bai Yu's undead army, granting her a sense of relief. The tide of beasts had nearly subsided, and the eyes of the remaining wild creatures abruptly regained their normalcy. No longer exhibiting the eerie crimson hue, they appeared to have regained their sanity. All beasts and magical creatures began to retreat, losing interest in Bai Yu's castle. Some of the restored beasts exhibited a hint of trepidation, suggesting that their departure could more accurately be described as a flight rather than a mere retreat. It seemed the beast tide had been orchestrated by the system to eliminate the unworthy lords, forcibly manipulating these creatures into a predetermined sequence that stripped them of their reason, compelling them to assault all lords indiscriminately. Bai Yu executed 2 consecutive teleportations, swiftly descending from the castle walls to the bathroom, where she commenced her cleansing ritual. Intent on bathing, she sheathed her scythe, heightening her sensory awareness. Subsequently, she indulged in a cold shower, the chilling water invigorating her senses. Exiting the castle, she discovered that the external battle had concluded, yet the struggle within her remained unresolved. With little regard for the aftermath, she resolved to summon her troops for the day and address the plethora of corpses outside, a monumental task indeed. In her mind, she silently cursed 1,000 alpacas. Realizing that her bath had been rendered futile, undead crystal charged, shall we summon immediately? Summon. In that moment, she cast aside thoughts of fortune, focusing solely on completing the summoning of her troops. A pale green luminescence filled the room, and a colossal figure materialized before her, capturing Bai Yu's undivided attention. Towering nearly 20 meters, with robust limbs and a semblance to human features, its grayish skin and hollow eye sockets, aflame with green fire, signified its undead nature. A giant. This was the first thought that struck Bai Yu, and belonging to the undead, it could only be a zombie titan. The sheer size of this entity was staggering. Even without any skills, its destructive potential was undoubtedly formidable. Turning her gaze to the remaining figures, she noted the presence of 10 more death mages, an unexpected boon to ease her workload. Furthermore, there was a skeletal dragon and a ghost dragon, while the rest comprised lesser undead with minimal vitality. I have met Her Majesty, they acknowledged. You shall proceed to the Blackwater altar for enhancement. Bai Yu nodded and issued commands to the undead. 10 minutes later, the undead completed their enhancement, and Bai Yu examined the attributes of the zombie titan. Zombie titan. Growth limit, Lord level. Skills, Flame God Body, Ice God Body. Enhancement effect, Physical Body, significantly increases physical defense, reduces magical power consumption of the God Body skills. Each attribute by 10 points. At first glance, the zombie titan was not merely impressive, it was truly formidable. It likely boasted the highest individual attributes, surpassed only by Arthur, John, and Little Ice. Its strength attribute had exceeded 10 points at level 1, with an additional 10 points granted through enhancement. Bai Yu also reviewed the 2 skills of the zombie titan. Their effects were similar, both enhancement skills, though differing in attributes. Each required continuous magical power consumption once activated, and when the magical power was depleted, the skill would naturally cease. However, the summoning rate of the zombie titan was rather disheartening, significantly lower than that of other units. Otherwise, Bai Yu would have summoned an entire legion of zombie titans to sweep across the magical continent. Alas, it was not feasible, as the zombie titan could not fly, revealing a glaring shortcoming. Bai Yu ascended the city walls and began directing the undead to transport the corpses of the magical beasts, stacking them within the territorial bounds of the town. A lengthy task commenced, undertaken by 20 necromancers. Among the powerful magical beasts, Bai Yu selected a few to summon directly as bone beasts. The assault on the castle had not involved many magical beasts, totaling just over 7,000. A number bolstered by the beasts from the dark forest and the frosty snow mountains. Bai Yu estimated that the typical beast tide for an ordinary lord ranged from 3,000 to 5,000, depending on circumstances. Glancing at the time, it was 1:30. Perhaps everyone was still immersed in the joy of survival or was preoccupied with resource collection. At this moment, the world chat was eerily silent. Meanwhile, on Sun Xiaoxiao's end, John had eradicated all the magical beasts, with all the skeletons granting experience to John. The pivotal moment came when 2 skeletal mages restrained a leader-level beast, leading to its demise. John successfully leveled up to leader level, aided by the beast tide and the double experience from the knight. She was now directing the skeletons and transporting the corpses, while Sun Xiaoxiao wore a faint smile of relief within the castle. The distance between their castles was not great. Yet Sun Xiaoxiao's beast tide was significantly smaller than Bai Yu's, comprising only a little over 3,000 magical beasts, likely due to her remoteness from the snow mountains and her weaker strength. The surplus of several hundred beasts was all allocated to Sun Xiaoxiao, who should not be underestimated. Standing atop the city walls, Bai Yu gazed down at the bustling undead, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew! Bai Yu gradually regained her previously pale complexion. It was finally over. How tormenting. Chapter 83, Submission and Alliance, Part 1. Bai Yu pondered why she had endured such prolonged torment. Typically, her tasks lasted only 20 minutes. Yet this one had extended to over 40 minutes. Unusual, very unusual. Could it be that she had leveled up twice? Indeed, she had successfully leveled up not once, but twice. Although Bai Yu's current attributes are considered strong among ordinary leaders, they still fall short when compared to some exceptionally powerful ones, placing her at a moderately high level. Insufficient attributes can be compensated with equipment. This wave of beast tide indeed presents both opportunities and disasters for certain weaker lords. It may spell utter destruction, while for the elite leaders, it is a significant opportunity. After the beast tide, should an advanced leader not appear, Bai Yu would no longer feel intimidated. However, both sides are forbidden territories, and the number of powerful beings above the leader level remains uncertain. So Bai Yu must tread carefully and refrain from being overly arrogant. Isn't there supposed to be a reward once the beast tide concludes? Standing atop the city wall, Bai Yu mused that most lords' beast tides should have ended by now. It was already 2 o'clock. Which monstrous beast tide lasts for 2 hours? She accessed the system leaderboard, noting that only 21 hours remained in the countdown. Bai Yu speculated that rewards would be issued once the countdown concluded. Her attention was drawn to the leaderboard, where many originally yellow lord names had turned gray. The first tier was virtually devoid of such names, starting from the second tier and extending to the 5th. The number of lords with gray names increased significantly. It was evident that these were the fallen lords, and the scale of their demise was far more staggering than Bai Yu had anticipated, with the death rate in the 5th tier nearing 70%. Looking around, she saw that more than half of the lords' names were now gray. In stark contrast, the first tier featured scarcely any gray names. The world chat among lords began to buzz with activity, celebrating the joy of survival after the beast tide. Middle-parted youth. Haha, I can't believe I survived. Old 8. Who would have thought that the aioli go from 2 hours ago was not the last bowl? Big Mango. Although most of my troops have perished, at least I'm still alive. Dragon War God. Tremble, everyone, for you shall all be my foes from now on. I shall commence the great battle of all races. Haha, Fire Flame Yeni. Is this guy above me a fool? Those corpses outside can be summoned slowly by necromancers. After all, they don't need to sleep. Naturally, she had not forgotten to inquire about the origins of the destroyers. As for the ghouls, they could not speak, so she dismissed the thought. From what Bai Yu understood, these destroyers and ghouls all hailed from the Dark Forest, a realm teeming with diverse species, including various beasts, magical creatures, and some unfortunate advanced intelligent races seeking refuge. The depths of the Dark Forest remain shrouded in mystery, and even the destroyers do not know what lies within. They merely linger at the periphery. It is undoubtedly the domain of a peerless powerhouse, and with a high level of danger, it is no wonder that weaker beings refer to it as a forbidden zone. Currently, the destroyers had not encountered any other undead aside from the ghouls, thus thwarting Bai Yu's hopes of taking advantage. Hence, it seems entirely reasonable for undead to manifest within the Dark Forest. Even if discovered by some major forces, it would not raise suspicion. Bai Yu felt it was time to venture into the frigid snow-capped mountains and the ominous Dark Forest. The Air Force was tasked with the journey to the snow-capped peaks, for the treacherous terrain was ill-suited for the movements of the army of the undead. Meanwhile, the army of the undead would advance to the outskirts of the Dark Forest, confronting lesser-ranking commanding creatures. Bai Yu meticulously assigned the undead, dispatching the Air Force to the mountains and the army to the forest, while leaving a handful to toil alongside the necromancers in summoning the undead and transporting corpses. Of course, the lumberjacks and quarry workers could not cease their labor. As Bai Yu's castle required vast resources for its upgrade, their diligence was essential. At this moment, Bai Yu had just entered his bedroom and removed his trousers, which he could not bear to toss directly into the wardrobe. He decided that they must be rinsed before being stored away. In the kitchen, Bai Yu gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Excessive sweating often left one parched. Just as he was about to clean his clothes in the bathroom, a notification from the system arrived. The beast tide on Zhao Lianshue's side had come to an end, with over 20 dwarves perishing in battle and several others severely injured, now being tended to by their companions. However, the dwarves had reaped significant rewards, with several ascending to level 9 and one even breaking through to the commanding level. Had it not been for this commanding dwarf's valiant efforts, Zhao Lianxue feared her castle would have faced total annihilation. A sense of melancholy washed over Zhao Lianxue as she grappled with her own feeble strength. The harshness of this world weighed heavily on her. She lamented her unfortunate circumstances of being thrust into this realm, embroiled in a so-called competition among myriad races. Suddenly, she recalled her former boss, a repugnant bald man, and found herself feeling less animosity towards him, pondering whether he had met his demise. Zhao Lianxue often contemplated the prospect of finding a boyfriend, ideally around 185 centimeters tall, somewhat handsome, and possessing a modicum of wealth. She envisioned a simple life of love, marriage, and children, a modest existence with a high-quality human male. Surely, such men would favor the naive and innocent type, wouldn't they? With a sigh, Zhao Lianxue reflected on her middle school days when her horizons had broadened, only to be deceived by the sweet words of her first love. She had naively agreed to a relationship that lasted barely 2 months before they parted ways. In the years that followed, she became indifferent to such matters, recognizing them as an inevitable facet of life. She had since become quite adept in navigating her circumstances. Lost in her thoughts, Zhao Lianxue realized she had strayed from her original intentions. She harbored no ambitions for conquest among the races, nor did she possess the strength to pursue such endeavors. Her mere survival was a pressing concern. Through her recent interactions, Zhao Lianxue had come to appreciate Bai Yu, finding him to be a decent person and, being a woman, devoid of any ulterior motives regarding her body. Thus, she made a bold decision. She would submit to Bai Yu. Chapter 84, Submission and Alliance, Part 2. Bai Yu set aside his personal garments and opened the system panel. Zhao's orphan. Esteemed one, I no longer wish to strive. Please accept my knee. Scum Yellow Fortress, huh? The orphan of the Zhao clan. I am known as the orphan of the Zhao clan. I have been an orphan since my youth. Bai Yu was taken aback, wondering if the beast tide had truly left yet another fool in its wake. The orphan of the Zhao clan, my dwarven troops possess alarmingly feeble combat capabilities. Summoning 20 each day yields a mere 140 in a week. Were it not for the assistance of those dwarves who have pledged their loyalty to me, I might very well have perished by now. The aftermath of the beast tide has starkly illuminated the harsh realities of this magical realm. I cannot survive solely relying on the dwarves. You, a formidable figure, harbor no such concerns, but I am not so fortunate. I fear for my life. The dwarves have treated me with great kindness. Aside from their physical differences, they bear an almost indistinguishable resemblance to normal humans. They engage in conversation with me and are capable of suffering and dying. Through these days of companionship, I have come to regard them as fellow humans. Because I have provided them sustenance, they would risk their lives to vanquish the beasts that invade the castle. Even when gravely injured, they still smile upon seeing that I remain alive. I wish for them to live. I wish to live as well. I wish to submit to you, esteemed one, and become your vassal. This is a decision I have contemplated deeply, and I hope you might consider it. Bai Yu, caught off guard, noted that Zhao Lianxue had sent a rather lengthy message. Upon a cursory glance, she was taken aback by the notion of submission. What merit do I possess to warrant such loyalty? This was the first instance Bai Yu had encountered someone willingly offering fealty. Nonetheless, it must be said that such submission is inherently one-sided. Should one encounter a tyrannical lord, they might be discarded once their utility has been exhausted. If they are of value, they remain. If not, they are left to perish. After all, life and death are but a whim of the Lord, who would willingly entrust their existence to another. Bai Yu surmised that Zhao Lianxue's heart was likely steeped in despair. Her fear of death compelled her to gamble on submission to Bai Yu. If Bai Yu were a villain, she would merely be exchanging one form of demise for another, with no alteration to her circumstances. However, at least it would be a more dignified end than being torn apart by beasts. If fortune favored her, and Bai Yu turned out to be benevolent, her chances of survival in this magical land would significantly increase. Zhao Lianxue understood that providing timely assistance is far more valuable than mere embellishment. In this early stage, her importance to Bai Yu was paramount. Should she wait until later to seek submission, her relevance might diminish, and the lords would have no need for a useless burden. The shabby yellow fortress. This is no jest. Are you certain you have considered this thoroughly? Zhao Lianxue's role remains critical to Bai Yu at this juncture. Since she has chosen to submit, Bai Yu finds no reason to refuse. The orphan of the Zhao clan, esteemed one, I have made up my mind. Death is inevitable regardless, but following you, I might find a path to survival. The shabby yellow fortress. Very well. Zhao Lianxue hastily clicked the submit function above her friend list. You have joined the alliance. You cannot submit to other lords. Upon reading this message, she contemplated dissolving the alliance, but decided it best to inform Bai Yu beforehand. The orphan of the Zhao clan, esteemed one. I must first dissolve the alliance to initiate my submission. Allow me a moment to do so. Inferior yellow fortress, certainly. Bai Yu's previous speculation that the alliance and surrender could be utilized together to achieve infinite nesting seems to have been debunked. Indeed, the system would not leave such a significant loophole. The Lord of Surrender has lost sovereignty, thereby forfeiting the power to ally with other lords. Conversely, A lord participating in an alliance can at least ascertain that their teammates are not territories of other lords. However, territories are limitless. An alliance of at most 5 lords can encompass countless territories. Your ally, Zhao's orphan, has dissolved the alliance with you, as only one lord remains in the alliance. It automatically disbands. Lord, Zhao's orphan, has initiated a surrender towards you. Bai Yu clicked to agree, and both began inscribing their names. The contract was successfully generated. And Bai Yu's system territory panel now displayed an additional lord. Territory Lord, Zhao Lianxue. Power, Ordinary level 8. Territory level, level 9 Initial Castle. Barracks level, level 3 Dwarven Crystal. Special buildings, Forge, Blacksmith Shop. Troops, Dwarves, Craftsmen, Warriors. Equipment, none. So her name is Zhao Lianxue. She truly bears the surname Zhao. Bai Yu had thought Zhao Lianxue was merely jesting. A genuine Zhao's orphan. Inferior Yellow Fortress. Alright, it's getting late. Let us rest. Zhao Lianxue opened her interface and perused some of Bai Yu's basic information. Bai Yu? That is quite an elegant name. Zhao Lianxue had long been curious about the troop type of Bai Yu, eager to discern what made her so formidable. She was not overly astonished by Bai Yu's commanding level 3 strength and her elevation to a town. After all, a powerhouse wouldn't be deemed as such if they weren't stronger than herself, right? Undead. Zhao Lianxue's mind first conjured images of a group of dull, foolish skeletons. Sluggish in movement, incapable of hitting targets, and easily disassembled with a mere blow. Could such skeletons possess such strength? The uniqueness lies in the fact that only Bai Yu can summon the undead. Wait, the system mentioned undead, not specifically skeletons. Zhao Lianxue suddenly realized that Bai Yu might be capable of summoning an entire race. This could explain why Bai Yu was so powerful. In truth, Zhao Lianxue's understanding of the undead was rather superficial. Even if Bai Yu relied solely on skeletons and their variants, she could still firmly secure a place in the upper echelon. Bai Yu sent a message to Zhao Lianxue and then chose to disengage. She hurriedly washed her personal garments and entered her bedroom, tossing her clothes into an empty cabinet designated for dirty laundry. Equipped with drying and cleaning functions that rendered the cleaned garments indistinguishable from new ones. It was truly a godsend for the lazy. Bai Yu stripped down, preparing for sleep. Alas, bare sleeping had become a habit. Thus, today's nocturnal escapades would conclude here. Chapter 85, Surrender and Alliance, 3. At 3 in the morning. As Bai Yu and Zhao Lianxue drifted into slumber, all lords who had survived the beast tide began to exhibit a singular trend: alliance. Almost 80% of the lords who survived the beast tide, like Zhao Lianxue, have come to a stark realization regarding their own capabilities. They are weak, remarkably so. Beyond merely strengthening oneself, are there alternative means to enhance one's power? Indeed, there is. Forming alliances has become the unequivocal choice for all disadvantaged lords. Although an alliance can comprise no more than 5 individuals, the exchange of resources and the warmth of camaraderie among these 5 can significantly bolster the sense of security for the lords. Once the first lord articulated this idea in the world chat, it ignited a fervor among all lords. The global conversation became consumed with a singular topic: the quest for allies and the formation of alliances. To prevent arbitrary withdrawals from alliances, the conditions for joining and the penalties for leaving were intensified. Of course, these restrictions were the result of a mutual agreement among all alliance members, enforced by the system, leaving no room for non-compliance. In the lava volcano, Lin Zhan, the lord of the spirit of flames, was meticulously surveying the spoils from the conclusion of the beast tide. Given that Lin Zhan's castle was situated at the volcano's edge, the majority of the beasts that assaulted his stronghold were fire-based creatures native to that region. While the experience gained from the beast tide was inconsequential, the crucial fact was that more than half of the 4,000 to 5,000 beasts were from the volcano and possessed a strength of 5 or higher. According to the probability of spirit core drops from beasts of level 5 and above, the corpses of over 2,000 such beasts could yield approximately 1,000 spirit cores. These 1,000 cores would enable Lin Zhan to summon 1,000 flame spirits, multiplying his strength exponentially. Even Lin Zhan, typically stoic, exhibited a rare smile. As Lin Zhan's army consisted solely of flame spirits, upgrading his barracks not only increased the daily summoning capacity of the flame spirits, but also enhanced their base level. He deposited all the spirit cores into a magma pool within his castle, a unique structure akin to Bai Yu's Blackwater altar. This facility could transform spirit cores into flame spirits and was interconnected with the Barak-S crystal. Thus, as the barracks improved, so too would the summoned flame spirits levels, leading to a significant boost in Lin Zhan's overall power. As he observed the continuous emergence of flame spirits, Lin Zhan's confidence soared. Just as he was preparing to retire for the night, a message from the system unexpectedly appeared. Puzzled, he opened it to find a friend request. Ice Lord? Lin Zhan was perplexed as to why this individual sought to befriend him. In recent days, he had frequented the trading post less often, resulting in a decline in his notoriety. He had long surpassed the days when a single message in the world channel would attract thousands of friend requests. He accepted the request, assuming the person might have a matter to discuss. Spirit of Flames, is there something you need? Ice Lord, hello esteemed one. Would you be interested in forming an alliance? Currently, our coalition comprises 4 lords, all of whom belong to the second tier. We are seeking a top-tier lord to anchor our alliance. Would you be interested? In the first tier, there are 1,000 individuals, and amidst them, Lin Jun finds himself incredulous. Spirit of Fire, why have you sought me out? Lord of Ice, allow me to speak candidly, esteemed one. Among all the lords in the first tier, I perceive that your troops most resemble elemental beings. Spirit of Fire, merely for that name? Lord of Ice, to be frank, both my current 3 allies and I embody the essence of elemental beings. Upon reading this, Lin Jun's interest was piqued. It was hard to fathom how these 4 lords who summoned elemental beings had congregated. The Lord of Ice and his companions were confident in their strength, believing themselves to possess the prowess of the first tier, yet lamentably, only 1,000 slots were available on the leaderboard. They suspected that their unfortunate placement in the second tier was merely a stroke of bad luck. Even so, they regarded themselves as the apex of power within that tier. Lord of Ice, esteemed one, I trust you have formed a preliminary assessment of our capabilities. We shall not hinder your progress, should you choose to join us. The position of leader in this alliance could be yours. The Lord of Ice expressed his genuine intent, convinced that Lin Jun's troops were indeed elemental beings. By the standards of summoning elemental beings, they would, at the very least, rank within the second tier, possibly even the first. The second tier comprised 10,000 individuals, and the Lord of Ice had scrutinized them all, even conversing with several suspicious lords, yet none met the criteria. Thus, it could only be that Lin Jun belonged to the first tier, the sole individual whose name aligned with the conditions. After pondering, Lin Jun concluded that the Lord of Ice was correct. If they were all elemental beings, they would not impede his endeavors, but rather provide substantial assistance. The alliance's capabilities surely extended beyond their current manifestations. The only conclusion was that their castle levels were too low to unlock the corresponding functionalities. Spirit of Fire, I agree. The alliance will indeed be of great aid in our present circumstances. Lord of Ice, allow me to extend my congratulations on your membership, esteemed one. Subsequently, the Lord of Ice invited Lin Jun into the alliance, and the chat channel at the top of Lin Jun's world chat was adorned with the title of Alliance Chat. Lord of Ice, members, our esteemed one has arrived. Let us take a moment to introduce ourselves and familiarize Lin Jun with our respective troops. To Lin Jun's astonishment, aside from the Lord of Ice, the other 3 were inexplicably awake. Lord of the Earth, greetings, esteemed one. My troops are earth creatures, and my castle is situated within the human empire on the desolate plains of Martial State. Vine Fairy, hello, great one. My troops are tree spirits, and my castle resides in a forest in Bottle State. Oh, how I envy that you all are in the same state. Fury of the Wind, my troops are wind spirits, and my castle is located in the Wolf Valley of Martial State. Lord of Ice, I summon snow maidens, and I believe I am the only one among us possessing high intellect. My castle is in the frigid snow-capped mountains of Martial State. As the introductions concluded, Lin Jun gained some insight into their troops, and indeed, their names bore the essence of elemental beings. Spirit of Flame, as the Lord of Ice predicted, my troops are flame spirits, and my castle is situated in the volcanic region of Martial. Vine Fairy, wow. One of you is on a snowy mountain while the other is on a volcano. How romantic. Lord of Ice, regardless of whether they are vampires or gargoyles, their strength is comparable to mine. Chapter 86, Comprehensive Strength Enhancement. At dawn the next day, the disheveled Bai Yu awoke, clutching her blanket. Although the protective shield had vanished, the presence of the concealed chandelier and the guardianship of the undead army alleviated her worries, sparing her from sleeplessness born of fear. Perhaps the comforting ambience of her bedroom played a role. As the saying goes, the most perilous places can often be the safest. The treacherous snowy mountains and the ominous dark forest rendered Bai Yu secure, nestled between the two. This phenomenon is aptly termed darkness beneath the light. A formidable lord would hardly concern themselves with matters beyond their domain. And whether the diminutive Karamimi could contend with Bai Yu's legion of the undead remains a different story. Today, Bai Yu finally donned a dress once more. Having meticulously selected her attire, let this exquisite day commence with the act of dressing. She would soon venture out to inventory supplies. Glancing down at her outfit, she realized her skirt nearly obscured her feet. With a flick of dark magic, Bai Yu teleported to the castle walls, a truly remarkable ability. If only she could fly as well. She gathered stones and wood from within the castle, acquiring 3 pieces of wood and 2 stones. During the day, Bai Yu could more vividly observe the battlefield beneath the walls. The ground was strewn with the remnants and severed limbs of various beasts, their corpses collected by the undead. However, the dismembered appendages and entrails still lay scattered across the field, painting the earth in shades of red and green, likely the blood of these magical beasts. Nevertheless, this scene was markedly less gruesome compared to those of other lords. After all, Bai Yu's undead army comprised primarily skeletons, zombies, and gargoyles, which directly tore and severed their foes. Spirits, ghost dragons, and death knights predominantly employed curses and soul attacks to defeat enemies, leaving the deceased bodies intact, and thus less bloody. Even the inferior bone dragons merely incinerated the magical beasts, rendering them into charred remnants. After a night of relentless summoning by the necromancers, 3,000 beast corpses had been called forth, of varying levels. Piled beneath the castle walls, these corpses were unsightly, prompting Bai Yu to opt for dismemberment, yielding 1,200 magic crystals, 5 units of food, 1 elite food, and 500 soul cores. Upon witnessing these dropped resources, Bai Yu couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "Oh, how tragic!" For the beast tide had arrived at midnight, yet there were no double drops. It seemed that the novice protection period had ended. After 7 nights, the normalcy of the evening had resumed, and slaying wild creatures no longer granted double drops. This is not right. Bai Yu distinctly remembers that last night, when he defeated that ice bear, he received double experience points. Upon opening the system panel, he indeed found an announcement. "Congratulations, Lord, for successfully overcoming the beast tide. Your journey of competing among the myriad races officially commences." It continued from the 8th day onward. The double drops from night monsters will revert to the standard drops. Yet the double attributes and experience points from nighttime will remain, applicable only to monsters below the king level. What a disappointment. Bai Yu had anticipated a windfall from the numerous monsters, envisioning the vast quantities of magic crystals and spirit cores he could collect. Instead, he was met with a significant reduction. Fortunately, the double experience points were still intact. As for the king-level monsters, Bai Yu had no access to them, so it was of little concern. Upon reflection, it made sense. Any surviving lord, while not necessarily exterminating all beasts during the tide, would at least have endured until the end of the event. Surely, every lord would possess some magic crystals and spirit cores by this point, causing their value to plummet drastically. With the conclusion of the beast tide, all lords would experience rapid advancements in strength. There remained 7,000 corpses. The necromancers would likely complete their summoning within a day and night, which would be quite swift. Ah, John has indeed risen to the rank of commander. Impressive. Skeleton King John. Active skill, Skeleton Fall, Soul Drain, passive skill, Enlightenment. King's Glory. King's Glory. Skeletons fighting alongside the Skeleton King receive a boost of 5 attributes and an accelerated reformation speed. Although the description is simple, it embodies a powerful auxiliary enhancement skill. The skeleton's maximum level is capped at commander, and the comprehensive increase of 5 attributes is extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, as long as John is present, this skill remains perpetually active. John increasingly resembles a general. Bai Yu glanced at the other undead. Most of the skeletons capable of leveling up had indeed advanced, and the dragon skeletons had reached level 7, while the remaining undead were largely unable to upgrade. There was little she could do. The weakest skeleton soldiers had transformed into the strongest combat force of Bai Yu's undead army since John's summoning. The zombie titan had also risen to level 8 overnight. With the defeat of a high-level monster and the benefit of double experience, its level would surely soar. Progress may be swift in the early stages, but it would inevitably slow down in the later phases. There would be no second beast tide. Your esteemed majesty, the gargoyles have located the castle of those vampires. Chapter 87, The Frost Cave. Yi Liang's vampires, of course, could not discover Bai Yu's castle. After all, the concealed chandeliers were not mere decorations. Without king-level power, one could not see through the concealment effects. In contrast, the encounter between the vampires and the gargoyles on the icy mountains led to significant casualties among Yi Liang's vampires. However, the vampires were not entirely powerless against the undead. The blood magic wielded by commander-level vampires could directly strike at souls. This meant that only Yi Liang's commander-level vampires possessed the capability to slay the undead. And by a twist of fate, there was also a commander-level being among the gargoyles on the snowy mountain. The commanding vampire, Yi Liang, found himself utterly outmatched by the gargoyle of equal rank, a creature capable of absorbing magic. Suddenly, a crimson figure manifested within Yi Liang's castle. "My lord, the gargoyles have discovered our stronghold." Yi Liang was taken aback. Had he not instructed them to lure the gargoyles away? The fact that they had been detected was troubling. But even more concerning was the realization that his forces had failed to gather any intelligence about the enemy's stronghold. These gargoyles and the lordly girl from that fateful night seemed to have materialized out of thin air, determined to eradicate them. Yi Liang resolved to elevate his own power swiftly, for the pressure exerted by Bai Yu was indeed formidable, especially now that the latter had uncovered the existence of Yi Liang's castle. Unbeknownst to both Bai Yu and Yi Liang, a lord lay hidden within the frigid peaks of the snowy mountains, Lord Lungjie, the Frost Lord. Bai Yu's castle was situated to the east of the mountain range, while Yi Liang's stronghold lay to the west, beyond the icy heights. In the midst of these mountains, a valley formed between 2 peaks, and it was here that Lungjie's castle resided, shrouded in a blanket of snow, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Other lords constructed their castles either on the mountainsides or atop the summits, yet Lungjie's stronghold occupied a most peculiar location. Lungjie's army consisted of the Snow Maidens, ethereal beings fashioned from condensed ice and snow, resembling avian figures. Their heads and bodies were feminine, while their arms transformed into wings forged from frost. and their feet morphed into formidable bird-like talons. Though the snow maidens were striking in appearance, they were not humanoid. Their feet, lost to elegant forms, had become lethal claws. This was their principal means of attack. In the frigid expanse of the snowy mountains, these elemental beings possessed a combat advantage, bolstered by their immortality. As the snow maidens could not perish in their icy domain, Lung Jie considered his snow maidens to be invincible amidst the snow-laden terrain. While the snow maidens' combat prowess may not have been formidable, their intelligence was exceptional, coupled with their undying nature. Lung Jie deduced that the two factions, the Gargoyles and the Vampire Lord, were likely of the same second-tier rank as himself, embroiled in a feud for reasons unknown, perpetually seeking each other's whereabouts, ready to engage in battle at the slightest encounter. Although these two forces appeared considerably stronger, Lung Jie's snow maidens were renowned for their cunning and immortality. What? Vampires and gargoyles are nearly immortal as well? Simply encase them in ice, and the matter is resolved. Is there truly a distinction between being sealed and being dead? My lord, we have discovered an ice cave. Upon hearing this, Lung Jie's countenance brightened. The snowy mountains housed several frosty caverns, rich in treasures, reminiscent of dungeons from a past life. However, the locations of these ice caves were notoriously elusive, and each would likely harbor several commanding-level entities within. While the two lords clashed, Lung Jie could cultivate his power in the perilous snowy mountains, hidden by the undying snow maidens. In due time, he would bring both lords to their knees beneath his dominion. Onward. With that, Lung Jie and his snow maidens transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, cascading to the ground and vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Bai Yu remained within her castle, attentively listening to the reports from her specters. His castle lies beyond the frigid peaks of the snow-capped mountains. Bai Yu fell silent. This presented quite a conundrum. Setting aside the perils that might arise from traversing the icy mountain range, the sheer distance alone posed a challenge. Even at full speed, Xiao Bing would take over 4 hours to cross the treacherous snow-covered terrain, while Arthur would require 5 hours under the harsh conditions. As for the skeletal dragons and gargoyles, they would need approximately 8 hours. It was implausible for Bai Yu to believe that he could vanquish his adversary with just Arthur and Xiao Bing, both of whom were formidable leaders. As a top-tier lord, it would be unreasonable for there to be fewer than 7 or 8 elite leaders within the castle walls. Furthermore, given the current unique circumstances, Xiao Bing could not venture out freely, necessitating caution. Without Xiao Bing, the strongest warrior among the leaders, Bai Yu found himself lacking the confidence to eliminate his foe. It would be unwise to lead an army from dawn until dusk for such a confrontation. As the longer one lingered in the mountains, the greater the risk of encountering danger. Esteemed Queen, the gargoyles have discovered a peculiar cave within the snowy mountains. One of the lesser beings had ventured inside and glimpsed strange werewolves through the walls, most of whom were at the leader level. Could this be a dungeon? Within, there appear to be only a few leaders, and since it is daytime, the danger from the mountains is relatively diminished. With the creatures in the cave lacking any enhanced attributes, this seems to be a splendid opportunity to gather resources. Surely, dungeons are filled with treasures. Let us proceed without delay. Bai Yu was determined not to overlook any chance for enhancement, and the resources in the vicinity must be utilized effectively. Arthur, John, let us set forth. Given that it was a cave, they needed to venture inside, but Arthur's size might prove cumbersome. Thus, Bai Yu opted to bring John, who was of normal stature and would assuredly fit. With John as the primary force, their strength would be sufficient. After all, Bai Yu was also present. The reason for bringing Arthur along was merely to substitute for Xiao Bing as a mount. Upon climbing onto Arthur's back, Bai Yu found that, after having ridden Xiao Bing, Arthur's spine still felt rather uncomfortable. Due to John's inability to fly, Bai Yu sought out the highest level skeletal dragon, which was level 8. Arthur slowed his pace just enough to match the flying speed of the dragon. Onward to the snowy mountains. With a powerful beat of his wings, Arthur soared into the sky, while John transformed into a dragon knight, riding on a skeletal dragon closely behind Bai Yu. Bai Yu chose not to bring the spectre, as its slow flight would only waste precious time. He instructed the spectre to indicate a general direction, assuring that once they neared the snowy mountains, other gargoyles would guide them. The location of the frost cave lay on the northern side of the icy mountains, somewhat on the outskirts, which conveniently suggested that the beings within would not be excessively strong. At Arthur's flying speed, they would reach their destination in just over an hour. Chapter 88. The encounter outside the cave. The biting cold wind, laden with snow, began to howl against Bai Yu's face. Regarding the concerns of combat efficacy, Bai Yu had long before their arrival changed into a streamlined athletic outfit, ensuring that his attire would not hinder his movements during battle. This time, the ascent to the snow-capped mountains occurred during daylight, devoid of the harsh weather that plagued the previous nocturnal venture. Although Bai Yu struggled to keep his eyes open against the blizzard's fierce winds at such altitudes, the visibility was markedly improved compared to the night. Suddenly, Arthur halted mid-flight upon spotting a gargoyle conversing with another. This afforded Bai Yu the opportunity to behold the surrounding snowy landscape, with the mist dissipated. His gaze penetrated the ice and snow, revealing distant vistas. The entire expanse of the mountain range was swathed in white, with undulating peaks stretching endlessly, save for a solitary black spot visible in the direction from which Bai Yu had just come. Had he witnessed this scene in a past life, it would have undeniably been a breathtaking sight for the soul. However, Bai Yu had no time for such contemplations now. The gargoyle pointed in a direction, and Arthur propelled himself toward it with all his might, the skeletal dragon following closely behind, bearing John. Approximately 20 minutes later, they encountered several more gargoyles along the way. Arthur eventually landed atop one of the snow-covered peaks, and Bai Yu noticed nothing out of the ordinary, perceiving it as merely another snow-clad mountain. Is the cave here? Bai Yu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, my queen, Arthur affirmed, indicating the spot designated by the gargoyle. With one human, 2 dragons, and a skeleton descending to a flat area midway up the mountain, Bai Yu finally discerned something amiss. A cave entrance, frozen shut by ice and snow. From a distance, it was indeed difficult to detect any irregularity. Just as Bai Yu prepared to shatter the ice at the cave's mouth, he suddenly turned his gaze to the other side. 5 figures materialized out of thin air. Yi Liang and 4 elite vampires appeared before him. Yi Liang was equally surprised to find the necromancer here, upon their first meeting. Without exchanging a word, they lunged at one another in a furious assault. As the saying goes, enemies meet, and their eyes blaze with animosity. Bai Yu's thoughts raced. You've already thwarted me from claiming the werewolf's corpse. Now you wish to intercept this cave as well? Harnessing his dark magic, Bai Yu teleported, a massive scythe igniting with flames materializing in his grasp, aimed directly at Yi Liang. In a swift motion, Yi Liang clapped his hands over his ears, rendering himself temporarily deaf. He recalled that the necromancer's scythe possessed a soul attack. Subsequently, elongated nails sprouted from Yi Liang's fingertips, bracing to meet Bai Yu's strike. Bai Yu was taken aback by the opponent's decisiveness, inadvertently making himself deaf. Thus, the scythe's bells lost their effect on him. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as any wound from the scythe would still inflict soul damage. Arthur and the skeletal dragon took to the skies, unleashing dragon breath upon the other vampires. While John charged forward with his broadsword, the 2 sides clashed instantly in a fierce melee. Meanwhile, in the snow on the opposite side, the accumulated snow began to shift, coalescing into the forms of Cold Jie and 8 snow maidens. Cold Jie was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Were 2 lords engaged in battle? He quickly surveyed the troops beside him. The vampires were unmistakable, but why were there no gargoyles? Only the skeletal dragon. 3 exclamation marks appeared above the heads of Bai Yu and Yi Liang simultaneously. On both sides, Bai Yu and Yi Liang simultaneously turned their gazes towards the direction of Lung Jie and the snow maiden behind him. Hello everyone? Lung Jie chuckled awkwardly. John and the opposing commanding vampire halted their attacks, and with an unspoken agreement, they advanced menacingly towards Lung Jie. Wait, I haven't offended you, have I? Lung Jie found himself reluctantly drawn into battle alongside his snow maidens. It was no jest. Among lords, one was either an ally or a mortal enemy. And with the addition of another lord seeking to intervene, even Bai Yu could endure only so much, while Yi Liang could not tolerate it at all. With a single swing, John cleaved through the snow maiden, yet astonishingly, the severed halves did not exude a single drop of blood. Instead, they crumbled to the ground, merging seamlessly with the snow, only to re-emerge from another location. The vampire beside him also pierced the snow maiden with a swift strike, resulting in an identical scenario. A cold sweat trickled down Lung Jie's brow. Those 2 snow maidens were of commanding level, though they were immortal. Witnessing them being annihilated by their opponent's leaders was a rather crushing blow. The 2 reconstituted snow maidens soared into the sky, and the vampires, unwilling to be outdone, ascended as well. The snow maiden conjured a whirlwind, enveloped in a blizzard, hurtling towards John. However, before the attack could reach him, the enormous form of Arthur in the sky collided with it, forcibly interrupting the spellcasting. This was absurd. Although his snow maidens were the most numerous on the battlefield, they were utterly incapable of dealing with these skeletal foes and vampires. Even if they succeeded in freezing the vampire's limbs, the vampires would unhesitatingly sever them, swiftly regenerating new ones. The notion of freezing the bone dragon was even more unrealistic. Its size was so vast that it would likely require 5 or 6 snow maidens to act in concert. Assuming, of course, that it would not retaliate. A terrifying thought suddenly blossomed in Lung Jie's mind. Could these 2 lords all be top-tier leaders from the first echelon? His castle was encircled by 2 elite lords. Due to John's inability to fly, and with the snow maidens only able to showcase their advantages in the sky, coupled with their immortality, Lung Jie found himself directly targeted by John once the protection of the snow maidens was stripped away. The scythe twirled in Bai Yu's grasp, flames dancing along the blade, forming a fiery wheel as she swung. Bai Yu struck air, and Yi Liang transformed into an afterimage, vanishing. It seemed Yi Liang had discerned Bai Yu's vulnerability in flight, leveraging his speed and aerial advantage to engage her in a cat-and-mouse game. So you think you can bully me because I can't fly? Drawing from his previous encounter with Bai Yu, he understood the terrifying nature of the black flames surrounding her. and thus he was ever watchful for an opportunity. Yi Liang sliced his wrist, letting his blood cascade towards Bai Yu, where it materialized into sharp needles in midair. A wall of fire ignited before Bai Yu to obstruct him, yet to her astonishment, the blood pierced through the flames, prompting her to immediately conjure a dark barrier for defense. The blood struck the dark barrier, producing plumes of black smoke, all thwarted by her protective shield. The droplets of blood that failed to reach Bai Yu splattered onto the ground, emitting sizzling sounds as they corroded the earth, creating a pit. A grotesque sight indeed. Bai Yu instantly transformed into a wisp of dark mist, reappearing before Yi Liang in midair. Yi Liang had never anticipated that Bai Yu possessed the ability to teleport. The flames on the scythe morphed into a deep black hue as Bai Yu wielded the weapon with both hands, aiming a fierce strike at Yi Liang. I shall cast you as an aberration. Chapter 89, The Werewolf Monster. Confronted with the chilling black flames mere inches away, devoid of warmth, Yi Liang's pupils constricted. With resolute determination, he cast aside his equipment. Aware that his gear was rendered ineffective against the weapons of the Lord of the Undead, he found himself with no other recourse. The wound inflicted by Bai Yu had only just begun to mend. Yi Liang retrieved the black cloth from behind him, which immediately floated and positioned itself before him. Without hesitation, Yi Liang transformed into a fleeting shadow, retreating rapidly. The black robe was sliced through the center by Bai Yu's scythe, nearly cleaved in two. The cloth seemed to lose its essence, plummeting towards the ground. At that moment, Bai Yu, unable to fly, descended as well, but with a swift teleportation, adjusted his form and landed steadily in the snow. Although Bai Yu regarded the black cloth as rather subpar, he contemplated incinerating it, only to find his plans thwarted. Meanwhile, John charged directly at Lung Jie. Lung Jie, possessing a commanding strength, was notably superior to his Snow Maiden counterpart, complemented by certain attributes of the Snow Maidens. Thus, he felt little trepidation before John. Before John could reach him, Lung Jie extended his arms, and the snow surrounding John seemed to awaken with sentience, instantly forming a sphere that ensnared John within. The snow, imbued with frost, began to encroach upon John, causing his limbs to stiffen slightly. Humph, you, a mere skeleton, dare to challenge me? Be frozen. A smile crept upon Lung Jie's lips as he observed the confrontation between Bai Yu and Yi Liang. Should he face either the Vampire Lord or the Lord of the Undead alone, he would indeed lack confidence. However, he believed that the minions of the two lords should not pose a challenge. It would be far too disgraceful for a lord to falter against them. Within the snowball, John raised his broadsword, and his heavily armored form began to emanate a crimson glow. Fallen skeleton. John unleashed his skill. At an unknown moment, colossal skeleton heads, each towering over a person, appeared in the sky, ablaze and plummeting towards the ground. These flaming skulls, trailing long tails, resembled meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Each massive skull collided with the hillside, unleashing explosive detonations. The surrounding snow was melted away by the fiery blasts, and the snowflakes in the air transformed into droplets. Both Lung Jie and Yi Liang were taken aback. Is this truly a skill of the commanding level? One of the Snow Maidens was struck by a skull, her form evaporating before she could even transmute into snow, effectively eliminated by John. Lung Jie felt a surge of dread. He suddenly found himself too frightened to escape into snow, opting instead to construct a massive ice shield from the frost to defend himself. A skull crashed directly onto the snowball above John's head, causing the encasing snow to shatter and dissolve, enabling John to break free from confinement. Lung Jie suddenly realized that he might truly be unable to contend with this skeleton. A skull tumbled down, crashing at the entrance of the frost cave, unleashing an explosion that shattered the ice sealing the entrance. A thunderous roar reverberated from the cave, causing the very ground to tremble. All action ceased as everyone turned their gaze toward the mouth of the cave. A colossal creature stirred, as though awakened from a delightful dream by the tumult of the three lords' battle, its fury palpable. With a resounding crash, a white figure burst forth from the cave entrance. The trio beheld a being, akin in size and shape to a howling moon werewolf, yet adorned with a frosty armor that glistened ominously, towering at 4 meters. Its claws boasted talons half a meter long, and its blood-red eyes glinted with hunger as drool dripped from its gaping maw. Closest to the entrance stood Yi Liang, followed closely by Bai Yu. The werewolf's speed was astonishing. Before Yi Liang could react, its 5 elongated claws pierced through his chest. Presuming Yi Liang to be mortally wounded, the creature discarded him and lunged toward Bai Yu. Its claws aimed directly at her chest, but Bai Yu summoned a dark barrier for defense, only to be forcefully knocked back several steps, nearly losing her balance. This creature possessed attributes surpassing even the enhanced state of Bai Yu. At that moment, Yi Liang's wound began to mend, and he rose once more, though his expression betrayed his unease. This creature was beyond his expectations. The werewolf was taken aback to see not only Bai Yu still alive, but also the human it had just felled rising again. Within the cave, other creatures stirred. Roused by the werewolf's furious roar, and flames erupted as fire magic wolves and Fenrir surged forth. The chaos intensified as the fire magic wolves and Finra showed no regard for anything but their foes. Together, Bai Yu exclaimed, realizing that she could not confront this beast alone. Despite its formidable strength, it was not insurmountable. She estimated it to be on par with Xiao Bing's capabilities. Making it manageable, Yi Liang, unwilling to relinquish the cave, recognized that greater strength equated to richer resources, and without hesitation, he charged at the werewolf. Observing the escalating situation, Long Jie hesitated briefly before joining the fray against the beast. The three lords, who had been embroiled in chaos moments prior, swiftly formed an alliance to combat the werewolf. Their respective troops surged toward the fire magic wolves and Fenrir. The loot shall be evenly divided, Yi Liang stated coldly. Lamenting that had Bai Yu not damaged his equipment earlier, his combat prowess would have been significantly enhanced. Bai Yu activated her left eye, remaining cautious, unlike Yi Liang, who possessed self-healing abilities. Any injury inflicted upon her by the beast would be genuine. With her flaming scythe, she struck down, only for the werewolf to effortlessly deflect her blow with its claws. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Liang thrust his talons toward the creature's neck, while Long Jie unleashed magic, freezing the werewolf's feet in place. Countless icy spikes erupted from the ground, targeting the creature's lower half. To everyone's astonishment, the werewolf monster suddenly transformed into an ice sculpture, successfully defending against the assaults of Yi Liang and Long Jie. In that fleeting moment when the werewolf became encased in ice, a tempest of snow erupted, forcefully repelling the three individuals. Initially, Bai Yu assumed that Long Jie had somehow frozen it, but it was now evident that the werewolf had encased itself in ice. Bai Yu felt a sharp sting in her arm and looked down to discover an ice crystal had splattered onto her skin, leaving a patch frozen and darkening to a purplish hue. Instantly igniting flames, she melted the ice crystal away, as the werewolf actively thawed itself. A colossal magical array appeared in the sky, enveloping the trio, with countless ice spikes coalescing and hurtling towards them. The werewolf indeed possessed magical abilities. Chapter 90, The Frost Wolf. Flames immediately ignited around Bai Yu, encasing her in a protective cocoon, as the ice crystals that touched the flames melted away. Similar to Bai Yu, Long Jie conjured a massive ice sphere to shield himself from the werewolf's onslaught. However, Yi Liang, lacking any magical prowess, faced a dilemma. Though he could withstand the werewolf's magic with sheer physical might, it was becoming increasingly difficult. Yi Liang produced a tattered black cloth, levitating it above his head to intercept the barrage of ice crystals. Observing the situation, the werewolf noted that one was enveloped in fire, another in ice, leaving only the one wielding the rag as a prime target. Just as Yi Liang used the cloth to deflect the werewolf's magic, the beast lunged at him, its claws piercing through him once more. This time, the werewolf, having learned from its previous encounter, slashed upward with its claws, nearly cleaving Yi Liang in two. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth, his eyes widening in shock as the surrounding blood transformed into sharp spikes, launching towards the werewolf. The werewolf, clad in icy armor for defense, was taken aback as Yi Liang's blood directly corroded its defenses. The spikes formed from the blood successfully penetrated the werewolf's body, creating numerous gaping holes that oozed a noxious green fluid. With a furious roar, the werewolf was taken aback, astonished that a nearly defeated human could breach its defenses. As Yi Liang lay on the ground, the icy spikes emerging from the earth pierced his body anew, lifting him high into the air. Layers of ice crystals beginning to form on his skin, his blood flow slowing, and his bodily functions deteriorating, threatening to encase him completely in ice. Suddenly, a crimson array appeared on the ground. Boom! A colossal pillar of fire erupted, enveloping Yi Liang entirely. Bai Yu's fire magic had successfully thawed him. Bursting through the flames, Yi Liang wielded a sword forged from his own coagulated blood, aiming directly for the werewolf's throat. The werewolf, now aware of the potency of Yi Liang's blood, resolved not to be caught off guard again, conjuring a massive ice wall to obstruct him. Yet, just as the wall materialized, it shattered unexpectedly. It was Long Jie in the distance, manipulating the ice elements. Recognizing that his rudimentary frost magic paled in comparison to the werewolf's strength, Long Jie resorted to supporting his allies by disrupting the ice elements the werewolf had conjured. Yi Liang wielded a blood-smeared sword, thrusting it directly at the werewolf creature. However, a fleeting moment of obstruction was sufficient for the beast to react. The werewolf evaded, only to be suddenly confronted by Bai Yu, who arrived just in time to intercept its movements with a scythe. As Yi Liang pressed the attack, he felt the effects of his significant blood loss. His complexion had turned increasingly pale. Should he fail to land a blow on the werewolf, the remaining blood would no longer sustain the weapon's form. The blood-smeared sword successfully pierced the werewolf's back, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the flesh. In pain, the werewolf retaliated, forcefully tossing Bai Yu aside and swiftly clawing at Yi Liang. The wounds inflicted upon Yi Liang's recently healed body left him feeling as though he was the only one truly fighting, while his companions appeared to merely play their roles. Bai Yu, sensing the opportunity, believed she could claim the kill. Oblivious to Yi Liang's blood manipulation abilities, she opted not to engage directly with the werewolf. Undeterred, Bai Yu landed gracefully and conjured a colossal fire magic array. In an instant, a sea of flames surged towards the werewolf, melting the surrounding snow in its wake. The werewolf, equally defiant, summoned a blue-white frost magic array, unleashing a blizzard interspersed with ice crystals to confront Bai Yu's inferno. When the two elements clashed, a tremendous vapor exploded into the air, enveloping the surroundings in mist. Cold Jia was bewildered. Was she not the lord of the undead? How could she wield such formidable fire magic? Lying on the ground, Yiliang cursed Bai Yu repeatedly in his mind, wondering why she had not used such potent magic sooner. With flames of such magnitude, Bai Yu dared not employ her dark magic, otherwise she would find herself at a loss of 200 points of magical energy in an instant. The steam mingled with the blizzard obscured everyone's vision. Bai Yu teleported before the werewolf. Although the creature could not see her, it sensed her presence and clawed in her direction. Bai Yu's left eye twitched as she deftly dodged the attack, sidestepping gracefully while her scythe slashed toward the werewolf. The blade easily pierced the creature's armor, slicing through its flesh. An arm, adorned with long claws, flew backward, landing directly in front of Yiliang, causing him to flinch. A soul-piercing howl of agony erupted from the werewolf as it suffered from the searing pain, its severed limb ablaze with black flames. Bai Yu then unleashed a punch into the werewolf's abdomen, manifesting 3 progressively larger black magic circles from her fist to her wrist. With a thunderous explosion, black flames erupted forth, piercing through the werewolf's belly and sending it hurtling backward with immense force. Bai Yu landed gracefully after another teleportation. The werewolf collapsed beside Yiliang, startling him into action as he quickly moved aside, no longer playing dead. Are you toying with me? Yiliang exclaimed in anger. What? I can't hear you. Bai Yu called back, tilting her head and gesturing to her ear. The werewolf, gravely injured by Bai Yu's dark magic, attempted to encase itself in ice to extinguish the flames, but it proved utterly ineffective. Bai Yu approached the severely injured werewolf creature, scythe in hand. Why didn't you use your black flames earlier? Yiliang expressed his deep suspicion that Bai Yu was throwing the match, yet he lacked evidence. My mana isn't limitless. Of course, I need to recover, Bai Yu replied with a shrug, indicating her indifference. Seeing the two engage in conversation, Long Jia approached from a distance. Realizing the situation was no longer perilous. Hey, kid, you're quite pathetic, Bai Yu remarked, casting a critical look at Long Jia. The latter chuckled awkwardly, at a loss for words, unable to fathom that this petite, white-haired girl was so formidable. Can we cut the chatter? Hurry up and use your black flames to finish it off, Yiliang urged, glancing at the ice-encased corpse of the werewolf creature. He was reluctant to use blood attacks again, fearing the two lords might change their minds, leaving him without the strength to escape. Shut up and don't instruct me on how to do my job. Long Jia trembled nearby, startled by the fierce demeanor of such a beautiful girl. Bai Yu raised her hand, and 5 black spears materialized, piercing through the ice and embedding themselves into the werewolf's body, 3 to the head and 2 to the chest. The red glow in the creature's eyes extinguished completely. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully slaying a level 6 frost magic wolf. You have gained 160 experience points. Chapter 91, Entering the Cave. Bai Yu gazed at the lifeless frost magic wolf, contemplating her next move. Should she transform it into a skeletal beast or a regular undead? Turning it into a skeletal beast would mean losing its original magical abilities, but transforming it into a regular undead felt akin to a lottery draw. Moreover, the odds were in her favor, as she would not end up with powerful units like the Bone Dragon, Ghost Dragon, or Zombie Titan. In front of these two lords, she couldn't enhance her own gains. Damn it, how can I be so naive? A level 6 creature, even if it's just a pile of dung, is still stronger than a regular one. Let's get it decomposed already, Yiliang urged Bai Yu, who shot him a glare. Suddenly, a gray magic circle emerged beneath the massive corpse of the frost magic wolf, completely enveloping it. Yiliang and Long Jia exchanged bewildered glances, questioning Bai Yu's intentions. What is she planning to do, desecrate the corpse? Is this a common habit among the strong? But soon, their mouths fell agape in astonishment as a gaunt humanoid figure draped in a black robe emerged from the gray magic circle, wielding a staff. Even Yiliang and Long Jia, despite their naivety, realized that this creature had been summoned from the deceased werewolf. Yiliang's thoughts raced. How do we continue now? I must report someone for cheating. Long Jia, relieved that the werewolf's corpse remained intact, acknowledged the vast disparity between the second tier and the first tier as he, a lord of the second tier with alternative summoning methods, witnessed the first tier's impressive maneuver. No longer would he boast. Indeed, second place would always be second. Meanwhile, Bai Yu was elated, having unexpectedly summoned a necromancer, a delightful surprise. Initially, Bai Yu had no intention of revealing his formidable ability to summon troops. Yet the urgency of dividing the spoils compelled him to utilize the fallen body. As an exemplary youth of socialism in the 21st century, he believed in the fundamental trust among individuals. After all, his companions had indeed contributed significantly, and without their assistance, he would have struggled alone against the frost magic wolf and its legion of minions. The necromancer intended to bow in respect, but a mere glance from Bai Yu halted its motion. As a sentient being, particularly one of human essence, it understood Bai Yu's silent command to assist. The three lords' troops were still engaged in battle, prompting Bai Yu to urge the necromancer to hasten to their aid. Approaching the carcass of the frost magic wolf, Bai Yu prepared to decompose it, while the two individuals nearby appeared impatient, clearly inexperienced and naive. Though Bai Yu himself had not encountered such situations before, it did not prevent him from internally critiquing them. With a deliberate tap on the decompose button on the emergent system interface, the frost magic wolf's body vanished in an instant, and Bai Yu received a notification. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully decomposing 6 commander-level frost magic wolf corpses. You have obtained a frost armor set, 44, 100 portions of elite food, 100 magic crystals, and 3 spirit cores. Observing the bounty scattered amidst the ice, Bai Yu approached, igniting flames in his palm to retrieve the 2 pieces of equipment. These 2 items belong to me. The rest is yours to divide, he declared, making his way towards the frost cave, indifferent to the armor set as it consisted merely of commander-grade equipment. Seeing Bai Yu's intent to enter the cave, Yi Liang and Lung Jie hastily completed their division of the spoils and followed him, anxious to avoid being outpaced. Yi Liang, who required no sustenance, claimed 3 spirit cores and 1 piece of equipment, leaving the remaining gear, elite food, and magic crystals to Lung Jie. Holding a fireball aloft for illumination, Bai Yu ventured into the cave, and after a few paces, he encountered a fork in the path, 2 straight tunnels on either side, and a sloping descent directly ahead. The ground smooth and icy, reminiscent of a slide from a past life. Drawing on his prior experience raiding the werewolf castle, Bai Yu was certain that treasures lay below and unhesitatingly proceeded down the incline. Cole Jie and Yi Liang, arriving just in time, exchanged a knowing glance and split to the left and right, relying solely on their luck to discover what lay within the cave. As Bai Yu glided down the slope for approximately 3 minutes, he finally reached its terminus, revealing a scene akin to a bunker. The entrance was set 1 meter high on a wall, and beneath it, the ground transitioned from ice to smooth stone. Bai Yu surveyed the corridor flanked by braziers igniting flames every 5 meters, illuminating the surroundings. It was evident that this place was artificially constructed. Bai Yu had not anticipated such an extraordinary sight within the frost cave. Bai Yu leaped down from the entrance and began traversing the corridor. If this bunker were sufficiently expansive, it was highly probable that the 2 openings above would also lead to this location. Bai Yu prioritized searching for treasures. As she passed by a doorway, a massive ball of flames surged towards her. Fortunately, Bai Yu remained ever vigilant and reacted swiftly, conjuring a dark barrier to deflect the assault. As the flames dissipated, she beheld 2 fiery wolf-like creatures, surprisingly abandoned by their leader. The flames from the braziers on either side instantly transformed into 2 black fire dragons, soaring towards the creatures and obliterating them in an instant. How audacious of these mere common-level beasts to attempt an ambush. Bai Yu ventured further inside, casting a cursory glance around, but found nothing of value and promptly turned to leave. As she wandered through the labyrinthine passages, she encountered several forks in the road, nearly losing her way. Along the journey, she again faced a few fire wolves and Finrer, all of which she dispatched effortlessly. The commanding creatures were likely situated above, leaving only the common ones here, which were essentially fodder. After meandering about, Bai Yu finally spotted a staircase leading upward at a nearby intersection, sensing an unusual aura. There must be something valuable above. Upon reaching the corner staircase, she looked up to see a wooden domed door. The flames in the braziers flanking the door had long since extinguished, casting a dim pallor over the entrance. Ascending the stairs, Bai Yu ignited the 2 braziers, then took a deep breath and kicked the wooden door open. A cloud of dust, accompanied by a musty, decaying odor, rushed towards her as the latch splintered under her forceful kick. Inside was shrouded in darkness, and Bai Yu tossed a small fireball to illuminate the space, ensuring no danger lurked within. The feeble glow instantly brightened the interior, revealing its condition. Bai Yu found herself facing a stone chair, atop which sat a skeletal figure clad in armor, staring intently at her. Chapter 92, The Fallen General of Humanity. Bai Yu was taken aback, her first thought gravitating towards the undead. Yet, what was there to fear from the undead? Soon, she recognized that it was nothing more than a long-dead human, reduced to a mere skeleton. What a false alarm. Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief and ventured inside, holding her fireball aloft. Her delicate shoes left thick imprints upon the ground, a testament to the countless years since any life had graced this place. Bai Yu pondered the absence of the creatures that roamed these caves. Wouldn't they have ventured in here? Still feeling uneasy, she approached the skeleton to inspect it closely, confirming its lack of threat. What is this? Bai Yu discovered a letter nestled within the skeleton's embrace, tucked inside the armor. Accustomed to the sight of skeletons, she felt no trepidation and reached out to retrieve the letter without hesitation. Bai Yu unfolded the letter, the paper now a faded yellow, clearly aged, with some characters rendered nearly illegible due to the discoloration. One hand illuminated the surroundings with a flickering flame, while the other held the letter as he began to read. Most esteemed King Gata, your most loyal subordinate has, in the blink of an eye, spent 12 years amidst the frigid peaks of the snowy mountains. Regrettably, that object remains unfound, disappointing you greatly. Here, I have encountered not only the werewolves atop the mountains, but also the goblins of the kingdom below, and even the demon kin. My encounters with the demons summoned a frost dragon, which inflicted grievous wounds upon me, leaving me in a state of near demise. I led the surviving soldiers to seek refuge in an ice cave within the snowy mountains. One fateful day, the arrival of the Holy Court Knights rekindled my hope, prompting me to send all soldiers to seek them out. However, as fate would have it, this letter was never delivered, and I perished here, my remains now mere bones. From the letter, it was evident that the Gata Empire was a human faction. As Bai Yu glanced at the attire of the skeleton, it was clear that it belonged to a general of the empire. What relevance does this hold for me? I am but a weakling. Moreover, the lords like myself are of foreign descent. The more fiercely the native factions fight among themselves, the greater the advantage for us. Indeed, Bai Yu tucked the letter away, contemplating that should an opportunity arise to engage with this empire, he could casually present the letter. This could potentially incite discord among the Gata Empire, the Holy Court, the demon kin, and the angelic beings. It would be ideal for a grand conflict to ensue. Old friend, you have been gone for so many years. Allow me to harness the remnants of your legacy. I shall unhesitatingly claim your inheritance. Bai Yu proceeded to strip the skeleton of its armor, which was evidently of fine quality. He also discovered a ring upon one of its fingers. Eagerly, he began to inspect the attributes of the equipment. Set name, Fearless Set, damaged state. Equipment level, Commander grade. Set effect, increases defense to Commander level, reduces all damage except physical by 10. Grants an additional 10 points to all attributes. Note, cannot be repaired. Bai Yu gazed at the equipment attribute panel, all indicators marked with red downward arrows, with even the equipment level accompanied by a warning. This indicated that the set, before its damage, was indeed of king level, though now irreparable. While somewhat lackluster, it still surpassed typical commander grade sets significantly. His attention then shifted to the ring in his hand, its unadorned design and width comparable to his index finger. Clearly a men's ring. Equipment name, Ring of Space, Unbound. Equipment level, King level. Equipment effect, contains an internal space of 100 cubic meters for the storage of items. But living entities cannot be placed within. Once bound, should the bearer perish, a self-destruct array within the ring will activate, obliterating all items contained within. This is indeed the Ring of the Fallen. Just by its name, Bai Yu could discern its purpose, and a gleeful expression graced her face. Surely, this ring contained the legacy of the general. Yet, upon perusing the subsequent equipment description, her countenance fell dramatically. How could it self-destruct? Such a travesty. With the prospect of immense wealth slipping through her fingers, Bai Yu felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. No wonder he placed the letter inside. Bai Yu clicked on the binding option on the equipment panel, and the ring instantly transformed, shrinking in size and narrowing in shape, morphing into a delicate white ring suited for women. She extended her right index finger to wear it, and it fit perfectly. So what if there was no inheritance? At least now, equipped with this ring, her excursions would be immensely more convenient. Bai Yu promptly stored the frost magic wolf and the 6 pieces of the human general's equipment inside, along with the letter, liberating her hands. Bai Yu then inspected other areas within the room, but found nothing of value. Naturally, with a spatial ring, one would not leave treasured items exposed. They had long since turned to dust with the general's demise. Departing from the room, she ventured onward, for she had yet to uncover the lair of the frost magic wolf. After walking for another 10 minutes, Bai Yu explored several rooms, scavenging some magic crystals and a few spirit cores, but she encountered no other significant treasures. She had now reached the edge of the bunker, where the stone pathway was beginning to be encased in frost. Before her lay a massive cave, approximately 5 meters wide, undoubtedly the den of the frost magic wolf. Regular flame magic wolves and Fenris were merely 2 meters tall. Such a cavern could not belong to them. To her astonishment, there was even an upper opening in the cave that led outside to the snowy mountains, serving as a source of illumination during the day. Indeed, the interior of the cave was interconnected. As Bai Yu stepped inside, she observed the chaotic arrangement of various debris around her, with magic crystals casually discarded in the corners, and decaying scraps of flesh and bone strewn about. To Bai Yu, the frost magic wolf appeared devoid of intelligence, resembling a beast driven solely by combat instinct. However, it was also possible that some external force had impaired its mind. She had never encountered a creature of commander rank or above that lacked intelligence. Chapter 93, Exchange. Soon, Bai Yu's suspicions were confirmed, as she discovered a tome of magic within the frost magic wolf's lair. It was a mid-tier ice magic book. With its glowing red eyes and drool pooling on the ground, it resembled nothing short of a mad creature. Could such a being truly learn magic? This was irrefutable proof that the frost magic wolf once possessed wisdom. Its ice magic was not an innate talent, but rather a skill acquired through diligent study. There could only be one truth. This frost magic wolf must have been influenced by something that clouded its mind. Might it be connected to the very artifact that all those great powers were seeking? Bai Yu deftly stowed the magic book away. It was indeed a valuable find. One of the few means to enhance her strength aside from leveling up. After thoroughly scavenging the entire cave for useful items, Bai Yu prepared to take her leave. The gains from this expedition have proven to be quite substantial. The magical crystals and spirit cores are of secondary importance. The most significant acquisitions are the spatial ring and the tome of frost magic. These two items will be immensely beneficial to Bai Yu. She retrieved the two pieces of equipment from the ring, ensuring that these treasures remained undiscovered by others. Bai Yu feigned indifference, walking towards the cave entrance while holding the equipment, despite the implausibility of her claiming to have found nothing of value. As she reached the cave mouth, she happened to encounter Lung Jie emerging as well. Lung Jie utilized magic to freeze a substantial pile of supplies behind him, manipulating them with his arcane power. Bai Yu cast a glance at the collection, discerning little of worth. Merely some iron ingots, stones, and a scant few magical crystals and spirit cores. At that moment, Lung Jie appeared somewhat disheveled, with parts of his hair singed away and curling upwards, his face marred by soot. Unable to contain her amusement, Bai Yu laughed at the sight of a commander being scorched by an ordinary fire wolf, leaving him in such a state. Lung Jie, confronted by Bai Yu, seemed somewhat intimidated, casting a wary glance at the emptiness behind her, hesitant to argue. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he approached Bai Yu, forcing a smile that revealed a set of white teeth. Sister, those two frost pieces you have are of no use to you, are they? You could exchange them at the trading post, but wouldn't it be better if we traded instead? Who are you calling sister? Do not presume familiarity. Can't I wear them myself? Bai Yu retorted, her eyes falling upon the iron ingots behind Lung Jie, leading to a thought. It seemed he had fortuitously stumbled upon the warehouse used by the general during the construction of the bunker, making the presence of iron ingots rather ordinary. To her surprise, upon hearing her words, Lung Jie's smile broadened, revealing what seemed to be 12 teeth instead of 8. Sister, you surely haven't examined the equipment's attributes. Have you? It's not suited for you. Seeing that, Bai Yu had not even bothered to check the attributes of the equipment. Lung Jie realized she was indifferent to the pieces, and that he only needed to propose a price that would satisfy her to acquire them. Intrigued, Bai Yu decided to inspect the attributes of the equipment. Equipment name, Frost Chestplate. Equipment level, Commander level. Set effect, 14 amplifies the wielder's frost magic by 10. Reduces the wielder's fire magic by 15, increases mana by 20 points, and enhances all attributes by 6 points. Upon reviewing the attributes, Bai Yu acknowledged the item's formidable nature. The ability to amplify one's magical prowess was indeed impressive, which explained Lung Jie's eagerness. This set, while somewhat beneficial to her given her possession of an intermediate frost magic tome, also presented a drawback. The reduction of fire magic potency was difficult to accept, particularly in a world where even those lacking magical abilities could wield flames with ease. Fire was ubiquitous, and this equipment diminished its power. The set was tailored for close combat, utilizing 2 wolf claws as weapons, which would effectively compensate for Lung Jie's weaknesses in melee combat, while simultaneously enhancing his frost magic, clearly crafted for him. No wonder he desired the set so ardently, claiming it was of no use to Bai Yu herself. What do you propose to exchange for it? Although Bai Yu posed her question, her gaze was fixated intently on the iron ingots behind Lung Jie. Even a fool could discern that this young lady was coveting the ingots. How about I trade you 1,000 iron ingots for those 2 pieces of equipment? Lung Jie inquired cautiously. 1,000 iron ingots equated to 2,000 magic crystals, a price that was still reflective of the original value. In this day and age, every lord possessed some magic crystals, making iron ingots increasingly rare and their price on the rise. 2,000 magic crystals could procure several pieces of commander-level gear. Absolutely not, Bai Yu flatly rejected. Who do you think I am? I have a weapon that demands 2,000. Without hesitation, she doubled the price, unafraid of Lung Jie walking away. After all, if the deal fell through, she could simply keep the equipment. Lung Jie understood that amassing such a set of armor was no easy feat. His castle lay nestled within the bitter snow mountain, and upgrading the town would serve no purpose until his strength had significantly increased, only heightening the risk of exposure. Without upgrading the town, the iron ingots would remain of little use. It was indeed worthwhile to gather this set, especially since he had already exchanged with Yi Liang and was only lacking the 2 pieces from Bai Yu. Of course, all this reasoning was merely self-comfort for Lung Jie. He was acutely aware of their surroundings. Should he refuse, what would happen if this fierce little girl decided to eliminate him? Sister, why are you pulling out a weapon? Lung Jie was genuinely startled, reluctant to disagree. Oh, it's nothing. We're about to exit the cave, right? What if there's danger outside? I'm just being cautious, Bai Yu reassured him, adding, don't worry, I won't harm you. At this point, Lung Jie found it harder to believe her words. I trust you as far as I can throw you. 2,000, remember? No backing out. He reiterated his terms one last time. Rest assured, I am a person of my word. Lung Jie proceeded to thaw the blocks of ice, counting out 2,000 iron ingots. Could you freeze them again for me? Thanks. Reluctantly, he transformed the counted ingots into a spherical ice form. Bai Yu plunged her 5 flaming fingers into the icy sphere as if grasping a bowling ball. Lifting the 2,000 ingots effortlessly, she tossed the 2 pieces of equipment to Lung Jie before striding towards the cave entrance. Hurriedly, Lung Jie donned the assembled set, as if it granted him a modicum of security. Upon emerging from the cave, Bai Yu discovered that the battle outside had long concluded, with a level 6 necromancer present, easily within their control. Chapter 94, A Modest Prize from the Frost Cave. Bai Yu nearly overlooked the fact that she had yet to examine the attributes of the commander-level necromancer, unaware of any new skills acquired. Necromancer, skills, ghost form, undead summoning, bone manipulation. Bone manipulation, a spell that controls the bones of corpses for combat, was quite impressive, at least enhancing their frontline combat capabilities. Moreover, the necromantic summoning magic at the commander level has undergone enhancements, surpassing even Bai Yu's own necromancy. Initially, Bai Yu could summon only the most fundamental 3 types of troops, but the commander-level necromancer has expanded this to 5 types, now including the formidable undead knights and gargoyles. Although the number of summoned entities remains limited to 2, at this moment, the 3 factions stood in a stalemate, refraining from initiating hostilities without the command of their respective leaders. The vampires and the undead remained unscathed, while only 6 of the 8 snow maidens originally summoned by Lung Jie remained, as one had fallen to John and another had succumbed while confronting the fire magic wolf, which had proven to be a challenging adversary for them, given their inherent frailty in combat. As the undead and snow maidens observed Bai Yu and Lung Jie, clad in frost armor, emerged from the cavern, preparations for battle commenced. The nearby vampires, noting the absence of their lord, instinctively took a few steps back, demonstrating their sentience and awareness of the precarious situation. They understood that without their leader's directive, they could exercise their own judgment in response. Bai Yu glanced at the fallen bodies, noting that the deceased fire magic wolf had turned to ash, while Funri's corpse remained remarkably intact. Among the total of 20 corpses, each faction claimed its share of kills, with the snow maidens having the fewest. Notably, nearly half of the enemies had been dispatched solely by the necromancer after their entry into the fray. My lord, Funri lacks a soul and cannot be summoned, the necromancer respectfully informed Bai Yu. Taken aback, Bai Yu recalled their previous encounter with a soulless being, the commander-level malevolent Treant in the swamp. Among the 20 corpses, 12 belonged to Funri, 4 of which were commander-level, yet none could be summoned. Before Bai Yu's arrival, the necromancer had already summoned 16 undead, including 2 at the commander level. Upon dissecting one of Funri's corpses, Bai Yu discovered it yielded only a soul core and a piece of equipment, a lower-tier version of the Frost-Set's wolf claw. Bai Yu, however, was not unreasonable and chose to dissect only the 12 corpses of his own faction. This resulted in the acquisition of 12 soul cores, 30 magic crystals, and 4 pieces of commander-level equipment. It was only after Bai Yu and Lung Jie had finished processing these corpses and their resources that they prepared to depart. Yet Yiliang still had not made an appearance. Bai Yu speculated that he might be recuperating in the cave from previous injuries, deliberately avoiding him. Bai Yu surmised that he would not emerge before his departure. Clutching a frozen iron ingot, Bai Yu ascended onto Arthur's back. John mounted the bone dragon, which was still grasping the newly summoned, flightless undead, a mere tool in their ascent. The necromancer's form began to grow increasingly translucent as he activated his skill, entering a spectral state. May we not cross paths again, he whispered. With a powerful flap of his wings, Arthur dispelled the surrounding snow and soared into the sky, causing the necromancer's figure to vanish in that instant. As Bai Yu gradually transformed into a distant silhouette, Lung Jie exhaled a sigh of relief. Should they meet again, this master would likely take their own life. At that moment, Yi Liang emerged from the cave, directing the vampires to transport supplies and disassemble corpses. Realizing there was nothing left for Lung Jie, he transformed into snow and departed with the snow maidens. Yi Liang cast a glance, but paid no heed. Detected that the Lord has acquired frost magic, intermediate level. Would you like to consume 1 magic crystal to learn it immediately? The price had indeed increased, yet it posed little concern. For Bai Yu, such a modest sum of magic crystals was trivial. Learning, the spell book vanished instantaneously, and Bai Yu's mind began to fill with various techniques for employing frost magic. Intermediate level magic differed significantly from lower level spells, which could only unleash fixed techniques. Upon reaching the intermediate stage, one could develop spells autonomously, elevating to an entirely different echelon. The subsequent priority was the 2,000 iron ingots, as they were the most scarce resource Bai Yu currently possessed. Although these ingots could not upgrade the castle, they were sufficient to construct 20 defensive towers. Bai Yu's adept resource management was commendable. He requested an additional 1,000 iron ingots from Lung Jie. Otherwise, the ingots would only suffice for half the towers. Construction materials: 1 wood, 2 stone, 100 iron ingots, 1 spirit core. Each defensive tower required these materials, and aside from the iron ingots, they were remarkably inexpensive. Construction. Bai Yu opted to proceed with the building. Instantly, the 20,000 wood, 40,000 stone, 2,000 iron ingots, and 20 spirit cores in the warehouse vanished. While the other resources remained ample, Bai Yu's stone supply had been entirely depleted. The total stone gathered, including that collected by the undead outside, amounted to precisely 40,000. At the 20 recesses along the town's perimeter wall, square bases rapidly rose, crowned with circular defensive towers. The overall color of the towers matched that of the walls, presenting a dark gray hue, with a spirit core hovering above, drawing energy from the defensive towers. Gazing at the 20 newly erected towers, Bai Yu felt a slight increase in security, for these towers possessed commanding-level offensive capabilities. The necromancers on the walls continued their summoning tasks, and Bai Yu integrated this commanding-level necromancer into their ranks, significantly enhancing efficiency. By nightfall, all the corpses could be processed. Bai Yu surveyed the resources in the warehouse. There were still plenty of magic crystals and spirit cores available for upgrading the barracks, yet wood and stone had begun to dwindle. Alas, this was troublesome. Chapter 95, The Arrival of the Peasant Units. Bai Yu opened the trading post to examine the current market prices. Upon inspection, she was taken aback. As she had initially surmised, following the beast tide, the fallen lords had perished, while those who survived had reaped a substantial bounty of beast tide resources. Some of the slightly more powerful lords had already begun to promote their units to commanding level, and with the alliances formed among these lords, the circulation of resources became even more extensive. Previously, a piece of ordinary equipment could fetch 10 magic crystals, but merely half a day later, the price plummeted to 5 magic crystals per item. Bai Yu and Zhao Lianxue still had over 20,000 pieces of ordinary equipment unsold, resulting in substantial losses. Conversely, as the number of elite units commanded by the lords increased, the demand for elite-level equipment surged, leading to even higher prices than before. Additionally, with the lords accumulating more magic crystals, the price of an elite-level item rose from 300 to 500 magic crystals to a staggering 1,000 magic crystals each, excluding the cost of sets, which would be even pricier. The materials for forging ordinary equipment were unearthed by certain lords in the world chat, resulting in an increasing number of lords capable of forging equipment. Consequently, the price of animal hides has escalated to 1 magic crystal per unit, and wild boar tusks, essential for ordinary equipment, have risen to 2 magic crystals each. The cost of producing a single piece of ordinary equipment has now reached 3 magic crystals, while the selling price remains at a mere 5, yielding a profit of only 2 magic crystals, a far cry from the previous tenfold returns. Bai Yu decided against pursuing equipment profits any further, as the returns were insufficient to be split between the two of them. If Zhao Lianxue wished to pursue it, she could do so alone. Bai Yu promptly listed over 1,000 units of animal hides on the trading post, exchanging them one for magic crystals. However, she did not currently lack magic crystals, possessing over 80,000 in her warehouse. Her primary shortage was stone. While wood could be obtained by having the undead venture to the outskirts of the dark forest for logging, where trees were plentiful, stone proved to be a challenge. Although Zhao Lianxue had ample stone, her dwarves had suffered losses due to the beast tide, and with the need for them to forge equipment and smelt iron ingots over the next few days, there were no surplus hands available for stone mining. Bai Yu contemplated selling a few elite-level items to acquire some stone for future use. Once Zhao Lianxue upgraded her town, they might utilize the portal to send units to her, significantly enhancing efficiency. Just as Bai Yu was about to list the items, she suddenly hesitated. The wolf claw weapon was too identifiable. Once listed, it would likely be recognized by the other 2 lords, causing her disguise to be compromised. At that point, all lords would know her units were undead and could be summoned infinitely. The wolf claw could not be sold, but the human general's set could be marketed. As they had never encountered this equipment, Bai Yu began calculating the exchange rate. Currently, 1 magic crystal could procure about 3 units of stone. This set comprised 4 pieces of elite-level equipment, which should certainly be worth around 6,000 magic crystals, as it was a dropped royal set. Although it couldn't be repaired, its attributes far exceeded those of ordinary elite-level sets. 18,000 for stone? Absolutely insufficient. Rounding it off, 30,000 would be appropriate. This time, Bai Yu had learned her lesson. Such an impressive elite-level set would be listed for individual trade. This way, she would deny those lords capable of providing resources the opportunity to deliver it, for if they hesitated even slightly, one of the pieces would be purchased, resulting in the loss of the set bonus. Bai Yu opted to list the items directly, showing little interest in the world chat. Barely 10 seconds had passed when she received a system notification. Congratulations, Lord, successful trade acquired. To her astonishment, the entire set had been sold in an instant. The remaining 4 pieces of the commander-level wolf claw gear were gifted, 2 each to Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lianxue. Bai Yu cautioned Sun Xiaoxiao against selling them recklessly, as he had openly declared himself her subordinate in the world chat. Should he sell the gear, it would inevitably expose her. Qi Tian dashing. Thank you, Sister Bai. Zhao family orphan. Thank you. Big shot, love you. Bai Yu casually replied to them before turning to her pressing matters. Upgrading the barracks. Requirements for upgrading the barracks. 16 magic crystals, 160 spirit cores. Upgrade. Now that she had ample funds, she was prepared to splurge, unlocking special fixed unit, Shadow Monk. Note: each day, the Lord will summon 10 Shadow Monks alongside other units, without occupying other summoning slots. However, they cannot be acquired through other means. Shadow Monks, what kind of unit is this? Bai Yu had never heard of such beings among the undead. Upon reaching level 10, the barracks showed no other changes apart from the addition of this Shadow Monk unit. Unlike the castle, which advanced to a higher tier after level 9, the barracks remained static. At that moment, Bai Yu heard commotion from the barracks and turned to look. 10 figures draped in black and gray robes approached. Adorned with red embellishments at the sleeves and shoulders, their faces masked in black, wielding daggers. Despite their obscured features, Bai Yu noted they bore a striking resemblance to humans, even more so than the necromancers. We pay our respects to the esteemed queen. The 10 knelt, their voices nearly indistinguishable from that of humans. Rise. Bai Yu sensed they must possess some unique function, or they would not have been unlocked at a level 10 barracks. Shadow Monk. Growth limit, commander level. Active skill, shadow form. Passive skill, resource gathering. Shadow form. Transforms into a shadow to move swiftly, unable to attack. Resource gathering. Increases collection speed of various resources by 20. To her surprise, they possessed both health and stamina, and the commander level had 2 skills. At first glance, they seemed impressive, but upon closer inspection, Bai Yu realized they were merely worker units. The presence of health and stamina indicated they were not pure undead, but rather living beings, likely humans. However, this meant they could not enter the Black Water Altar for enhancement, or they would perish immediately. Thus, they were simply worker scouts. Chapter 96. The Beast Tide Rewards Arrive. Are you humans? Bai Yu asked, still uncertain. The Shadow Monks replied respectfully, indeed, we are human. Well, that simplifies matters, Bai Yu mused with relief. It is not solely the dwarves who possess the skills of mining and crafting equipment. Humans are equally adept in these arts. The ability to mine is commendable in itself. And currently, Bai Yu finds herself in dire need of iron ingots. However, the endeavor of mining now seems as improbable as a sow attempting to climb a tree. Lacking both ore and a furnace, she is left with no means to forge. The shadowy ability of the monk not only serves for reconnaissance, but also facilitates escape when danger lurks during resource gathering. It appears that the time to liberate the skeletons will come, though presently the number of monks remains insufficient. With the remaining resources, Bai Yu can upgrade the barracks once more. Yet, the changes are minimal, merely enhancing the base level of summoned units. The summoned troops have not transformed into a legion of all undead, indicating that there are still other units yet to be unlocked. Bai Yu fervently hopes that the final 2 units are not the Destroyer or Ghoul. She must reserve a portion of her resources for future needs. It would be unwise to deplete them entirely at once. Thus, she decides to proceed cautiously. The barracks consume significant resources, and the benefits of upgrading are rather limited. Having dealt with the resources, Lung Jia finds himself stuck at a level 9 castle, hesitant to upgrade his town, as his iron ingots remain insufficient. Yet, this is of little concern. What truly matters is that he has acquired a complete set of frost armor, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. With this armor, he has transitioned from a mere assistant to a formidable warrior. As a level 1 commander, Lung Jia feels capable of contending with a level 2 commander. Particularly, he believes he could easily overpower the Vampire Lord, who, despite being a level 2 commander, possesses surprisingly low combat effectiveness. I could dispatch him with one hand. As for the Undead Lord, a chill runs down his spine. That foe is simply beyond his capabilities. Without delay, Lung Jia shares the intelligence regarding the 2 lords he encountered in the League chat. Frost Lord. I encountered the 2 lords on the snowy mountains and engaged them in battle. Their strength is undeniably top tier. One is a vampire lord, while the other is an undead lord, both capable of summoning their units through unique methods, much like us. Vine Fairy. Wow, Frost Brother, how impressive. Were you able to defeat them? Upon reading this message, Lung Jia nearly choked on his own saliva. As the aloof and handsome Frost Lord, it would be rather unbecoming to admit that he had nearly been vanquished. Thus, he chose to disregard the Vine Fairy's inquiry about the battle and continued speaking for himself. Frost Lord, we 3 encountered one another in a cave, and chaos erupted as we summoned our troops. The battle awakened a powerful beast dwelling within. A level 6 Frost Wolf. It was through our combined efforts that we managed to slay it. Given my proficiency in frost magic and the advantageous terrain of the snowy mountains, I took on the role of the main attacker. In the end, the Frost Wolf dropped a complete set of armor, which the 2 lords graciously allowed me to claim. Earth Lord, impressive. You will undoubtedly rank among the top tier in the next leaderboard update. The conversation flowed with a mix of banter and camaraderie, while Lin Jun remained silent, secretly observing. Undead and vampires? It is evident that powerful lords do not solely rely on the units summoned from barracks. They must possess the inherent ability to summon independently. Lin Jun murmured that these 2 units, when taken individually, possess an almost immortal essence, rivaling the elemental beings in their prowess. Moreover, elemental beings are susceptible to the influences of their surroundings, leading to inconsistent combat efficacy. For instance, Lin Jun's Flame Spirit and Lung Jie's Snow Maiden can each harness approximately 15 times their usual strength in their respective terrains of volcanic and snowy mountains. However, swapping their positions would prove fatal for both units. It is not merely a matter of diminished power. The types of undead are too numerous. And Lung Jie did not specify which category the undead lord belonged to. Lin Jun harbored a resolute desire to grow stronger. Yet the lords in his vicinity were scarce and rather weak. Although he recognized his own strength placed him among the elite, he yearned to ascertain the gap in power between himself and other lords of the same tier. Today, Lin Jun's castle successfully ascended to a town. Outside the volcano, he discovered a band of goblins transporting iron ore, led by a diminutive gremlin, their destination unknown but fortuitously revealed to Lin Jun. He swiftly dispatched them and seized the iron ore. Although Lin Jun lacked a furnace, the volcanic setting provided its own ingenious solutions. He cast all the iron ore into the seething magma, where the impurities began to dissolve rapidly. Just before the iron itself completely melted, he utilized the flame's spirit to extract it. With the successful upgrade of his castle, Lin Jun unlocked the Transcendence Gate, realizing that lords of towns within the alliance could traverse distances effortlessly. However, among his current allies, only Lin Jun's castle had attained the status of a town. As evening fell, Zhao Lianxue tirelessly completed the forging of 10,000 pieces of equipment. Bai Yu hastily placed them on the market, for such items could not languish in their possession. Unfortunately, once listed, the sales were rather dismal, with several minutes passing before a single piece was purchased. They could only hope for a more fruitful transaction by the following morning. The remaining 7,000 corpses of magical beasts from the beast tide were summoned by the necromancers, leading to a significant transformation in Bai Yu's undead army, which swelled in numbers by 4 to 5 times. The army now boasted a formidable total of 20,000 undead. If they were to gather as one, it would exude an overwhelming presence that would terrify any lord who beheld it. Yet, despite the increase in numbers, their overall strength remained insufficient. A king-level expert could easily dispatch 20,000 undead, as they lacked self-destructive capabilities. Nevertheless, Bai Yu firmly believed that quantitative changes would inevitably lead to qualitative transformations. Finally, she could proceed to dismantle the corpses of the beasts surrounding the castle. The temperature in her location remained a steady and comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. If the magical beast corpses were left to decompose for a few more days, they would surely rot, unleashing a foul stench that would be utterly repugnant. Bai Yu dismantled the 7,000 beast corpses, yielding 100,000 portions of food, 7,140 magic crystals, and 890 spirit cores. As for the animal pelts and other miscellaneous items, she generously gifted them to Sun Xiaoxiao, which included some ordinary equipment. Bai Yu, now disinterested in these items, acknowledged the bountiful rewards from the 2 waves of beast tides. Her food stock had exceeded 100,000 portions, leaving her at a loss as to how to manage such an abundance. Who among the surviving lords of the beast tide would lack sustenance? Bai Yu sat in the castle, contemplating the forthcoming actions. The struggle for supremacy was secondary, while the pursuit of advancement took precedence. Bai Yu was acutely aware that there remained less than 2 hours on the leaderboard, with rewards likely to be distributed that very night. He surmised that the leaderboard would refresh once more before its conclusion, ultimately determining the top 1,000 lords who would receive rewards. In the solitude of his chamber, Bai Yu quietly awaited, watching the countdown of the leaderboard diminish second by second. At last, the system's notification chimed. Esteemed lords, the leaderboard will refresh in the final minute, solidifying the 1,000 lords eligible for rewards, which will be dispensed accordingly. Chapter 97, Beast Tide Rewards. Time, 23:59. In that last minute, the leaderboard flickered, and nearly all lords were fixated on the system's display. As the leaderboard ceased its flickering and the refresh concluded, the remaining time began its final countdown. Every lord immediately focused on their rank. A minute was far too fleeting to spare on assessing the standings of others. Bai Yu remained in the top tier, while Sun Xiaoxiao still occupied the 5th tier. Zhao Lianxue, thanks to the emergence of a commander-level unit, had ascended to the 3rd tier. Jie, having boasted to his allies, soon found his claims invalidated. As a premier lord of the top tier, he could not possibly withstand the beast tide. Only one unfortunate lord, out of sync with fate, met his demise after his protective shield dissipated, falling victim to a local powerhouse. Yet, such misfortune was limited to this single lord within the top tier. Consequently, while the leaderboard refreshed, only one position in the top tier became vacant. Jie's embarrassment at failing to secure a place was compounded by the fact that a lord from their alliance had indeed entered the top tier, known as the Lord of the Land, situated in the desolate plains. Brothers, I have ascended to the top tier. The awkwardness for Jie was palpable, as he felt as if he were using his toes to scratch out a 3-room apartment. The minutes slipped away in an instant, and the leaderboard vanished from the system interface, fading to gray, replaced by a countdown for the next refresh. Congratulations, your final rank is in the top tier, and you have received a special reward for the Beast Tide, Bloodline Origin Power, Universal. Bai Yu sensed a premonition that this was akin to the essence found within the Blackwater altar, capable of enhancing various abilities, potentially inducing peculiar transformations. The term universal likely indicated that this reward was consistent across all lords in the top tier. Claim. After all, it was a good item. And claiming it was the right course of action. Bai Yu felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, reminiscent of the enhancement experienced at the Blackwater altar. Yet this sensation was exponentially more potent. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed Bloodline Origin Power, Universal, awakening the right eye of the Queen of the Undead, permanently increasing all attributes by 15 points, and permanently enhancing both health and mana by 10 points. Indeed, as Bai Yu had surmised, a remarkable transformation has occurred. Simultaneously, a plethora of memories surged within her mind. Not only had her right eye manifested, but her left eye's magical capabilities had also been significantly enhanced. Since this reward was specifically tailored for Bai Yu, the scythe did not reap any benefits, resulting in no extraordinary changes for it. The left eye of the Queen of the Undead, known as the Eye of the Undead, previously allowed Bai Yu to wield only the magics of summoning and darkness. Now, however, she has gained 3 additional spells: Curse, Alchemy, and Virus. Among these, only the Curse and Virus spells can be used for direct attacks, while Alchemy serves the purpose of concocting potions or dark artifacts from magical energy and necromantic materials, which is somewhat lackluster. These auxiliary skills are typically mastered by necromancers. It is not fitting for a leader to take on the role of an alchemist. The dark magic is of intermediate level, summoning is of 3rd tier, while Alchemy, Virus, and Curse are all of the 1st tier, which is largely ineffective, offering only a minor skill. The right eye, known as the Eye of Magic, signifies that as the Queen of the Undead, her repertoire extends beyond merely necromantic spells. Other forms of magic are equally essential. Unlike the left eye, the right eye does not come with inherent skills, but possesses the capacity to record. Other magics are not part of her inheritance and must be learned later. With the right eye merely augmenting Bai Yu's ability to acquire knowledge. The right eye can record a total of 7 types of spells, enabling the enhancement and fusion of recorded magics, while simultaneously amplifying their potency and reducing magical energy consumption. The spells contained within the right eye also possess the ability to be cast without incantation. In essence, the Eye of the Undead assists in reinforcing her inherited powers, while the Eye of Magic bolsters Bai Yu's other abilities. Although the Eye of Magic can only record 7 spells, akin to Bai Yu's previous experiences, she can still learn other magics even if they are not recorded, albeit without the enhancements provided by the right eye. Bai Yu turned and entered her bedroom, gazing into the mirror at her reflection. At this moment, her right eye had transformed from its original blue hue to a striking red. Alas, she had acquired heterochromia. Activating the ability of her right eye, it emitted a crimson light, revealing a hexagram magic array within her pupil, with 2 corners displaying a flame emblem and an ice crystal emblem, radiating a soft red and blue glow. This represented the fire and frost magics she had just recorded. She mused that if she were to record all spells, this hexagram would surely become a kaleidoscope of colors. She then activated her left eye, which glimmered with a blue light, revealing a circular magic array within her pupil that changed color as she utilized various spells. For instance, dark and curse magic appeared black, summoning was gray, and virus was green, among others. However, these subtle distinctions would go unnoticed unless one observed her pupils closely. To open both eyes simultaneously demanded immense mental fortitude, and Bai Yu could distinctly sense the world around her slowing down. Approaching the window, she could even perceive the insects crawling on the ground beyond the town's borders through the darkness. Perhaps she should wear sunglasses when venturing outside. Her stark white hair already provided ample recognition. Bai Yu changed her clothes, and it was still too early for her to bathe or sleep, as the troops had yet to be summoned. Moreover, she wished to experience her magical enhancements. Most importantly, Bai Yu was eager to ascertain the situation regarding Zhao Lianxue. After all, she was completely unaware of the location of Zhao Lianxue's castle. She hoped that the latter would swiftly upgrade her town and construct a teleportation gate, enabling Bai Yu to send her acolytes to assist in mining. Being perpetually hindered by the scarcity of iron ingots was simply untenable. Chapter 98, Attracting Attention. Oh, given the exhilarating circumstances just experienced, it was certain that she had leveled up. Upon inspection, Bai Yu discovered with astonishment that she had indeed ascended 2 levels at once. An extraordinary feat, considering that all the rewards for the 1st tier lords were comparable. It seemed that the lords below the 1st tier would only fall further behind. Coupled with the attribute enhancements bestowed by the Eye of Magic and her recent level gain, Bai Yu's attributes finally surpassed 100. Her current level matched that of Xiao Bing. Should she encounter the Frost Wolf of level 6 again, Bai Yu felt confident in her ability to defeat it single-handedly. Barring any interruptions, with thoughtfulness, Bai Yu sent a greeting to Zhao Lianxue, inquiring whether she had retired for the night. Zhao's orphan, not yet, esteemed one. Shui Huang Fortress, have you summoned your troops? Zhao's orphan, not yet. The dwarves require rest at night, and they won't work if summoned. I typically summon them in the morning. Bai Yu glanced at Zhao Lianxue's barracks level on the system panel, noting that it had reached level 7. A commendable increase of 4 levels. The spirit cores obtained from the beast tide had likely been utilized as well. Bai Yu opened the description of her barracks. Level 7 Dwarven Crystal. Capable of summoning warriors and craftsmen of the Dwarven clan, randomly 40 units, initial level elevated to normal level 3. Bai Yu promptly provided Zhao Lianxue with 480 spirit cores, assured that her magic crystals were sufficient, alleviating any concerns Bai Yu might have. After the beast tide, it would be considerably difficult for Zhao Lianxue to acquire more spirit cores. Shui Huang Fortress. Upgrade your barracks to level 10. Then focus entirely on mining iron or to expedite the town's upgrade and construct the teleportation gate. Zhao Lianxue was taken aback, never expecting Bai Yu to bestow upon her nearly 500 spirit cores, precisely the amount required for upgrading to a level 10 barracks. Although Zhao Lianxue was unaware of what a teleportation gate entailed, she understood it to be a crucial item that could only be unlocked with a town upgrade. Presently, Zhao Lianxue's warehouse contained 4,000 iron ingots. If the dwarves worked diligently, it would likely take only 2 days to upgrade the town. Zhao's orphan. Thank you, esteemed one, for your generous gift. Zhao Lianxue upgraded her barracks to level 10, increasing the number of summoned dwarves to 50 and elevating their initial level to normal level 5. Shui Huang Fortress. By the way, where is your castle located? Bai Yu almost forgot to inquire about this pivotal piece of information. Surely, the indigenous dwarves within Zhao Lianxue's castle would know its whereabouts. Zhao's orphan. My castle is nestled within the Baiyan Mountains of Hapni State, reputedly not far from the borders of the Dwarven Kingdom. How surprising that it is not in martial state. Yet, considering the multitude of lords, it was improbable for them all to reside within a single state. Bai Yu suddenly recalled what Little Green Bean had once said, aside from the divine realm, no creature could traverse 2 continents on its own. However, when it came to the Holy Court, whose influence spanned 7 continents, Bai Yu found it hard to believe that they lacked the ability to cross vast lands. Once Zhao Lianxue upgraded the castle, Bai Yu would be able to use the teleportation gate to traverse Martial State and reach Hapne State. Was it not too hasty to unlock a new map before even finishing the novice village? Bai Yu began to summon troops, first enhancing the barracks by 2 levels with her resources, expending 55 magic crystals and 550 spirit cores. Her stockpile of spirit cores and magic crystals was nearly depleted, leaving only 8 magic crystals and 170 spirit cores. As anticipated, the unfortunate moment arrived. The newly unlocked units from the barracks upgrade were the Destroyer and the Ghoul, which Bai Yu should have foreseen. Nevertheless, these units would be unlocked eventually. With a sigh, she still felt a twinge of conscience. At that moment, Bai Yu commenced the summoning of troops, and fortune smiled upon her as she conjured a zombie titan, 7 necromancers, and 2 bone dragons. 10 acolytes also appeared beside the barracks. As more units became available, the probability of summoning ordinary skeletons diminished. Now, most skeleton soldiers were being summoned by the necromancers. Bai Yu ventured outside the castle to test her enhanced magic, discovering that, when utilizing her right eye, a circular area of approximately 100 meters formed around her, within which she could manipulate the fire elements at will. The power of her magic had astonishingly increased several tiers. Elated, she swiftly switched to frost magic for experimentation, only to find the effects equally impressive. She longed to incorporate dark magic into her right eye, but alas, such spells belonged to her left eye and could not be assimilated. A night passed without incident. The following day, Bai Yu awoke promptly at 6. And before getting out of bed, she opened the trading post to check the status of her 10,000 pieces of equipment. Fortunately, despite the plummeting prices, everything was sold out. She collected 50,000 magic crystals, distributing half to Zhao Lianxue while storing the other half in her warehouse. After throwing off her covers, Bai Yu dressed in a loose white shirt and a light blue skirt, complemented by white socks adorned with 2 white bows and casual shoes. Sitting before the mirror, she braided her hair into 2 twists. Although the braiding was rather peculiar, it was passable. Having indulged in a moment of vanity, Bai Yu stepped outside the castle and offered some elite food to Little Ice. Ever since the beast tide had concluded, she ceased sending her undead to hunt the adorable wild boars and rabbits. After all, food was of no use to her, and these wild creatures were at most level 3, yielding only 10 experience points. Even exterminating them entirely would hardly elevate a level 9 undead to commander status. Now, she had commanded her aerial forces among the undead to develop towards the snowy mountains, while the army advanced into the dark forest. Of course, with only 20 acolytes at her disposal, resource gathering was still too slow, and tasks such as cutting trees and mining stones were still partially assisted by a few skeletons. Some areas on the outskirts of the dark forest have been stripped bare by the skeletons. Bai Yu's daily resource income amounts to 8 units of wood and merely 4 of stone. However, this indiscriminate felling of trees by the undead has provoked the displeasure of one of the creatures residing within. Unlike the frigid snow mountains, the territories within the dark forest are distinctly demarcated, and the awareness of the magical beasts regarding their domains is remarkably strong. To seize control of another's territory, one must vanquish the rightful owner. Chapter 99. The undead are vanquished. The outermost territory belongs to a rank 1 leader-level magical bear, whose domain was not originally situated at the periphery. However, 9 days prior, a castle inexplicably materialized within its territory, inhabited by other beings, which the magical bear perceived as an invasion. It rallied its kin to assault the castle. Yet, the castle was protected by a formidable shield, rendering the bear utterly powerless. It was not until 2 days ago that the castle's protective barrier abruptly vanished, causing numerous magical beasts, including the bear and its kin, to succumb to madness. They launched a frenzied attack on the castle, but the lord within possessed purifying magic, which cleansed most of the beasts, restoring their sanity. Naturally, those who regained their senses would not linger in the territory of others, and hastily departed. Only the bear and its kin remained to assault the castle. But within a mere 7 days, the bear discovered that the castle now housed leader-level combatants, making it no match for them, forcing it to retreat in disgrace with its kin. The bear was compelled to relocate its territory to the outskirts of the dark forest, driving away the magical beasts and seizing their domain. Although the bear was merely rank 1, it could not tolerate the destruction of its home. It promptly led its kin to deliver a severe beating to the invading skeletons. However, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. These skeletons could resurrect, rendering the bear incapable of truly defeating them. The skeletons, not to be outdone, summoned a multitude of undead reinforcements. Witnessing the number of skeletons swell from dozens to hundreds, the bear was filled with trepidation, realizing it might have to move once again. Among the undead, the bear recognized some ghouls, who had previously inhabited the dark forest alongside a group of annihilators, possessing a territory considerably larger than its own. The bear could not comprehend why they would assist the skeletons against it. Its bear-like mind was utterly baffled, knowing only that these skeletons were immortal and it had to relocate. A young man, clad in an open-collared shirt and flamboyant floral shorts, approached. An open spellbook floated beside him, emanating a golden glow, while a cadre of armored soldiers trailed behind. The bear was startled. This was the very human who had occupied its territory. Without hesitation, it turned to flee, but the man did not pursue. Instead, he gazed curiously at the undead not far away. Undead creatures, indeed, the species of the dark forest is remarkably diverse. The spellbook beside the man drifted before him and began to rapidly flip through its pages. At the forefront of the skeletal soldiers, a radiant beam of holy light suddenly coalesced, striking numerous skeletons and extinguishing their soul flames, reducing them to mere piles of bones upon the ground. Devoid of any traces of reassembly, the man observed the system's kill record, and a subtle shift in his expression revealed a smile. He had unexpectedly encountered a lord's unit. This was his first venture beyond the dark forest, and he realized that vanquishing fellow lords presented a splendid opportunity for him to grow stronger. The man, named Micah, hailed from the west. Upon his arrival in the perilous realm of the dark forest, he had managed to achieve the rank of commander after 7 days of development. However, he was not the sole lord born within this ominous forest. There were nearly 10 others, though only 4 ultimately survived. Micah formed an alliance with the remaining 3, and together they struggled to survive in the treacherous environment of the dark forest, where only the most formidable lords prevailed. Initially, Micah had conferred with his allies about leaving the dark forest in search of further development. Yet, among the 4 lords, only Micah was closest to the forest's edge. Thus the daunting task was entrusted to him. To his delight, upon reaching the periphery of the dark forest, he discovered other lords' units, prompting an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He immediately relayed this information to his 3 allies, all of whom had endured the trials of the dark forest. It was implausible that they would be weaker than lords residing beyond its confines. The other 3 lords were Lord Park Jichong, known for his prowess, Lord Ichio Hachijiro, the strongest among them, boasting a commander level of 4, and Lord Ku Cha-Asan, with levels of 3 and 2 respectively, while Micah held a mere level of 1. Upon receiving Micah's message, the 3 lords hastened with their units towards his location, eager not to miss this fortuitous opportunity to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, Micah commanded his troops to engage the skeletons, biding time for his allies' arrival. The skeletons, lacking intelligence and fear, continued their assault on the enemy, undeterred by Micah's ability to eliminate them. However, Micah's forces lacked the capacity to vanquish the skeletons, and he was not in a hurry to resolve the situation, choosing instead to prolong the engagement. Observing the retreating ghouls, Micah paid them little heed, assuming they fled in fear, which conveniently allowed him to ascertain the general direction of the enemy lord's castle based on their flight. Even without the ghouls transmitting information, Bai Yu within the castle received system notifications. Your 5 bone warriors have been slain by an enemy lord. Your 6 bone warriors have been slain by an enemy lord. A flurry of messages erupted, startling Bai Yu. It was the first time his undead had been defeated, although he was unaware of where the battle had transpired. The notifications that continued to appear all pertained to skeletal soldiers, zombies, and undead knights. Bound by commonality, they were all part of the army. Thus, Bai Yu immediately deduced that the battlefield was likely situated in the direction of the dark forest. If the kill had been executed by local creatures, She would have needed to gather more intelligence. However, since it was the enemy lord responsible, Bai Yu felt no need for concern. The current lord was merely of the commander level, posing no significant threat to her. The aerial forces within the castle had all departed for the frigid snow mountains, and the corpses had been fully summoned, with even the necromancers dispatched to level up. Alas, there were no mounts left. At that moment, a wraith approached. A message-bearing ghoul encountered en route. Upon receiving the news, other undead began to hasten towards the battlefield as well. Chapter 100. Dare to slay my undead? The wraith relayed the message to Bai Yu, who instantly grasped the situation's location. Among the army was John, and within the ranks of skeletal soldiers, zombies, and death knights were various other commander-level units. Bai Yu felt no fear. Xiaobing, let's go. With no aerial forces remaining in the castle, she feared for her skeletal soldiers' lives until she could summon a gargoyle or bone dragon. Bai Yu boldly chose to ride Xiaobing into the fray. Swiftly mounting her steed, she directed Xiaobing towards the battlefield, soaring at full speed. Meanwhile, Maika's first ally had arrived, the Lord of Bacteria and Hygiene, the formidable Ku Cha-Asan, who was closest to him. His troops comprised a legion of giant lizards, possessing a trace of draconic blood, and their combat prowess was commendable. Ku Cha-Asan, clad in a flowing white robe that contrasted with his dark skin, had a headscarf that revealed his curly brown hair, a golden nose ring adorning his nostrils, and a staff in his hand. With the addition of Ku Cha-Asan's giant lizard troops to the battlefield, the undead found themselves increasingly outmatched. Although they could not perish, they were thoroughly overwhelmed, suffering losses even as Maika intermittently attacked, claiming their lives. At that moment, all the giant lizards seemed to sense something, halting their assault and prostrating themselves on the ground. Ku Cha-Asan noticed the unusual behavior of his troops. Only he could command such a display of submission. No, there was another creature. Ku Cha-Asan glanced upward. A dragon. Maika also looked up to see a frost giant dragon soaring towards them, bearing a human upon its back. Could this be the undead lord? From the lofty perch atop Xiaobing, Bai Yu had already observed the two lords below. Xiaobing, attack! As they approached the adversaries, a magical circle began to materialize before Xiaobing. A tempest of snow and wind, laden with colossal ice crystals, cascaded down upon the ground. Even now, the giant lizards dared not stir. Those struck by Xiaobing's magic were instantly transformed into ice sculptures, which were then shattered by the ensuing barrage of ice shards. Maika promptly cast a defensive spell, but his shield was swiftly shattered. Fortunately, Ku Cha-Asan intervened just in time. Together, they barely managed to withstand Xiaobing's magical onslaught. Observing this, Bai Yu's right eye gleamed, and the hexagram within her pupil morphed into a crystalline pattern of ice. Bai Yu similarly unleashed frost magic, enhancing the magical array of Xiaobing. The battlefield was now enveloped in a blizzard, the ground gradually freezing, and even the knightly soldiers of Maika began to falter, their movements slowing as they succumbed to the chill. Recognizing that both lords were mages, Bai Yu did not hesitate and opted for a direct confrontation. His form gradually turned pale, and ultimately, he transformed into an icy figure, beginning to dissolve atop Xiaobing's back. From the depths of the snow and ice, Bai Yu's silhouette materialized, brandishing a scythe that morphed into black mist, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the two lords, swinging his weapon with lethal intent. Activating his right eye, Bai Yu's senses heightened, and he suddenly detected a murderous aura emanating from a San-S shadow. In an instant, a sharp blade of light erupted from that shadow, aimed directly at Bai Yu. Fortunately, he sensed it in advance and parried the strike with his scythe. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yu discerned a middle-aged man with a well-groomed mustache wielding a katana. But there was another? Leveraging the momentum, he leapt backward, while Yea Hakizairu licked his lips, eyeing Bai Yu with interest. A delightful treat. Until Yea Hakizairu assisted Asan and Maika in fending off Bai Yu's ambush, the two lords were just beginning to react. Well done, Lord Hakizairu. Has Lord Park Zhizhong not arrived yet? He always takes his time. As the three conversed, they began to encircle Bai Yu. Yea Hakizairu took the lead, flanked by Maika and Asan, forming a triangular formation. Yea Hakizairu's troops consisted of a cadre of armored samurai, appearing as though they had long since perished, lacking the vitality of the living, with several commanding figures among them. As the three lords' forces advanced against Bai Yu's undead army, Xiaobing provided cover from the skies. The reinforcements for the undead had yet to arrive. Only a few swift undead knights had managed to come forth. Yet that was sufficient to contend with the other three lords' troops. Bai Yu observed that none of the assembled forces possessed the capability to slay the undead. Only that foreign mage could, marking him as the first target for elimination. Among them, this lord, enjoying a comfortable life, was the most formidable, only a tier below Bai Yu. At this moment, as the four faced off, Park Zhizhong finally made his entrance, leading his troops with a languid grace. His forces comprised a swarm of serpents. Ah, the West, he lamented, followed by violent spasms coursing through his body, limbs and torso expanding until he transformed into a towering 3-meter-tall red giant. Once his metamorphosis was complete, Park Zhizhong stood beside Yea Hakizairu, the four now arranged in pairs, two in front and two behind. I can afford to relinquish some resources, but that corpse belongs to me, Yaya Hakizaru remarked with fervor. How about I offer you a giant lizard instead? Who would be interested in a lizard? The four individuals appeared remarkably unperturbed, completely disregarding Bai Yu. At that moment, Bachelang was utterly captivated by beauty. Having never encountered such a stunning woman in his hometown of cherry blossoms, he mused that were she to be his, he would surely shatter the record of 8 encounters in a single night. Kuchai-san, however, showed little interest, for to him, any female creature would suffice. Maika felt a deep sense of shame associating with these three, yet, being the weakest among them, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Bai Yu, on the other hand, stood leisurely to the side, a scythe resting on her shoulder, one hand poised upon its hilt, exuding an air of nonchalance. None among the four could match Bai Yu's prowess. With the scythe's enhancement, she could effortlessly dominate them. Once her reinforcements arrived, the four lords would find no escape, and Bai Yu would simply raze their castle to the ground. Still daring to indulge in fantasies? Observing that their discussion had concluded, Bai Yu sensed their collective gaze upon her. Are you done? Then let the fallen souls of my past be filled by your respective troops. With that, she lowered her scythe, dragging it along the ground, her right eye emanating a crimson glow, the crystalline pattern in her pupils swiftly transforming into flames. In an instant, a raging inferno erupted within 100 meters around her, melting ice and snow, incinerating trees, and obliterating the ground until only a sea of fire remained. The troops of the four lords began to flee in panic. The roaring flames enveloped them, transforming the area into a hellish abyss of red. Chapter 101, 1 against 4. The four lords felt the searing heat beneath their feet, yet each was equipped with armor and magic to withstand it. These flames posed no threat to them. What is this, a domain? Kucha-san gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. The flames had even altered the terrain, creating a battleground advantageous to the caster. Impossible. Only those of royal caliber possess domains. This is merely a pseudo-domain. Bachelang was the first to retort, recalling his fortunate experience witnessing a royal confrontation in the dark forest, where true domains were nothing short of terrifying. Do not worry. She is merely a sorceress, Maika declared, as his grimoire floated before him, pages turning in preparation for an assault. Though he was puzzled by the necromancer's affinity for fire magic, he firmly believed that his holy light would be effective against the undead, including this necromancer. Bachelang was the first to charge at Bai Yu with his blade. Though he was the strongest among the four lords, he lacked any magical prowess, relying solely on his physical and swordsmanship skills. The clash of Bai Yu's scythe against Bachelang's katana sparked a bright flare. What is this sorcery? A sand chanted an incantation, his staff striking the ground, summoning a colossal wave of water that surged towards Bai Yu, dousing the surrounding flames and issuing forth clouds of white smoke. What was initially a seemingly even match for Bachelang suddenly shifted as he heard the sound of bells. His mind grew sluggish, and a headache began to throb. Bai Yu extended her hand, and from the flames on either side of her, 2 fire dragons surged forth, driving Bachelang back. Fortunately, his armor provided protection, sparing him from significant harm. As Bai Yu repelled the onslaught of the giant wave, her palm directed towards the approaching torrent. It seemed as if an air cannon was unleashed from her hand. In an instant, the wave shattered into countless droplets, which subsequently froze into crystalline ice, only to be vaporized completely by the searing flames. A colossal crimson fist surged towards Bai Yu's head from the side, its size dwarfing her own. The immense force behind such a punch threatened to cause grievous harm. However, to everyone's astonishment, Bai Yu did not flinch. Instead, she clenched her left fist and met the blow head-on. The magic circle before her effectively separated their fists, preventing any actual contact. Park Ji-zhang's full-force punch was not only met by Bai Yu, but also failed to push her back even a single step. A flicker of confusion and astonishment crossed Park Ji-zhang's flushed face. How could a mage possess such strength? Little did he know, it was merely a reflection of his own inadequacy. He was the weakest among them, second only to Maika, though he had significantly enhanced his power through transformation. Bai Yu's inherent strength as a level 5 commander, combined with the dual attribute boost from her scythe, far surpassed his own. Thus, it was hardly surprising that she effortlessly absorbed his attack. Unfazed, Park Ji-zhang attempted to engage Bai Yu in a contest of strength. But she had no time for his antics, as both Hachijiro and Maika launched their assaults simultaneously. A fire pillar, as wide as a bowl, erupted from the magic circle in front of Bai Yu, hurling Park Ji-zhang away. Hachijiro's slash cut through empty air, as Bai Yu transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from her original position and reappearing in front of Maika. Startled, Maika found himself unable to react to Bai Yu's astonishing speed, just as her scythe arced towards him. He hastily raised his spellbook in defense, only to witness it cleaved in two, losing its radiance and tumbling to the ground, consumed by the flames below. As a golden magic circle began to materialize before Maika, preparing for a counterattack, Bai Yu effortlessly dispersed it with a single hand, revealing her palm ablaze with black flames. Maika froze. Recognizing the dark magic that stood in stark contrast to his own holy light spells, and realized that her dark magic far eclipsed the potency of his light. You are quite audacious. I hear you are the one who killed my undead. Meanwhile, Hachijiro and Park Ji-jong attempted to rush to Maika's aid, but were ensnared by the fire dragons that continuously emerged from the ground, while the fire spells themselves posed little threat. The unpredictable transformation of these fire dragons into black dragons wreathed in dark flames kept them on high alert. At that moment, a blue ethereal glow emanated from Bai Yu's left eye, and the flames surrounding Maika instantly morphed into darkness, engulfing him. Maika cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, his body succumbing to the corrosive effects of the dark magic. Stripped of his spellbook, his already limited power rendered him incapable of dispelling the dark forces enveloping him. Observing Maika's writhing form on the ground, Bai Yu decisively guided him to the final step of his existence. Bai Yu turned her head to glance at the other three lords. Asan's water magic was no match for Bai Yu's fire magic, which countered it effectively, and with her possession of frost magic, Asan was rendered nearly useless. As for the remaining two, only Hachijiro possessed a modicum of strength, yet he could not withstand Bai Yu's psychic assault. The other, Park Ji-jong, although somewhat resilient, offered little more than a thick layer of vitality. You've killed Lord Maika, you're doomed. Hachijiro unleashed a circular blade of energy, instantly shattering the surrounding fire dragons and charging towards Bai Yu. Under the influence of Bai Yu's gaze, Hachijiro's speed diminished, as if the very flow of time around them had slowed. The two commenced their armed combat, providing Bai Yu with an opportunity to hone her melee skills. Thus she refrained from employing other spells against Hachijiro for the time being. Meanwhile, Asan recognized that within the pseudo-domain conjured by Bai Yu, he would be severely constrained. He deliberately exited the confines of Bai Yu's fire domain. From a distance, he removed his robe, revealing his muscular torso, and cast aside his headscarf. Hung Abumi He Tuali. Asan summoned a river, albeit a murky one, likely infused with elements from the periodic table. The river surged against the edge of Bai Yu's fire domain, proving to be formidable as it gradually eroded the flames, extinguishing them. Park Ji-jong also joined the fray between Bai Yu and Hachijiro, but each attempt was met with being flung away by Bai Yu's controlled fire magic. Undeterred, he continued to disrupt Bai Yu's battle. Bai Yu had long since noticed Asan's flooding efforts, yet she paid them no mind. At this juncture, Bai Yu had ceased relying on magic. Could they not discern that her fire magic was no longer significantly enhancing her combat? Chapter 102, for kills. Amidst the clash with Bai Yu, Hachijiro remained oblivious to the transformation of the red flame pattern in Bai Yu's right eye into a blue crystalline design. The surrounding flames began to diminish, leading both combatants to mistakenly believe it was the effect of Asan's water magic. Even Asan himself was imbued with a peculiar confidence, believing victory was assured. As the flames waned, they could no longer withstand Asan's magic. The river burst through the remaining fire, extinguishing it entirely and surging towards Bai Yu. Hachijiro and Park Ji-jong quickly evaded, while Bai Yu remained unperturbed in her stance. A smile began to creep across Hachijiro's lips, wide enough to accommodate an egg. Nanny. In an instant, the river was completely encased in ice, suspended before Bai Yu, transforming the surroundings into a winter wonderland. The ground blanketed in solid ice, exuding an eerie chill. Asan was caught off guard, frozen within his own river, rendered immobile. His eyes darted around in panic, breath fogging in the frigid air as he sought to thaw the ice, but the oxygen dwindled, and his body grew increasingly cold. Realizing that if no one came to his aid, he might not freeze to death but suffocate instead, Asan's predicament became dire. Asan could only cast a pleading glance towards Hachi and Park Ji-jong. The two exchanged a knowing look, and without hesitation, Hachi dashed towards Bai Yu while Park Ji-jong swiftly rushed to rescue Asan. However, before Park Ji-jong could reach Asan, the ground erupted with a multitude of icy spikes, piercing through his limbs and causing torrents of scalding blood to flow. Park Ji-jong attempted to struggle free, but four more robust ice columns emerged, compressing him at the center, compounded by the icy spikes that had pierced his body. In an instant, Park Ji-jong lost all capacity for movement before he could even reach Asan. Frost magic, unlike fire magic, had the ability to restrain an enemy's mobility, yet the sole drawback was its inability to meld with Bai Yu's dark magic. Hachi's eyelids fluttered anxiously. Both of his companions were suddenly incapacitated, and he realized he was no match for the girl with heterochromia. It was all Mika's fault. He had kicked the proverbial iron plate this time, and it was a fool's errand. Without a moment's hesitation, Hachi turned to flee, neglecting even his own troops. Hey, you fool, don't run. Hachi was no match for Bai Yu's speed. In an instant, she teleported in front of him, her scythe ignited with black flames. Swinging down upon Hachi, Hachi reacted swiftly, preparing to block her strike, but the bells on the scythe distracted him, causing him to falter just a beat too late. The armor on his chest was easily breached, a massive wound opening up, blood gushing forth, nearly splattering Bai Yu, who fortunately used frost magic to shield herself. With a thud, Bai Yu kicked him several meters away, and the icy ground surged, instantly encasing Hachi in ice. Bai Yu took a deep breath. The recent violence was somewhat unsettling for her. Previously, the adversaries she had dispatched met their end with relatively gentle methods, and most were not human, leaving her with little psychological burden. However, this time, she had truly torn open the chest of a living person. In that fleeting moment, her enhanced vision had even allowed her to glimpse the innards within. Feeling a wave of nausea, she hastily kicked him away and encased him in ice with her magic. Strictly speaking, this was Bai Yu's first act of killing in this fantastical realm, so visceral. The earlier Mika did not count, as he had perished by fire magic. Furthermore, the Holy Court Knight she had encountered in the Dark Forest had been dispatched by Arthur's finishing blow. Remain calm, there were no laws here. In a world of warring races, it was either you or me who would survive. The weak had no right to live. Meanwhile, Asan, completely encased in ice, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Whether from shock or death was uncertain. If misfortune had a name, it would be Asan. He was not the weakest among the four. Yet his sole mastery of water magic rendered him utterly defenseless against either Bai Yu's fire or ice magic, each powerful enough to overwhelm him. Bai Yu's eyes returned to normal. Maintaining both her mental faculties at once had drained her significantly, leaving her feeling fatigued. She raised her arm towards the three, fingers curling inward. In an instant, all three incapacitated leaders were struck down by Bai Yu. As Bai Yu closed her right eye, the surrounding environment gradually returned to normal. She dispelled the magic, and the frozen river instantly fell to the ground, transforming into a pool of water. After the demise of the three lords, the giant lizards and pythons scattered in retreat, revealing their lack of loyalty. In stark contrast, the warriors and knights, despite the death of their lords, chose to continue battling the undead, with none fleeing the fray. This indicates that the loyalty of Mika and Hachijiro's troops exceeds 80, willing to fight to the death alongside their lords. Reinforcements of the undead had arrived, and these troops stood no chance. Some of the undead began pursuing the fleeing pythons and giant lizards, seizing the opportunity for experience points. Simultaneously, within the dark forest, four distinctly styled castles began to tremble violently. The crystal atop each castle shattered with a resounding crash, and the entire structures began to collapse. Bai Yu accessed the system panel, which promptly displayed 4 notifications. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully slaying the enemy Lord Homeland of Cherry Blossoms. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully slaying the enemy Lord Delicious Kimchi. Resources are being tallied. You have obtained a special building blueprint, energy cannon. You have acquired 80 warehouse resources from the enemy Lord, 8 magic crystals, 200 spirit cores, 10 food, 70 wood, 8 stone, 7 iron ingots, and various other materials. Note: upon defeating other lords, you gain their 80 warehouse resources, with a 35 chance for special buildings and other items to drop from the castle. Resources used for upgrading the castle will not drop. This is a special notice for the first-time defeat of other lords. Is it truly possible that the 4 lords possessed such meager resources? Collectively, their wealth did not even match Bai Yu's own. However, acquiring a special building was a pleasant surprise. Its name suggested it was a type of artillery. Thus, it was not that each of the 4 lords had only one special building, but rather that Bai Yu had only received one upon their defeat. Could it be that the next time she faced a lord, she would have to grapple with her conscience? If only the resources used for upgrading the castle could also drop, Bai Yu would have been immensely wealthy. Alas, the system does not permit it. And even the warehouse drop is limited to 80. The spirit cores were scarce, indicating they had exhausted their rewards from the beast tide. Chapter 103. Zhao Lianxue upgrades the town. Nonetheless, the system demonstrated a degree of humanity, as defeating an opposing lord directly granted access to their castle's resources, transferring them straight to her warehouse. Had she needed to locate their castles, it would have been a troublesome endeavor, given the vastness of the dark forest and the ever-present risk of danger. Indeed, the dark forest was abundant in wood, with all lords possessing the greatest quantity of it. The 4 lords were all of the commander level, each at level 41. Bai Yu immediately employed the undead summoning magic, bolstering her army with 4 additional commander-level undead. Among their ranks were also 4 commander-level troops, and Bai Yu generously allowed them to remain by her side, accompanying their lord. It is uncertain whether it is a system-related issue, but neither the dismembered corpses of the lords nor their soldiers yield any food. However, equipment and magic crystals are indeed dropped. The combined forces of the 4 lords amount to approximately 500 soldiers, referring specifically to those that have perished. The serpents and giant lizards that fled earlier are not included in this count. These knights and warriors are not living beings. Upon death, they leave no corpses behind but simply vanish, rendering it impossible to summon them as undead. While knights do leave behind their equipment upon death, with leaders dropping items of a corresponding rank, the ordinary soldiers follow suit. Only 200 corpses are available for summoning, and Bai Yu, lacking the desire to summon them one by one, utilizes his left eye to summon them all at once. Asen's staff is a weapon of amplification, rather cumbersome. While Mika's spellbook has been destroyed by Bai Yu, Park Ji-jong possesses no weapon other than Jiro's katana, which is rather commendable. The undead then proceed to level up and gather resources as needed. Upon returning to the castle, Bai Yu promptly lists the miscellaneous items, including some equipment, on the trading platform for sale. Currently, ordinary equipment holds the same value as animal pelts, falling into the category of trifles and thus worth little. The only valuable items are the 2 pieces of leader-grade equipment and a complete set belonging to the deceased leader class knight, Micah. After dealing with the trifles, Bai Yu turns his attention to the special building blueprint he has acquired. Special building blueprint, energy cannon. Building level, leader class. Function, leader class offensive turret. Description, connected to the castle crystal, the damage inflicted is proportional to the level of the castle crystal, and the attack range corresponds exactly to the territory of the castle. Construction materials, 10 wood, 10 stone, 2 magic crystals, 36 spirit cores, 1 iron ingot. This is remarkable. It allows for a comprehensive attack within the territory. Bai Yu is somewhat astonished, never anticipating that these 4 lords had such valuable items. The defensive towers upon Bai Yu's castle walls possess limited attack ranges, activating only when enemies approach the walls. Otherwise, there would be no need to construct a perimeter of 20 defensive towers surrounding the walls. In comparison, the defensive towers on Bai Yu's walls indeed seem lacking, with the sole advantage being their greater quantity. The cannon, however, offers a full map strike capability. Construction commences. Bai Yu presently lacks for resources and has just acquired some iron ingots, so there is no pressure regarding construction. Positioned in the center of Bai Yu's castle, between the Blackwater altar and the castle gate, a white cannon with a width of 2 meters and a height exceeding 1 meter materializes. It is adorned with strange, glowing patterns, and its immense barrel extends upward, aimed directly at the sky. The internal energy unit of the cannon connects directly with the castle crystal. Much like the defensive towers, there is a certain resemblance to a mortar, Bai Yu muses, though he cannot underestimate the power of leader-class weaponry. With the iron ingots he has now obtained, Bai Yu no longer needs to wait for Zhao Lianxue to forge them. And this supply should suffice for her to upgrade the town directly. Bai Yu promptly sent a message to Zhao Lianxue. Crab Yellow Castle. How many iron ingots do you still need to upgrade your town? Zhao's orphans. I still need 3,000. Crab Yellow Castle. Upgrade your town. Then construct the warp gate. Zhao's orphans. Thank you, esteemed one. Zhao Lianxue was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that Bai Yu would acquire iron ingots so swiftly. It seemed as though Bai Yu, who had no means of obtaining iron ingots, was achieving a faster acquisition rate than she, who could forge them. Perhaps this is what makes one a true expert. Zhao Lianxue quickly accessed the system panel and selected the option to upgrade her town. Her castle, nestled among towering peaks, began to emanate a white glow, instantly transforming into a more majestic structure. The dwarves, drawn by the commotion from the castle, paused to behold the spectacle. A vast expanse of flat land was also revealed outside the castle, and Zhao Lianxue's blacksmith shop and furnace were reallocated to the town's territory. Uneven stones within the town's domain were systematically disassembled into manageable stone materials, forcibly leveled. Before Zhao Lianxue could fully observe her castle, she received a system notification indicating the unlocking of the exclusive structure, the warp gate. The warp gate required 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and 1,000 magic crystals for construction. This was not a significant expense for Zhao Lianxue, as she had accumulated a fair amount of wood, and the other resources were more than sufficient. As she clicked to build the warp gate, a structure materialized on the town's territory before her castle. Zhao Lianxue had always been curious about why Bai Yu insisted on her constructing the warp gate. She approached with intrigue and entered the grand hall of the warp gate, where the realization dawned upon her. A teleportation portal. After reviewing the system's introduction, she understood that as a subservient lord, she could not have allies. Thus her only options for teleportation were to fellow lords who had also pledged allegiance to Bai Yu or to Bai Yu's castle. There were 2 castles available for selection. One was the Great Sage Equal to Heaven, and the other was Bai Yu. However, the option for the Great Sage Equal to Heaven was grayed out, indicating that her castle had yet to attain the status of a town. Should she venture over now? Zhao Lianxue felt a surge of excitement as she set the teleportation portal to Bai Yu's castle. Instantly, the portal radiated a dazzling orange-red light, illuminating the entire room, as if to announce that the connection was complete. It was not merely the thrill of seeing Bai Yu, it was the anticipation of encountering humanity. Zhao Lianxue had been isolated in this secluded place for 9 days, never having left. It felt akin to being quarantined at home during a flu outbreak, utterly unbearable. Resolving her inner thoughts, she stepped boldly through the portal. Chapter 104. Sun Xiaoxiao's Opportunity. In recent days, Sun Xiaoxiao had been glumly moping around the castle, daily showing her displeasure to her crimson blood demon ape. Why was her unit so weak? While other lords had weak units, at least they could summon dozens in a day. She could only call forth 2 of her feeble monkeys daily. As Sun Xiaoxiao began to question whether she had forgotten to activate some kind of cheat upon her arrival in this fantastical realm, a pivotal turn of events transpired just 2 days prior, following the conclusion of the Beast Tide. John had left her with over 600 corpses of magical beasts, and it was these very remains that instilled a glimmer of hope within her. Of course, Bai Yu had already been exceedingly kind to her. Without Bai Yu's assistance, she might very well have perished on the day of the beast tide. Sun Xiaoxiao's few crimson blood demon apes had collectively slain fewer than 10 magical beasts, whereas Bai Yu had generously provided her with the remains of over 600. Sun Xiaoxiao meticulously disassembled the corpses of these magical creatures, acquiring a remarkable 60 spirit cores, 500 magical crystals, alongside a considerable supply of food. With these resources in hand, although she could not upgrade her castle, she finally managed to enhance her barracks, achieving this feat not once but twice. When the magic ape crystal of level 1 ascended to level 3, it transformed into a beast crystal. Initially, Sun Xiaoxiao presumed that all lords experienced the same barracks upgrade, so she was not overly astonished. However, the transformation of the barracks crystal filled her with joy. The level 3 barracks unlocked 2 entirely new types of troops, the golden mane lion and the swamp giant crocodile. Not only that, but their upper limits were astonishingly high, all reaching the king level. The sole drawback was that, like the crimson blood demon apes, they could only be summoned 2 at a time each day, with a fixed limit of 2 per species. Now, Sun Xiaoxiao had the capability to summon 6 magical beasts daily, a significant enhancement for someone who had yet to leave the novice village. The magical beasts under her command were still in their juvenile forms, and their method of leveling up bore resemblance to Bai Yu's little ice. They could gain experience not only through combat, but also by merely maturing, which would yield impressive combat abilities. Sun Xiaoxiao had previously failed to realize this, foolishly sending her troops into battle when they could simply grow stronger by staying alive. Although the minuscule experience gained from surviving an additional 7 days was hardly substantial, it was certainly preferable to perishing in combat. Now that Sun Xiaoxiao had come to this realization, she was filled with regret, daily lamenting to the system's ancestors. Yet, these matters were of secondary importance. After upgrading to the level 3 barracks, Sun Xiaoxiao received her first reward, the blueprint for a special building, the time chamber. The sole purpose of the time chamber was to accelerate the flow of time within its confines at a ratio of 1:100. What does a 100-fold acceleration in time imply? If her troops remained inside for a year, a full century would elapse in reality. While this may seem trivial to others, indeed, one might consider it rather impractical. It was nothing short of miraculous for Sun Xiaoxiao. She could allow her troops to reside within, facilitating their rapid growth, and when they emerged, they would possess commanding level combat prowess. What? You inquire why they wouldn't achieve king level status? Because this building only affects entities below king level, and it is effective solely on living beings, whose perceptions within the chamber remain indistinguishable from those outside. Elated, Sun Xiaoxiao felt as if she were floating. She had already devised a plan. Once her magical beasts matured sufficiently, she would seek to acquire spirit cores to expedite the barracks upgrade, thus enabling a snowball effect to amplify her strength progressively. Recently, Bai Yu has generously provided her with a plethora of resources, including animal pelts, common equipment, and even 2 pieces of commander-grade gear. These are treasures of the magical realm, and the mere trinkets that the eminent figure casually dispenses would suffice to enrich her for quite some time. Naturally, Bai Yu's inexpensive labor force, the little skeletons, would also lend a helping hand. At this moment, Bai Yu recalled the function of her bone throne. Function 1 increases the loyalty of troops to their lord. This was not intended to bolster the loyalty of the undead, which was already at its maximum. Rather, the function was designed to enhance the loyalty of the lord's subservient forces to Bai Yu. Previously, she had not grasped its significance. However, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the portal, enlightenment dawned upon her. Indeed, existence itself is justified. Suddenly, the portal emitted a flash of red light, and Zhao Lianxue tumbled out of the gateway. She landed unceremoniously on the ground, her shirt's buttons bursting under the pressure. Gasping, Zhao Lianxue felt the world spin, rendering her disoriented, and her stomach churned violently until she could no longer suppress it and retched. How reckless! No one warned me that teleportation could feel like a roller coaster. After a considerable moment, she regained her composure, wiped her mouth, and stood up awkwardly. The grand hall's doors were ajar, allowing Zhao Lianxue to glimpse the eerie exterior. The atmosphere outside was foreboding, exuding an unsettling aura, even in daylight. Not a sliver of brightness pierced the sky. Quite terrifying. Is the environment here as stifling as this? Zhao Lianxue suddenly felt a newfound appreciation for her own castle, which at least basked in sunlight, under a blue sky adorned with white clouds, resembling a semblance of normalcy in the blue star realm. In stark contrast, Bai Yu's surroundings appeared utterly bizarre. Though the undead were sparse within the town territory, she occasionally caught sight of flying spirits and monstrous creatures overhead, sending shivers down her spine. Shouldn't the undead primarily consist of skeletons? Why are there so many flying monstrosities? This is rather horrifying. In that moment, she found dwarves quite endearing. If her troops were undead, they would likely be frightened to death. Zhao Lianxue observed the castle's entrance, where 2 dimly lit, yellowish chandeliers hung, flanked by 4 winged monster statues. all against the backdrop of a dark castle. Summoning her courage, she swayed her hips and approached the castle. Meanwhile, Bai Yu was retrieving some elite rations from the storage to feed Little Bing. Although she herself could forego food, Little Bing's meals must not be lacking. Out of the corner of her eye, Bai Yu caught sight of a figure standing at the castle's entrance. She turned to look, and Zhao Lianxue met her gaze. Their eyes locked in mutual recognition. Chapter 105. The construction of subordinate castles through the Edict of Subjugation. Is that you, esteemed one? Zhao Lianxue? They both spoke simultaneously. And upon hearing the commotion, Little Bing also turned to glance at the doorway. Within the castle, a colossal creature adorned with wings captured Zhao Lianxue's attention, making it impossible for her to ignore. Yet, with a surge of courage, she pressed onward. How did you arrive here? Bai Yu scrutinized Zhao Lianxue. Noting her professional attire that resembled that of a corporate employee, she possessed a beauty rated around 7 or 8 out of 10. But there was something peculiar about her gait, which seemed to sway in a manner that evoked an odd sensation in Bai Yu. It was reminiscent of a courtesan's provocative allure, though Bai Yu mused, I am certainly not a man in this body. Internally, Bai Yu lamented the simplicity of student life, where sometimes the mere wearing of a school uniform could yield an extra 500. Boss, I merely came to see you, Zhao Lianxue cooed. Your urgency in having me construct the portal surely indicates your desire to find me. Bai Yu's lips twitched in response, an involuntary shiver coursing through her. It became evident to Bai Yu that her initial suspicion was confirmed. This was indeed a seeker of knowledge. Please, speak respectfully and spare me your discomfort, she cautioned. Of course. Boss, Zhao Lianxue, perceiving Bai Yu's displeasure, quickly reverted to a more composed demeanor, pondering to herself, am I not adorable? As she approached Bai Yu, she finally dared to observe her closely, having been too flustered earlier to take her eyes off the small dragon, fearing it might devour her whole. With 2 braided pigtails adorning her head, her white shirt paired with a petite skirt exuded youthful vitality, akin to that of a wealthy heiress, utterly unlike an orphan. Zhao Lianxue noticed that Bai Yu's eyes were of different colors, heterochromatic, a sight she had never encountered before. Boss, what is that? She inquired softly, pointing at the small dragon. Xiaobing, it is a dragon, can you not discern? Bai Yu replied, bemused by Zhao Lianxue's ignorance of such a renowned creature. Such foolish humans, Xiaobing scoffed. Having finished its meal, curling its head upon the ground and closing its eyes to rest. To her astonishment, the dragon could speak. And it was even more embarrassing that it had overheard her. Zhao Lianxue's heart raced. Boss, what sort of place is this? It feels quite ominous. She finally recalled that she had yet to inquire about Bai Yu's castle's location. Martial state, at the confluence of the frigid snow mountains and the dark forest. Bai Yu replied, so this is no longer Happy State. Zhao Lianxue was taken aback, realizing she had traversed an entire state. She had heard dwarves mention that their exploratory teams never reached the borders of Happy State in their lifetimes, underscoring the vastness of a state. By the way, boss, I received this upon upgrading the town system. Zhao Lianxue retrieved a flat, shield-shaped token from her shirt pocket and handed it to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, perplexed yet intrigued, accepted the token, which bore the word submit inscribed in the official language of the magical continent. She examined the token's information through the system. Special item, submission token. Belonging Lord, Zhao Lianxue. Function, one may construct a subordinate castle within the territory of their lord, which possesses the same functionalities as the main castle. Even if the main castle is destroyed, as long as the subordinate castle remains, the lord will still be unaffected. Usage conditions. Confirmation must be obtained from the subjugated lord. Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. This feature was quite intriguing. Its functionality bore resemblance to the city relocation orders from Bai Yu's previous life in a game, yet it was not a complete relocation. One could establish a subordinate castle within Bai Yu's town territory while retaining the original castle. This was likely a benefit bestowed by the system upon the subjugated lords, as even if a subjugated lord met their demise, it would not adversely affect the lord who had subjugated them. The subjugation order allowed them to possess 2 castles. If a subordinate castle could be erected within Bai Yu's town, it would serve as an additional layer of security, should the outer castle be destroyed. As long as Bai Yu's castle remained intact, there would be no repercussions. In truth, establishing this subordinate castle adjacent to the primary lord's castle would be the most secure option. If the subordinate castle were to fall, it would indicate that the primary lord was in dire straits as well. The death of the primary lord would inevitably spell doom for their subjugated followers. This was indeed a remarkable asset. Bai Yu had not anticipated that the system could facilitate such an arrangement, thus allowing for the relocation of the castle's position. Great Lord, I wish to utilize this subjugation order. This was the principal reason Zhao Lianxue had come to Bai Yu's castle, to discuss this matter with him. For the construction of a subordinate castle required Bai Yu's confirmation, Zhao Lianxue had little choice. The subjugation order served but one purpose, either to use it or to forego it. Clearly, utilizing it would bring Zhao Lianxue only benefits, devoid of any drawbacks. Is your situation perilous? Not particularly. My castle is nestled within the mountains, yet it lies in proximity to the territory of the Dwarven Kingdom, which is embroiled in a civil war. It is conceivable that the flames of conflict may one day reach this place. Zhao Lianxue expressed her concerns, for her troops were dwarves. If they were discovered by the nobility of the dwarven kingdom, it would spell disaster. The haughty dwarf nobles would never permit a foreign human to command their kin. I have confirmed it. You may proceed. It was indeed prudent to ensure Zhao Lianxue's protection, as it bore no detriment to Bai Yu himself. Furthermore, Zhao Lianxue was currently his sole source of iron ingots. Relying solely on plunder was unsustainable. One must cultivate their own industry for enduring development. Thank you, great lord. Zhao Lianxue expressed her joy, for her safety was now considerably assured. However, the subordinate castle did possess a drawback. It was to be constructed within Bai Yu's town territory and could only be regarded as a building within Bai Yu's town. Thus, this subordinate castle would not possess its own territory and could not be upgraded, although it would have a subordinate barracks where troops could be summoned. The level of the subordinate barracks was only 1 and would require upgrading, and its cooldown time would be shared with the primary barracks. The priests and skeletons had already assembled outside the castle and could be dispatched to assist Zhao Lianxue. Zhao Lianxue's dwarves numbered a mere 200. While the gathering of skeletons and priests outside Bai Yu's castle already exceeded 200, those skeletons may lack the capacity to mine or forge equipment. They are quite adept at extracting stone. Even with a slower pace, they could potentially match the dwarves' 10-hour workload within a full 24 hours of relentless toil. Come, let us proceed to your castle. I have gathered a cadre of assistants for you. Chapter 106. The Alliance Command to Forge the Strongest Coalition. Assistants? Zhao Lianxue observed the skeletons outside the castle, their expressions rather dim-witted, casting doubt on their capabilities. Do not underestimate them. They can toil without respite for a full 24 hours, Bai Yu elucidated, sensing Zhao's skepticism. 24 hours non-stop? That is quite formidable. Bai Yu, undeterred by Zhao Lianxue's ambiguous remarks, made her way towards the portal alongside the Legion of Undead. They arrived at the teleportation gate, which emanated a warm orange glow that illuminated the entire chamber. The smaller skeletons could traverse this portal, yet the likes of the zombie titan and Arthur, with their imposing physiques, would be utterly unable to pass through. You two enter first, Bai Yu instructed the 2 skeletons. It was certain that the portal could transport lords, but Bai Yu remained uncertain whether it could also convey troops. As the skeletons stepped through, Bai Yu accessed the system panel to check for notifications. It was then that she realized the arrival of Zhao Lianxue at her castle warranted a prompt, yet these were merely routine messages that Bai Yu had filtered out. Only official notifications, akin to system announcements, would trigger mandatory alerts, such as leaderboard information or Bai Yu's initial triumph over a lord. The absence of any alerts indicated that the skeletons had indeed been successfully transported. Let us go? Bai Yu stepped confidently into the portal, with Zhao Lianxue and the undead promptly following suit. Suddenly, Bai Yu was engulfed in a whirlwind sensation, as if her head were being shaken violently in both directions. Stumbling forth from the portal, she nearly lost her balance. Thud, thud. Behind her, the undead cascaded from the portal, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Ugh. Zhao Lianxue found herself atop several skeletons and promptly retched, the remnants of undigested roasted meat mingled with gastric acid spewing onto the skulls below. Bai Yu intended to offer her assistance, but was startled into retreat by her sudden bout of nausea. Transporting through the portal was indeed an uncomfortable ordeal. It felt as though her very insides might be expelled. Ugh. It's all right, just think of it as a weight loss endeavor, Bai Yu consoled her. Stepping outside, they were greeted by a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, the sun casting its warm embrace upon the land. Bai Yu emerged into the daylight, her spirits lifting considerably, as if she had transcended into another realm. After so many days, this was her first encounter with such splendid weather. The first time she had glimpsed the sun. What do you think, Great One? The weather here is splendid, is it not? Zhao Lianxue, having completed her bout of sickness, joined Bai Yu's side, while the undead gradually regained their footing, awaiting Bai Yu's next command. In the distance stood a castle constructed from white stones, surrounded by towering mountains. And Bai Yu observed some dwarves industriously carving into the mountains to extract stone. The weather is indeed splendid. Let us summon all the spirits to mine. For iron ingots are currently the most scarce resource. Whenever you have a spare dwarf, direct them to mine with utmost vigor, Bai Yu instructed Zhao Lianxue beside her. Understood. Zhao Lianxue called over a dwarf, instructing him to lead the spirits in their endeavor. The other dwarfs gazed curiously at this peculiar group of undead. Zhao Lianxue also shared with her fellow dwarfs that the large supply of food she had managed to procure was entirely thanks to Bai Yu's assistance. The attitude of the dwarfs towards Bai Yu shifted to one of curiosity and respect. They recognized that they were now subordinate troops to this formidable individual. This was the first impression the dwarfs formed of Bai Yu, with their loyalty hovering around 70, bolstered by the loyalty enhancement from the Bone Throne's troops. This function had no limitations on range. As long as they pledged allegiance to Bai Yu, the Lord's troops would receive this augmentation. Bai Yu sat in the castle for a while as Zhao Lianxue went to gather materials for constructing an auxiliary castle. In the desolate plains, a flicker of yellow light passed through the castle of Lord Shi Yao, the master of the earth. causing the castle to grow tall and a flat area to be cleared around it. Shi Yao's castle successfully upgraded to a town, with robust stone and earthen walls erected around its territorial edges. The exclusive building, the Portal of Passage, unlocked by the town upgrade, did not surprise him, for Lin Jun had previously elucidated its function in their alliance group. However, Shi Yao was taken aback when he received a special item upon upgrading the town. He began to inspect the item's information. Special item, Alliance Token, belonging Lord Shi Yao. Function, Alliance members can relocate their castles near the Lord's castle. The territories and some special buildings of the highest tier allies can be shared. Usage conditions, the Lord must extend an invitation to the Alliance members. The Alliance members are categorized into 3 tiers: Junior Allies, Intermediate Allies, and Senior Allies. Junior Allies possess minimal privileges and may exit the Alliance at will, whereas Senior Allies represent the highest echelon of allegiance, bound by strong contractual obligations that prevent them from leaving the Alliance without the consent of all allies. The advantage of being a Senior Ally is the possibility of resource sharing, establishing a level of complete trust. Initially, the position of Lord belonged to Lung Jie, who had invited Lin Jun into the Alliance, promising him the lordship. Lin Jun, however, did not trust them and declined. Subsequently, Shi Yao ascended to the first tier, and Lung Jie, in an act of humility, relinquished the lordship to Shi Yao. Besides Lin Jun, the other 4 members were all senior allies, fully trustworthy. The subjugation token is for constructing auxiliary castles, while the alliance token allows for direct relocation, gathering all alliance members together. A 50% resource return is granted, though the relocated castles must undergo re-upgrading. The alliance token is unlocked once the Lord upgrades to a town, with no restrictions on the castle level for allies, distinguishing it from the subjugation token. Shi Yao is a person of simple and honest demeanor, not particularly articulate, yet he is by no means foolish. His ascent to the forefront of the ranks is attributed not solely to fortune, but predominantly to his own prowess. Shi Yao promptly shared the information regarding the alliance token in the group chat, and the other 4 lords simultaneously became aware of this item. Vine Fairy, wow! The alliance token allows for relocation. Do you have any trees there? Great Lord, I wish to join you. The ever-vibrant Vine Fairy Lord was the first to speak up. Meanwhile, another Lord and Lin Jun were contemplating the advantages their current surroundings offered for enhancing their strength, thus they were not inclined to relocate just yet. The only one wavering was Lin Jun. Should the lava dragon return and fortuitously discover him, he would have no choice but to flee. Cold Jie, on the other hand, was resolute. He could no longer endure the biting cold of the snow-capped mountains, trapped as he was between a lord of the undead ahead and a vampire lord behind, precariously situated within the perilous peaks. Even if abandoning the mountains meant sacrificing the combat prowess bestowed by the snow maidens, he was determined to depart without hesitation. The increasing number of undead soaring through the skies posed a growing threat, and he feared that one day he might be discovered. If that white-haired lowly were to come for him, there would be no time left to escape. Chapter 107, The Alliance Fever. Cold Jie immediately sent a private message to Shi Yao, requesting an invitation to join him, which Shi Yao gladly accepted. Compared to Cold Jie's icy mountains and Lin Jun's volcanic terrain, the desolate plains where Shi Yao resided offered a far safer sanctuary. Although situated within the borders of the human Gata Empire, its peripheral location ensured minimal scrutiny. Upon receiving the invitation from Shi Yao, a system notification promptly appeared for Cold Jie, who unhesitatingly clicked to accept. At that moment, a violent tremor shook Cold Jie's castle, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Strange patterns emerged upon the castle's floor, leading Cold Jie to surmise that it was the teleportation array. As these peculiar markings gradually spread throughout the castle, the vibrations intensified. The tumultuous shaking of Cold Jie's castle caught the attention of a passing gargoyle, which, intrigued by this bizarre phenomenon, descended to investigate. Suddenly, the tremors ceased, and with them, Cold Jie's entire castle vanished. In the desolate plains, 2 kilometers from Shi Yao's town territory, Cold Jie's white castle materialized unexpectedly. Cold Jie's castle, originally at level 9, had now been downgraded to level 7, and his barracks had similarly lost 2 levels. Nevertheless, this sacrifice was deemed worthwhile, as Cold Jie successfully escaped the treacherous icy mountains, finding the desolate plains to be at least 100 times safer. At that moment, Cold Jie noticed that in addition to his and Shi Yao's castles, another stronghold had appeared nearby, shrouded in vines and foliage. It belonged to the Vine Fairy, Lord Lu Yao. All 3 lords opted to relocate their castles beside Shi Yao's. And even in the absence of the other 2 lords, the combined strength of these 3 was formidable. It was the first meeting of the 3 lords at the entrance of Shi Yao's castle. Shi Yu is a robust figure towering at 185 centimeters, his muscular physique exuding strength, while Lu Yao, adorned in a sultry ensemble, possesses a cherubic face accentuated by a hint of baby fat, standing at approximately 160 centimeters. Only Lung Jie, donning spectacles and embodying the appearance of a frail scholar, is indeed the least formidable among the trio in terms of both overall prowess and individual capabilities. With unwavering confidence, Lung Jie proclaims that now, with 3 powerful lords gathered in one place, even vampire lords and undead lords are mere trifles. Liu Yao suggests that today is a momentous occasion deserving of celebration, to the surprise of Lung Jie and Shi Yu, who were on the verge of regurgitating from their incessant feasting on barbecued meat. Liu Yao reveals that her storeroom not only brims with an abundance of mushrooms, but also hosts a variety of wild fruits and vegetables, showcasing a remarkable diversity of ingredients. Where on earth did you procure all this? They inquire. Oh, simply foraging in the forest. Liu Yao responds with an expression that seems to question their disbelief. On a mountaintop overlooking the Zhao Lianxue castle in Hapuni State, Bai Yu surveys the vast terrain before her, surrounded by endless mountains, the expanse of which she estimates to be quite considerable. This rugged landscape presents a significant challenge for the dwarves of the Dwarven Kingdom to locate Zhao Lianxue's castle. Such an extensive mountain range is ideally suited for aerial maneuvers, and as the dwarves lack the ability to fly, it is no wonder that those unfortunate dwarves would seek refuge here. Lost in thought, Bai Yu suddenly considers the possibility of utilizing Zhao Lianxue to dispatch the undead to develop in Hapuni State, for the vicinity surrounding Zhao Lianxue's castle is relatively safe, presenting a more stable environment than the dark forest or the frigid snow mountains. All that is needed is to send a few necromancers and scout for nearby lords, leading to an inexhaustible surge of troops. Bai Yu is skeptical that such a vast mountain range is solely under the dominion of Zhao Lianxue, especially since only here is there an iron mine. Adjacent to Bai Yu's castle, a fortress mirroring her own architectural style rises, albeit smaller in scale. Roughly 1/4 the size of Bai Yu's castle, comprising 5 stories without a courtyard. At the pinnacle of the subsidiary castle, a floating energy crystal distinguishes it from Zhao Lianxue's stronghold. The castle also houses a dwarven barracks, albeit at a mere first level, with other facilities being adequately equipped. However, the specialized structures are fixed and would serve little purpose even if relocated to Bai Yu's domain. With a sense of delight, Zhao Lianxue rushes to inspect the castle. Noting the differing styles and room distributions of the 2 fortresses, though fundamentally, they are quite similar. With the establishment of this subsidiary castle, Zhao Lianxue now has the option to reside here, allowing her to venture to her main castle during the day without the constant dread of an enemy breaching her defenses at night. Big shot, from now on. I'll be staying here at night, she exclaims. Suit yourself, Bai Yu responds nonchalantly, as it is not as if she would be residing in her own castle. Translate. Come quickly. Bai Yu calls for a spectre to assist her, as she cannot comprehend the intentions of the gargoyle. What? You say you witnessed a castle suddenly vanish? Bai Yu was taken aback. Was it not impossible to relocate? However, the gargoyle possessed a keen sensitivity to magic and indeed sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from the castle, firmly believing that it was a teleportation that had vanished rather than the Lord being annihilated. Esteemed one, do look at the world chat. They are all discussing something called the Alliance Order. It seems akin to the Subjugation Order, said the spectre. Zhao Lianxue, accustomed to conversing with the phantom, casually opened the world chat in search of information. To her surprise, she discovered that nearly all the lords were engaged in fervent discussions regarding a peculiar item. The Alliance Order. Having just acquired the Subjugation Order, which allowed for the construction of subordinate castles, she surmised that the Alliance Order must possess similar capabilities. Bai Yu opened the world chat, only to find the lords inundating the chat with messages. She paused the stream to read through them meticulously and realized that everyone was seeking alliance lords. This current fervor for alliances was markedly different from the one that had just concluded 2 days prior during the Beast Tide. Now, they all appended a strange condition to their requests. The cat slave who enjoys being petted, looking for alliance lords, allies of intermediate rank or above can relocate. Mushroom. 5 positions lacking for relocating lords welcome. My place is exceptionally safe, surrounded by picturesque mountains and abundant wildlife, ideal for alliance relocation. Pea shooter. I am about to upgrade my town. Those wishing to join the relocation alliance, please reserve in advance. Such absurdity. Members of the alliance could indeed relocate directly. Bai Yu began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that lords who had upgraded their towns could facilitate the relocation of their alliance members. All the lords were fervently seeking allies in the world chat. This meant that alliances would no longer be mere formalities. The lords were choosing to band together, thereby substantially enhancing their collective strength. For Bai Yu, the solitary wolf, this was not fortuitous news. In the future, adversaries would transform from individual lords into formidable alliances. Under the immense allure of the Alliance Order's relocation capabilities, the vast majority of lords commenced forming alliances, establishing one force after another. Even an alliance composed of 5 second-tier lords could contend with first-tier lords. What if 5 first-tier lords formed an alliance? Bai Yu did not harbor any illusions about being able to confront 5 top-tier lords simultaneously. Fortunately, her castle remained relatively concealed, as long as she could endure. She could develop discreetly in Hapuni province. The undead were not reliant on singular prowess, but on the boundless sea of the undead. which she intended to leverage to her advantage. Chapter 108. Disturbances in the Desolate Plains. Bai Yu had no intention of inquiring further about the Baiyan mountain range from Zhao Lianxue, as she had not left the castle since her reincarnation and was entirely oblivious to the presence of other lords in the vicinity. Bai Yu summoned her highest-ranked necromancer, a level 6 commander, to lead the expedition to Hapuni province. Arthur was unfit, unable to traverse the teleportation portal, and John was equally incapable, lacking flight. Thus, the necromancer emerged as the most suitable choice, being able to fly and possessing both wisdom and considerable strength, ranking among the elite of Bai Yu's undead army. In addition to the necromancer, Bai Yu also summoned 2 wraith lords and 2 gargoyles, totaling 5 commander-level entities, which seemed entirely sufficient. As Zhao Lianxue gazed at the ever-growing throng of restless spirits outside, she could not help but voice her confusion. Esteemed one, what is your intention? Allow them to seek refuge with you. Your domain is undoubtedly far safer than this place. Soon, Bai Yu had assembled 500 specters and gargoyles. In addition to 10 necromancers, excluding the 5 leaders, Bai Yu felt this was sufficient. Upon reaching Hapni State, all of you shall heed the commands of the necromancers. Any intelligence shall be communicated through the specters and myself. Now, let us embark. Having assigned tasks to the undead before her, the spectral beings bowed respectfully to Bai Yu and then proceeded towards the portal. Bai Yu chose not to follow, for should any complications arise, she feared that repeated teleportations might lead to her own upheaval. Upon arriving in Hapni State, the primary objective for the undead was to establish a foothold at Zhao Lianxue's castle and begin their quest for information, whether it be lords or local factions. All were targets of interest. At the periphery of the Baiyan mountain range lay a mine owned by the dwarven Firebeard clan. A lord named Zhu Gang, born amidst this wealth of resources and favorable surroundings, was overjoyed. However, unbeknownst to him, he was already under the watchful gaze of the dwarves. Zhu Gang commanded a formidable legion of robust wild boars, which, unlike their ordinary counterparts, boasted greater size and strength, their sleek black forms exuding an air of dominance. The leader of the Firebeard clan, recognizing the potential in Zhu Gang's troops, personally sought to persuade him to submit. Zhu Gang could provide his clan with an unending supply of mounts, thus enabling the creation of an unstoppable cavalry. The materials required for upgrading Zhu Gang's castle and barracks, including the beast tides, were all generously facilitated by the Firebeard leader. With little choice, Zhu Gang opted for this more comfortable existence, even if he resisted. The dwarves could easily imprison him. Many lords, like Zhu Gang, chose to ally with local powers. Rewards awaited those who vanquished local factions, while the latter also reaped benefits for eliminating outsiders. Yet, faced with such temptations, could they suppress their innate urges for slaughter? They were creatures of intellect, well aware of how to maximize their gains. Despite the treacherous terrain of the Baiyan mountain range, it posed little challenge to the flying undead, who would soon uncover their presence. In martial state, amidst the fiery volcanoes, Lin Zhan, who had previously been anxious about the return of the lava dragon, suddenly spotted a massive figure soaring through the distant sky. It was indeed the lava dragon. At that moment, the creature exuded an air of fury, its body marred by numerous wounds, suggesting it had returned from a fierce encounter. Given that fire element dragons were inherently tempestuous and now wounded, the previously placid lava dragon had little patience for Lin Zhan, who had enjoyed the protection of novice safeguards. However, that was no longer the case. With those protections stripped away, the volatile lava dragon could easily extinguish him with a mere flick of its tail. Lin Zhan dared not gamble on this. As Shi Yao had long extended an invitation, without hesitation, Lin Zhan clicked to confirm his choice. As the Lin Zhan castle began to tremble, intricate magical patterns enveloped it, and anxiety surged within Lin Zhan's heart. At that moment, the lava dragon soaring in the sky perceived the distant vibrations emanating from Lin Zhan's castle. Teleportation magic? This mere human ant seeks to flee? The lava dragon opened its maw, gathering a fiery red energy within. With a deafening roar, a colossal pillar of molten fire hurtled toward Lin Zhan's castle at breakneck speed. Lin Zhan felt his heart leap to his throat, realizing that the lava dragon was indeed launching an assault against him. The searing heat, accompanied by immense energy, rushed towards him, and for the first time, Lin Zhan confronted the specter of death. Just as the dragon's breath was about to strike the castle, the teleportation array completed its incantation, and Lin Zhan's castle vanished from sight in an instant. A thunderous explosion erupted. The volcano housing Lin Zhan's castle was obliterated by the dragon's fiery breath, and torrents of lava began to flow from the sides. The lava dragon, recognizing it had missed its target, paid no heed and flew back to its lair, much like a human indifferent to an ant that had managed to scuttle into its burrow. Meanwhile, upon the desolate plain, an elite reconnaissance team from the Gata Empire advanced towards the frigid snow-capped mountains. This distinguished squad comprised 12 members, all of commanding rank, clad in armor and galloping swiftly on warhorses across the barren terrain. They were dispatched to investigate the massacre of villages within their territory, even suspecting it to be the work of the beasts from the icy mountains, yet they felt compelled to ascertain the truth. Although Yi Liang's castle lay at the intersection of the frigid mountains and the desolate plain, deeper within the plain, several lords of the Elemental Alliance had gathered. The sudden appearance of Lin Jun's castle caught the attention of these allies. As the obsidian and flowing magma atop the castle revealed that the newly arrived lord was none other than Lin Jun, the lord of the flame spirit. At this moment, Lin Jun's town had plummeted from level 1 to level 8, yet he remained unconcerned, his heart still thudded with trepidation. Acutely aware of the lava dragon's overwhelming power that instilled a sense of despair, the lava dragon, through its actions, conveyed that the volcano was no place for someone as feeble as he. Fortunately, Lin Jun had taken precautions and was grateful that the system allowed for relocation. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Shi Yao and his companions had anticipated that the Lord of the Gale's Fury would be the first to relocate, but unexpectedly, it was Lin Jun who arrived first. The trio approached Lin Jun's castle, welcoming their new ally. "Welcome, esteemed one, to our ranks," Cole Jie and Lu Yao exclaimed joyfully, while Shi Yao smiled beside them. Lin Jun, seemingly touched by their enthusiasm, smiled in return, for the first time considering that forming an alliance might indeed be a splendid choice. Chapter 109. The First Battle of the Scapegoats. This may well have been the most Lin Jun had ever spoken in his life, as he recounted his crisis to the three allies. Upon hearing his tale, they could not help but marvel. No wonder he was a lord of the first tier. His birthplace was 100 times more perilous than theirs. What a thrilling experience it has been. I have yet to encounter a dragon myself. That day, amidst the snow-capped peaks, two formidable warriors clashed, leaving Lung Jie in a state of trepidation. Nestled within the heart of the mountains, he felt the tremors more acutely. Had it not been for the novice protection, the vibrations alone would likely have reduced his castle to rubble. Since Lung Jie's fortress is situated in a lowland, surrounded by towering snow-covered mountains, he remained oblivious to the nature of the creatures engaged in battle. Although he was uncertain, he mused that they could hardly be more powerful than dragons. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to remain silent, recognizing that voicing his concerns would serve no purpose other than to exacerbate his anxiety. Furthermore, he could already foresee the words that would spring from Lu Yao's lips. "Oh, with such danger in your vicinity, why haven't you ascended to the first tier?" If Lu Yao were to utter such a statement, Lung Jie would undoubtedly find himself gnashing his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance team was taking a breather, tending to their steeds. "Captain Moss, we've spotted 4 alien fortresses ahead," he exclaimed. "Humph, it must be those wretched extraterrestrial beings who have slain His Majesty's subjects. Follow me. We shall eradicate this vile horde." Moss, ever astute, commanded a unit composed entirely of elite leaders, initially dispatched as a royal guard within the empire, now sent to this desolate region to investigate the mysterious demise of a humble village. The rigors of their journey, with its hardships and privations, were proving intolerable for those accustomed to a life of luxury. Internally, Moss relished the unexpected scapegoat, yet maintained an outwardly stern demeanor as he issued orders to his companions. The group galloped forth, their steeds racing toward the location of the alien fortresses. At that moment, the lords remained oblivious, deep in discourse within Lin Jun's castle. It was not until a cacophony erupted outside that a fire spirit burst into the castle, prompting the four to realize the gravity of the situation. Upon venturing outside, they beheld a fierce clash between human soldiers and elemental beings. "Indigenous humans?" Lin Jun queried, perplexed, for it was his first encounter with the native populace. "They must be soldiers of the Gata Empire," Shi Yao deduced, well aware that their stronghold lay within Gata territory. While the reasons for the human soldiers' presence remained a mystery, they understood that they could not remain passive spectators. "Shige, Ling, you two are the strongest. Take a detour to cut off their retreat, while Lu Yao and I engage them head-on," Lung Jie strategized. His reasoning was sound. These humans must be completely annihilated. Without delay, Lin Jun summoned his forces, transforming into a blazing inferno that soared into the sky, while Shi Yao melded into the earth to vanish from sight. Each lord possessed at least 2 or 3 elite units within their castles, and the opposing force of merely 12 did not instill fear in them. Meanwhile, Moss continued to assault the elemental beings with his team. As time wore on, he began to realize that these creatures seemed impervious to death. Towering rock giants, indomitable beings engulfed in flames, tree folk composed of wood and vines, and avian humanoids soaring through the sky. Elemental entities indeed. Although Moss had only heard of elemental beings, he was fortunate enough to have encountered an earth creature before. While there were some distinctions from the earth creatures known to Shi Yao, the fact that they were composed entirely of earth elements and possessed immortality confirmed Moss's inner judgment. This was troublesome. Damn it. He should have summoned those wizards from the Magic Association branch. However, upon seeing the approaching figures of Lung Jie and Lu Yao, Moss couldn't help but smile. Why should he concern himself with these elemental beings? It would be far simpler to eliminate these alien lords directly. Eliminate these otherworldly beings. Boom. Several flames cascaded from the sky behind Moss, forming a silhouette along with several fire spirits. Meanwhile, the ground began to stir, as stone and soil coalesced into a humanoid figure. It was Lin Jun and Shi Yao, encircling from the rear with their troops. Lin Jun's lower body transformed entirely into flames, his hands conjuring 2 fireballs. With flames spewing from beneath his feet, he shot forth like a cannonball towards one of the soldiers. Lin Jun tackled the soldier off his horse, pressing down firmly on his body. The intense heat of the flames swiftly melted 2 large holes in the soldier's armor. And in an instant, the soldier was engulfed by the flames, losing all vitality. Facing the soldiers charging towards Shi Yao, he remained unperturbed, placing his hands on the ground. The earth surrounding the soldiers immediately softened, as if animated by Shi Yao's will. The soil under his control surged upwards, encasing 3 soldiers entirely within rising pillars. The moment these earthen columns shot upwards, they hardened, transforming into solid stone pillars. Thus, the 3 soldiers were thoroughly ensnared without any means of resistance. The commanding earth creatures and fire spirits were extraordinarily powerful, possessing immunity to physical attacks, rendering the soldiers utterly ineffective against them. The fire spirits acted as formidable artillery, while the earth creatures served as robust shields in the front lines. Their massive size combined with immense strength meant that even the most unadorned of attacks could inflict significant damage upon the human soldiers. This was the might of the first echelon of lords, easily dispatching these lower-level commanders. As for Lung Jia, as a distinguished lord of elemental beings, it was one thing for his frost magic to be ineffective, but now he was surprisingly clad in frost armor, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the soldiers wielding dual wolf claws. Despite the advantages of his melee gear, not everyone is born to fight. Lung Jia bore several scratches on his armor, inflicted by a soldier's sword. Had it not been for the armor, he could not fathom how many times he would have been injured. Even Lu Yao beside him was taken aback. A mage grappling with a warrior? Chapter 110. I absolutely cannot take the blame. How embarrassing. Shi Yao and Lin Jun had already dispatched 3 or 4 foes, and even Lu Yao was managing to suppress her opponent. Why was it that he couldn't defeat even one? Lung Jia successfully transformed into snow, distancing himself from the enemy. They truly want to force me to unleash my ultimate move, don't they? Winter is coming. Lung Jia spread his arms wide, each hand covering a magic circle, which rapidly expanded to form a barrier. Enveloping the 3 soldiers before him, a formidable barrier emerged. Within this mystical shield, countless colossal ice crystals cascaded from the heavens, crashing upon the soldiers' forms, while the ground, centered around Lung Jia, swiftly succumbed to freezing temperatures. Just as the entire barrier was on the brink of being encased in frost, Lung Jia sensed the depletion of his magical energy. The soldiers were merely encased in ice, yet they retained the ability to move, warding off the descending crystals to prevent their frozen bodies from shattering under the impact. This predicament was rather awkward. He had overexerted his magic. Lu Yao, I could use your assistance. Suddenly, beneath the soldiers' feet, the ice layer shattered, giving rise to numerous vines that ensnared the 3 soldiers. Stripped of their capacity to resist, they ultimately fell victim to Lung Jia's magic. Brother Lung Jia, your magic duration is so short. Although Lung Jia understood that Lu Yao was referring to his mana bar, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Meanwhile, their adversary, Mose, attempted to flee, only to be thwarted by Lin Jun and Shi Yao, his steed's legs deeply entrenched in the mud, rendering it immobile. The 4 surrounded Mose, and seeing that their foe was now isolated and devoid of resistance, Lung Jia contemplated asking why they had attacked them. Yet, realizing the folly of such a question, he swiftly rephrased, in this desolate place, what brings you here? Although Mose was puzzled by Lung Jia's mention of villages and shops, he grasped the essence of the latter part. Faced with this predicament, he understood that cooperation was essential for survival. Candidly divulging the truth might yield a sliver of hope, as it was not classified intelligence of the Empire. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mose articulated, a human village at the border of the Empire was massacred, and we were dispatched to investigate the cause of their demise. Brother Shi, did you slay them? Lu Yao inquired immediately of Shi Yao. Shi Yao shook his head, revealing that this was his first encounter with the local humans. Seeing Shi Yao's response, Lung Jia opted to trust his ally. Besides, even if Shi Yao had been responsible, it mattered little. Where's that village? Lung Jia pressed for further information, certain that Mose possessed valuable intelligence. Mose responded truthfully, so? You believe we are of a different race, responsible for the slaughter of these humans? Lu Yao exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon her. Mose, resigned, nodded in affirmation. Lung Jia sank into contemplation, and after a moment, he appeared to have an epiphany, signaling to Lin Jun and Shi Yao. While Shi Yao remained oblivious to Lung Jia's intent, Lin Jun comprehended immediately, unleashing a fiery pillar that pierced through Mose's chest. Shi Yao and Lu Yao gazed at Lin Jun in bewilderment, 3 question marks seemingly hovering above their heads. Wait, the questions haven't even been fully asked yet. Why did you kill him? Lin Jun, faced with their incredulous stares, could only express his helplessness as he glanced at Lung Jia. Wasn't it you who commanded the execution? Please, elucidate. Brother Shi, Sister Yao, do not fret, it was I who instructed Brother Lin to carry out the deed. You all are aware that my former castle lies not far from the frigid snow mountains, correct? Long Jie interjected, prompting the three to fix their gaze upon him, eagerly awaiting his further words. On the snow-capped mountains, there exist two formidable lords, one a necromancer and the other a vampire. As I previously mentioned, these two sovereigns share a common trait. They possess the ability to transform corpses into their own minions. Although I have yet to lay eyes upon the vampire, I have heard whispers of their existence. This lord has severed all ties to humanity. As for the necromancer, I have witnessed firsthand the transformation of a magical wolf-esque carcass into an undead creature. Upon hearing this revelation from Cold Jia, the three companions were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the village was likely destroyed by them? Lu Yao, feeling rather astute, immediately grasped the crux of the matter and spoke up. Furthermore, these two lords had previously clashed with Cold Jia on the snow-covered peaks, indicating that their castle must lie not far away, aligning perfectly with the location described by the human of the frigid mountains and the desolate plains. Lin Jun, analyzing the situation, remarked, Brother Lin, you are so clever. I can't believe I didn't think of that. However, Lin Jun paid no heed to Lu Yao's flattery and continued, we have become scapegoats. This cannot stand. If the Gata Empire comes knocking, it will spell trouble. We must devise a plan to pin the blame on those two lords. Cold Jia felt somewhat disheartened, having only just settled in before encountering such turmoil. Cold Jia, Shi Yao, you two are more familiar with this area, so I shall leave it in your capable hands. Lin Jun declared. Cold Jia and Shi Yao understood well that not only would Lin Jun's flame spirit face significant limitations in the snow-covered mountains, but even Lin Jun's own strength would be greatly compromised, making it ill-suited for him to assist. Lu Yao, feeling a twinge of disappointment, silently raged within. What about me? Why am I not mentioned? I am quite capable too. With their roles assigned, two tasked with investigation and the other two with guarding their home, they resolved not to endure the unwarranted calamity that had befallen them. Upon returning to the castle, Lu Yao found herself at a loss, recounting all that had transpired that day to another abandoned ally, Fury of the Gale. Fury of the Gale, upon hearing the news, was overwhelmed with excitement, almost immediately considering relocating, but ultimately restrained this thought, as the Wild Wolf Valley still held potential for enhancing his strength. As night fell, Zhao Lianxue's dwarves completed the crafting of the last batch of ordinary equipment acquired prior to the Beast Wave, totaling 11,600 pieces. Bai Yu listed them all on the trading exchange. Previously, the price of ordinary equipment had plummeted to 5 magic crystals, only to fall further to 4 magic crystals per piece, with raw materials decreasing to 3 magic crystals. Bai Yu was indifferent to the decline. Having acquired them at the cost of merely 1 magic crystal, regardless, she would not incur a loss. She awaited the sale of these items, pondering who still relied on crafting to earn a profit. In the grand competition among myriad races, where lords vie for supremacy, resources are seized through sheer audacity. Zhao Lianxue had also adopted a laid-back approach. After constructing her subordinate castle, she ceased to concern herself with the level of her primary castle. All resources were redirected towards upgrading the barracks, which now matched the level of the main castle's barracks. Should the main castle ever fall, it would spell disaster. Thus, maintaining proximity to a powerful ally was paramount, ensuring she could cling to their support at all times. At this moment, Zhao Lianxue was in the castle courtyard, indulging in a roasted pig's trotter, her face glistening with grease, while Bai Yu sat nearby, lost in contemplation. Big boss, are you really not going to eat? Zhao Lianxue inquired with a mouthful. I shall not partake. It feels rather awkward for you to refer to me as Big Boss. Please, just call me by my name. As soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, a specter emerged from the portal, prompting Bai Yu to rise immediately. Is there trouble in Hapini State? Esteemed Queen, there is a significant beast tide emerging near the castle. A beast tide? How could such a phenomenon occur in the Baiyan Mountains? Could it be that band of dwarves driving them here? Quickly, cease your meal. There is an emergency on your end. Bai Yu hastily pulled Zhao Lianxue towards the castle's exit, causing the pig's trotter to tumble to the ground, much to Zhao Lianxue's dismay. My pig's trotter. Chapter 111, The Lord at Hand. In Hapini State, 100 miles north of the Baiyan Mountains, lies a castle named after its lord, Moai. She had remained hidden until the beast tide subsided, but that night, she discovered the location of Zhao Lianxue's castle. Upon realizing that Zhao Lianxue's troops consisted solely of dwarves, she launched an attack without hesitation. Her troops were griffins, possessing an inherent advantage in the mountainous terrain of the Baiyan Mountains. Furthermore, she wielded a weapon capable of controlling and influencing certain lower-tier beasts to act on her command. At that moment, Moai stood atop a hill, beside a crouching griffin, playing a flute that incited the beasts below into a frenzy, causing them to recklessly assault Zhao Lianxue's castle. Moai initially intended to deplete the enemy castle's main forces with the beast tide, followed by a decisive strike from the griffins. Though the strategy was sound, the first step faltered. The beast she commanded proved ineffective, as a swarm of flying monstrosities emerged from within the castle, decimating the tide of beasts. While Moai pondered the commotion, She remained unaware that her ruckus had been detected by nearby dwarven soldiers. The Firebeard clan of dwarves had received orders to scout the Bai Yu mountains for other races, and the unusual beast tide created by MOAI was too conspicuous to ignore. Wildlife in the Bai Yu mountains was typically sparse, making such an occurrence extraordinary. Meanwhile, Bai Yu and Zhao Lianxue stepped through the portal once more. Ugh, Bai Yu exclaimed, immediately distancing herself from Zhao Lianxue, anticipating her transformation into a projectile warrior. I just had dinner, boo-hoo. Forget about your dinner. You might find your home plundered. With that, Bai Yu strode outward, reassured that the undead could certainly handle a mere beast tide. Given the unusual circumstances, the specters would undoubtedly report back, and Bai Yu intended to investigate the origin of this unexpected beast tide. Initially, she suspected that Zhao Lianxue's castle had likely been discovered by the dwarves from the Dwarven Kingdom, bringing trouble upon her. Upon arriving at this location, Bai Yu discovered that the beast tide was exceedingly feeble, incapable of defeating even the skeletal warriors he had dispatched for labor. Zhao Lianxue's town was devoid of protective walls, allowing the beasts to rampage outside the castle. The Transmigration Gate, a crucial structure connecting two realms, was under the vigilant protection of the undead, thus remaining unscathed. The grand doors of the Transmigration Gate stood ajar, and the portal emanated a blinding orange-red light, instantly capturing the attention of MOAI atop the mountain. Was someone approaching the Transmigration Gate, perhaps an ally of his? Lacking night vision, Bai Yu could only activate his left eye to scrutinize the surroundings. The beast tide was too weak, evidently artificially induced, distinctly differing from the sensations imparted by the system's control. Upon activating his left eye, Bai Yu's senses were instantaneously heightened. A melodious sound reached his ears, elusive and indistinct. Had he not activated his left eye, he would have remained oblivious to it. Was it the sound of a musical instrument? Bai Yu stood still, attempting to discern the source of the sound, but it seemed to emanate from all directions, rendering it impossible to pinpoint its location. Zhao Lianxue, standing nearby, refrained from interrupting, recognizing that Bai Yu might have sensed something. Indeed, a true master is distinguished, and his glowing heterochromatic eye was undeniably striking. At that moment, a distant necromancer soared over and approached Bai Yu. My queen, there exists an auditory magic on the battlefield, which is controlling this herd of beasts. Indeed, those who specialize in magic exhibit unparalleled knowledge and experience. Can we locate the source of this magic? Bai Yu inquired of the necromancer beside him. As long as they could ascertain the position, everything else would be manageable. He cared little for these beasts, whose capabilities were insufficient to breach Zhao Lianxue's castle. The priority lay in identifying that individual to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange of resources. My queen, we can dispatch the gargoyles to disperse and search the surroundings. They possess a keen sensitivity to magic and will swiftly locate its origin, suggested the necromancer to Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu concurred, recognizing the logic. The gargoyles and destroyers were akin to magical detectors, effortlessly finding the enemy by spreading out. Without hesitation, Bai Yu commanded the gargoyles to halt their combat and scatter into the vicinity. Even these skeletal warriors and specters were more than capable of defeating the beasts. He refrained from involving the dwarves in the battle, as they were valuable workers for the future. Every loss was a significant detriment. The dwarves, sheltered within the castle, were astounded by the combat prowess of the undead. What appeared perilous to them was effortlessly dealt with by the undead forces. Moreover, the number of undead was considerable, rivaling that of the beasts. For the first time, the dwarves realized the formidable strength of their new master. If these beasts posed little threat to Zhao Lianxue's castle, she could lead her griffins to plunder and then retreat, confident that the airborne griffins could evade pursuit amidst the endless mountains, as the ground forces would lack the capacity to catch her. Naturally, the ideal scenario would be to annihilate the castle before them. At that moment, a gargoyle soaring through the sky detected a surge of magical energy stronger than in other locations and swiftly headed towards the source. MOAI looked up to find a 2-meter-tall winged creature barreling toward her. Startled, she contemplated ceasing her melody to retaliate against the gargoyle. But the griffin beside her reacted first, launching itself into the air and charging at the gargoyle. This griffin was of a commanding rank, while the gargoyle that had spotted MOAI was merely of ordinary level 5, no match for the majestic beast. The gargoyle's wings were swiftly torn apart by the griffin, and its body, a blend of stone and metal, was shattered upon impact, plummeting downwards. MOAI breathed a sigh of relief. Had she stopped playing, the beasts would regain their wits and scatter in a panic. However, she was acutely aware that her position had been compromised and that a swift resolution was imperative. Chapter 112. Bai Yu takes action. The sound of the gargoyle's destruction reached Bai Yu effortlessly, prompting her to glance in MOAI's direction. She observed a small black descending into the air, gradually enlarging, the flute's notes growing ever clearer. Following closely behind MOAI, a multitude of griffins erupted into the sky, revealing dozens of them. You truly dare to come? Bai Yu scoffed. She hadn't sought her out. Yet here she was approaching uninvited. Huh, what? Zhao Lianxue, still bewildered, followed by Yu's gaze and vaguely perceived dozens of black dots soaring toward their location. As MOAI drew closer, she chose to cease her playing and prepared herself for battle. The beasts below, freed from the control of the melody, began to scatter, no longer engaging in futile skirmishes with the undead. With a wave of her hand, Bai Yu summoned all remaining gargoyles, gathering them from their dispersed positions in the sky. As MOAI approached, Bai Yu, with her exceptional vision, discerned the creatures in the night sky, griffins. She was no stranger to griffins, having previously vanquished one. Their flight speed was impressive, and Bai Yu positioned the gargoyles to counter them effectively. Although she commanded over 500 undead, the majority were phantoms, devoid of physical form, making them better suited for reconnaissance. While phantoms also constituted an aerial force, their speed was inadequate. Thus, the primary responsibility fell to the gargoyles. Of course, Bai Yu had never entertained thoughts of victory or defeat. Her strategy in deploying the gargoyles was solely to exploit their speed to prevent the enemy from fleeing. Even though most of her undead forces were phantoms, she still possessed a formidable number of over 100 gargoyles, more than sufficient to contend with several dozen griffins. As MOAI soared above Zhao Lianshua's castle, she observed the sudden emergence of over 100 gargoyle silhouettes around her, nearly triple her own number. Yet, she remained unperturbed. She had witnessed the previous skirmish between the griffins and gargoyles, and knew this group of gargoyles lacked strength. Victory in battle was not solely determined by numbers. Attack! Moe issued commands to the griffins, and once they were dealt with, her focus shifted to the two figures below, Bai Yu and Zhao Lianshua, whom she had noticed earlier. Countless blades of wind coalesced at the griffin's forepaws, hurtling towards the surrounding gargoyles. However, the envisioned scene of the gargoyles being sliced to shreds did not materialize. Instead, the gargoyles remained unscathed, absorbing the wind blades effortlessly. Upon witnessing these creatures' ability to absorb magic, Moe promptly abandoned her magical assaults, opting instead for a brutal confrontation between the griffins and the gargoyles. With identical size and strength, one being a quadrupedal monstrosity and the other a humanoid fiend, it was evident that the gargoyles, now unshackled in their movements, were far more formidable. Moe had previously underestimated them, believing their prowess stemmed merely from their levels. The gargoyles displayed remarkable agility in the air, their hands easily capable of seizing the griffins by their necks or wings. While the griffins' claw strikes proved futile against the gargoyles' hardened bodies, the griffins' most esteemed magical abilities were rendered utterly ineffective in the face of these foes. Were it not for the presence of 3 commanding griffins among their ranks, while the gargoyles had only one, the situation would have been decidedly dire. In a battle of equal strength, it was clear that no griffin could single-handedly best a gargoyle. What manner of creature is this? Moe's expression darkened as she circled her griffin in the sky, engaging in combat with the gargoyles. However, as time passed, she noticed her griffins dwindling in number. While the gargoyles retained their original count, despite Moe having personally dispatched several, armed with a black whip, capable of medium-range attacks and imbued with magic, she was indeed formidable. Below, Bai Yu watched with a leisurely demeanor, showing no intention of assisting. Moe, adorned with a pointed mage's hat and clad in dark robes embellished with various pendants, wielded her whip while riding on the griffin's back, an appearance that struck Bai Yu as rather peculiar. Should we not intervene? Zhao Lianshua expressed her concern, realizing that without Bai Yu's help, the dwarves alone would likely falter against the griffins. You are right. We can no longer afford to delay. Should she escape, it would pose a significant problem, Bai Yu replied with a serious expression. Is that so? So, you fear that your intervention might eliminate the opponent too swiftly? Zhao Lianshua fretted silently cheering for the gargoyles, anxious that they might not prevail, while Bai Yu appeared utterly unconcerned about their plight. Moe's altitude coincided perfectly with the edge of Bai Yu's attack range, who, observing the aerial battlefield below, was poised to act. At that moment, Bai Yu had already closed her left eye and opened her right, which similarly heightened her perception, stamina, night vision, and other passive enhancements. Seizing the opportunity, as Moe maneuvered her griffin to evade a gargoyle strike, she unwittingly entered the range of Bai Yu's magical assault. Zhao Lianshua was still full of curiosity, while Bai Yu, with a newly replaced eye, continued to gaze at the sky. One wondered if her method of attack was merely to glare someone to death. However, the subsequent scene left Zhao Lianshua utterly astounded. Alas, the griffin, being a creature of commanding stature, swiftly unleashed a wind blade directed at the ice spikes below, and then its body plummeted in tandem with the trajectory of the wind blade. With a thunderous crash, the griffin's body collided heavily with the ground, shattering the ice spikes beneath and leaving numerous gashes across its body, from which blood flowed profusely. Moai, too, found herself in a disheveled state, appearing quite beleaguered. Fortunately, under the griffin's protection, she remained unscathed. She gently caressed the griffin beside her, and a green luminescence emanated from her palm, visibly mending the griffin's wounds at a remarkable pace. Zhao Lianshua was still in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how this foolish bird soaring in the sky had suddenly plummeted. When she turned to look for Bai Yu, she found that her presence had already vanished without a trace. Where has the esteemed one gone? Chapter 113. The Dwarven Army Approaches. Although MOAI was a woman, her attire was not merely for show. She was indeed a sorceress, possessing mastery over 3 types of magic: perception magic, sound-based magic, and healing magic. Thanks to her perception magic, she sensed Bai Yu's disappearance the moment it occurred. MOAI wielded her whip, anticipating Bai Yu's landing direction. This perception magic also allowed her to detect the elemental fluctuations in the air, assuring her that Bai Yu would surely materialize in that very spot. Indeed, Bai Yu's figure appeared, but in her hand was a scythe that directly deflected MOAI's preemptive strike. "Perish!" exclaimed MOAI, her head adorned with 3 exclamation marks. Astonished by her opponent's swiftness, ice pillars surged towards MOAI, but with a flick of her whip, she shattered them all. Utilizing her advantage in reach, MOAI engaged Bai Yu in a tug-of-war. Each of Bai Yu's teleportations narrowly evaded by MOAI's foresight. After several rounds of this, Bai Yu sensed something amiss. It seemed her adversary possessed some form of magic or ability that allowed for the anticipation of her landing and attacks, thus proving highly effective against melee combat. Little one, do you think I lack the capability for ranged attacks? Bai Yu retreated swiftly, extending her palm as a sea of flames surged towards MOAI. Even if you can predict my movements, can you evade the onslaught? Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed within the inferno, each detonation creating a vacuum in the surrounding flames. A resounding blast erupted beside Bai Yu, prompting her to hastily evade, thus interrupting her fire magic. This sound-based attack was insidious. Had it not been for Bai Yu's heightened senses, she might not have escaped unscathed. This sound-based magic is indeed peculiar, Bai Yu remarked. But I too wield an intangible magic. I wonder how you shall respond to that. Nearby, Bai Yu observed MOAI from a distance. Though she brandished a scythe, she chose not to close in, leaving MOAI unaware of any anomaly. Your prowess is indeed formidable, yet you remain no match for me. MOAI remained confident, leveraging her perceptual and sonic magic in conjunction with her melee prowess. Her unconventional attack methods not only proved formidable, but also compensated for the frailty typically associated with mages. In stark contrast, Zhao Lianxue cowered behind the 6th-ranked necromancer, trembling in fear. The sheer power of Bai Yu's attack was enough to shatter Zhao Lianxue's worldview. Such potent magic could likely obliterate her castle single-handedly. Was this the might of the elite? Most bewildering was the enemy, who seemed impervious to Bai Yu's onslaught. Zhao Lianxue could scarcely discern how she was being attacked. Why did these other women possess such strength while she felt utterly inept? Her self-confidence took a profound hit. Suddenly, a resounding horn echoed from the peaks behind Zhao Lianxue. Charge! Annihilate these outsiders and traitors. Leading the charge was a dwarf clad in black armor, riding a wild boar and pointing his warhammer toward Zhao Lianxue's castle below. Instantly, 100 dwarven cavalrymen surged forth, torches in one hand and warhammers in the other, gripping the reins of their boar mounts as they descended the mountain. The dwarves of the Dwarven Kingdom had discovered them. Inside Zhao Lianxue's castle, some dwarves quivered in terror, while the bolder ones seized their weapons, ready to fight against the invaders. How could they fail to recognize the call of the dwarves? It was these nobles who had rendered them homeless. And now they sought to strip away their last shred of hope. This they would not permit. Of course, the dwarves summoned from Zhao Lianxue's barracks bore no such sentiments. They too were regarded as outsiders, while the others were deemed traitors. Bai Yu and MOAI were taken aback. Their timing could not have been worse. It seemed they could no longer afford to linger, for it was evident that MOAI's recent flute melody had drawn the local dwarves to their location. Without hesitation, MOAI aimed to leap onto the back of a griffin to make her escape. She had no desire to be ensnared by local forces. The most prudent course of action was an immediate retreat. They were far from her castle, and the dwarves could not fly, rendering the chances of them discovering her stronghold exceedingly slim. Just as MOAI approached the griffin, a vast expanse of ice suddenly erupted from the ground, encasing the creature's limbs in frost. MOAI intended to shatter the ice with her sonic magic, but as she prepared to cast it, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. I did not say you could leave, Bai Yu taunted, brandishing a sphere of flame as she advanced menacingly toward MOAI. The oppressive atmosphere thickening with each step. MOAI quickly employed her perceptual magic to assess her condition, only to discover she had been poisoned without her knowledge. Recalling Bai Yu's earlier mention of intangible magic, she was bewildered at how she had failed to detect any signs of magic being cast. Was it you who did this? Aren't you supposed to foresee such things? How could you not sense it? Bai Yu mocked, her eyes glimmering with a green magical sigil that detonated the virus within MOAI. MOAI fell to her knees, blood gushing from her mouth. She recalled that it was during Bai Yu's first approach that the latter had cleverly concealed her other magic behind the traces of her teleportation spell, leading to MOAI's misjudgment. With all her might, MOAI lashed out with her whip, unleashing a sonic boom, yet Bai Yu continued to advance, unflinching and undeterred. Boom. MOAI's attack landed on Bai Yu, and seizing the moment of this brief reprieve, she attempted to cast a healing spell to mend her wounds. However, the verdant magic circle she had barely conjured flickered out instantaneously, leaving her arm cold and rigid, devoid of sensation. Curse magic. The nature of such spells typically ensured a hit. Even if MOAI could feel it, she had no means to evade. Just how much magic did this person wield? As the explosion dissipated, MOAI noticed a black protective barrier enveloping Bai Yu, rendering her sonic boom utterly ineffective. Despair washed over MOAI. Her most potent attack, even when it struck Bai Yu, proved futile. Thus far, Bai Yu had exhibited at least 5 different types of magic, alongside melee prowess that far surpassed her own. The adversary before her was a superior version of herself. Nay, it was more accurate to say she was a diminished reflection of Bai Yu, stricken by a virus. Her stamina had plummeted, and now, with her hands numbed by the curse, she had lost all capacity to resist. Glancing toward her last glimmer of hope, MOAI saw that the griffin remained ensnared by Bai Yu's magic, its limbs frozen to the ground. At that moment, frost began to creep across the ground, encasing her limbs along with the earth, leaving only her head exposed to the air, ensuring she would not suffocate. Bai Yu regarded MOAI, now devoid of any means to fight back, yet she exhibited neither scorn nor mockery. Just stay there. I will come for you once I have dealt with these dwarves. Chapter 114. The Charge of the Dwarf Knights. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement involuntarily crossed MOAI's face. Bai Yu noted it, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Truly perverse, she thought, suppressing a bitter laugh. Bai Yu had no intention of subjugating her. Rather, she found the griffins to be quite useful and had spared MOAI's life for the time being. Additionally, she sought to extract information about her magic, believing that eliminating her outright might not yield valuable spoils, as MOAI's equipment and spells seemed promising. Bai Yu coordinated with the gargoyles and employed frost magic to neutralize the remaining griffins, restricting their mobility while leaving only their heads exposed for breath. The dwarf knights charging from behind were the true priority. Bai Yu had no time to spare for the griffins. What are you all doing out there? Hurry and take cover inside the castle. Bai Yu commanded the dwarves who had stepped forth to join the battle. My lady, we understand your strength, but this is our battle to share. Please allow us to fight alongside you. Among the dwarves who had allied with Zhao Lianxue, one emerged as a leader, addressing Bai Yu earnestly. But if you perish, I shall be left in a difficult position. What sort of foes are these dwarves? Are they formidable? Bai Yu inquired of the dwarf, seeking to extract some information. However, given that they were mere vagrants, he held little hope for substantial intelligence. The dwarves, upon realizing Bai Yu's concern for his own safety, were profoundly moved. 200 miles beyond the Baiyan mountain range resided a noble clan of dwarves, the Firebeard clan. Ever since the death of their king, they harbored ambitions of uniting the dwarven kingdom and were rumored to be secretly training a force of wild boar cavalry. The elder dwarf conveyed all that he knew to Bai Yu, who surmised that this group of dwarven soldiers would not be feeble. Yet, they were unlikely to achieve the level of universal leadership. If such were the case, the leaders would be as common as cabbage, and the Firebeard clan would have already possessed the strength to unify the dwarven kingdom. Ultimately, Bai Yu permitted the dwarves to partake in the battle. The dwarves, characterized by their honest and sincere nature, were not individuals he wished to coerce. What should we do? The dwarven army is upon us. Zhao Lianxue exclaimed, panic-stricken, blaming the lord for their castle being so swiftly discovered by the dwarves. Bai Yu, however, felt a flicker of anticipation, as this marked his inaugural engagement with a local military force. After all, cavalry was not an uncommon sight. He promptly instructed the monks to take refuge within the castle, knowing that the dwarves would undoubtedly incur losses in this skirmish and wishing to shield the monks from further harm. 200 skeletal warriors stood at the forefront, accompanied by the dwarves, constituting Bai Yu's entire terrestrial army. Above, 500 gargoyles and wraiths were poised for action, while the remaining necromancers stationed themselves beside the portal, with 6 commanding necromancers present, granting Bai Yu a sense of reassurance. Zhao Lianxue, please retreat to the castle with the monks. It is far too perilous outside. Are you certain it will be all right? Zhao Lianxue asked, anxiety lacing her voice. Rest assured, for I shall protect you. Bai Yu's words imbued her with immense comfort. Trusting in his confidence, Zhao Lianxue resolved that remaining there would only serve as a burden to him. To prevent distracting Bai Yu, she must seek refuge in the castle, not out of fear for her life. Dwarven knights charged down from the peaks atop their massive wild boars. With the enhancement from his right eye, Bai Yu pierced through the darkness, observing that the dwarves boasted not only warriors wielding war hammers, but also some who produced firearms from their cloaks. Firearms. Bang, bang. Sparks erupted among the dwarven knights. Skeletal warriors struck were disintegrated, while a gargoyle bore a gaping hole the size of a bowl, and the wraiths were pierced through entirely. As the dwarven knights advanced, the undead retaliated. The gargoyles dove from the sky, using their formidable bodies to tackle the dwarves mounted on wild boars, while the wraiths moved like shadows across the battlefield, unleashing invisible mental assaults from above. A chaotic melee ensued as dwarven knights clashed with the undead. The black-armored dwarf was momentarily taken aback. These incorporeal spirits and animated skeletons evoked a chilling thought in his mind. Undead. The undead of Hapni's state should have long been extinct. Although the black-armored dwarf had never encountered a true undead, he nonetheless deduced the nature of this creature through his vast experience. The black-armored dwarf halted to survey his surroundings. If the enemy turned out to be undead, it would pose a considerable dilemma, rendering him virtually powerless. Earlier, atop the mountain, the dwarves had only observed a pack of beasts and griffins. While they had indeed glimpsed gorgons, they had not considered the possibility of encountering undead, as there were simply too many similar monstrosities. As for the specters, in the pitch-black night, they were almost invisible at such a distance. It was exceedingly difficult for the dwarves to discern them. Suddenly, the black-armored dwarf beheld a portal emanating a warm orange glow. Could it be a teleportation gate? The realization struck him that these undead might have emerged from the portal. Though he was unaware of its destination, it was imperative to destroy it. With newfound determination, the black-armored dwarf charged towards the portal atop his wild boar, brandishing his firearm and firing at the obstructing undead. He was almost upon the portal when, unexpectedly, a multitude of bone spikes erupted before him. With no time to evade atop his boar, he decisively abandoned the beast, narrowly dodging the onslaught. The wild boar was instantly pierced by the countless bone spikes, transformed into a quilled heap. The black-armored dwarf now faced his adversary, a sixth-tier necromancer. With a resounding bang, he raised his firearm and pulled the trigger at the hovering necromancer, only to have the attack effortlessly thwarted by a bone shield. The firearm's assault merely left a dark mark upon the skeleton, with no cracks appearing whatsoever. Meanwhile, Bai Yu found it exceedingly easy to deal with the group of dwarven cavalry. Their sole advantage lay in the force of their charge, which proved futile against aerial foes. Bai Yu had anticipated a balanced battle, but instead, it devolved into a one-sided massacre. Chapter 115, The Arrival of Bai Yu. The Dwarven Knights, hailing from the Firebeard clan and known for their bravery, had never encountered such an eerie creature. The two spectral lords above merely floated in place, capable of slaying a dwarven knight with a mere curse, leaving the dwarves utterly helpless. They could neither strike back nor defend themselves, creating a sense of despair. Just as the black-armored dwarf struggled to hold his ground, his feet were suddenly encased in ice. Bai Yu had made his move. Not to mention, the equipment of the dwarves was considered exquisite among their peers. Upon witnessing their leader captured, the dwarven knights chose not to flee. Instead, they rallied to rescue the black-armored dwarf. However, they were all swiftly immobilized by Bai Yu's icy grip, rendering them powerless. It was akin to moths drawn to a flame. And the battle concluded in this peculiar manner. The dwarves within Zhao Lianshua's castle had also sustained some injuries. After all, facing the dwarven knights was akin to courting death. Nevertheless, the majority of their forces were engaged with the undead, leading to a swift resolution of the conflict with minimal casualties. Bai Yu intended to keep these dwarves, seeking to recruit them for his own purposes, aiming to integrate them into Zhao Lianshua's castle as subordinate troops. My lord, do you wish to recruit them? The solitary leader among the dwarves within the castle of Zhao Lianshua approached Bai Yu, inquiring about her intentions. Observing that Bai Yu had subdued them without resorting to bloodshed, even a fool could discern her meaning. Indeed, do you have any suggestions? Bai Yu pondered, aware that these indigenous dwarves might possess deeper insights. She was not in a hurry, eager to hear the thoughts of the dwarves nearby. My lord, these dwarves are all members of the Firebeard clan. Fiercely proud and unlike us commoners, they would rather perish than surrender, one of her companions remarked. How could the clan's kin ever be akin to ordinary folk? The turmoil in the dwarven kingdom was instigated by them. They have been indoctrinated by their clan leaders, fanatically loyal to their cause. Such dwarves could never capitulate. Is that so? Bai Yu mused. With this understanding, she saw no need to waste words. The dwarves were entirely under her control through frost magic, their fates resting solely in her hands. A glimmer flickered in her right eye, and in an instant, all the dwarven knights were pierced by icy shards, granting her a substantial bounty of experience points. Summon them all, she commanded her necromancer. Yes, my queen, the necromancer replied dutifully. Bai Yu led the dwarves toward the castle, and a thought occurred to her. If the nobles could not rally them, surely the commoners of the dwarven race would pose no problem. What is your name? She asked, turning to Gray, who followed closely behind, uncertain of her intentions. Gray had recently risen to the rank of leader after surviving the beast tide upon arriving at Zhao Lianshua Castle. His origins were sound, rendering him trustworthy, yet still uncertain. Given the suffering endured by his fellow dwarves at the hands of the Firebeard clan, Bai Yu felt a profound urgency to rescue them and establish a realm free from exploitation and oppression. Upon hearing her words, Gray's expression brightened, wondering if this noble lady intended to assist them. However, Bai Yu abruptly shifted her tone. Regrettably, I cannot find a suitable candidate to lead these wandering, suffering dwarves. It is not a matter of lacking options, but rather the inability to place complete trust in them. After all, who can say they won't turn out like the Firebeard clan? Promises made in pretense hold no weight, as human hearts are prone to change. Otherwise, the clans would not conspire against one another. She sighed deeply, a look of sorrow crossing her face. Alas for my friend, whose innate simplicity and kindness make him all too susceptible to believing others. What if he were to be swayed by malevolent dwarves in the future? Reflecting on Zhao Lianshua's innocence nearly caused Bai Yu to falter. Anyone could see that it would be unwise to trust her words. But the dwarves were a different matter altogether. Bai Yu painted a grand vision for Gray, who, upon hearing her, felt a swell of joy. Yet, when she expressed her concerns regarding loyalty, Gray yearned to counter her assertion that dwarves were loyal and straightforward, never betraying their allies. Nonetheless, thoughts of the chaotic dwarven kingdom and the Firebeard clan, which sought their destruction, rendered his rebuttal unvoiced. In Gray's eyes, Zhao Lianxue was their protector, a benefactor. Yet in the eyes of the clans, they were traitors siding with outsiders, conveniently overlooking the clan's exploitation and oppression of the common dwarves. The fundamental cause of their displacement is undeniably the wars instigated by various clans. Gray suddenly recalled a certain contract that could compel absolute loyalty. Any act of rebellion would result in the contract turning against the traitor, leading to their demise. With such a contract in place, it would surely serve as proof of loyalty, would it not? Gray harbored the intention to rescue his fellow dwarves. Otherwise, he would not have become the most diligent and capable individual within Zhao Lianshua's castle. My lord, I have heard of a contract that guarantees unwavering loyalty. I am willing to voluntarily enter into this agreement with you. Please, my lord, extend your hand to save our suffering dwarven kin. Gray suddenly knelt on one knee before Bai Yu, speaking earnestly. Bai Yu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. To recruit dwarves, one must rely on dwarves themselves. You need not go to such lengths, Gray. It is my duty to rescue our dwarven brethren. I am merely concerned that my friend may be led astray. Your heartfelt intentions truly bring me joy. If a contract must be signed, let it be with my friend here, Bai Yu stated with righteous fervor, struggling to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Within the castle, Zhao Lianxue observed Gray and Bai Yu approaching together, unaware of the source of Bai Yu's elation. Although Gray was unfamiliar with the master-servant contract, Zhao Lianxue had the system to assist her. The voluntary submission of a being to a lord would automatically result in the enforcement of the contract. Thus, with Gray submitting to Zhao Lianxue and Zhao Lianxue submitting to Bai Yu, it effectively meant that Gray also submitted to Bai Yu. However, Gray remained oblivious to this fact, believing Bai Yu was solely considering his friend. In a state of bewilderment, Zhao Lianxue entered into the master-servant contract with Gray, while Bai Yu generously bestowed all the seized equipment of the dwarven cavalry upon Zhao Lianxue's dwarves. Previously, they had only been able to don ordinary armor and wield the most inferior weapons. Now, they had upgraded from a mere bird gun to a cannon. Gray donned the complete black armor of the black-armored dwarves, a set fit for a commander, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Bai Yu also equipped each of them with a firearm, in addition to those warhammers. Their combat prowess experienced a remarkable boost. Wild boars were swiftly dispatched by Bai Yu. Although the wild boars were no longer present, Bai Yu gazed into the distance at Moai, who was encased in ice with only her head exposed. Was there not still a griffin? Chapter 116, The Witch's Castle. However, to ensure a steady supply of griffins, it was imperative for Moai to submit, which Bai Yu was reluctant to pursue. Once all 150 dwarven warriors were fully equipped, this was the military strength upon which Bai Yu relied to establish his fortunes. The remaining slightly older dwarves were instructed to remain in the castle to work. Of course, others would also be required to contribute, but they must be ready to participate in battle when the time arose. Gray, you are more familiar with this area. It is already late today, let us begin tomorrow. Take a few dwarves with you to search for other suffering kin and gather them together. Our numbers are still too few, Bai Yu directed Gray, while Zhao Lianxue, as a mere tool, remained completely oblivious to the machinations between Bai Yu and Gray. Yes, my lord. Gray was equally exhilarated. When he had fled, his village had been ravaged by another clan, under the banner of the Firebeard clan. They had received no assistance whatsoever, and Gray had developed an intense hatred for these clans, for they had rendered them homeless. Ultimately, through a stroke of fortune, Gray, accompanied by a few robust friends from his village, discovered Zhao Lianxue's castle. The undead required no rest, and the mining skeletons resumed their toil. Bai Yu instructed all the spirits to disperse in search of the Firebeard clan's stronghold, reasoning that if they had managed to locate Zhao Lianxue's castle, their own lair could not be far, at least not beyond the confines of the Baiyan mountain range. Whoever dares to covet my territory had best hope I do not find you, Bai Yu declared, striding towards Moai, with Zhao Lianxue in tow. Oh, where are we headed? Zhao Lianxue inquired. I'm gifting you a mount, Bai Yu replied. Aren't you keeping one for yourself? Have you seen the dragon in my castle? Zhao Lianxue found herself speechless. Fine, you are the boss, you are impressive. Meanwhile, Moai believed Bai Yu had come to eliminate her, only to be ignored as Bai Yu approached the griffin. Through a combination of coercion and persuasion, Bai Yu finally compelled the griffin to sign a contract with Zhao Lianxue, thus designating this commanding griffin as her steed. Zhao Lianxue was overjoyed, although she had yet to become as formidable as her mount. Possessing such a magnificent creature was undeniably impressive. Only a dozen griffins remained alive on the battlefield, and MOAI had brought merely a few dozen, most of which had perished in the fierce battle against the gargoyles. A dozen would not suffice. Hey, where's your castle? Bai Yu asked MOAI, who merely turned her head away, ignoring him entirely. Ah, I see you do not grasp your current predicament, Bai Yu said, confronting MOAI directly, looking down upon her. Oof, you are dreaming. Huh, what? Ignorance breeds fearlessness, does it? Bai Yu was utterly convinced of MOAI's instability. With a decisive gesture, he thought MOAI and handed a weapon to Zhao Lianxue. Such matters were best left to her expertise. This is now your responsibility, Bai Yu declared, stepping aside to avoid any further unpleasantness, believing that professional tasks should be entrusted to the professionals. It was hardly customary for a leader to conduct the interrogation personally. Naturally, it fell to the subordinates. Bai Yu trusted that Zhao Lianxue would not be unfamiliar with such duties. Zhao Lianxue, bewildered, accepted the weapon from Bai Yu. Realizing this was a task bestowed upon her by a formidable figure, how could she refuse? Sighing, she resigned herself to follow orders. I advise you to cooperate, she urged, glaring silently at MOAI, whose provocative gaze infuriated Zhao Lianxue. Bai Yu, attuned to the sounds around him, began timing, glancing at the system clock. 15 minutes elapsed. It was time. Bai Yu approached, and Zhao Lianxue ceased her interrogation of MOAI, as both focused their cold gazes upon the subdued figure on the ground. At this moment, MOAI lay on the ground, her body marred by numerous wounds, gasping for breath as blood oozed from her injuries, revealing that Zhao Lianxue showed no mercy. However, despite MOAI's frail state, her commanding attributes provided her with a significant defense, rendering Zhao's actions ultimately superficial in terms of harm. Can we speak now? Bai Yu crouched down, observing the battered MOAI. I will speak, I will. MOAI lifted her head, her expression pleading as she looked towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu inwardly cursed once more, pondering the wonders of this vast world. Perhaps it was her own naivety that led to this. Indeed, that must be the case. Before long, MOAI divulged all the information she possessed. Bai Yu and Zhao Lianxue mounted the griffin, with MOAI slung across its back. The moment the griffin entered into a pact with Zhao Lianxue, it symbolized the griffin's defection from MOAI's castle. Not every lord would establish a master-servant contract with all their units. Unit betrayal is, in fact, a common occurrence for lords. As Bai Yu rode the griffin, Zhao Lianxue took to the skies with MOAI, heading towards MOAI's castle. Though they could not claim the griffin as their own, once the clock struck midnight, MOAI could summon more, and it was essential to seize every opportunity. Moreover, directly acquiring resources was far superior to slaying MOAI and receiving a mere 80 in return. This was Zhao Lianxue's first experience of flight. The fierce wind tossing her hair back, and her face radiated joy. The griffin's speed was comparable to that of a gargoyle, but with its injuries and the added weight of 3 passengers, though they were not heavy, the flight speed was certainly affected. After an hour and a half of soaring through the skies, they finally glimpsed MOAI's castle, the time approaching midnight. MOAI's castle bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Lianxue's, much like how Bai Yu and Sun Xiaoxiao's castles were similar. However, Zhao Lianxue's had been upgraded to a town, while MOAI's remained at level 9. As soon as Bai Yu and Zhao Lianxue touched down, the 2 crossbow towers at the entrance of MOAI's castle launched an assault against them. Bai Yu retaliated with 2 fireballs, obliterating them. What is this? Can this even be called a defensive tower? Between the remnants of the exploded towers, a blueprint slowly descended to the ground. Such fortune, to have it drop directly. Bai Yu picked up the blueprint without a glance and handed it to Zhao Lianxue, fully aware that this defensive tower was not formidable. Here, it's yours to build in your castle another day. Thank you, Great One. Zhao Lianxue, though she had done nothing, continuously reaped rewards from behind. Realizing this was what it meant to have a strong ally. Ultimately, Bai Yu and Zhao Lianxue entered MOAI's castle, while Bai Yu thawed MOAI's legs, restoring her mobility and compelling her to lead the way, ensuring she would not attempt any clever tricks.